I was the first to complete every level in the game called Lost World, the Lost Realm. Suddenly, I was transported into that very world and became a true deity here. A few minutes ago, Nebula was still playing the final intense level. The scene in the game was a catastrophic battlefield filled with smoke and fire. Two factions worshipping different gods face off, Nebula and Hegemonia. Men's fingers tap the keyboard with skilled professionalism. The blue giant team has the advantage in strength, while M's team excels in heavy weapon skills. There are also other NPCs who know combat magic, but to Nebula, these are just mosquitoes. The Hegemonia player appeared in a truly fiery way. Continuous lightning strikes down as if the two were just playing a game of chess. Seeing the enemy surrounded by helicopters, Nebula directly launched a nuclear attack. Missiles loaded with nuclear material were fired straight at the Hegemonia battalion. Seeing this, he showed no fear but smiled with pleasure, for he had prepared for this long ago. Dozens of other weapons by his side were activated and fired upward. These were interceptor missiles powered by Faith technology. The clash of the two forces triggered a massive explosion that shook the heavens and earth. Just when it seemed the game was lost, Nebula revealed a hidden trump card. Zolstas Nebula. Heavy weapons swiftly flew toward the enemy's area. Inside a nearby cathedral, fanatical believers gathered to pray. Hegemonia knew that praying was useless, but unexpectedly, there was an even bigger surprise. He used the ORC Saint strategy to block one of Min's attacks, and Hegemonia was very pleased and proud of this. He even asked M if he was ready to admit defeat. Nebula knew very well that the nature of the ORC tribe made it easy for them to increase their population, so it was already impressive that he had gathered so much faith. Their efforts and plans were good, but to me, they were too obvious. Because even if there is a vast space above, it is still right above their heads. Nebula dropped thousands of kinetic weapons from the sky. This was something even Hegemonia did not expect. He hurriedly commanded the Orc Saint to stop it, but I'm afraid that's impossible because this time the number is much greater. Not to mention the added acceleration of gravity. In the end, the Holy ORC and the enemy's entire area were defeated by Nebula. This place became a desolate sea of fire. The Emperor died as a result. The underground temple collapsed along with the royal palace. The faith that Hegemonia built would vanish at this moment. When the faith disappears, the apostles will vanish as well. And of course, Nebula becomes the top winner of the server. Hegemonia is not satisfied with this outcome. He wants to fight Min one more time. His whining has never been this loud. But it seems this wasn't the first time I fought Hegemonia. Now I know he actually has no new moves, and nothing new shows up on the game screen. He had maintained the top spot on the leaderboard, and was about to relax for a bit before returning when a new message caught his attention. It was a thank you and praise letter from the system. After reading it, he felt it sounded like the service was about to close, but he quickly dismissed that thought because the next line revealed that the previous game was an early beta access, now officially scheduled for release, and Nebula players could receive rewards to enjoy the game before the official launch. This surprised Min quite a bit since there was both an early access version and a separate official service. The system asked if he wanted to start. With this novelty and reward, M definitely chose yes. The only thing was he didn't realize this playthrough was a real experience, not just through a screen. 1 second after pressing yes, Men was transported to another world as his character Nebula, surrounded by a magical scene bathed in the light of a full moon. Ruins and small fragments scattered throughout the space. He felt like a character in a game, thinking this was just a dream. Suddenly, someone appeared and directly denied that thought. This person called him the Chosen One. His name is Andon, and you will be the guide to welcome him. Hearing his name called, Nebula felt confused and uncertain, and the mysterious shadows over there only piqued his curiosity. According to the guide, it can be inferred that those shadows are other players like him, but here their identities are hidden to ensure the fairness of the game. Andon also got straight to the point, pointing upwards. The globe above looked just like our Earth, but it was completely different. The scenery of that world was deeply etched into Nebula's memory. This is the Lost World, the world of the game you conquered. Andon explained that in this vast lost world, the players present here have become true gods. The dark figures looked at each other in panic as soon as they heard it. Nebula relied on her instincts to make a judgment. I can't hear the sound, but I can feel someone is ashamed. Andon didn't stop there, clearly explaining that the Lost World is not just a virtual game world, but a land abandoned by the gods after a great disaster in the past. On this planet, a brilliant civilization flourished, with many races living together in peace. This is a mysterious invitation. But for mysterious reasons, the gods abandoned it, and for them, it was time to find new gods. The purpose of the mysterious person was to create the Lost World game to find new candidates for that position. He explained, as long as you try, you can become a god. Basically like in the Lost World, where at first only a few devoted beings believe in you, and if you can gather those who trust and rely on you. He made a very tempting offer. You will become the only god on this planet and can do anything you want. If you become the god of that world, all the desires you have always dreamed of will come true. But Nebula remained steadfast. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, wondering, what if I give up? Andon explained, you give up, you will immediately return to reality. At that point, you will lose all memories of this world. He still had a question. What about quitting halfway through? And this was when doubts surfaced during the trial. He said, "You cannot give up." The next question was, "What happens if I am defeated by the other gods?" But at that moment, On Din replied vaguely, "That is a holy ending we all long for." Nebula stood still for a while. The phrase struck his mind. Was a holy ending genocide? A mix of confusion and excitement rose within him. He bit his lip and smiled softly. Were they all risking their lives? That meant he had made his own decision, with no reason to give up. And noticed that no one was asking questions anymore. All right, it was time to make a choice. He even warned, "If you want to quit, please inform us immediately. But for those who want to accept the challenge, draw a deck of cards." John laid the cards on the table, his tone mixed with excitement. "You will begin your journey by choosing a district." Nebula felt a sense of familiarity. It was just like in the game, meaning that choosing a district was the start of everything. His sharp, cold eyes glanced over, and some of the shadows raised their hands. Have those people given up? He counts the people leaving one by one. 1, the number slowly rises. 2, 3B. The shadows gradually disappeared one by one. He quietly scanned the remaining number of shadows. Of course, with the initial number of people, 32 is the maximum number of players in the Lost World, and no more shadows have disappeared. So in the end, only 27 people are participating, and an eagerly reached out his hand. "Yes, you can choose first." Nebula was a bit surprised. "I get to choose first." He didn't ask much and stepped forward to draw a card. Still unclear in my mind, could the order of selection be based on ranking? I was surprised by the image on the card. In just a moment, a circle of magic had already transported him away. The destination was that green planet where everything began. The distance to the ground grew shorter, passing through layers of white clouds. This planet was a lush land covered with vast mountains and forests. The little frog poked its head above the water. The blue butterfly fluttered gently. It waited for the moment the fish slowed down, then quickly grabbed it and lifted it up. "Caught it!" Another frog following behind cheered happily. "It's pretty heavy. Tonight's dinner will be fish." They also paid attention to the blue butterfly flying nearby. "I don't think I've ever seen this kind of butterfly before." The frog doesn't care. Does it matter if it's a butterfly or something else now? "Today I'm not eating bugs." The blue butterflies flew along a path into the darkness, then landed on someone's hand. All images of this world are transmitted to Nebula. He is also the X-star. He has gathered just enough information in the insect subzone with the lowest win rate. The insect subzone depends on what is written about it. That is the card he drew. Although it opposes birds, it is still quite useful for now. But Nebula rushed into action without planning. His current position is on a separate continent, starting at the far east of the mainland, meaning there will be little conflict at the beginning. Some of the cards he got produce minerals like river stones, giving an advantage early on, meaning it's hard to use an offensive strategy. He carefully considered the dice roll and decided that choosing an insect-eating species would be more advantageous. For example, like those frog people. But the bigger concern here is the number of clans. He only made a rough estimate, but already grasped that with nearly 500 tribes in such a large group, it's hard to tell which tribe came first. The Lost World can influence creatures on a level comparable to the power of faith. The faith of these 10 digits is too weak to influence the frog people. Nebula wants to find another hope, but is there any other species nearby? Glancing at the image of a group with tails walking across the desert, he immediately recognized them as lizard people. Lizard people also eat insects. He hesitated a bit. They can survive here without water, and their numbers are declining. Actually, this is a good thing. Nebula could tell at a glance that they were sick, some at the back pretending to be weak. He also noticed a lizard man covered in wounds. Oh my, this guy must be seriously injured. That's what I can tell. I see, he belongs to the original species. The god from that time was also the last one standing. He must have been pushed out in a power struggle. You can grasp the mindset of an EK like him. He felt even more exhausted and miserable being rejected by this world. Seeing his struggling, almost dying state, it would only take a small miracle to find a god. His eyes coldly observed, but he was too fragile and vulnerable. And after just a moment of watching, Nebula made a decision. Then choose him first. A group of lizard gods marched across the scorching desert, all with tired and hungry faces. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey look, it's the antelope! They were lucky to find food on the way, really?" "It's injured." A hungry group of lizard gods rushed fiercely. "Catch it!" "It's been so long since I've seen meat, hasn't it?" "Hey, don't touch me." The old and injured get pushed aside. From what I see, people like us who are old and injured have no share at all. They can only drool while watching the others tear into their meal. The sunlight beat down with oppressive heat. Before long, a living antelope was reduced to just bones. They were still savoring it, but in no time there was nothing left. And that's not all. One even wanted to chew it clean. The bone marrow is really delicious too. That's right, the lizard god opened his mouth to bite, wondering if he should try a piece, when suddenly the bone was pulled out, leaving him stunned. What's the matter? The one who pulled the bone acted noble. Just eat a little and save the rest for those who couldn't go hunting. He decisively grabbed a pile of leftover bones and tossed them to the people behind him. Hunger made them unable to refuse. They clutched the bones, gnawing at them. Even the lizard man carrying a piece of meat that was about to spoil on his shoulder was no exception. After finishing, a strong lizard man still felt guilty. Goon, how can you be okay with this? She brushed her hands off, looking puzzled. What do you mean? The person showed dissatisfaction. Age didn't matter. But you know that guy is about to die, and the other lizards agree. That's right, his wound is already gangrenous. They fear that the injured lizard god will become a burden. Actually, he should have been dead already. I don't understand how he managed to keep up with us. They act like they understand loyalty. Now he's blocking the saber-toothed tiger that many people barely survived. I really appreciate that. But his words are incredibly cold-blooded. He's going to die anyway. There's not enough food. Zhao, you are truly shameless. Doesn't that guy see that he's wrong? I'm just stating the truth. The argument ended there, and when night fell, the full moon shone brightly. The lizards curl up and sleep in groups to keep warm. Some are shunned and have to lie apart from their kind. The injured lizard man seemed to be having a nightmare. He groaned softly as the blue butterfly fluttered around their sleeping spot. It seems the light it emitted woke the poor lizard man. He struggled to sit up, observing the strange creature, then followed the fluttering blue butterfly as it flew toward the source of the blue light. His abnormality was immediately noticed by the lizard guarding the night. It urged the one sleeping beside it. Hey, look, is there something? He doesn't stop his kind from leaving the group. It seems RCK has finally separated from the pack. Oh, that guy is signaling for order. Just watch quietly. Though everyone saw it, no one stopped him from leaving. Ragester held his injured arm, climbing the cliff silently, each step weighing heavily on his body. Is it an illusion? The ambiguity and his intuition give him the confidence to keep going. I'm the only one who can see it, so it must be real. The butterfly wings are guiding me to a path. But he didn't give up if what he was seeing meant something. Claws pressed against the rough stone. Rag followed the unpredictable guidance step by step, still unable to shake off his doubts. What could it possibly mean? And when he reached the top, his eyes widened in surprise. Before him was a towering mountain of insects, the beetles. His heart pounded, amazement overshadowing his fatigue and hunger. The food here should be enough for the entire pack. And so it marked the Lizard People Tribe 1102-1 witnessing the miracle. Nebula breathed a sigh of relief. So you finally realized the miracle? Thank heavens. All this time waiting anxiously. That much food is enough to sustain the whole pack for several days. Watching the lizard tribe eagerly share the food, he suddenly noticed something that made him freeze. Roger is proudly showing off the blue butterfly he found. Are you talking about a miracle? In fact, those with strong willpower can do everything on their own. The lizard gods were fascinated by the food they had just received. Along with the system notification, Rax Orby recognized the power of the unnamed beetle god. Nebula found this nickname somewhat unusual. Isn't the armor bug a butterfly? The armor bug god really feels surprising. At first, no god had a name. He smiled softly, as if something was awakening. The lizard people gathered around the fire with their savior. He murmured softly, Rag. His interest in this new world had grown a little. I think from now on you will be very important to me. Of course, the same goes for you. A night ended with the joy of both gods and humans. The next morning, this bright sunlight made the temperature rise again. The blue butterfly fluttered, drifting off in one direction. Rag shielded his eyes to see better and murmured, I see the illusion again. Maybe this time we should follow it and see. The others cheered, saying, There are beetles now. Let's have a party tonight. Just one night, and he's being honored again. Are you planning to chase after the illusion, Rag? Rigger clearly pointed out the disadvantage. Winter was approaching, but the beetles were appearing from the cold region. He replied weakly, If we go this way, I'll freeze to death. The lizard man panicked, confused, and wanting to take another route. Then maybe we should ignore the illusion and go another way. Rugger logically objected, I don't think we should. He knows where he needs to go. There's nothing out here in the wilderness. Even though it's still unclear in my mind, I don't really know the meaning of this illusion. But he still believes in temporary luck. For now, I'll just follow them. There's no other way. Nebula watched them closely, understanding that the reason was they had no faith yet, so there was nothing he could do. More precisely, everyone will ask me about faith. But R on the screen showing the insect's blessing does not have this skill yet. A level 2 or higher insect is required. Consume some faith points to accept. He can't help but look forward to this army of divine beings, if you believe in it. There, Roger carried a baby on his shoulder, following the direction the butterfly flew. Nebula wondered if he would have an unimaginable future, and that was when Roger arrived. He gently set the child down. Roger took a deep breath and shouted with all his might to his comrades. Everyone listen up! He reached out his hand to welcome the new world. The divine armor beetle he wore had guided me to the sanctuary. Tired faces from hours of travel suddenly brightened. They all cheered together. Despair was replaced by joy. At this moment, everyone was grateful that I, Roger, was alive. We were right to place our trust in you, Rager. Notification displayed. The level of holy power has increased by 1 or 2. The insect subzone level has also risen. The blessing of the insects is already in place. Nebula calmly controls the status board. Do you want to know for sure what I want? Rag made a judgment. Then, become my priest. Just one station sent to where the lizard gods dance, carrying my message to your people. A dazzling blue light poured over him. This blessing will help you. A joyful day for the lizard people passed peacefully. And when night fell, everyone drifted into a peaceful sleep. The firefly flickered its tail, accidentally landing on the deeply sleeping Roger. A few whispers called his name in his dream. Rag Rag. When he opened his eyes, he suddenly found himself in a pure white space. He looked around and immediately realized he was dreaming. Butterflies landed on his nose, and a voice called out. Ragar, a lizard-like humanoid figure, appeared in the darkness. Ragar was dazed. Who are you? The person raised their hand, and the butterfly wings fluttered in the air. He widened his eyes, staring intently at the person's hand movements. A warm, deep voice echoed, sometimes near, sometimes far. Will you take my hand? Ragar stared intently at the clawed hand. He didn't reach out, seemingly understanding the god's intention. What do you need? The hand slightly withdrew and then pointed downward. Rag did not take his eyes off that hand. Then he suddenly felt something in his hand. He lifted it up to examine it closely. It was a skull with terrifying horns. Rag instinctively lifted the skull high, and it fit perfectly onto the head of the mysterious lizard god. That person immediately shone brightly, the cloak billowing without wind. Ragar finally understood. This was the nameless armor insect god. The next morning, he told his tribe about it. He calmly and proudly said, I had a dream like that. Everyone interpreted it as, isn't it obvious? He wants me to sacrifice a deer. Some opposed, saying that to catch the deer they had to go deep into the forest, which was too dangerous. Still, those who believed in the god were conflicted. But John, what do you want by bringing me here? She crossed her arms and asked sharply. I just don't want the whole group to be in danger because she knows how dangerous that creature is, and you have to risk your life to hunt the water deer.
Maybe the hunters have to work together to take it down, she asked, leaving everyone speechless.
Then who will protect the weak? A clear voice rang out. That's right. Ragar grabbed the spear he had crafted. I can't just send everyone into uncertainty. He didn't hesitate when making his decision. I will go alone. John was the first to object. Ragar, you can't hunt pearls in the water alone. That's impossible. He still appeared calm. It's not that I'm reckless. Then he recounted that the god had blessed me. Everyone was stunned. The blessing truly brought subtle changes to Rag's body. He aimed his nose steadily at a coconut tree in the distance. His eyes, having endured many trials, were truly calm. It's hard to believe that when I woke up, the wound had completely healed. He pointed to the injury on my shoulder, and my shoulders only had some black stripes left. Under everyone's scrutinizing gaze, he said it was like a swarm of insects. Jaeon waved his hand skeptically. I know this is strange, but she still refused. That's not a reason for you to go hunting alone. So now you have to prove yourself. That's right. He tensed his arm muscles. This is the real reason. He focused his strength to aim the spear in one direction. The spearhead flew at an incredible speed, and within seconds, it pierced through and shattered a coconut tree. Everyone was left speechless. The tree reduced to a single color after just one strike. Ragar stepped forward to pull back the spear he had just thrown. The other lizard men eagerly ran over. Ragar, amazing! Have you been hiding this power all along? The old lizard men were still trembling. Nearly breathless, the tree was destroyed with a single strike, and they were all endlessly amazed. We were just on the brink of life and death until recently. Is that Rag? Suddenly, someone shouted in panic. What's that? Ragar glanced over and burst out laughing. He immediately pointed in that direction and alerted the others. Everyone, look over there. This is truly like a miracle. It's an entire herd. The sound of heavy footsteps stirred up dust as they crossed the desert. John saw this scene for the first time and simply couldn't believe it. This really only happens once in a lifetime. The herd of antelope always moves to the same place, so there's no way they would wander off and come all the way here. Ragar, grab your spear. We're wasting time arguing here. Ignoring John's call, he jumped down. Wait a minute. This RCK. His eagerness to win and pride are his strength. Now he fears no one, so he goes down to kill the deer for meat, to fill our starving stomachs. Falling halfway down, he swung the spear, the tip piercing the head of the strongest buffalo in the herd. With just one down, the other buffaloes scattered in panic, like a butterfly effect, as the other lizard men also landed en masse. Quickly catch them all. They are all eagerly thanking the god, for he has not only granted them beetles, but also meat. Night fell quickly, and after a day of satisfying hunting, the flickering firelight illuminated the bull's head with fresh blood dripping from the hanging carcass onto the skull. The lizard people quickly built a simple altar for their god. Ragar performed the ritual, saying, "O nameless insect god, though it is little, please accept our offering." Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Then they all bowed their heads in unison, asking you to accept our offering. Blood poured down the skull of the bull, mixed with the sincere pleas of the lizard people. Please accept it. Nebula watched from above. He's quite satisfied. The ritual is still a bit careless and clumsy, but it's the thought that counts, right? Because what he received was so much. I gained more faith than I expected. He truly lived up to my expectations with RCK, just becoming a priest and already preparing a very proper ritual. Nebula nodded. It seems this has been worth the time and effort I've put in. The work seems to be settling down a bit. I believe in the lizards, but since buffaloes eat grass, I can't rely on the gods of this wild grassland. It seems I need help from other allied gods. This issue can be dealt with later. I'll go back to the lizard people. After all, they are still sharing food for now. They seem hungry, but don't tell me they're eating the calves too. I'm starting to lose faith. At this point, we can't expect much knowledge or skills in animal husbandry from them, so this will have to do for now. Based on my judgment, the population in this oasis is small and will probably only last a few years at most. Nebula also considered the worst-case scenario. With the current situation, they know nothing about farming or animal husbandry, so it will be hard for them to survive long. Right now, he has many worries and needs to focus on knowledge and skills, which are difficult to grasp on his own. But directly teaching goes against the law of cause and effect. Looking out at the vast lake in the oasis, he sighed, knowing there was a way. But it would take some time. Nebula raised his hand and said, "Let's just start with this task." Facing RCK, who was spreading his blessing hands wide, a thunderous voice then descended upon the one chosen as the priest. Another early morning, but the oasis is always much cooler than outside. The towering altar stands bathed in the morning sunlight. The Rolling Gods followers are starting to wake up too. "Rag, you're up early. I want to observe the altar for a bit." Roger had shed his flesh, his blue skin turning into a glossy jet black. "I had a rather bad dream last night." "It's strange. Was the dream like a prophecy or something?" He replied that he wasn't sure either. It was quite vague. His eyes stared fixedly at the altar. For some reason, the altar kept shaking like that. Then, he recounted that in the dream, the blessing lake that had protected us for years no longer took a single fish. The scene in the dream was still vivid in his mind, with the ground so dry that no plants could survive. John comforted, "It's not time for that yet." "I know." She still doesn't understand. If the gods have always protected us, then what is there to worry about? Roger climbed the altar. "I also believe in the god. He has his own understanding, but it is often difficult to grasp the god's message. Sitting atop the altar, he feels sorrowful. If we say we don't understand the god's will, it means we have betrayed him. That's his fear. That is exactly what I fear." Rhaegar unconsciously looked into the distance and suddenly noticed something approaching. He urged, "John, hurry over here and look at this." "What?" "Hurry up." After she climbed up, R pointed in a direction. "Look over there quickly. A troop is approaching in the distance." "They are Rhaegar," he exclaimed. "Now we understand why the altar keeps shaking. It's those lizard people like them, the bastards who kicked us out of the last battle. The lizardmen are moving towards their oasis, riding on a giant lizard." Jaeon is stunned by their appearance, but Rock remains calm, observing just as he predicted. The appearance is so familiar, it couldn't be more like the blue tribe we used to be. That big guy. He assessed the monster, and above all, no ordinary lizardman could ride such a beast. Rhaegar could conclude that based on their numbers, it seemed like they had brought the entire tribe here. This means expressing both doubt and certainty in his heart. Our homeland, the lush green swamp, has been completely destroyed. Roger was silent for a long moment. Then he made a vague guess. "Maybe the Manoon have eaten all the food there." Roger immediately objected. "You can't be so sure about that. Setting that aside, a bigger problem is right in front of us. Anyway, do they even know anything about this place? Look, with this terrain, you can't see it unless they climb up. And while the two are still reassuring each other, it's possible they could cross without knowing." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "Hey you! Already being crushed by your own kind, this is the sacred ground of the nameless armor insect incarnations." Some black-scaled lizards stomped their feet and waved their arms to intimidate. "You come from the Green Clan, don't you? Don't even think about stepping in here." The call attracted the blue-scaled lizard legion below. The two RCKs held their heads in frustration. "Today, it's Dua's turn to patrol." He placed his hand on Jaon's shoulder. "Don't worry." He jumped down, leaving her stunned. "This must be the god's arrangement. Look at him holding the spear." "What do you mean?" "I think the god intended to create this situation." Jaon also responded drowsily, interpreting it. "You mean he's testing us?" He pondered that it might not be a test, but a mission. Given the situation, that was the only explanation he could come up with. "I think this mission is about accepting and protecting those who have stood by us from the beginning." John can't help but worry. Even so, that guy over there, after all, he's the one who pushed them into this situation. If he truly understood the principles, why would he continue to abandon the weaker members of the tribe out in the desert? Suddenly, a few glowing butterflies flew by, catching his attention. Oh, it was these butterflies. At this moment, the meaning seemed clear, and this was the message from the star god. Nothing could be more fitting. Roger watched the flickering blue wings, but his duty as a clan leader only made him more determined. "I will do whatever I can." With that, Rak pushed through the crowd of lizard people and stepped forward. Nebula couldn't help but be intrigued. Roger understood his intentions very clearly. His intention is quite clear. RCK's tribe and the blue-skin tribe must unite for the sake of population growth and technological advancement. Still, he found the lizard tribe chief more interesting. It was strange that RCK made that decision alone. He wonders if it's because his willpower is strong, since Roger has a willpower of 14. At the same time, he couldn't help but laugh. "This guy, do you really think that the Green Clan leaving the swamp was my intention?" That was Nebula's silent work. "Well, you're not wrong. This is also the time to test him. A leader with a strong will of his own? Well done. If only he carries that firm faith alone, he would have a unique path for this creature, rather than letting him control everything himself. Then I could express my intentions and vision more effectively." The confrontation between the two lizard clans is about to erupt, and the big guy below shouted in a teasing tone. "Hey, noisy kid, do you live here?" Is that supposed to insult the pride of the lizard people? "Kid?" Yes, this is our land, he smirked. So what? He shrugged. What exactly are you trying to do here? The guard above shouted to drive them away. None of your business. A calm voice intervened as footsteps slowly approached through the bushes and rocks. The prey revealed both its form and its incarnation. The unfamiliar term confused the big guy. The transformation is educating him. Yes, this place is indeed the domain of the nameless insect transformation. It seems the big guy doesn't care about that at all. Looks like he's just talking nonsense. Whatever. He shamelessly chased them away to leave this place immediately. The monsters also followed his order and threatened them. If you leave right now, I won't attack you. Its gaze was filled with killing intent and sharp teeth that could slice their throats, and he had nothing to fear from those lizard people. I don't know how many of you there are, but you can't win with this number of troops, he joked, pointing at his head. Since ancient times, if you are a leader, you should know how to calculate wins and losses. Rag shook his head. This guy is hopeless, he pointed his spear at them, and if they don't back down, neither will he. I know, I don't want to attack you. The lone blue lizard leader didn't expect his intimidation tactics to have no effect. Roger spoke clearly. Those poor souls who have lost their homes may come into the embrace of the god. He can confidently make a promise, and then the god will take care of you as in his message. He burst out laughing. Hearing these words like a village joke made him laugh loudly, his hand jerking the reins. You really don't know how to calculate, do you? Rag is not afraid either. Do you think so? Because you do not know the gods. He firmly raised his spear, aiming at him. Of course, his words were like wind blowing clouds away to the big guy. You only talk nonsense. He urged the monster to attack and die. Roger firmly raised his spear, aiming at him. He urged the monster to attack and die. Yet the fear of the monster still lingered, and he could only tremble inside. Oh God! My hand grips the spear tightly as I stand to face the enemy. I silently pray for courage and strength to confront the fierce monster head on. The spear shattered instantly in one strike. Rag hadn't even recovered when the spear tip broke off, and the blue-marked true god leader sneered with contempt. That fool stomped the monster down, and the screen immediately froze with a notification. Civilization conflict, 2 tribes have clashed, and both sides will gain significant experience points. Nebula sighed, feeling defeated. He looked up at another control panel. Then there is another screen there, and you have shown a lot of interest in a tribe. Now this tribe will become part of your territory. The level 1 skill area for relatives is now available. Do you want to use IS? He chose IS without hesitation, and time rewound to the moment Rag was about to be trampled. He seemed unable to react in time when suddenly a light caught his eye. A divine radiance descending at a critical moment. The moment the monster struck happened in an instant, while the toxic leader laughed heartily. Are you the grapefruit? But he quickly realized something was off. Rag emitted a blue aura, appearing from an unexpected side. In a brief moment, he received a blessing from their god. The leader said with some regret, "How did you manage to dodge so well?" He pulled the control string to turn the monster around. There won't be a second chance. Still, Jack's expression remained calm. One of his eyes had changed. The status board, this was his blessing, containing all the information about the enemy. The status board of the tribe shows a close kin with blue skin. A warrior tribe leader level 1. The level 2 tribe leader has strength 24, intelligence 15, friendliness 16, and taming skills. Enough to handle this guy. Still, Nebula has one desire. The goal is to tame that powerful little monster Drake. But the monster's stats also appeared. Manun Drake level 1, strength 87, intelligence 6, friendliness 9. Rack's stats are slightly higher. RCK tribe leader, warrior level 2, cook level 2, priest level 1, strength 30 plus 30, intelligence 24 plus 30, sociability 26 plus 30, willpower 14 plus 30, abnormal status, divine collapse level 3. He took a simple fighting stance. In the blink of an eye, he teleported right in front of the monster. The hand forcibly pressed Mun's head down, a powerful transformation skill granting the user an additional stat called Divine Power D1D, equivalent to 200 times the maximum natural strength value. This breakthrough power terrified the leader. Simply put, Rag's current strength is 630, an unimaginable number more than enough to crush them. In the blink of an eye, he knocked down both the leader and the monster. He sat dazed on the saddle, and all the blue-scaled soldiers were stunned. The overwhelming difference in power will leave everyone astonished. Rigor alone has achieved a decisive victory. Mun spun like a top, unable to get back up. The black soldiers cheered. Wow, amazing. However, the fire within him hasn't faded yet. His eyes glanced coldly at the noisy crowd. They were stunned as John blocked them. Rag, the green lizard leader, was crushed and shouted, "Hey, how ridiculous, you fool." He sprang up and grabbed that dagger. "What trick did you just pull? Charging in like that? Don't let your guard down." He is still proud of his own talent. My calculations are never wrong. Then, Rag didn't even need to see him raise his hand. One flick across his face and the leader immediately dropped to his knees, gasping for air. Roger glanced over the group of warriors and spoke coldly. "Who's next?" The sound of weapons clattering to the ground echoed all at once. The green-skinned tribe completely surrendered, laying down their arms, pledging their loyalty to us. Then the aura around RCK gradually faded, and he could feel it too. It's over now. Unbelievable. The feeling is both vague and clear. Has the incarnation entered me? It feels like a dream. Nebula returned to watch them, a faint smile curling on his lips. Night fell, and the campfire smoke rose thickly. Today, the 7 lizard gods welcomed a new member, sharing food and questions. You're from my tribe too, but you went out into the wild? Why are your scales a different color? One of them replied. Yes, they spread their beliefs. And by following an unknown beetle shapeshifter, we have changed and become stronger. Otherwise, we would have long since died in the wild. The newcomer looked up at the altar and gradually found new faith. Transformation is nothing. The power of transformation is limitless. Are they so foolish they can't even grasp what's happening right now? Then they looked at the chieftain, but they still couldn't believe it. There really is a lizard with such power out there, beyond imagination. Over there, 2 people sat by the fire talking. Regan started, Will it be okay? What do you mean? She's still a bit worried because after merging them, the population here has increased 6-fold. She fears that the future will quickly lose its value. Rag lowered his head in silence, then suddenly stood up and spoke. Do we have to go outside? Her eyes filled with confusion. Go outside again? We can't just wander out there without any answers. There is an unshakable belief. Roger denies it. The answer will be right there, his eyes fixed on the altar. The answer was sent from the gods through our brother. The trees rustled and shook violently. Early in the morning, shouts and growls mixed with noise. Hey, your master is gone. Why don't you give up? They're trying to control the monster. But then it whipped its tail. One person dodged just in time and fell down, while the other winced. Damn it, the monster is still aggressive. Is it useless? The glowing rope is tight. The tree is tied to is swinging. It will run away if you keep doing that. He still shouted, Ma Noon, do you want to get scolded? Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. Ma Noon also froze when he saw that person. Roger stepped forward with the radish. The impression of him was still deeply etched in its mind. It instinctively backed away in fear. But R gently offered the radish, showing he wouldn't harm it. Go ahead and eat. The bewildered monster, with a slightly cautious gaze, then approached to sniff, confirming it was not poisoned before opening its mouth to chew eagerly. Not only that, it also rubbed its head against him. You want more? Why don't you be quiet for a bit? Rag took some more food for the poor monster. He stood watching it devour the food brought to it. He doesn't fully understand the god's reason. Surely the deity wants something from you, which is why you were spared. After finishing the food, Meunen looked up at R. He smiled slightly. Again? No way. If you want to stay, you have to learn to be patient. Demon Nun, it nodded as if it understood. He praised it as it obediently lay down. That's right, well done. After finishing up, he left. If Manun causes trouble again, just tell me. The 2 guards nodded in confusion. Yes, all right. They still haven't recovered from what just happened, and Rager is already handling something else. He was curious about the gam knife in his hand, wondering if there was a skill that could create something like this. Someone always answered. The scarred lizard god complained. If it weren't for that stubborn guy, better swords would have been made long ago. Jeon was puzzled why that was the case and was told it was because the RC trees were also attracted by those words. The trees had to be. The craftsman explained. During the process, we used a lot of wood. The 2 rock had never heard of this method before. Did you use fire to run it? The other denied it. No, you have to burn the wood to obtain special fuel. Mulsai. RCK fiddled with the knife, a passionate look on his face. Finally, he spoke. Got it. I'll think about it and let you know tomorrow. All right. After the craftsman left, another person arrived, a one-armed man with half-gray fins. He spoke up. I heard you need guidance. Rag sized him up. You must be a wanderer. He smiled brightly and admitted, yes, I am a wanderer, an old body of someone who has wandered to find where it belongs. He spoke quietly, and then I learned how to read the path. Roger muttered the key point again, learning how to read the path. The other continued, at least it got me to a land where I didn't starve. I know a few places. He came over, smiling shyly, scratching his cheek, not sure if it's still the same as before. Roger was curious about his story. Were the wanderers and other tribes really there? Right. Hearing such certainty, RCK decided, if that's the case, then fine. He insisted that if they oppose us, just defeat them and take over. The wanderer looked at him sadly and said, indeed, if you have that kind of will, then believe in it. Roger looked back at the wanderer. What about you? He looks like a leader. What will you do to earn my trust? The wanderer stared blankly at his face, pointed up to the sky, and said vaguely, that is my answer. The 2 looked up, seeing only a gentle shade of blue. The sky. The wanderer patiently clarified, it's not just the sky. Night soon fell, and the sky gradually turned black. Reger finally understood those words. It was a star. The wanderer nodded. Exactly. The 2 of them watched the sky. Are the stars really moving? I don't know. He offered his perspective. As you said, the stars do move, but they follow their own patterns. If you know the paths of the stars, you can follow them without getting lost. Rag was half doubtful. It hasn't been verified yet. Is that so? The wanderer shared his knowledge. Now I will show you the movement of the stars. If you observe for a few more days, will I earn your trust? He mumbled. Of course. The 2 of them happily talked all night in the forest. After sharing all the knowledge, the wanderer left. Then I will test you again at this time tomorrow. Got it, another lizard step has come. It seems like there's no end to the problems for him to handle. Dua, what's going on? Manun causing trouble again? Rua is a big lizard with small eyes, he stammered, seeming a bit displeased, but he reported properly because I still fed him on time, so he has become more obedient. Really? He sighed in relief, the phrase slipping out. Thank goodness Rua hasn't stopped. Yes, he was a bit hesitant to report what he overheard, saying that we need a way forward without starving to death. So that's it, Rag turned back to look at him. Today, Rag, he recounted the story, seeing if you could give Manun a gourmet name. After eating, he suddenly wondered if we could tame it. Rua listened curiously. With something else, something different, a random creature appeared in his mind. For example, Rua looked down at the plain at something like that, and this was also the first sign. Rogger's tribe had already noticed. Below the flat plain are creatures foraging. Those are the buffalo left over from the last hunt. The RCK tribe has noticed the hero's skills. They say there was a time in human history when labor was divided. The first time was farming and animal husbandry. Nebula still had some doubts. Although this information is from the game, whatever, he was surrounded by countless bright screens, farming would be more stable. In fact, all great civilizations originated around large rivers. But the difference here is that our tribe chose the lizard people. They have strong bodies, well adapted to the environment. They figured out on their own what suited them without his guidance, and what fit them was animal husbandry, not farming. At the same time, another concern arises. And among these 7 groups, as the image of iron forging appears, this technology will give you wings. The place where weapons are forged is the metallurgy workshop. The furnace radiates intense heat. The molten compound is heated. Everyone is focused and eager. No one wants to miss a second of learning. The wooden rod spins rapidly, creating strong friction. Metal forging does not end with melting, but requires repeated hammering many times, then drying and cooling. Finally, they manage to make basic iron tools. For now, they probably aren't as sturdy as bronze ones. For those forced to use stone tools like the Rag tribe, this will be very useful. Nebula observed all the activities happening in the lizard people's world for a while. He tapped the screen and there was also an unexpected result. The image that appeared was the Wanderer from last night, also a concept for the field of astronomy. When observing constellations to predict paths and weather, it is still too primitive to be called astronomy, but in the distant future, hopefully they will be able to use it. He watched the 2 lizard people exchanging excitedly as their voices gradually faded into silence. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was pitch dark. The iron weapons had been put away, and R acknowledged the Wanderer's knowledge. Just as the astrologer said, the stars are truly the guidance from the heavens. He sat down on a high rock, his eyes unable to leave the sky. So now I have no choice but to do what I believe is right. The campfire flickers in the darkness, and the altar piled high with animal bones grows larger. The lizard gods were summoned for some reason. Roger raised his voice. The Lord has long guided me to this land. Before the orderly gathering of lizard men listening intently, I even got to reunite with my brothers. I could have kicked them away just as they once did to me. Live alone in solitude. His tone was emotional, mixed with gratitude towards me. He said he could live here longer. He gave advance notice. Of course, those who are driven away will perish in the forest, and he clearly knows right from wrong. But what he did was wrong. God wants to save us, not to cast anyone away. Gregor clasped his hands as if the light shining on half his face could help more people. Everyone fell silent as he spoke. Roger continued. At dawn, I will leave this place. He called out, Astrologer, please come forward. He introduced him to everyone, saying that for the past few days he had been telling me about the movements of the stars. I confirmed that everything he said is true. His expression showed no sign of deceit. The astrologer will be our guide. From now on, I will trust him. Report this to everyone. Then he handed it over to the astrologer. So please explain where we are headed. He pointed to the night sky and announced the results they had gathered. When the sun rises, we will head to the right of the sun. We will walk continuously for 10 days, then continue for 15 days along the right side of Lake Roton. 3 days traveling along the deserted mountain paths and valleys, and their final destination would be where I would find my place, an endless forest. A long journey, but with a beautiful ending. There are many wild monsters there. That place is also home to many tribes of different races. Rag concluded that it is an ideal place to settle down. Right. He patted the fake spirit bird on the shoulder. Thank you. You may rest now. He smiled kindly. It's nothing. After the astrologer returned to Roger and stepped onto the altar platform, everyone watched tensely. He carried the commanding presence of a leader as he looked down at them. He called out to a man named Rua, asking why he hadn't butchered the water buffalo they caught yesterday, suddenly catching him off guard. A situation was unfolding in the lizard tribe's temporary camp, and the leader's authority was clear. Rua stammered, saying it wasn't because he was hungry but was trying to change the subject. The leader steered the conversation, reminding everyone it took great effort to catch the buffalo, yet Rua hadn't eaten any, which seemed to give Rua the courage to speak up. That's right, everyone contributed, he said, though still hesitant. I don't think I'm that hungry. R smiled as he looked at him speaking. If we save some now, maybe later when we're starving, we'll have something to eat. That's what I think. Well done. After he finished speaking, RC hummed softly. He didn't hold back his praise. Well done. This made Rua visibly confused. He explained, Rua, you really wanted to eat the water buffalo meat, but held back because you were thinking about the future. Well done. He didn't forget to encourage. Next time, it has to be like that too. Rua's tone was more confident now. Yes, as long as I'm not starving, I'm more than willing. Hearing that, Raya nodded and said, Good, I will repay you. Another lizard man brought up the newly crafted spear. Everyone was surprised at first glance. The spear was made of metal. Brack personally presented the spear to those worthy of receiving it. The spearhead reflected the firelight as it was raised high. Roger did not forget to reward the others as well, especially those who resisted their desires and followed his advice. You all deserve to receive this spear. How wonderful. They accepted the spear with joyful hearts. The others all longed for and envied those honored to wield the new weapon. I want one too. Jian suddenly understood. I kept wondering what you were planning to do. Perhaps this is what you were thinking. Suddenly, she noticed a strange movement from Rag. He is holding a skull, signaling to those who have just received their weapons. All right, now each of you step forward. Without needing a reminder, he willingly performed the ritual to honor the deity, who will protect them. First, he put on the skull for himself, and the true warriors all knelt down together. The path to the future only leads to success through the perseverance and patience you have shown me. The next to be gifted is Dua, who declares, You have become a core soldier. He reluctantly puts the skull helmet on his head. With R's words ringing in his ears, this is the will of heaven. He couldn't help but tear up. Another dawn awaits them. The lizard god's army had been carefully arranged. Roger spoke up, Now I must leave this sanctuary. They have to leave the altar here, but the god is always with me, so I will no longer have to rely on a fixed place. Everyone looked back at the altar one last time. Rag shouted, Everyone, remember the nameless armored god in your hearts. He raised his slogan high. The journey ahead is not easy, but keep moving forward bravely, just as you have restrained your desire to eat water buffalo meat. If we keep persevering, we will reap the rewards. Everyone raised their spears in unison and advanced, each slogan fervent and resolute, pressing forward with determination. The nameless armored god is with us. Mullahs. Remembering the butterfly without a word of reminder, my words are also the will of the god. Roger felt the wind brush his nose, forced to leave the altar behind, still feeling guilty for the future of everyone. He silently prayed, Please forgive me. The nameless divine armor stood in reverence. The blue butterfly returns to its master. Nebula softly says, No need to apologize. Watching them grow has always been a pleasure for me. If you hadn't done that, I wouldn't have chosen you as a priest from the start. He reached out to touch the virtual screen, thinking that instead of adding a new system or developing a new organization, this was even better. Lizard Man, Trust level 47, Warrior level 23. Nebula squinted slightly, and Roger, your supernatural ability has finally been unlocked. Information about him appeared. Rack the Lizard Leader 714 level, Priest 12 level Warrior 23. He is quite pleased with this result. You performed very well and did not disappoint me. Rag was truly an unexpected beginning. From now on, you are the most complete start. The Lizardman army set out at dawn. By the time the scorching heat rose, Mon suddenly collapsed. Roger quickly noticed its condition and gently shook it awake, saying, You cannot collapse now. The astrologer spoke up. I guess he's exhausted. He asked the guide, Can we take a short break? He replied, There's no other way. We have to rest. So RCK loudly commanded everyone to stop. Warriors, signal to everyone. We will rest for a while. They immediately collapsed. Not everyone could withstand the unbearable heat. They whispered, If we follow along this mountain, can we reach the place I mentioned? Will resting a bit make us feel better? We don't even know what might happen. Let's rest first. I haven't eaten anything yet. Rag calmly looks into the distance. He asked the astrologer, Have I really been traveling for 3 days? He also looked tired. Yes, of course he cares about the exhaustion of the whole herd. 3 days, he knows the situation well. The whole pack is exhausted, and I'm running out of supplies too. Ragra is helpless. If we rely only on ourselves, we can only hope for a miracle from the gods. Suddenly, a scout ran up to report. Chief, a pack has appeared right in front of us. He hurriedly said, They are those scaleless bastards. A group of ORCs rushed through the narrow mountain path. The leader among them shouted excitedly. Well done, he shouted boldly to the ORCs behind him. Brothers, nothing can stop us here. Quickly leave this terrible place. He shouted loudly. What could be worse than that monster? They quickly passed through the canyon, but immediately saw Rag's group, which left the ORCs stunned. Huh? Rag and his troops behind him sneered. You don't seem real, and he even mocked you. No, I should say you're moths to the flame. The ORC group looked at the people across, and their faces began to tremble. Beneath the horned masks, the lizard warriors glared coldly. The orc leader looked around nervously, then dropped his weapon and quickly knelt on the ground facing Rag, saying, I apologize. He laid out some roots on the ground, his voice trembling as he explained, There's been a misunderstanding. We just want to quickly get out of those canyons. Ree asked again. Misunderstanding. The ORC leader hurriedly affirmed, Yes, the situation is urgent. Then he carefully explained their situation. We had to abandon our homes to escape. Thinking of the tribe members having to enter the forest, we wanted to find some food. Rag remained very alert. My father asked them, "Why did you run into the forest?" As he said this, he couldn't help but look at the deadly wasteland before him. The ORC leader hurriedly pointed in one direction. "Do you see that hill? Beyond the surrounding mountains lies the ORC village where we used to live." Although not wealthy, it was enough to eat. But then his tone grew somber. "Until that monster appeared," Roger asked the creature in astonishment. Elsewhere, Nebula was watching everything through the system screens with a somewhat somber tone, then muttered to himself, "A monster?" Not only that, he spoke as he reached out to touch a corner of the screen, where an image of a stone structure appeared. It was a stone box carved with a human face, guarded by two giant centipede-like monsters surrounding it. Nebula seemed intrigued. It was a terrifying abomination. The giant head of the monster appeared clearly on the screen, along with its detailed information. Ancient armored creature, terrifying level 9, strength 120 plus 3, intelligence 12 plus 3, friendliness 4 plus 3. The Lost World game describes it as a being created by ancient avatars. Even after the avatars disappeared, it still remained on Earth. The giant centipede crawled all over the ground, carrying a strange stone box on its back, along with other stone fragments along its body. On the high cliff, the ORC leader was pointing out the crack in the monster to the group. Following his direction, they immediately recognized the giant centipede coiled on the ground below. It was the abomination. The massive head of the beast was covered in sharp spikes. According to the system's information, the venomous fangs of the crustacean's power, the blessing of the forgotten incarnation, Nebula couldn't help but ponder, almost certain that this was an overwhelmingly powerful enemy for them. On the screen, the rat group is standing high above, watching the monster. Suddenly, it makes some strange noises. The lizard soldiers panicked as they realized the ground was shaking. The ORC leader, seemingly very experienced, tried to calm them down. "It's just babbling." The worried soldiers quickly turned to ask Jack for his opinion. "Should we turn back?" Rag asked the astrologer beside him again. "If we take the detour, how long will it take to get there?" Without hesitation, he replied, "If I enter the forest again and follow this mountain range, I think it will take 8 days. Roger hesitated, repeating 8 days. Meanwhile, Nebula, watching them, immediately noticed Roger's hesitation. Understandable. He looked at Roger's worried eyes as he glanced at his followers and guessed that he didn't know what to do. In a situation where the tribe members were all panicking, seeing the giant monster head on the screen, he thought to himself that taking a detour wasn't a bad idea, but he looked with interest at the group surrounding Rag. "What will you do now?" Rag stood here by the steep mountain cliff, silently watching them and then glancing at the rocks hanging precariously on the edge. John suddenly called to him from the side. "Chief, she insists that I must fight." Roger looked at her with a hint of admiration. According to the displayed information, John, level 3 warrior, level 1 judge, strength 26, intelligence 34, charisma 28, intuition 11. She confidently convinced him, "Right now, we have the advantage." At this point, not only did Rog look over in surprise, but even the ORC leader was taken aback. "An advantage, huh?" Gon calmly explained his intention. "Chief, do you remember the fastest way for a blacksmith to increase the temperature of metal?" By now, they had found a place to sit. Rag seriously asked her, "Blacksmith, did he use some special tool?" Ja immediately nodded. "Exactly." She just remembered the special tool shaped like a slightly bulbous tube and carefully explained to Rag that the tool is called a blowpipe, which helps draw in air and save effort. Rag thought about that for a moment. Then he understood her point. "You mean if I use it, I can gain strength without much effort?" Still, he reminded her that John the blacksmith had to think for a long time to design it. But John immediately retorted, "I don't need to use something complicated like that. A simple tool is more than enough." The abomination is currently curled up in a canyon, surrounded by steep cliffs with huge rocks hanging precariously over the edge. A large boulder next to the cliff face keeps trembling. It slowly inched closer to the edge of the cliff. With its movement, a few sounds echoed. 1, 2. Underneath the rock was a wooden log, which rested on another piece of wood. With a loud shout of 1, Gon and the tribe soldiers grabbed a large log, yelling to signal, "Breathe!" The 2 branches under the rock pushed hard, causing the rock to slowly move. The whole group cheered together. 1 push, 2 pulls, 1, 2, 1, 2. The entire lizard folk group took turns pushing the rocks to the edge of the cliff, aiming directly at the abomination curled below. In space, Nebula watched through the screen, recognizing their plan with some admiration, rolling the rocks down to crush it, a simple but clever idea. But to catch a crustacean of that level, as he thought about this, the abomination on the monitor began to lift its head. All the rocks must fall at once. Can they do it? The rocks above edged closer to the cliff's edge. John impatiently urged everyone, "Push the stones down faster. 1, 2. Along with that shout, the whole group pressed down hard on the wooden plank, causing the stone in front to be flung into the air. This made everyone even more excited. Would this work? A series of massive boulders tumbled down the cliffside all at once, and the abomination immediately sensed something was wrong, lifting its head to look up, only to face a huge rock hurtling toward it. The rock quickly struck its hard armored head. Following that, a rain of rolling stones poured down on the abomination, burying it. The lizard tribe from above watched eagerly and shouted, "Did we succeed?" But in space, Nebula whispered, "Not over yet, just as you said. The abomination has quickly risen." Rugger immediately realized the beast was enraged and charging forward at great speed. The soldiers quickly became alert as it charged up. They panicked, shouting and working together to push the remaining wooden beams. Push all the remaining rocks quickly. But in space, Nebula let out a sigh. Too late. He stood up from the chair, passed through space, and entered Rag's body. The nameless armored beetle, a soldier holding a wooden stick, suddenly felt it being snatched from his hand. Just as he turned back, R gathered his strength and pressed the wooden beam firmly to the ground, easily knocking aside the rock in front while the terrified soldier signaling for a third rock from the side. While Nebula controlled Jay to quickly charge in another direction, he grabbed the rock in front with his bare hands, muscles straining to the max, pushing the rock forward and shouting, "Push it, just follow my lead." With that shout, two massive boulders thundered down from above onto the abomination's head. The beast immediately bared its teeth, fiercely ready to fight back. Nebula couldn't help but comment, "But I don't think it will surrender easily." He gripped the spear tightly, then leapt into the air amid John's terrified scream. Rogger Nebula channeled all his strength into the spear in his hand, then threw it straight down, piercing through both giant boulders, aiming directly at the abomination. Immediately, shattered pieces of stone flew everywhere. The spear shattered the human-headed carved box on the abomination's back and pierced straight into it. The beast howled in pain, then its scream seemed to freeze, as a massive stone came crashing down right in front of it. The giant rock slammed directly into the beast, sparking as it hit, cracking its entire body. Another giant rock immediately followed, crushing the entire body of the beast. John and the other soldiers watched the unfolding scene, stunned and speechless. Meanwhile, Nebula and the body landed on the ground. The giant body of the abomination fell down right after. Nebula returned to her space and finally exhaled. Good, the monster has been hunted. In the valley, the abomination was completely defeated. The system notification also confirmed, "Monster Hunt, your tribe has defeated the abomination, the ancient armored beast." The lizard tribe members were overjoyed with their recent victory. Even Nebula had her own reason to be happy. "My threshold points have increased, but I've gained something even more important." He excitedly looked at the item just sent by the system. A new reward, a hunting reward. Nebula feels extremely satisfied. This is why I wanted to catch it in the first place. In his hand was an orb of energy glowing bright red. The abomination essence. Each god has resources suited to their domain. Although this can be created from faith, to make something that does not exist, rare materials are needed. If I can obtain this essence, I can create a spirit beast. That giant creature will stand on the altar, receiving the worship and devotion of the followers. A spirit beast is a machine that generates faith resources, conveying the god's message through its very existence. Moreover, it has the ability to grow. The information panel about the spirit beast also includes features like strength, stamina, friendliness, and intelligence. If the spirit beast is trained to a higher level, it can even acquire roles like apostle or avatar. Nebula looked at that information and couldn't help but ponder. Is the crafting method the same as in the previous game? He looked at the glowing red essence in his hand and quickly made a decision. Then, this is what I should create. The lizard tribe members carefully examined the giant corpse of the abomination. Jeon even tore off one of its legs, wondering, "Can you eat the meat of this monster?" It smelled a bit strong, but she bit into it anyway and honestly said it was edible, though not great, then carefully examined another piece. But it seemed hard to eat raw. Jeon suggested, "If so, let's try adding other ingredients." She excitedly thought about ways to cook it. "We can add some rosemary and cook it over fire to mask the fishy smell of the meat." Right after, a bowl of rosemary marinated meat was prepared. Rag took the first bite and happily said, "It's a bit bland but quite good." Jeon, sitting across from him, said, "I just cooked it." Rag was a bit surprised. "Cook how?" She picked up a sprig of rosemary and simply explained, "This dish is cooked and then sprinkled with rosemary on top." Roger eagerly suggested to her, "The scent is so strong I'm not sure if I should throw it away." "Cooking it is fine. I also want to learn how to cook. You teach me, okay?"
Jeon also agreed comfortably. "All right."
Then, while RCK was taking another piece, she called out to Rag again. Joan steered the conversation back to the ORCs. "I see the ORC tribe chief already has a successor." Ray nodded thoughtfully. "Yes." Just as he was about to take a bite of the meat, Jeon suddenly said, "You should find a fiancé for yourself too." Those words successfully turned RCK to stone on the spot. John, seemingly unaware of his expression, continued calmly, "You're not young anymore. Isn't this a very important matter for our tribe?" Roger looked extremely embarrassed. "What do you mean by fiancé?" Jeon was unhesitant and continued to ask directly, "If you've never thought about that, then how do you see me?" Roger seemed cornered. He was silent and thoughtful for a moment before suddenly looking up. "That thing!" Seeing this, John eagerly asked him, "Why didn't you notice the bright golden light shining behind you?" Roger looked at the glowing golden tablet and reminded her, "John, there's something behind you. A tablet that looks like it's made of solid gold, engraved with ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs." The whole group watched it with curiosity. Rag seriously observed that it looked like something from inside the architecture on the monster's back. Rua bit into the tablet, then firmly declared that it was not edible. The spirit bird also recognized the material of the tablet. This metal is gold. John nearby agreed with him, saying he had seen it before. Once a blacksmith showed me many different types of metals. She looked at the other surface covered in hieroglyphs on the tablet and added, if cleaned properly, it will shine with a beautiful metallic luster. I heard the color lasts through time, so I think they're more valuable than other metals. Dua didn't think this was anything special. What if it doesn't wear down? What kind of metal is both soft and heavy? I can't even eat it. Zhang Jingjia quickly comforted him. Do you want to go deer hunting around here? He enthusiastically described it as a hoofed animal with antlers like tree branches, and its meat is very sweet and delicious. The OS tribe members just said they saw deer tracks. He was captivated by those words, immediately returned the tablet, and excitedly shouted, then we have to go right away. Mom says sepalon. Roger was at a loss for words when he saw a clear ring of teeth marks on the golden tablet, while Rua eagerly asked, isn't the chief going? Rag quickly refused. No, you all should go ahead. Then he looked at the tablet in his hand again, thinking to himself, metal that doesn't wear down? A streak of red blood ran down the stone, on which lay a dead deer. That image made R unable to stop thinking. Everything dies, decomposes, and disappears. Nothing in this world is permanent or unchanging. He looked at the deer carcass before him, then at the plaque in his hand, feeling it was hard to believe. Yet this gold plate showed no tarnish, and he suddenly thought about what the creator wanted to preserve. Roger stared at it intently as if searching for a secret, wondering to himself, what could this be? Just then, Joan approached from behind, interrupting his thoughts. Tribe leader, everyone in the clan is getting ready to rest. Roger was slightly startled and turned around. Ah, Roy seemed curious and asked her. I haven't told them where I'm going yet, but you already found out. But John responded as if it were obvious. Yes, the only relative wearing a fur coat around here is you. R silently looked at the fur coat he was wearing, then asked her doubtfully, you told me to wear this, didn't you? On nodded comfortably. Yes, because you are the chief. I want you to look different. Not only that, she also carried a sense of reverence and added that the chief was like a symbol. That idea made RCK feel somewhat intrigued. The sky symbol had turned to night, and the color of the dead deer was beginning to be swarmed by flies. Rugger still held the tablet, sitting in front of it, lost in thought. Life is full of dangers, and this will eventually disappear over time. He suddenly jolted and looked over, then wondered in amazement, what is this? Seeing the flies drawing strange symbols in the air, Rugger stared at them intently, his mind racing with speculation. Was it an illusion? No, it doesn't matter. Their movements matched the markings on the stone. Realizing that, he quickly grabbed a nearby branch, something that never fades. A symbol. If so, it's not gold that doesn't wear out, but the immortal. RCK thought as he used the branch to draw again on the ground. He sat lost in thought beside that rock until the sun rose high again. John was sleeping, suddenly startled when he realized someone was calling him. She immediately sat up, realizing it was RCK, and feeling a bit surprised. Chief, is something wrong? He whispered softly, I have something to show you. On the empty patch of ground where Rag had been lost in thought all night. The two of them huddled together. Rugger used a stick to draw a figure on the ground and explained, this is me. Jaw still didn't understand and asked again, is it Rak? He is a bit confused. Yeah. This is the male lizard god. John still doesn't understand. He continued, please explain. Then he drew another shape on the ground. And here is the female. On the ground is a shape that looks like a cup. John was starting to understand now. You mean I'm a female lizard deity? Rag quickly nodded. That's right. He drew an equal sign connecting the two shapes he had just drawn. Ah, John murmured in surprise. What is this? She turned to ask him. Rag smiled. He looked at the drawings on the ground and gently explained, it means we walk together. Then he turned sincerely to her and said, and this is my answer to you. Jaw immediately snatched the branch from RCK's hand. She circled around the outside of the symbols just drawn, then asked in a low voice, Ragrak, do you understand the meaning of what you just said? Rag smiled and tilted his head slightly in affirmation. Of course I know. And so Rock's tribe invented writing. Nebula smiled with satisfaction and praise. Good. He glanced at the observation screen, thinking to himself that to fully develop, they would need to go through several generations. But this was very good for the early stages of the game. Roger was diligently sharpening his spear while Nebula pondered quietly. Now, RCK suddenly sees a herd of deer grazing in front of him and immediately charges to attack them, ready to enjoy the festival. On the surface, it looks like a normal hunt. Rua stood outside cheering enthusiastically, but catching a big prey would help him showcase his skills in front of the others. That is how the lizard people celebrate their weddings. Rag brought back a big deer, and the whole tribe rejoiced like at a festival. He happily clapped hands with his tribe members. Suddenly, Jack and the others were all stunned. Now we can expect consistent successes among them. Jian silently and cleverly sets the trap. She easily caught a deer without even breaking a sweat. Rugger was so shocked he stood there with his mouth wide open. At the high mountain ridges near the land station, the lizardfolk tribe had just finished devouring the monster. Dion asked with concern, "Are you really okay?" R smiled brightly and replied calmly, "Of course. After all, that monster was an obstacle I had to face." He asked skeptically, "You say this used to be your land? You can come back to live here like you used to?" The orc chief was at a loss for words. His expression changed and his eyes welled up with tears of emotion. The ORC chief bowed sincerely. "Thank you. Thank you very much." He turned and pointed behind him, introducing, "This is my son, the next chief of our tribe." The ORC leader cheerfully suggested, "We know this area better, so why not let my son guide you?" Everyone immediately agreed. Not a bad idea. He calmly recounted, "We used to live in fear of monsters and larger tribes harassing us." The ORC leader smiled brightly. "But thanks to you, we have overcome that, and we will never forget this kindness." Rag smiled softly and nodded in acceptance. Sunlight streamed down through the vast green forest when suddenly a call echoed throughout the woods. "Chief, there's something over here. On the ground is a five-toed footprint like that of a frog." Rag sat down to look closely, his expression probing. He turned to ask the astrologer, "Do you know what this is?" He seemed uncertain and replied, "Probably." The astrologer observed for a moment and concluded that the frogs walked on two legs. They were frog people. Roger opened his eyes wide in amazement and repeated, "Frog people?" The astrologer began to analyze. They have two types, good and bad, and they can also speak and think like us. It seems they went out to scout. They must have combat experience. Roger closed his eyes and thought. Frog footprints overlapped on the ground. He added, "The tracks show there are more than 5 of them. Their tribe is bigger than ours." He immediately stood up, turned around, and ordered to return to the camp to hide temporarily. Darkness gradually fell, a torch blazing brightly in the air. The lizard tribe's camp was perfectly built. Roger went around demanding, "We need to set up the camp as wide and as large as possible." They responded, "Yes, chief," a godling asked curiously. "Joan, do we really have to do that?" She calmly replied, "It's necessary." "The other tribes seem larger than ours," she said, turning to suggest to Rack beside her. "We need more scouts and guards. He's moving while keeping watch. Let's do it together, but make sure everyone gets a fair share of the work." Gon cautiously looked up to confirm that other tribes were definitely watching us. The lizard tribe's home glowed brightly in the night, while a few frogs silently observed from afar. A few days after settling in, they were lucky not to encounter any frogs. The sunlight shone down on the forest. During that time, they prepared many things to ensure the safety of the tribe. By now, many other players must have been more successful than them. The forest had also become greener. A group of lizard people diligently went out to herd livestock. Livestock farming went smoothly, and the houses quickly adapted to environmental changes. Meanwhile, another group worked tirelessly building homes, caring and supporting each other with great unity. The most impressive thing was that they quickly developed their own writing system. Strange characters began to be clearly carved on large stones. The characters were shared among tribe members through a primitive map combining traditional hunting marks and symbols. They eagerly exchanged ideas about these strange characters. They also quickly harvested more food. Rag kept track of each person's daily harvest. Although they had plenty of food, they still didn't feel satisfied. I had done more than 100 others. A lizard god thinks to himself, "Not enough, I have to gather more." And that is a powerful driving force. Nebula leisurely admired the achievements of her tribe. It was truly an amazing development. The locusts in the center of the continent are gradually growing. They swarm in large numbers, and the insects are also expanding their nests in the south. It formed a locust swarm. He was quietly pleased, thinking that the insect territory had reached level 4, a method he had never dreamed of achieving because of other players. Nebula became aware of where she was on Earth and wondered, but since she was in a remote area in the east, she should take advantage of Rag's abilities and the tribe's stats. He quietly analyzed that Rag was currently above average. Suddenly, Nebula stood up, but this was just the beginning. He looked down at the beautiful world below, wondering what would happen next, if it would be even more dangerous than anything he had ever faced. Cut to the lizard tribe settlement, where a lizard man rushes in, shouting, "Chief, there's a big problem!" Rag calmly glances at the lizard man and shouts back, "The frog people are on their way here!" This shocking news left Krung full of astonishment. Deep inside the forest, the frog people walked in quietly. The frogs dressed flamboyantly strode arrogantly forward, facing Rag, Jaun, and Ur, who narrowed their eyes warily. So those are the frogs. Wait! Suddenly, he saw a brown-scaled lizard person across from him and couldn't help but wonder, is that a lizard person? Rag was stunned. Why were there lizard people among the frog tribe? Could they have come to negotiate peace? The frog tribe and the lizard people meet. Sun smiles warmly and introduces himself. "I am Sunan, son of the great chief," then continues kindly, "We have no intention of fighting you, lizard." Seeing no danger, Raga raised his hand to order his people to lower their weapons. In his heart, he silently judged that the man seemed polite. Raga calmly introduced himself. "I am Chief Raga, and we have no intention of pointing swords at you." He furrowed his brow and asked, "Why have you come here?" Sun glanced at Oh Boy beside him, who nodded slightly, then spoke frankly, "We're here to inform you that you're invading our territory." Roger smiled and asked, Really? He argued, I don't think this entire land belongs to you. When I arrived, there was no sign indicating any territory. Rack bowed politely. Still, we never tried to find them. So I truly apologize. Sun was momentarily stunned when RCK's actions didn't go as he expected. He asked gently, But this is different because we come from a place very far from here. Since we still have nowhere to go, can we settle here? Sun began to hesitate. But that didn't let him finish his sentence. R smiled and interrupted. He is Sunan, the son of the great clan chief Roy. He didn't forget to emphasize that you must be the only one with the authority to decide on our requests, right? Sun, pleased by the praise, replied, Yes, as the heir to the clan chief, that is possible. Seeing that he didn't respond as planned, Boy and the frog people could only be speechless. Rag pursed his lips, silently certain. Just as I thought, they were sent by the clan leader to watch over us. He smoothly shifted his gaze, looking at those happily smiling with the frog tribe members. Since there are many questions, I need to carefully gather information from them. Thinking this, R immediately suggested inviting them. This place doesn't seem suitable for talking. Why don't we go to my village to show some hospitality? He smiled brightly. My tribe all agree to say no to hatred. We should celebrate this. Sun hesitated and slowly replied, I think that's not a bad idea. Suddenly he cleared his throat and changed his mind. I mean, thank you, but there is still not enough trust between us, Roger said regretfully. So, I can't just chase away the benefactor who helped my lizard tribe. He made another friendly suggestion. So why don't we have a meal together? Sunan began to glance sideways uncertainly. The frog beside him shook his head slightly, showing no objection, so he stopped hesitating and said, I think it's fine. A plump pig roasted over the fire. Roger and Sunan chatted cheerfully, but he didn't forget his purpose, thinking to himself, Now I need to find out what connection that lizard god has with the frog people and what their purpose here is. While Sunan was not paying attention, he glanced at him, but I can't let them know I'm curious about that. If I reveal my thoughts, they'll use it as an excuse to attack. Rhaegar pointed at his red shirt and asked curiously, What are those big feathers on your neck? Sunan replied cheerfully, Oh, this. He flared his nostrils and introduced, These are Koka's feathers. Rack blinked in surprise and asked again. Kokas, Sunan started showing off once more, but predicted, You don't know, do you? They are large, dangerous two-legged birds that live in this forest. He seemed enlightened. Oh, he described those creatures as not only large but also very venomous, making them hard to catch. Besides their speed, their movements are also very complex. That's why we guard this area, he asked intently. Because they're very hard to catch, right? Do you use spears? Hearing this strange weapon, Sunan asked in confusion. What is a spear? Roger also asked in confusion, his eyes wide open. Then he raised his hand and said, I'll show you. Someone bring the bow here quickly, Rag wondered curiously. A bow and arrow? Sun called out to the lizard. Hey, Owen, if you have nothing to do, can you bring me the bow and arrow? He quickly replied. All right, got it. R, focus and observe. Owen brought the bow and arrows, took the bow, and said, I need to ask you for something else too. He asked, confused. What is it? Jun pointed at the tree trunk opposite. Why don't you hang a target over there for me to practice shooting at? He replied indifferently. All right. Familiar with holding the target, he stepped up to the tree and a sharp arrow whistled through the air, piercing straight into the target that had just been set up. Rag stood behind, applauding. That was spot on. Sun confidently wanted to block the arrow. We have been taught archery since we were kids. Not to brag, but I'm the best marksman in the tribe. He unexpectedly complimented me. Impressive. Can I try the bow? He generously handed the bow to R. Of course, he politely accepted. Thank you, Sun didn't forget to remind me. It might be a bit difficult the first time. Rag struggled with the bow in his hands, thinking to himself about it. After a while, he finally stabilized his stance. In R's mind, he silently assessed that the grip and string were very sturdy. The force was weaker than a spear, but he could carry several arrows with him. He released his grip, the bowstring snapped back, sending the arrow flying. They were more accurate than spears and could be shot faster too. But the arrow plunged into the ground halfway there. R began to get curious and wanted to learn more about this weapon. He started shooting another arrow again, but no matter how many arrows he shot, he couldn't hit the target. Damn it, Sun laughed it off. It's not that easy. Owen, what are you doing? Go pick up the arrow, Owen replied immediately. Oh, he quickly went to pick up the arrow. Rhaegar felt guilty. Because I shot it, I have to go pick it up, he replied without hesitation. Well, just think of him as helping you. He walked over to Owen quietly, wanting to learn more about the arrow. R quickly sat down beside him, picking up the arrows while asking, Your name is Owen, right? He was startled. Ah, yes. Seeing N's expression, he immediately felt confused. He was panicking. How strange. Meanwhile, RCK curiously asked, Why is a lizard man living in a frog tribe? Ogun stammered, Well, because he said while picking up, We live together with many races in one village, lizard people and frog people. He's confused. Why is he awkwardly explaining? Because they can support each other. Rag widened his eyes and asked back, Support each other? Wynn smiled warmly. It's thanks to that we can live together in harmony. Roger asked with great curiosity, How can we possibly help each other? Ogun hesitated before answering. Then he explained. In exchange for the protection of the frogs, you can help them in difficult situations. Frogs cannot leave the water for long periods. But the lizard people are skilled climbers and gatherers. Sharing food with them would be a very good deal. On the other side, Sunan is very friendly and sociable with the lizard people who grill meat. Raga retorted, but we lizard people know how to protect ourselves, so we don't need your protection. Owen explained. No, this forest is very dangerous. The Enroy frogs are the largest tribe in this forest. He smiled brightly, saying if it weren't for them, I wouldn't have survived. He paused for a moment, then frowned threateningly. Forget what I just said. I was asking how you became such a skilled archer. The grilled meat was just done, its aroma filling the air. Sunan took a large rib and tasted it. He showed extreme delight, constantly praising it. I'm used to the taste of venison, but adding herbs made it even better. Raga chewed and replied, I'm glad it suits your taste. He handed Sunan another piece of meat. Have you ever eaten water buffalo meat? Sunan's eyes immediately lit up. Water buffalo, I've eaten it before. It's been a long time since I caught one, but it's very delicious. Raga spoke up. We call it a live water buffalo. This left him stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. He put the rib in his mouth, trying to gain some advantage. If you want, I can trade it for a quiver of arrows, Sun replied without hesitation. If it were for a living water dragon, of course. But suddenly, he hesitated, thinking of his father, then changed his mind. I cannot agree to that. Rag still hesitated. Really? What a disappointment. Sun awkwardly mediated, saying that once our relationship grows closer, we can discuss these matters later. He gestured into the distance. Fortunately, the members of our tribe don't seem hostile toward the lizard people. Look, the lizard people and frog people are happily chatting and socializing together. They are not only friendly with you who came here with us, but also with all the lizard warriors. Because the two species live together in our village. He called out, Hey, Sun, excitedly explaining how we've been helping each other these past few months.
He happily stood up, of course, as long as it could help strengthen the friendship between the two species. Rock was quietly observing everything, thinking to himself that just as he predicted, he mentioned this so easily, as if they had prepared for it beforehand.
Seeing Owen cheerfully telling the story, if I hadn't questioned that guy thoroughly first, I would have been deceived by their words. As fast as lightning, the sun was slowly setting. It was a pleasure to meet you. Rager suggested that next time we visit you, instead of you having to travel such a long way. Sun was surprised. Oh, of course, but then changed his mind. Never mind. This place is big enough to see the whole area. He happily waved goodbye. On this side, R and his tribe warmly waved back, waiting for Sunan to place a hand on Owen's shoulder and whisper something that frightened him. Causing him to look for help, he quickly realized and asked, Did you see that? Ja replied briefly. Yes. Watching Sun cling to Owen, Rag concluded that didn't look like an equal relationship between the two. The sunset fell beside the lake as Owen was slapped hard by Sun, who pointed and shouted, You think I don't know? Sun angrily cursed. Why did you tell the chief of the lizard men? He trembled as he covered my face. I didn't tell him anything. I was used to lowering my head and stammering my answers. He asked me how to become a good archer, and I just answered him. Oh boy stepped up from behind and kicked Owen right in the stomach. What kind of excuse is that? You can't even shoot a proper arrow. He clutched his stomach in pain, his voice trembling. It was the truth, but if I told him, it would make him less suspicious. Sun thought that made sense. Yeah, that's true. He tried to justify himself, so I pretended I couldn't tell him and said if he wanted to learn, he'd have to pay the price. He asked curiously, So what did that guy say? He answered honestly, he said he was sorry there was nothing he could give me and then didn't ask anymore. Sun and Oi exchanged a glance, signaling each other, and he praised, No wonder he's such a sharp con artist. Owen, he remained silent. Sunan called out, Listen up. Owen replied cautiously. Yes, master. He smiled slyly. You still remember what was on that island or not? Owen startled and nodded repeatedly. He looked across to the island opposite, where there were a few huts and some guards. Sunan frowned dangerously. You're quite lucky. Owen, on the other side of the hut is the lizard tribe crowded together. Everyone was sad and scared. I had planned to turn those kids into sacrifices. They were locked inside the huts and guarded closely by two large frogs. But a new sacrifice found its way here on its own. He didn't forget to emphasize it, did he? Owen was unwilling but still had to obey. Yes, his eyes were filled with sadness mixed with hatred. I'm truly lucky. Since I'm bold enough to speak up, I'll do my best to deceive them. Evening by the island on the lake. Owen sat dazed by the shore, lost in thought. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have tried so hard to come all the way here. They should have welcomed us with open arms. Even though there are racial differences, I have to admit it now. He was focused, or at least when they brought us to the Brotherhood ceremony and told us to stay together forever on the island. Eyes wide open, gazing into the distance, calculating. The remaining 200 lizardmen cannot withstand the 1,500 frogs. Moreover, you imagine the fierce monster with sharp, piercing eyes. It hungrily gazed at the lizard children below. That god was the two-headed dragon, and they had another god supporting them. The lizard tribe children ran in terror as the two-headed dragon bared its terrifying fangs, cruelly devouring them with blood splattered everywhere. A two-headed monster can control and manipulate the frog people, who are covered in fresh blood, fearfully looking at that terrifying creature. E furrowed his brows helplessly, staring up at the sky, just like how the frog people control us. This truth will not change. He thought of RCK. We have no way to change this reality. The chieftain of the Black Scale tribe seems to be a strong warrior, but despite having 600 people in the tribe, Owen grimly thinks they are just savages who don't even know what a bow and arrow is. As long as they are sacrificed first, we might survive a little longer. The lizard-kin children over here are sleeping soundly. Owen silently vowed, "Wait for me. My son, I will make those lizard people come here." The next morning, Rua led a large water buffalo. Sun immediately brightened, eyes sparkling. "It's a water buffalo, a living water buffalo." Roger smiled. "I said this water buffalo is still alive, which is enough to trade for the bow." Sunan immediately withdrew his thoughtful expression from earlier. "Bow?" In interrupted with a suggestion. "Instead, how about we get to know each other better before exchanging weapons?" he proposed. "All right," he continued, "and we don't know anything about the Black Deer tribe either, so would you like to visit our village?" The chief smiled brightly and set the condition. "In that case, we can gift you a bow. This is a good opportunity to get to know each other. Do you see that? An arrow flies swiftly through the air, but its trajectory dips down and strikes the grass." Roger frowned and asked, "How about this time?" Jaw quickly reported, "We only reached half the usual arrow shooting distance." He's frustrated, and there's no accuracy at all. He looks at the bow in his hand, thinking the simulation can only do so much. It looks right, but who knows what kind of sinew they used to make it. Jaeon in the back announced that the 5th meeting was about to take place, and it seemed they wanted to learn more about us. He replied calmly, "That's right, but in fact, they are hiding something behind the surface of what they call faith. Maybe they are deliberately playing tricks." Sun looked at the arrow stuck in the ground and said, "The problem is I don't know how their organization works. I still need to stay on high alert." Rag glanced at her. "This time, we have to achieve something. Have you gathered the herbs yet?" Jian quickly responded, "There's an herbalist who knows where they grow abundantly." He turned back and praised, "Well done. That Owen guy, I wish he were the key to the problem." She made the suggestion. "Then why don't you give him a chance?" Joan handed over a paper with characters written on it. Roger seems amused. "An opportunity, huh?" The sunset descended by the lake. Oh boy tightened his grip around Owen's neck as he struggled to pry the man's hands away. "I followed your orders, but this time it didn't work either." Sun ordered to let go and leave. "Oh boy, if not, he really would have died," the man replied calmly. "At this rate, he won't die yet. He's struggling to breathe, but still manages a smile, his voice trembling. "Oh, those black-scaled lizard men are more cautious than I thought." "Oh boy." Lifted his chin with a cold smile. "Aren't they just like those who follow orders blindly without knowing anything? Just like you?" Owen forced a smile. Right. He waved his hand, flinging him to the ground with utter contempt. Then Oh Boy turned and walked away. "Sunan, I'm leaving now." Sunan looked at the person coughing weakly on the ground and replied calmly, "All right." He gave a grim order to hurry up. Owen said we need to speed up the live sacrifice ritual. He froze in shock upon hearing the news. Sunan calculated seriously. "The more clues we get from them, the better. We definitely have to invite that chieftain and his soldiers to the village." Owen asked hesitantly. "Why do we have to do that?" he thought to himself. "This is probably insider news from the frogs. I need to listen carefully." He rubbed his chin and explained, "My father's and the elders' conditions have worsened. I can't delay any longer." Owen frowned and wondered, "Are they sick? Could it be that itchy disease? Is it really that dangerous?" Cut to the frog tribe chief, his whole body covered in white patches, constantly itching. Sunan rubbed his head helplessly, as the lizard people were not supposed to know about this. It wasn't supposed to be a big deal. "All right, this itching disease is very serious. On the lake, a row of houses are built close together. The frog people kept scratching. If infected, not only would they itch all over, but a white mucus would also coat their bodies." He glanced into the distance, and no matter how much he tried to wipe it away, it didn't disappear. In fact, it spread even more. The longer the slime clings to you, the harder it becomes to breathe. And then you die. The elders watched in shock as their clansmen collapsed to the floor. "Yesterday a priest died from this itching disease," Owen thought to himself in confusion. "This is the first time I've heard that itching is a deadly disease, so why would he tell a lizard like me about it?" Watching the frog Babylon, it's serious. He's figured it out. Sunan is testing me. I shouldn't show surprise or joy. Anne pretended to ponder. This news must not reach the lizard people, for among them there are surely those who despise the frogs. Sunan calmly replied, "It's only natural. I can't hide it forever." He smiled kindly, saying that even if this news spreads, there will be a way to control the lizard people. I can say that they are also at risk of contracting this disease. He glanced indifferently, as if to say, "Not bad, but this news probably won't get out, right?" Sunan talked about the herbs, mentioning a powder that foams white when crushed, and some grasses that cause itching. "Naturally, since I'm the one who communicates with the frogs the most, I just have to pretend I heard it from you." He replied with satisfaction, "Exactly." Sunan smiled brightly and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Owen, you really are a trickster. How did you come up with that?" Owen just forced a smile. He leaned close to his ear and whispered, This time, if you can lure the black-scaled lizard gods, your children will no longer be sacrificed. Quinn immediately thanked him. Thank you very much. Sun smiled as he walked away, saying, I'm afraid this time it will take many sacrifices, so you should try your best to persuade them. He ran after him, calling, Sir? Sun asked irritably. What's going on? He hesitated. I know this request is difficult, but he timidly added, regarding the negotiation, I really think we should bring at least a few bows. Sun sneered, clearly annoyed, and quickly moved on to the goods and weapons exchange. Rua Hung Fan held up the steel plate, praising, Impressive, it's pretty sturdy. So that's okay? You smirked, it's really sturdy, but how can you craft with something this hard? Roger introduced several carefully wrapped bags of medicine. These are the herbs that itch. He casually asked if this amount was enough to trade for a bow. Oh looked at the pile of herbs in amazement. They have gathered all the herbs in this area. Sun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. No, it's more than enough. He glanced at the weapon exchange, knowing that at some level of faith it was quite difficult. Hearing that, Rock muttered, It's about faith again. He glanced quietly before making his condition. Sunan, the son of this great Onroy, because of the faith of both tribes, I have a request. He smiled politely. Please, go ahead. Roger pointed at Owen. I want to speak with Owen alone. Anne gave a meaningful look, signaling him to go ahead. Owen smiled and nodded slightly. They quickly moved into the forest. He is enthusiastic, the gray-brown god of ours. Before joining the frog people, he performed a brotherhood bonding ritual. Rag asked, confused, What do you mean? Owen smiled warmly. We had known each other for some time before. He smiled. Please tell me about yourself first, and I will also reveal information about the frog to you. Wen paused and asked, Have you lifted your suspicion now? Suddenly, a blue butterfly flew above their heads. It hovered in the air, then gently landed on Owen's head. He looked at it with confusion. What kind of butterfly is that? Rag briefly froze as he watched the butterfly fly away, a slight smile curling on his lips before he spoke. Yes, there are many doubts between us, but let's put an end to them. Rag caught the blue butterfly in his hand and held it out to Owen. And I will tell you everything about us. Owen, Sunan shouted excitedly. You've worked hard. Well done. I've gained more than I put in. He was visibly delighted. Those fools will come to our village on their own? Owen forced a smile. Yes. Old boy spoke slowly. When they said they would show us their village, I wondered if it was a trap, but it turned out they were really stupid. Roger warmly introduced his village to the frog tribe, allowing me to learn its location, size, and even their medical history. Oh, the analysis is spot on. Contrary to the spy's report, their tribe doesn't have 600 people. In reality, there are only about 300, including 30 warriors. Sun could not hide his excitement and replied loudly. Yes, he was delighted. I didn't expect them to trust me so much. It's all thanks to Owen. Sunan asked happily, What reward do you want? He replied nervously, I just need you to keep your promise. Hearing that, he began to feign ignorance. A promise. What promise did I make? Owen hesitated. You promised that if I did this well, I wouldn't have to be a sacrifice anymore. He also said he would let us reunite. Obi wondered. He promised him that? Sun laughed it off. Don't be so rigid, boy. My father will understand. You don't have to be so harsh with the lizard god. You have to show them what benefits they'll gain if they submit to me. He raised his hand in confirmation. Don't worry, I will keep my word. He bowed respectfully. Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you. The sun slowly set toward the horizon. Ao sat in the same spot staring at the island across, quietly glad that his wish would come true and he would live with the children. An smiled. That's enough, no problem. Just take a stick and write something on the ground. This is the fault of that stupid chief. Owen drew a straight line on the ground. That guy Rag should have been more cautious. After a while, he had written a few pictographic symbols. What is this? Roger smiled softly and said, We call this writing. My tribe and I created it. Ogun was skeptical of writing. He began to analyze. This symbol represents a house, and this one means food. Roger drew a cross mark, which means no or not allowed. Next is a symbol quite similar to the root sign. This one means fake or lie. Wen curiously asked if you could write the two characters side by side. Rag replied confidently. Of course, he pointed to the character in the sand. If you put these two characters side by side, they form not lying, or in other words, the truth. Then R suddenly realized the compliment. Wait, why didn't I think of that before? You're really smart, he smiled modestly. You flatter me too much. Owen thought of Sunan's words, that no matter how smart he was still just a fraud. He smiled quietly, wondering why he kept appearing in his mind. Owen vaguely guessed that the word writing was never mentioned during that meeting. Why did they talk to him and not the frog back then? Roger bowed his head and continued writing. Because of faith, Owen? He flinched slightly. He slowly circled around. The shared faith between the lizard folk and the Onroy tribe, but what truly interests me is the trust between you and me. Wen was stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. He stammered awkwardly. No need. Between the frog people and the lizard people, you all... Suddenly, he leaned forward and called out, Owen, I don't believe a word you say about the frog people. There is probably much more to the story. Rhaegar spoke seriously. My tribe and I have endured pain. We understand what it means to be isolated and abandoned. He spoke with understanding and conviction. We are just like you. I know the expression of someone in pain. He awkwardly covers his face and turns away. Rag wondered, did I say something wrong? Win forced a smile. Don't you have something else to say? He smiled brightly and replied, that's all. I have seen signs of faith before. Now I analyze the present in detail. He seems very confident, but there's no way he can defeat so many frogs and evil spirits. His figure is lonely, and though he always boasts about his monster-catching feats, it's useless against those who have actually seen real monsters. They don't even know how to use a bow, let alone the secret weapons that warriors possess. The bright moonlight shines down on the deep blue sky, reflecting on the calm river. Telling me about their writing without thinking was already a foolish decision. Un stood up. You shouldn't trust someone like me. He strode away. Long was still lost in thought. No, why does he still want to trust me? Looking at the characters on the sand, I was just a fraud. By the next morning, the characters had already faded quite a bit. The frog tribe hurriedly, quickly. The black-scaled lizard god has arrived. The footsteps of the lizard god lightly touched the ground. Rag walked over with serious confidence. Sunan eagerly greeted him. Welcome, my friend. He replied politely. Thank you for your hospitality. Roger smiled warmly, hoping this trade would strengthen the bond between the two tribes even more. He responded warmly. Me too. He gently explained. Forgive me for bringing weapons here. I was worried about encountering the cheese fish on the way. Sunan didn't really care about this. It's fine. Sunan secretly rejoiced. You fool. Even if I tell you that you can't use a spear to fight against the fish goblin, you won't believe it. When the feast begins, I'll get you drunk and then shoot you with a poisoned arrow. Rag looked around curiously and asked, Where's Owen? Sun turned around and gave the order. Prepare the feast. Owen from the Black Scale clan has arrived. At the banquet preparations, Owen is busy drawing something on the ground with the stick. Here he is. It looks like he's writing something on the ground. It seems they have finished preparing the seating for you. He is showing his hospitality. Please have a seat. Feel free to continue your conversation. I'll go check if the food is ready, Rag replied with a smile. All right. He went to call him and greeted him warmly. Has he arrived? He replied softly. Yes, Owen reminded. The place where I wrote the words is exactly where you are sitting, he emphasized as he left and the warriors took their seats. The feast is about to begin. He looked at the characters on the sand in amazement. Owen calmly continued, This is a feast to boost the spirit of peace and friendship between the two tribes. He lifted the wooden staff off the ground. Rag immediately understood and called out quickly and clearly. With him wearing the mask, his sharp eyes gave the order. Let's begin. Rua immediately drew his weapon upon receiving the order. Ro immediately threw it straight at a frogman standing in the distance. The spear pierced through him, and he went motionless. The frog people around were stunned by the scene. Ragrak decisively ordered, Kill all the frog people for me. The lizard tribe immediately charged forward, ruthlessly sending the frog tribe to their doom. They panicked and shouted loudly, No way. Did you know in advance? The lizard people hadn't finished their sentence when he was already dead. Bright red blood splattered across Rag's face. After a while, they all lay motionless. Ragnar looked around with satisfaction. It seemed everything was clear. Rua finished the mission and turned to report. We're done here too. While I was attacking the soldiers, many frogs fled. Sun also escaped, and arrows are about to fill the sky. You confidently presented your case, but there's no need to worry about that. I already have a backup plan. He paused, observing carefully before speaking. Then R turned around and called out to that tree, responding awkwardly. Strange, he gave a cold order, saying there was something you had to do. The frog tribe tensed up, focusing intensely as they drew their bows, ready to attack. Sun led his people, anxiously watching their surroundings. He frowned and cursed under his breath. What have you done to end up like this? Then he immediately turned and asked, Have you given the orders clearly? A frog bowed and replied, Yes, sir. Sun urgently gave the order. I will gather all the warriors in the village, attack the black-scaled lizard men. Over here, the boy is rallying the frog clan villagers. Oh, even the lizard people in the village, capture them until the warriors arrive. They resist being forced, but are too weak to do anything. Sun angrily shouted warriors. He pointed forward, ordering to eliminate the enemy and wait for reinforcements. Then everyone fired their arrows. Instantly, a volley of sharp arrows soared through the sky. Sun silently grinned. Each of our arrows was coated with frog poison. Just touching them would cause a painful death. The arrows flew one after another toward Dua and the lizard tribe. They all raised their shields at once. Dua calmly shouted. Everyone used their armor to firmly protect their chests. Each arrow that struck the shield was deflected by the recoil and changed direction. The frog tribe was shocked and pale with fear, each one lying scattered on the ground. While the lizard tribe was unharmed, unbelievable. How did they dodge the arrows? Rag admired the sturdy shield. Even a spear couldn't pierce it, so arrows were no problem. Dua, Han Huan, I told you this was good stuff. Sun still did not give up, turning to give orders. Ignore them. Just shoot arrows to stop them from advancing, the frog tribe responded in unison. Suddenly, a black smoke flew across the sky, and he was stunned. What is this? Jun looked up at the pitch-black sky, wondering. Smoke? I can't see them clearly anymore. Thick black smoke covered almost the entire field, and he began to worry. At this rate, the accuracy of his arrow shots would drop significantly. What should we do now? Why is this happening? Where is this smoke coming from? Somewhere a blazing torch is burning materials. Owen watched the blazing fire in front of him with satisfaction as a lizard man asked in panic, "What? Owen, why are you burning the village?" He didn't even turn to ask back, "What do you intend to do with that crude weapon?" The lizard person looked at the seemingly ordinary wooden stick in his hand and hesitated. "This is Lord Zun's order." He shouted, "No, it can't be. Did Zun really give the order?" Owen replied calmly, "No, it was the black-striped lizard who asked me." The lizard behind gasped, "Black-striped? That guy's unbelievable. Are you sure?" He said coldly and firmly, "Trust me, they will defeat the frog people." The lizard god asked blankly, "Huh? Exactly what are they planning to do?" The lizard guy next to me is still hesitant. "How can we trust a fraud like you?" Owen kept setting fire to the next houses. "That's why I told everyone to trust me," he said with a deep, emphatic voice. "I am the fraud. I'm willing to take the risk." The two lizard men behind froze. Froze. Then they also grabbed their torches. Sunan stared at the scene before him. His village was almost completely burned down. It couldn't be. Owen then frowned and ordered, "Retreat for now. The lizard people in the village have definitely betrayed us." Sunan spun around and shouted, "If that's the case, we're outnumbered. Send reinforcements immediately." The frogman remained determined, "But they have killed our warriors." He frowned in frustration. "Foolish. If I, the chieftain's successor, am in danger, the future of this tribe is doomed." The frog people gradually realized the dire situation, each of them standing tall. "Damn it, there's no other way." A frog cautiously asked, "We will meet the OB warrior later, right?" "All right." He remained silent without replying, then began to ponder. "I'm not doubting OB's abilities, but isn't there a better way to get away from those guys?" Sun glanced over at the small island opposite, where the lizard children were being held. Beneath the surface of Lake Yen-A, a shadow swiftly glided below. Oh Boy returned to the burning village. He frowned and asked, "Lord Sun is fighting near the lower village, right?" A frogman behind him replied, "Yes." Oh Boy looked at the village engulfed in black smoke and thought to himself that the warriors in the banquet hall and the 5 scouts we sent seemed to have been sacrificed. He looked over the island, calculating that Sun now had only 15 soldiers and 42 others on the island. "I have 10 more. If we join forces at the upper village, the total soldiers will be 45. I still have the advantage." He clenched his fist, full of determination to win. The frogman took an arrow, pulled out a bright red frog from his bag, and coated the arrowhead with its slime. Everyone used arrows poisoned with frog toxin. "When Lord X approaches, I will move immediately." A strong wind suddenly blows, scattering leaves all around. Oh Boy raised his bow cautiously. Something was coming, ready to shoot an arrow. Suddenly, panic surged within him as he silently wondered, "Huh? What is this tense atmosphere?" The wind is growing stronger and the ground is trembling. Oh Boy was secretly terrified. It seemed like the time I encountered the sand toad. My instincts warned me that danger was approaching. 2 bright eyes appeared from the bushes, sharply staring at them. Oh Boy immediately ordered to shoot. Poison-tipped arrows flew out in all directions, but they all turned pale. John rode in fiercely on Mon's back, her sharp voice dripping with sarcasm. "Our Mon is growing fast on this island, huh?" The person behind asked cautiously. "But Joan, did Manun get hit by an arrow just now?" Joan replied casually, "Oh no, it ate the arrow. It eats anything that goes into its mouth." Manun, who was enjoying the poisoned arrows, suddenly let out a fierce roar. The other person wondered, "Is it angry? It's been complaining a lot these past few days anyway." Jaw gently reminded him, "Mon, look ahead. That's your whole feast." The frog people were now trembling in fear, kneeling on the ground. The frightened frog shouted, "Warrior Oh Boy, names don't matter. He's angry and shouting. I get it." At this moment, Oh Boy was so terrified that he was sweating profusely, calculating various schemes on whether he should aim for its eyes. But no, he needed to ensure it was poisoned. Mon wasted no time and rushed straight to what it considered food, biting one of the frog people. With a decisive bite, one frog person was gone. Obi watched Manon chewing vigorously in silent horror. Even the cheesefish cup can't compare to this monster. It's so fast that you can't even hit its eye. So if you want to achieve your goal, you have to throw it into its mouth. Think and act. Ooh immediately threw a blue poison frog toward Mon. It quickly snapped it up with perfect precision. The other frogs also threw the poisonous frogs at it all at once. Throw the poisonous frogs into the monster's mouth. It can't tell if they're poisonous or not. Just throw them and it will snap them up. Each one was snapped up by the Mon without a single mistake. Gion was puzzled by this action. What are they trying to do? The lizard behind narrated, they pulled out some poisonous frogs from their bags and threw them away. She wondered strangely why they threw away the poisonous frogs, then suddenly realized it was a fierce laugh. If you intend to poison Manun, know that Manun's blessings come from the armored insects. The first blessing is a hard shell, the second is great strength, and the third is poison resistance. Oh Boy was terrified beyond measure. Just laughing foolishly won't help. He panicked and shouted, "Damn it!" Manun didn't wait long and decisively bit him in the stomach, and just like that, another person was gone. The once lush green grass was now stained a bright red. The village continued to burn relentlessly. The frogmen lay in ambush behind the bushes, raising their bows ready to attack. Immediately, An arrow flew from the bow, aimed straight at where Rak was standing. Suddenly, a spear swung through, blocking the arrow and breaking it in two.
Dua immediately went to send him off to his ancestors. He looked around wondering where he was. After sending him off, Dua turned to report to him. It seems the guy just now was the last remaining warrior.
It seems that guy Zunan ran away from the village. The lizard god, imprisoned by them, keeps slaughtering the frog people. All the shame of their years was unleashed from here. Thanks to that, the brown-scaled lizard god began attacking the frog people. He is calm. It's only natural. Rager frowned firmly. I have no right to judge. He is quite mysterious, even stranger than that. The situation is so tense, yet their great leader still hasn't appeared? Rager looked at the Frog Clan's village gradually disappearing and doubted. On Nebula's side, I slightly curled my lips into a smile. It's because it's me. How could he calmly sit back and watch a play that I myself have arranged? The ACO023731 virus, known as chirdiomycosis, affects the mucous membranes of amphibians. It is highly contagious, slow to develop, and fatal. Nebula calmly calculated this was the most important thing, only affecting the mucous membranes of amphibians, so it was a bit hard to find. When R decided to leave the sanctuary, he was extremely determined. 100 kilometers away, this disease was discovered. A frog lay motionless, covered in white patches, with flies constantly circling around it. The flies carrying the pathogen flew away, which is why I was able to spread the disease to this distant lake. Then a swarm of bees carrying the pathogen scattered everywhere. It was thanks to countless wasps. A wasp slowly flew to where the frog tribe lived. It gently dropped the infected piece of meat onto the chain. After that day, the strong chief, the leader of the frog tribe, disappeared. The water surface was now rippling gently, the sound of knocking echoing through the air. The little lizard spirits, blinded and frightened, sobbed softly, offering living sacrifices to heal the disease that could not save him. Enroy clasped his hands in prayer, quietly murmuring something. He closed his eyes and called out sincerely. The two-headed god. Enroy urgently recited the incantation, begging to accept his offering and show the lizard spirits the power of the god. A group of frogs chanted strange incantations as 4 glowing eyes emerged from beneath the lake. Take the lives of the lizard people. At that moment, Sunan arrived and suddenly exclaimed, My father has begun the live sacrifice ritual. Sunan looked toward the horizon and proudly declared, Glory has arrived. Nearby, an urgent call rang out. Ragwar ran and ran over, panting heavily. He asked, confused, Is that you? Owen. And Rock kept praising him. You're skilled, but why are you in such a hurry? After catching his breath, he shouted, I have to go to the island in the middle of the lake immediately. He vaguely asked, What's happening on the island? Wen revealed the shocking news. The young lizard gods are being sacrificed by them, making it hard for him to breathe, struggling to speak, then continuing to their god. Your god cannot heal like you and your warriors. Do you have enough power to stop this? Roger silently looked at him, pondering for a moment before subtly refusing. You should have said so earlier. They've already boarded the ship. I can't go to the island anymore. N helplessly offered a solution. Swim if you swim, R said to him with sharp eyes. It's too dangerous. When I get to the island, we won't be able to defend against the frog people's arrows, and we could even be shot underwater along the way. His face was desperate, stammering out the words, but tears welled up as he fell into darkness.
My son is over there. The boy has been chosen as a sacrifice. Rager's gaze froze. He gritted his teeth and slapped hard.
Rager shouted fiercely, You fool! Why didn't you say so earlier? You should have trusted me sooner! He seemed to become a different person, cursing relentlessly. I don't believe in those frog gods they worship. I believe we can defeat it with our own strength. If that god appears and attacks me, I will show you how to defeat a god. Ogun was scolded until he covered his mouth and cried, eyes wide with fear. R's anger gradually subsided. He clenched his fists, but gritting his teeth, he asked, To save your child, shouldn't you have spoken up sooner? Owen could only cover his face and sob quietly. Meanwhile, John had also realized the frog tribe's plan. She looked sternly into the distance, knowing this would change everything. John gazed at the small island on the lake, silently blaming himself. I wish I had realized Sunan's intentions earlier. From beneath the lake, a shadow slowly emerged. Enroy beamed with joy, shouting out in excitement. I wish a two-headed dragon stood tall in the middle of the lake. He shouted, The god has appeared, the deity. The two-headed god. The water below splashes as the lizard children scatter. He happily announced, This is the offering from my child. Enroy reached out pleadingly. They dared to offend your dwelling. Please punish those black-scaled lizard gods. Please, punish them. The two-headed dragon stared hungrily at the offering, its eyes fixed on the lizard children. Wen helplessly sank down by the lake, watching the sacrificial ritual. It's just that I arrived too late, he bowed in despair. Rag and Jaon stood seriously watching the situation. He looked at the two-headed dragon enjoying itself and thought to himself, maybe it's still worth trying once. This time I have no advantage in terrain. Rager is determined not to use tricks, so he may have to sacrifice himself, but suddenly a blue light shines into his eyes. Rager turned his head in surprise to look at the blue butterfly fluttering in the sky. He walked over and called out to Owen. He replied painfully, Yes, Rager said gently. Look. Owen looked up with tears in his eyes. A A blue butterfly fluttered in the night sky. Immediately, Stratus appeared. He calmly asked, "Do you believe in miracles?" Finally, he summoned the god he had long revered. Owen bowed repeatedly as the two-headed god appeared. After bowing repeatedly, he only pointed to the trembling, fearful lizard gods and pleaded, "Please accept these offerings and send all the black lizard gods far away." Seeing the lizard people trembling, the rare two-headed snake remained motionless. This silence made the bowed head lift up to assess the situation. Why is that? Normally the god is very eager for offerings.
Unable to contain his curiosity, he glanced over to take a look. While still wondering, a giant supersized bug suddenly slammed right into Roy's eyes.
"What are you waiting for?" While the frog people are still dazed, that bug stomped its foot hard. The frightened frog people stood dazed as they felt the ground shaking violently. Only when they regained their senses did they cling to each other and scream in fear. He is a god from another corner. Choi Sang-gun watches everything through a screen and marvels. After completing it, it looked like a praying mantis. After observing for a while, he searched for information about that bug. A level 4 minor territory, with a terrifying level of divine power and faith. Watching the bug spread fear among the frog people, Choi Sang-gun felt immensely proud. This spirit beast was created after meeting all the above conditions. At this point, almost no player had ever created a spirit beast faster than me. Outside, the two-headed snake lunged to attack first, but before it could snap its beak, the bug grabbed its head to stop it. Seeing their revered god being beaten without mercy, the three-legged, four-armed frog people fled. The lizard god also ran away. "Run quickly! Save me! Save me! Oh, my parents! Be careful!" The scene didn't end there, but luckily Sun managed to pull his father away from the snake's tail swipe. "Dad, watch out!" But Roy didn't care about his own life, focusing only on the snake being attacked. Oh no. The god witnessing the deity he revered being pushed back was shocked to realize that god's end was near. Just as expected, the snake was defeated by a single strike summoned by the elder bug. After that hit, the bug even taunted. A water snake was even made a god by Ton? Feeling one strike wasn't enough, the bug struck again under the stunned gaze of the Sun father and son. "Do you not realize how small and insignificant you are?" Holding up the head of the snake, it declared, "I will offer you to my creator." Just when it seemed like everything had stopped, the bug sank its claws into the snake's neck. "I will help you atone," and once ready, the bug gently lifted the snake's severed head. Having done everything, it smugly taunted up and down. "Your foolishness is a sin, and you must pay for your sins with blood and flesh." On the other side of the screen, Choi Sang-gun immediately knew all the information about the monster. A two-headed beast, level 4 serpent, divine power level 3, strength 163, intelligence 33, communication ability 8, cunning 4, unknown classification. He looked at it for a moment before comparing it to the spirit beast he created. Stratus level 11 spirit beast, power 220, intelligence 32, communication ability 22, psychic skills. The lizard gods, witnessing everything, raised their weapons and cheered non-stop. He also appeared nearby, observing everything. It was truly overwhelming. Standing in a corner, quietly analyzing the current situation. That monster looks strong, but it doesn't match well with my spirit beast. The superpower skill that Stratus randomly acquired is pretty good, but I probably didn't use its full strength against such a weak opponent. At that moment, the system delivered good news. You have defeated the two-headed monster. You have obtained the essence of the demon spirit and acquired an unidentified segment. Would you like to test it now? Yes or no? Reading those lines, he felt a bit happier. He was truly lucky. It had to be recorded here. Without hesitation, Choi Sang-gun chose to accept immediately. When the reward appeared, he couldn't hide his smile any longer. So this is the reason? It turns out Choi Sang-gun received a small portion of seawater. Reading that notification, he understood everything. This was why the two-headed snake couldn't fight at full strength. Because the lake water is pure and has purified some of its magic power. Not caring about this issue anymore, he set that screen aside. A river with many tributaries would be fine, but we don't need it right now. One day it will be useful, so for now I'll just set it aside. Now the frog people quickly left after that bloody scene. Before leaving completely, Roy looked back at the island with regret. Our God, how could this happen? This use of the path makes Sunan's child deeply worried. Father's weakness is not due to itching, impossible, but because of the two-headed monster that has bewitched him. After the god appeared, Father abandoned all his duties to follow it. Although he disliked his father's excessive reverence, he had to admit it. All the warriors hid behind the god's shadow, and he had become a coward, unable to move forward. When the frog people left, the bug returned to Choi Sang-gun to report, "Master Creator, your wish has been fulfilled." He praised it. Well done. After finishing everything, Choi Sang-gun ordered, "You can rest until next time." The bug agreed immediately. "Then until then, I will once again obey your command, my creator." When it disappeared, he sighed. Now it's quiet. Looking down at the lizard people below, Choi Sang-gun wondered, "Ragrak, will you just leave it like that?" Contrary to his thoughts, Rak watched the frog people's boats and turned to his subordinates, saying, "The frog people are heading to the upper village by boat. We'll just swim across because the island is completely exposed." After laying out the plan, he began calling for volunteers. Today, we will achieve a complete victory. Is there anyone willing to lead the way to the village above their camp? As the question was asked, someone stepped forward. I'll go, since I have to get to the island to see my son anyway. I'm not tired yet, so I'll go. Not stopping there, another voice spoke up. A group of lizardmen, bruised and battered, also volunteered to come along. Please allow us to assist you as well. Although Chief Rag respected that enthusiasm, he still refused. You are not a warrior. You cannot fight with that body. However, he immediately argued back. I was once a warrior too, and it's not only warriors who can defeat the frog people. He still disagreed. He looked back at those behind him with a bitter tone, admitting it might not be glorious. But we came here to destroy the frog people. Not as warriors, but watching you fight ignited a fire in our hearts. That is the feeling we have experienced since becoming slaves. This determined attitude amazed R. Are you angry? The other person couldn't hold back anymore, tears streaming down their cheeks. Exactly, I am furious. This anger comes from losing comrades, daughters, grandchildren. We must avenge this enemy. By this time, Rak could only agree. All right, and not only that, he also lifted everyone's spirits. You have every right to be angry, all of you eager for revenge. One fine day, follow me as Rak gathers to practice archery with Sunan. Impressive. After witnessing his talent, he affirmed it confidently. If you train more, you will surely match my warriors. This statement confused Jack. I aim for their vital points, so why haven't I reached the level of a warrior yet? In response to that question, Sunan took back the bow from him and explained, archery isn't just about that. You have both strength and accuracy, but you hesitate too long before releasing the arrow. This explanation only made Rag more confused. Wasn't aiming for their weak spots better than shooting blindly? Hearing this, Sunan laughed heartily. In real combat, the target won't stand still for you to shoot. He paused, advising to slow down or stop the target's movement before making the decisive strike. This excuse is somewhat convincing. You're right. I see you finally listened to Sun's advice. Remember that. Pause for a moment, he promised, but he didn't really pay much attention. If we succeed in establishing a friendly relationship between the two clans, I will also teach you how to make bows and arrows. Seeing that attitude, he took out a bow and gave a very meaningful smile. The materials are simple. Even a lizard man can easily gather them. Back in the present, Rak recalled that scene and couldn't help but frown. What was that uneasy feeling back then? No matter how confusing it was, he still had to lead the group forward. L said to focus on the present, but R still wasn't satisfied, having no choice but to hear it from his own mouth. After swimming for a while, the group reached the island. As soon as they reached the shore, the lizard people rushed to reunite with their loved ones. Although he didn't want to disturb this happy scene, RCK still had to remind them. Yan, no one listened to my words, so I had to order an evacuation. If anyone is tired, let them board the ship with their children, and you go with them too. This decision left Dua puzzled. Ignoring the doubts, Rak made the second request. Then took the brown-scaled lizard people back to the village to distract them. Only then did they understand the intention and agree. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. Seeing that he understood, RCK gave his final instructions. When they focus on you, swim over with the warriors and attack. Before this plan, I was half doubtful, but is it really going to work? He affirmed confidently. All right, their numbers have dwindled, and I have been granted another blessing by the gods. Standing by the edge of Lake Rager, he spoke with certainty. Our black-scaled tribe is like invisible under the moonlight and these waters. This is their end. Right now, the Frog People's village is in complete chaos as they scatter everywhere. The villagers were in panic while the village chief still hadn't fully grasped the situation. Where did they come from? Why, all of a sudden? Very quickly, a certain scene made him turn pale with fear. One frog was taken down by an arrow. Not stopping there, the rest were also defeated by the other frogs. Save me! Ignoring those cries for help, the lizard gods continued to slaughter the entire group. Rag took his revenge with complete calmness. Onroy had no intention to resist and only relied on the snake that had long since disappeared. Two-headed god, please accept this offering and save your child. As soon as he finished speaking, he was pierced by the spear from the young man. With that blow, he fell backwards. Looking at Onroy's already cold body, R mocked, "Your god is no more." And so the fate of the frog tribe was sealed. There was one man here. Capture him. June hid behind a nearby piece of wood, trembling with fear as he heard everyone chasing after him. Where did June disappear to? Find him. Damn it, our troops are numerous and even have deadly weapons, yet this happens. Seeing the empty place where the bow and arrows once were, he felt there was nothing left to hold on to in life. My father can no longer command the troops poisoned by the antidote, so the poison arrows are useless. Hearing no more sounds, Sunan opened his eyes wide in terror and risked peeking out, unaware that a figure had appeared behind him long ago. Where is he? The question just asked made Rock startle Sunan. So you were here? Startled and shrinking like a mouse, Sunan was terrified when he saw who had arrived. Rag didn't think much and sized up the person in front of him. Sunan, aren't you a warrior? Before the other person could answer, he demanded, I grant you the honor of dying like a warrior. He raised his weapon. However, he didn't do that and instead begged tremblingly. No, please spare me. Afraid Rak wouldn't agree, Sunan began to play the sympathy card. What about the friendship between us? I never made things difficult for you. Faced with these words, he rubbed his chin in thought. Not causing trouble, huh? Seeing an opportunity, he sold the carpet. That's right, we were also threatened by that two-headed monster. Thinking of something, Sun pointed to the bow in his hand and set a condition. All right, I'll reveal a secret to you. How is it? Looks pretty good. Rag asked what the secret was, and barely able to wait, he excitedly said, I'll give you the secret to making bows and arrows. Don't you want to know what materials are used? Without letting him drag it out, he asked directly, Tell me, what materials do you need? This question left Sun speechless. Holding the bow in his hands, Roger was stunned on the spot, pointed at the bowstring, and asked one more question. Tell me, what creature's tendon is this? Buzz. Knowing he had been tricked, he trembled as he answered, You're a lizard. After saying that, he felt a hopelessness he couldn't hide. It's over for you. Doing that is like begging to be crippled. However, Rag was surprisingly lenient. All right, I understand. Saying that, he lifted the tent to reveal an escape route and gave the chance. There is no ill will between us. I have already achieved a complete victory, so I will accept your offer. To make sure he believes me, Rock spoke plainly. Go, Sunan, you have permission, Sunan said hesitantly, before quickly running away. The subordinate who witnessed everything couldn't help but feel confused. You let him go? I know he's hard to understand. Are you ready to shoot? Raising his bow, Duong aimed straight at the fleeing Sunan and told his men, I just need a moving target to test the arrow. After all that chaos, the next day arrived. Sunan was given a final chance to escape but was caught again and now faces the angry arrows from the lizard people. After shooting that arrow, Rack let out a sigh. He was about to shoot another when Owen suddenly appeared, showering him with praise. Your archery skills have improved a lot now. Every arrow you shoot hits the mark. Hearing those words, RCK was not very pleased and silently fiddled with the bowstring in his hand. Even though the string had been replaced with new material, it was stretched so much it was about to snap. If only there was a way to make it stronger. I understand your point, but Owen could only say frankly, there's no better material here anymore. You obviously know that well. I know, I still have to leave this forest after all. Putting the bow issue aside, another matter was troubling RCK. Winter is coming. This is when the frogs go out to forage, and the water frogs usually move to warmer places. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked the person next to him, Human Owen, are you going hunting today too? Finishing his words, RCK shot another arrow straight at Sunan. He froze for a moment before stammering a reply. Yes, I know what you want to ask. He smiled brightly and recounted what had happened. We've dealt with a few wandering frog people already. The supply of materials for making bows should last for a while longer. This answer successfully satisfied RCK and Duong Kung was about to shoot another arrow. Good. Speaking of which, I remember last night when I shot that arrow straight into Sunan's leg. It was that arrow that made him fall rolling onto the grass. At that moment, the remaining lizardmen took the chance to advance, throwing stones and expressing their continuous outrage. Seeing the lizardmen rushing towards him, X stared wide-eyed in fear. No matter how scared he was still overwhelmed by everyone's anger. Back in the present, just as R fired another arrow, Owen spoke up, asking, Is your target Onroy? At this question, he lowered his bow and answered with a heavy heart. No, Onroy's body is just as destroyed as Sun's. He'll stay on someone's head like Sun's bones are on yours. Hearing this answer, he smiled. That must be it. Recalling something, Owen reported, Amar Rag, while I was hunting those guys, I discovered this time. At that moment, another lizardman came and found a kid standing quietly on the side. The boy was so focused on the two people that he didn't notice the other person bending down close to him. Just as he was absorbed, the other person called out, startling the boy. Hey, while the boy was clutching his chest in shock, the other person spoke up, asking, Kid, what are you doing here? Do you want to say something to RCK? Did the other person notice something too as he finished speaking? He quickly bent down to pick it up. The boy panicked upon seeing this. Holding it up to examine for a moment, the lizard god realized, This is our guardian. Roger examined the wooden statue and couldn't help but admire it. It looked so intricate, and also curiously peeked in to watch. After looking at it for a while, he genuinely praised how beautiful it was. Receiving this compliment, the boy smiled brightly like spring had arrived. He then revealed the purpose of his visit. I want to give it to the chief. R held it and asked for confirmation once more. Really? Owen from behind spoke up to save the situation. It's okay. Lately, the kids in the village have been making crafts and trading them with each other a lot. Faced with this new information, the lizard man asked again, Do all the children in the village have a lot of these? The boy smiled brightly in response. Yes, my lord. Saying this, the boy recalled that evening and praised endlessly, saying he was the one who saved us because he's a great and kind person. Hearing that, R nodded slightly at the other person. He then said cryptically, Wish I had a few more of these. Hogan also agreed with those words. If you go into the village, you will find it. Satisfied with that answer, R declared, Fine, no matter the price, I will pay it all and trade for something else. Then he suddenly remembered something and asked, What were you about to tell me earlier? When asked like that, you honestly reported that inside the cave where we took shelter, I discovered some strange things. These words confused him. What do you mean? The group then followed N to somewhere. This is the entrance. This place is the base of the frog people. It's hard to believe this is the cave we're standing in, isn't it? Yes, let's go in. Without overthinking it, the group entered and immediately saw a few familiar blue butterflies. Everyone in here has been killed. However, when they reached the only source of light in the room, everyone was shocked. Seeing that expression, I understand. It's very suspicious, right? It turns out there's an interesting formation right in the middle of the cave. Approaching to observe and evaluate it, Roger felt his worldview shift. Truly fascinating. How could a hard rock be carved with such intricate details? Even a lizard god would be curious to take a closer look. This must be it. Although he hadn't finished speaking, he already understood that it must resemble the patterns on an insect's back. At that moment, what surprised Choi Sang-gun when he saw it? Looking at the formation on the other side of the screen, he wondered, could this be an ancient relic? Thinking about this, Choi Sang-gun carefully compiled information about it. There are many types of ancient ruins. We can gain more knowledge and discover interesting things from them. Among them are versatile items, or, in some ruins, we can obtain demonic equipment. But with such a primitive level of civilization, even knowing ancient knowledge is of little use. The Wonder Ruins can create or alter special resources or grant mysterious blessings, all located in fixed positions. They hold little value to a nomad like Rag. After much thought, he decided to dismiss that possibility. The chance of a unique holy relic appearing was very low, and he hoped this place was not the ruins of a demon castle. However, plans went awry when, after trying to push the stone aside, the group found themselves trapped in a strange space. Someone arrived, a mysterious guest welcoming them to the demon realm. After successfully opening the entrance, Rager led the group deeper inside to explore. After a while, seeing no change, some lizardmen couldn't help but look down and, upon seeing the others, were filled with awe. It's really deep. We have to cross that stone path. Someone nearby, hearing this, came up with a crazy idea. It would be faster if we just jumped down there. There, hearing this, the other person was speechless, not knowing how to respond. Already wanting to meet the god? In response to that criticism, Rak quickly changed the subject. No way! I would never dare bother our god over something like this. Suddenly he saw something. What are those guys? In a dark corner nearby, countless bright eyes appeared out of nowhere. Seeing someone, they quickly came out, and when Rag saw the owner of those eyes, he was surprised. Beavers! Hearing them growl at me with those hateful eyes, I wondered why those sewer rats were making such a racket. The person behind peeked out to observe and then shared some knowledge. It was a beaver rat. I'm sure you've tasted it a few times already. By now, RCK remembered, but he still felt something was quite unusual. Oh right, but these ones look bigger. Watching the aggressive rat staring at him, he honestly commented, they don't usually move in packs like this, and I don't think they look this aggressive either. Faced with that observation, Owen had to admit it. Is this really the first time I've seen this? Although it seems a bit strange, RCK doesn't pay much attention to it. So let's just consider them as oversized sewer rats. After saying that, he thought of something and gave orders to the lizardmen behind him. They might be the guards of this place, all armed and ready to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, the rats charged to attack but were quickly taken down by a few stabs from the lizardmen. He went to a lizardman who was securing a rat and gave instructions on how to handle them. These ones are unusually aggressive. After being injured for a while, the rat was completely weakened. The group of lizardmen surrounded it, seeking his opinion. Can we eat them? Rag agreed without hesitation but warned, gut them completely before taking them along. A lizardman approached him and suggested a strange idea. Ragrak, what if we try raising them ourselves? Do you think that could work? Roger didn't refuse, but just asked for confirmation about farming aquatic animals. Owen stepped forward and offered a different idea. If you want to raise something, how about trying to raise fish? He couldn't help but feel confused by this suggestion. Don't fish just appear and dive away on their own? He asked, smiling as he explained. Fish also reproduce and lay eggs. Even the frog people know that. That's why they banned fishing during the breeding season. It all starts to make sense now. Raising fish? I see you're starting to get a little convinced. Owen suggested, all we have to do is build a dam and trap them while they're still young. When I return, I will think about it more. At that moment, a sharp scream came from behind. Oh! Behind, a lizard man is clutching his arm and screaming in pain. This rat is still alive! Rag quickly went over to ask, did it bite you? Asked like that, the person held their trembling arms, trying to recount what had happened. It's not like that. I was trying to pick it up to clean the rat meat. He pointed to the rat that had somehow woken up and was emitting strange electric currents, explaining in more detail that I felt pain and tingling. Receiving this answer, RCK was a bit stunned as he looked at the mouse with curiosity, tingling and aching. Unable to resist his curiosity, he reached out to touch it as well. Just like the others, RCK was also shocked by the electricity. Witnessing this scene, a lizard god panicked but quickly calmed down. Rag, I'm fine. The mouse shocked a few people and is now dying. On the other side of the screen, Choi Sang-gun looked at the rat and searched for information about the electric attribute Beaver Demon Rat. It can discharge electricity onto its opponent when it touches them. There, after reading the information, he understood everything and also made a comment. These are the remnants of the electric attribute demon castle of this rat species. Quite impressive. But as soon as this idea came up, Choi Sang-gun guessed that if Rock could overcome this ancient ruin to the end, he would likely gain magical power. Thinking about this coincidence, he analyzed in detail that gaining this magical ability would not make you a sorcerer immediately. However, magical attributes grow stronger with each generation. They can help you create sorcerers in future generations. But there was another issue that troubled Choi Sang-gun. However, in this lost world, holy power and magical power were in conflict. Remembering that, he began to revisit the information he knew. According to the context, magical power originates from ancient demons, not gods. High-ranking priest mages create their own powerful forces without relying on the gods. The more faith there is, the stronger these powers become. However, combining all these factors, Choi Sang-gun bluntly remarked as he looked at the RCK group on the other side of the screen. If you get powerful magic this early in the game, there are too many variables, so there will still be many limitations with such great powers. The demonic remnants will slowly reveal their true nature and many will be tempted by them. Back to you. A stingray has appeared out of nowhere. This guest. Success caught RCK's attention and the stingray began to offer. Do you want to have that power in your hands? If you want, I will grant it to you. Before he could answer, a lizardman stepped forward and offered. RCK, if you're not feeling well, we can head back now and return later. RCK sets the stingray aside and agrees with the suggestion. All right, completely ignoring that stingray, he carefully instructed his subordinates. Make sure to suffocate those big rats completely. Check your bows and spears, as well as the other equipment. After finishing all the reminders, Rack looked suspiciously at the ray floating there. Am I the only one who can sense this? What are you? Finally, it responded and introduced itself. I am the guardian spirit of this place. Only those with great power within can see me. Ignoring the introduction, Rag got straight to the point. What do you mean when you mention that power? He asked. But, in another corner, he was on high alert, watching the strange creature closely. He could communicate through thoughts, but deep down he felt it was something quite dangerous. Elsewhere, Choi Sang-gun was struggling with his thoughts. After all, this is just a demon soul. Should I warn RCK or not? Just as he raised his hand to warn, he had to freeze. It turned out that all of RCK's information had appeared on the screen above. Rag, while level 4 warrior, level 3 monk, level 3 priest, strength 43, leadership 18, willpower 23, communication 38, intelligence 35, cunning 8, leader of the lizard tribe. After reading this, Choi Sang-gun's attention caught on a line that made him curious. Schemes, since when did he have this ability? Not wanting to stay curious for long, he analyzed and speculated on each possibility. Did he gain these new abilities while dealing with Sunan's tricks? If so, that might be something to look forward to. On the other side, the stingray answered honestly to his question. The power I'm talking about is lightning energy that burns living creatures with blazing red flames, a light-emitting ability like the sun. After explaining everything, it began to make an offer. I can grant you that power. Roger barely paid attention and replied casually. If you truly grant me this power, I would be very grateful. Seeing him a bit shaken, it smiled with satisfaction. It's not that simple. There are a few conditions attached. Hearing that, R lost all interest and refused immediately. What the heck? You don't just give it to me like that, do you? You never even mentioned the conditions. Sensing that things were about to go wrong, the stingray hurriedly explained, It's not a difficult condition, just your strength is enough. Ignoring those harsh words, he immediately showed his attitude. If you want to make a deal with me, you should have been clear from the start. I've been very disappointed since the beginning of this conversation. Just as he was about to leave, Rock suddenly remembered something. Hey, wait a minute. He looked at the panicked stingray and made his demand. If there's something you want from me, then behave accordingly. From now on, the soul energy is what you have. Don't let it say anything else. Rock, speak first. State your terms. What can I do for you? Just be clear about what you need from me. If you deliberately hide anything, there will be no further conversation. After that warning, the two looked at each other in silence. Just then, his subordinate came over to report. Rag, we're ready, Roger instructed. I thought I'd follow after. As the other person left, the manta ray finally spoke up to recount the whole story. I was sealed within the ruins and cannot leave. I want you to defeat the guardian god protecting the seal. Saying this, it looked at RCK and honestly stated its purpose. So I will be free. At that moment, I will grant you my supernatural power. Hearing this, his eyes suddenly lit up. You mean the glowing ability of those rat monsters? Faced with that strange idea, the stingray helplessly admitted it. You sound terrible, but it's true. No matter how powerless, it still has to confidently introduce itself again. That is my power, lightning energy. After the introduction, the stingray began explaining its abilities. Just as you said, it can only glow, but the more you use it, the stronger the electric charge becomes, even enough to create a storm. This power can rival a god. Ignoring its enthusiasm, RCK remained calm as ever, so what else? As if not noticing his disgusted expression, it continued to boast about its abilities. My ability is very common. Not only can you harness the electricity, but anyone in the tribe can use it, and if you want exclusive control, you can perform a ritual. Hearing all this, Rocker couldn't help but feel puzzled. It's hard to believe, but why would someone with such powers be stuck here? Mentioning this made the stingray wriggle helplessly because my power is too strong. Aren't all dangerous things supposed to be carefully sealed away? I couldn't fight or avoid it, so I got stuck here. Unlike its unwilling attitude, Rag remained indifferent. So what? Seeing that blank reaction, he was at a loss and crossed his arms to ask again. You just said you were dangerous, right? At this point, he was completely stuck and didn't know how to respond. Well, that attitude didn't sit well with R, so he threatened you directly. You're still hiding things from me, and maybe using this power has side effects stronger than its benefits. Don't say anything more. Afraid it won't tell the whole truth, you directly threatened that stingray. I just need to turn back and destroy the cave entrance so no one can find these ruins. Then you... Faced with those words, it stammered. But when it saw RCK turn and walk away, the stingray reluctantly agreed. That's enough. I will tell you everything, so just listen to me. Even though I accepted, I still stammered when recounting it. I am one of the rulers of this world, a descendant of an ancient demon long forgotten. The gods and I do not remember their origins. I have been here for quite some time. After finishing its story, it went on to explain, as for the powers of those mysterious individuals, since their origins are unknown, I assumed they belonged to us. It was only then that Rack stopped, pursed his lips, and recalled the people he had faced before. I have seen those consumed by power, the demonic strength that can change a person, right? In response, the stingray did not deny it and added, well, besides, my powers don't discriminate. Those chosen are all random. Having learned all the information I wanted, I didn't ask anything further. I understand now. Roger then began to recall and analyze in detail. The god's power is granted only to those chosen by the god, yet even those unworthy can still use your ability. Over time, it grows even stronger, and eventually someone will turn their back and insult the god. These words are too true. The monster had no argument. He no longer wanted to ask anything and continued to leave, thinking as he walked out of CCK, but this power was truly strong and tempting, and useful on the battlefield. Was there really no other way? Just then, the stingray beside him spoke up, but there was still a condition. R looked up at it with confusion. What are the conditions? Before it could explain, he was the one to speak first. First of all, anyone can be granted the power, but you said it can still be monopolized, right? After thinking for a moment, Rock proposed a scenario. So this power can only be granted to certain people, right? The stingray pondered for a while before answering uncertainly. Oh, I think so. But why do you ask? You can tell it doesn't understand anything just by looking. He slowly explained, if some people are granted powers, then that is the choice of the gods. Pausing for a moment, Rack pointed at the stingray and affirmed, that way, people will follow the gods. These words successfully threw it into a panic, but before it could even stammer, he cut in. Secondly, Rager, you will also believe in our gods. At this moment, it suddenly felt a deep doubt about life. Huh? After calming down, the stingray looked up with a very puzzled expression. I am a malevolent spirit, and I am older than your god. However, he remained steadfast as ever, saying it didn't matter. What mattered was your actions in the future. Faced with this confidence, it could only admit defeat. Ridiculous. The gods do not like evil spirits at all. Rag still holds the same opinion. Do not impose your standards on our gods. Not stopping there, he affirmed with a sarcastic tone. The nameless armor worm seems very generous, and the person is also very kind. Choi Sang-gun on the other side of the screen had been watching everything. Faced with that firm attitude, the stingray hesitated slightly. Would your god accept me? Asked like that, RCK hesitated, then after a moment of silence spoke honestly, actually, I'm not trapped in these ruins at all. Looking toward the lizard gods preparing to leave, the stingray added, I rule this place. The beaver rats were just meant to take you down. With that, the stingray faced Rack, filled with regret. This was a test to see if you were worthy, but I did deceive you. Are you angry? Hearing the hesitant tone, RCK flatly denied it and comforted him. No, I understand and have forgiven you. It was surprising to hear that. You understand? Knowing the stingray still didn't trust him, he looked around and analyzed. In a dark, damp place like this, if you live with those snapping monsters, you'll eventually get shocked. Saying this, Rack looked at the stingray and advised, you should go outside and enjoy the beautiful scenery out there. These words moved it. What is your name? Knowing it had accepted, he was also ready to introduce himself. I am R. Receiving the response, the stingray flew up, not forgetting to praise him. Well done. The test is over. If your god accepts me, this power will belong to you. Right after that, Choi Sang-gun received a notification that a demon soul wanted to submit to him. If you accept, you will gain the power of the demon earth thunder. Do you accept? Whether or not he read the notification, a plan slowly formed in his mind to take in this demon soul as a subordinate and then merge it with his holy power. As soon as the idea came up, Choi Sang-gun didn't hesitate to press accept, knowing this would let him overcome the punishment and gain the demon's power. After finishing, he silently praised Rag. Well done. Rag, maybe this encounter will benefit us both, as we have obtained the Demon Earth Thunder power. The scene shifted to a mountain of piled bones with a strange stone tablet. Amidst the silence, a voice spoke up. So it was. The nameless divine armor granted RCK a special power and suppressed the force of thunder. The other person approached and touched the stone tablet, adding that from then on, the story of the black-scaled god chosen by the deity began, and 9 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The listener was puzzled by the story's ending, wondering what the nameless divine armor had to do with the storm. The cloaked man smiled at the question and asked, "What color is lightning?" The other hesitated before answering. Calling him long with that answer, the other person asked, "What about the name of your god?" By now he understood and smirked as he replied, "Blue Spirit." After saying that, he sat down leaning against a rock and introduced himself. "By the way, we've been talking for a while and I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Hai." Having finished introducing himself, he asked the other person, but the latter didn't answer and instead changed the subject completely. "Looks like I won't be able to talk anymore." Seeing the man's puzzled look, he explained that it was because of a visitor. The man quickly stood up, observed, and then gave his assessment. "They are Lon." In response to this comment, the other person spoke up to ask for an opinion. "I want to ask you this question." Without waiting for permission, he went ahead and asked, "Do they look like hunters?" The man observed thoughtfully before analyzing. "No signs of defense, lack of vigilance, and their weapons are primitive. To me, they seem more like wandering lunatics." The answer pleased him. "Makes sense." He took off his cloak, raised his bow, and prepared to fight. "I think so too." "Then we should shatter their souls, right?" The people below kept walking peacefully, unaware they were about to face danger. After a while, the leader finally noticed something strange. However, the first few had already been shot down. Seeing that, he shouted a warning to those behind that the enemy was attacking. As soon as he finished speaking, a high-voltage electric current shot out everywhere. Fortunately, they managed to dodge in time. However, it was still insignificant, and those beasts had to face their fate of becoming prey. One of the few who still retained a sense of fear looked up high. It was a lizard person. After shooting that arrow, Owen smiled brightly in satisfaction, ignoring the curses of the hyenas. "Damn lizards, everyone run away." Watching them flee in a line, he turned to the person beside him and introduced himself. "Oh, by the way, my name is Owen, and if you hear this name, you should double-check." Although he hadn't received confirmation yet, Westall couldn't hide his excitement. "You're Owen? I didn't realize you were such an important figure." Faced with that admiring attitude, Owen felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh dear, it's been a while since I showed my power. Let's take a break and have a chat." He sat down to the side, took out his pipe, took a puff, and sighed. "Oh." Wells stood aside, quietly observing it. It was a pipe, a ceremonial tool chosen by the black-scaled lizard tribe to use after exerting their power. After clearing his mind, he spoke up. "It's okay, ask whatever you want." Having received permission, he no longer hesitated. "Owen, if you are so strong, why do you choose to follow others?" S.O. misunderstood his intention, so Westall quickly changed his question. "I'm not advising you to betray anyone, but why do you have to wander alone out here like this?" "I didn't understand." Faced with that question, he took a sharp breath and answered briefly. "There's a reason for that." Full of guilt, this answer completely stunned Westeller. Seeing that reaction, I smiled brightly at him and explained in more detail. "I once betrayed my own people." Saying this, he smiled while playing with the cigarette in his hand, but I have found a way to atone. Pointing to the mountain and the strange monument over there, then adding through stories and texts. "My goal is to spread the name of the divine lay insect and the tribal chief Rag. That is the path of redemption I have chosen." He listened quietly and judged. "Even if you didn't do it, no one in this nature would be unaware of the Black Lynx tribe." After finishing his explanation, Wynn went over to inspect the stone tablet. "Oh man, it's so dusty." Watching Owen casually fixing the stone tablet, Westall grew even more confused. Not to mention Rag's reputation as a priest and a leader. After cleaning the stone tablet, Owen added, "And if anyone comes near me, I'll scare them away." That's it. At that, he smiled brightly, turned to him and asked, "By the way, are you a wanderer too?" Caught off guard by the question, Westall quickly looked away, looking embarrassed. "That's right." He paused for a moment, then added, "I come from Automation." Hearing that name, Owen was a bit surprised. Automation Westall, noticing the curious tone, explained in more detail. "I am on a missionary journey for the Lord of Automation. I am on my way to visit the Black Lynx tribe." Hearing this answer, Owen was surprised and stood up, leaning on his elbow. "Oh, I didn't know you were a guest." "Well, all right then. Do these words confuse you?" However, without saying anything more, he just whistled sharply. From afar, a figure was running quickly toward them. Seeing what it was, Westall couldn't hide his astonishment. His chiz fish beast had arrived. Owen stepped forwards to take the reins, denying it. "Not quite," he explained. "His beast was only half right. It's a quarta, a hybrid between a cheesefish and a chicken." That's the introduction. Owen asked well, leaving him stunned. "Let's go." After sitting on the bird, he smiled brightly and stated his purpose. "It's been a while. I was planning to visit RG. I will bring someone to help Well sit with me. Once that's done, Ogun set a condition. You will have to listen to my story all along the way." Since he had to rely on someone else, he had no choice but to accept his fate. "Are you going to tell me about the azure insect? Or maybe the story of RCK?" At that question, Owen smiled and replied, "Both. Night quickly falls." In a corner of the desert, a strange flag was raised. In another corner, a group of people were walking in a line toward one direction. Roger led the group as they assessed the situation. At that moment, another lizard man stepped forward and called out to Rhaegar, successfully catching Rock's attention, and the other immediately reported back. The elder astrologer said he was nearing his end, and this news shocked him deeply. Not stopping there, the other person added more. Hearing this, R quickly turned around. If not now, he would no longer have the chance to speak with the clan chief. As soon as he turned around, he shouted loudly to inform everyone. Today's campaign will be halted here. The lizard man who just informed him quickly relayed the message to everyone else. Stop the campaign! Fearing that everyone might not hear clearly, he repeated once more. The chief has ordered to stop the campaign. Stop, the chief has given the order. Meanwhile, Rock has successfully turned around and is heading in a certain direction. After walking for a while, a lizard man couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Rag, what's going on? Calmly, Rag instructed his subordinate and told the astrologer, I'll be back soon. Tell him not to give up too early. This reminder made him spray glue, but he didn't stop there. Oh, he's very good at predicting the future, so get ready to increase the tribute. Hearing this, the lizard person could not hide his sorrow. It was going to be a very sad night. In a smoke-filled tent with many lizard people kneeling outside, the weak-looking starbird lay on the bed, and Roger quickly entered to ask about the situation. How is he? The caretaker greeted me gently as soon as he saw who had arrived. After the chief greeted him, the man stood up, bowed, and respectfully recounted everything. Elder, I have done my best, but he doesn't have much time left. As soon as the other person finished speaking, the astrologer on the bed also spoke up. I'm so tired. After complaining, his gaze drifted aimlessly toward the ceiling. I have done many things here and there. Looking at the bright stars through the hole in the tent, the astrologer began to recall his entire life. I have traveled through many lands and learned a lot. I lost a hand and was shunned, but then I met the chieftain and taught everyone how to read the sky. Mentioning this, he couldn't hide his satisfied smile. Still, if you are a lizard, one day you will feel extremely tired and exhausted. Pausing for a moment, the astrologer added, There is only one way to cure this illness. Seeing him speak so passionately, Rugger raised his hand to signal the other to leave. When the third person left, he pressed his lips and looked at him. Rugger sat down, shared his own opinion, and entered eternal sleep. Hearing this, the astrologer smiled and said, That's why I decided to be extravagant before I go. I stole some time from the busiest person in the tribe. The astrologer honestly remarked that time is very precious. That comment made R chuckle awkwardly. You didn't even ask my opinion before joking like that. After joking, the astrologer once again fell into a state of contemplation. Yes, I will ask a question that only you are worthy to answer. Seeing this attitude, R waited, and not wanting to keep him waiting long, he asked directly, When I am gone, what will happen to us? After that question, the whole tent fell into silence. Seeing RCK silent, the astrologer voiced the long-held question in his heart. The first chosen one, this question is for you, the closest priest of the god. Not wanting to keep him waiting too long, he smiled gently and asked directly, What will happen when I'm gone? Before answering, Rock paused for a few moments to think. After passing away, seeing that he did not answer immediately, the astrologer looked at the praying gods outside and asked, They say I will sleep in eternal sleep then. Do you think I will fall asleep forever? Will I have nightmares? Faced with those relentless questions, RCK could only admit his helplessness. I don't know why you think I'm capable of finding the answer. Being questioned back like that, the astrologer calmly turned away and responded, I just think that the divine armor bugs sulk when we lose our way. After finishing his analysis, he affirmed it once again. So I believe that when he passes away, he will also guide me with this faith. I have given my opinion. The astrologer asked Rag for his opinion. Do you think it goes against the will of the deity? After a moment of thought, RCK spoke up to deny it. No, you are right, astrologer. With his strong faith, he affirms that the divine armor bug always appears when we are lost. Surely it will guide us as we pass into eternity. At this moment, a strange blue butterfly was slowly flying toward the tent. This question finally made the astrologer smile with satisfaction. You think so? Now that I have an answer, I want to ask him one more thing. Where do you think I will go? Could it be that I will sit across from you and have a strange meeting? Faced with this question, RCK tried to use all his imagination but denied it. It probably wouldn't be that boring. Finishing his words, he imagined a scene and began to describe it. There would be a vast gate where I could run freely, each step light and easy, my tail brushing against the grass. At this point, the image of a cool green meadow with a gentle breeze appeared in RCK's mind, along with a large rock to rest on whenever tired. That place wasn't just a meadow, but also had a small, peaceful, babbling brook. The weather is harmonious. No, actually, it would be boring if nothing ever changed. Sometimes there are fog and showers, and even a large river. Although those scenes are beautiful, the astrologer is still not quite satisfied. I hope to have a home to return to. Mentioning this, he couldn't hide the sadness in his eyes. Not just a hut to rest in, but a sturdy house that can shelter me. Hearing that, R furrowed his brow slightly. The hut, sensing his curiosity, the astrologer said bluntly, I don't like huts. Having said that, he no longer hid it and began to explain. Actually, I don't like tents either. These old legs of mine are worn out. Looking at the star-filled sky outside, the astrologer began to ponder. But as long as my heart finds a place to rest, even with my last breath, I will willingly keep walking. After rambling for a while, he looked at the moonlight shining through the hole and asked another question. Are there stars there too? R looked up at the hole in the tent, smiled, and continued to let his imagination run wild. There are also wanderers, and the gods place stars in the sky to guide them home. Just then, the blue butterfly flew into the tent. Seeing it, R couldn't hide his surprise. He quickly calmed down and reached out to let the butterfly land on his hand. Astrologer, do you see it? At that question, the astrologer's eyes grew heavy as he struggled to look at the butterfly. All I see now is darkness. This answer made R sense something was wrong. It was it. He then had no choice but to accept the truth. Frowning as he spoke, Astrologer, I have brought you a gift. Hearing these words, the astrologer could only laugh. A gift? Have you tricked me again? Rag looked at the butterfly resting on his hand, his threat barely there. Was he going to refuse my gift again? After that sentence, the butterfly gently flew to the astrologer, and his voice gradually weakened. This time, I will find it quickly. As soon as these words ended, the butterfly immediately flew away. The astrologer said nothing more, causing RCK to hurriedly stand up and examine. The astrologer, the butterfly gently flew out of the hut. The butterfly then returned to Sangon's arms, and looking at the butterfly in his hand, a question arose in his mind. The lost world once gone, people will return to the beginning. Just then, a familiar system notification sounded, indicating the conditions to create a next life had been met. Do you want to create a next life or not? Without hesitation, Choi Sang-gun chose yes. After that decision, the butterfly in his hand slowly faded away. Watching it disappear, Choi Sang-gun recalled a few things. Levels, resources, faith, and a complete death were all accounted for. Although the conditions for a complete death were still unclear, when the butterfly completely disappeared, he opened the system panel to reveal countless similar butterflies. Reincarnation is an important element in the Lost World. As long as you combine a well-structured afterlife worldview, the chances of victory will increase. The wicked will be punished, and the good will ascend to heaven. This is a message that emphasizes morality and ethics. Thinking of this, Choi Sang-gun suddenly remembered the fierce warriors he had seen. Just like Vana, this place can also be used to train warriors. After pressing a few buttons on the system, countless blue butterflies appeared flying around where he stood. After souls have gone through training, they can return to Earth. Overall, the next life will be very useful by the end of the game. After playing around for a while, Choi Sang-gun also let them go. No need to rush, many things are just beginning. Watching the butterflies flying freely, he felt satisfied that his next life could unfold as he wished. At this early meadow, the blue butterflies were fluttering everywhere. After flying around for a while, they decided to rest on some blades of grass. On that meadow, there were not only butterflies, but also a familiar figure lying there. The astrologer lay there dozing peacefully. After a while, he felt a bit uncomfortable and raised his hand to scratch. Too strange. While scratching, the astrologer suddenly sensed something unusual and reached out to check. Seeing the clear blue sky, his eyes lit up brightly. This is it. The astrologer then sat up, looking around and feeling the gentle, cool breeze, but it all felt unreal. The more he observed, the more moved he became. Feeling restless sitting there, he stood up and looked around. And you were right, this is indeed a vast grassland. While the astrologer was still looking around, a somber atmosphere was unfolding at the tribe's place. No stars, no stone houses. I guess I can't expect to have it all. Having admired enough, he sat up and thought to himself, maybe I don't need any houses at all. As he said this, feeling the wind brush against his skin, the astrologer felt more content than ever before. This truly was a wonderful gift. The astrologer sat quietly, humming a few nameless tunes as he looked around, when suddenly, something caught his attention. It turned out that in the distance, countless lizard people were falling asleep. There were many lizard people beside him, happy to find his kin, but the strange state of everyone made him worried. Yet no one woke up. The astrologer approached the lizards to assess the situation. Some of them were already lost nearby, and it would be rude to wake them up. Observing a figure nearby caught his attention. Ah, is that child really who he thinks it is? The astrologer approached for a closer look and was shocked to realize the kid had learned math from him. That kid was also one of the warriors. Speaking of this, an unpleasant memory came back to him. When the goblin army attacked the tribe, back in the past while he was dozing off, a group of goblins came and started smashing things. We were ambushed, and the goblin clans had united. At that time, the Starseer was the one standing at the front, shielding the others who were trembling in fear behind him. This is where the children and the elderly live. Can we hold out until help arrives? Faced with that question, he felt there was nothing left to hold on to in life. It was hopeless. This was the end. As soon as the words were spoken, the goblins charged to attack. But at that moment, a person appeared with a weapon in hand, surprising the two, standing between the goblins and the others, calmly speaking, sacrificing one to save two. Finishing his words, he turned and smiled brightly, expressing his gratitude to the astrologer. I think I was pretty good at math. Thank you, sir, the astrologer. After speaking, he charged into battle under the fearful gaze of the elder. Some warriors of the Black Wolf tribe may disobey the chief's orders if they believe it is necessary. Watching the other rush forward, the astrologer desperately tried to stop him. No, That heroic sacrifice was something no one expected. After the sudden riot that day, Rock shouted at him for the first time. At the tomb of the fallen warriors, Rock lost his temper. That's because you taught math to the other warriors. The more he spoke, the more his frustration showed, and his words grew harsher. The astrologer heard but could not refute. All the warriors who knew how to count disobeyed my orders. They believed they could save the other two by sacrificing themselves. After a moment of silence, he couldn't hold back and asked a question. Do you think those warriors were wrong back then? Asked like that, Rag shouted. No! By this point, he could no longer hold back and burst into tears. I'm not angry, because they were wrong. All I could do was be angry. Turning back to the present, he looked at the boy sleeping peacefully and smiled kindly. After this friend, even the uninterested warriors began to learn how to count. That kid was also the one who helped many others learn to count. Remembering those times, the astrologer couldn't hold back his tears. Now that we meet again, I am very happy. After a while, he also stood up to explore around. Besides those who were sleeping, was there no one else in this meadow? Seeing no one else around, the astrologer wondered, is the god not here? Suddenly, he noticed a figure lurking near the base of a nearby tree. Seeing a second person besides himself, the astrologer immediately became alert. Is someone there? No sooner had he finished speaking than the other person panicked and ran off. Seeing this, he panicked and shouted, Hey, wait! Without thinking twice, the starbird immediately stood up and quickly gave chase. While running, he tried to ask about the situation, then stopped and said, Where are you going? After running for a while, the astrologer began to feel tired. Despite his fatigue, he couldn't help but smile when he thought about something. If there is a god here, after running for a while, the astrologer reached the strange domed house, with something he wanted to ask him. Looking at the light across the tunnel, he became even more curious. Why choose us? Not wanting to wonder for too long, the astrologer stepped inside immediately. Was it because the lizard people were a superior race to the others? It was because the god was kind. Looking at the blue butterfly hovering across the tunnel, countless questions arose in his mind. Or is it simply because we are more useful? There is no answer to that question. Roger said it was just a coincidence. The closer he got to the end of the tunnel, the clearer his thoughts became. Perhaps it was inevitable, simply the best choice he could make. Meanwhile, he finally reached the end of the tunnel, feeling vague. Looking at that light, but no matter what, we will have a good ending. I also think that's good enough. When he could clearly see the scene inside, the astrologer was stunned. It turned out that in the middle of the room, there was a telescope neatly placed on a stand. After a moment of surprise, he calmed down and slowly walked over to the telescope. Rag, you were right. There is a stone house and the stars. He went up to it, examining and studying the telescope with great curiosity. What could this be? A brass tube with lenses covering both ends. Unable to resist curiosity, the astrologer looked through the telescope to take a closer look. The scene before his eyes immediately made him question life itself. A star? Is this the true shape of the star? He couldn't believe his eyes, took off his glasses to look once more, then returned to observe through the lens. That's right. Discovering something new, the astrologer took the opportunity to look around everywhere. This is the true shape of the star. I need to recalculate their movements. The more I look, the more I can't hide my excitement. Everything I knew until now was just the surface. With that discovery, the astrologer focused intently on his studies, thinking it would be wonderful if he could share this knowledge with everyone. Behind him, Choi Sang-gun appeared unnoticed, observing everything. Watching the man passionately studying and taking notes, he smiled kindly, grateful that he had followed through to the end. The astrologer observed the other astrologer writing for a while before continuing to watch, allowing Sang-gun to assess that the other world is not just a place for the dead, it also influences life after death and the values of those who believe in the divine. Seeing his passionate expression, he suddenly became curious. If a warrior could reach the other world, that warrior's tribe could dream of Von Halak. And if an immortal being can reach the other world, their tribe might dream of a peaceful and happy place. So what if a scholar goes there? With that question and seeing the passion of the astrologer, Choi Sang-gun found his answer. They would dedicate themselves fully to the advancement of science. He turned his head to look outside, smiling with satisfaction. A great threat was approaching. The other world desperately needs this. Thinking of this, Choi Sang-gun recalled a certain warrior tribe that, with iron technology developed before the lizards, could tame the Tiger River sword, and the hyena tribe had begun to take action. Remembering those hyena tribes, he guessed their tactics and movements were unusual. There had to be players behind them. As this idea came to him, a chessboard illustration appeared in Choi Sang-gun's mind. However, a lot of preparation is needed to wage war against other players. Now even the other world has been established. Remembering those things, he confidently declared, "Then let's get ready to welcome them." After that confident declaration, Choi Sang-gun began to recall what he had prepared. The players were gradually expanding their territories. To keep up with that pace, I invested a lot in the small bugs. Looking at the bug resting on my hand, I recalled the information about it. I have 3 major insect species under my control, including a group of grasshoppers called Swam. Choi Sang-gun then sat down, watching the players appearing on the map, quietly assessing their control and influence over the people. I have to be very quiet so no one notices my presence. Remembering the bugs I released, I feel satisfied. Frogs are also used to spread viruses. I have used them to propagate numerous diseases. At that moment, Choi Sang-gun remembered a place where all the bugs he raised gathered, the nests where all kinds of insects were nurtured, and he let them enjoy the small cultivated areas. Preparations were complete, but then another issue came to mind. The nearby reptile tribes are all under RCK's control, gradually uniting as one. With everything I've done, Sang-gun stood up, observed the map, and carefully analyzed control over the southern peninsula. Now it's just a matter of time. The question is how to deal with players who behave badly. Returning to where the lizard god Owen and Westel had arrived, he heard the words the lizard god told him, and the smile on his face disappeared. Got it, the astrologer has passed away. Seeing the change on Well's face, which looked a bit deflated, I think I've heard that name before. I don't think now is the right time to say you're feeling uncomfortable, he reassured. No, it's okay. Afraid he still didn't believe it, he smiled brightly and explained, we don't see letting strangers attend a funeral as a bad thing. Instead, we even think it's a good thing. Isn't it better to have someone else to share the sorrow with? After the conversation ended, Owen led him to where everyone was gathered. As he approached, he started talking to a lizard man while Go stood quietly behind, observing everything. Looking around for a moment, he caught sight of RCK lifting his head with tears streaming down his face. That was RCK, the chief of the Black Lynx tribe. But seeing that scene, Westel couldn't hide his surprise. Is it okay for a chief to cry? This reaction puzzled Owen. Don't humans cry when they're sad? Faced with that question, he paused for a moment before answering. People do cry, but human leaders don't do it in front of many others because they have their reputation to uphold. Receiving this answer, Owen fired back with a shocking response. Reputation? I don't know what reputation is. After mourning, R left to another place for everyone else to grieve. Watching his figure walk away, Owen finished his answer. If the tribe leader shows weakness, wouldn't the warriors under him think their leader is weak? Finishing his words, Owen smiled brightly and advised Wes not to explain this to the other lizardmen. They wouldn't understand. This reminder made him curious. Knowing his question, he explained further. For us, there is something we consider even more important than reputation. Upon hearing this, Well wondered what it could be. But at the same time, Rag approached to greet Owen. Rag, Owen, hello. After the greetings, he expressed his regret. Fortunately, it was not too late to send off the astrologer. After exchanging greetings, Ra's attention turned to Owen, and he asked, who is the human friend standing next to you? In response to that question, he answered honestly. He is the errand runner for the Automation Lord. Noticing the attention on him, Westel bowed and introduced himself. I am H from Automation. At the same time, Owen leaned over to whisper something to Rag. As soon as he heard it, he smiled brightly and greeted him. Really? This strange attitude made Westel instinctively wary. Ending that tension, he was led to the leader's tent. As soon as he sat down, RCK expressed his goodwill while still setting some boundaries. It must have been tiring traveling such a long way, but unfortunately, we have to stay up all night tonight. After settling the formalities, he explained to the person opposite him, I hope you understand. This is our custom. Fortunately, Westel understands that as well. It's all right. With that, he reached into his cloak to take something out. First, I hope you will accept this gift. Placing the bag on the table, Westel explained. This is a gift for the chieftain of Lord Automation. Since it's a gift, you should accept it and open the bag to take a look. Seeing the white stone in his hand, RCK immediately recognized it as salt rock, knowing he had understood. Wells smiled proudly and introduced. Yes, this is something we are very proud of. Pausing for a moment, he offered an incredibly generous condition. This is the first salt stone he gives you unconditionally. This is the first salt stone. Hearing these words, RCK immediately understood the intention behind them. First means there will be a second and a third. Seeing that he understood, Wells said bluntly, there are even more than that. Please accept it. Surprisingly, he agreed right away. All right. However, as soon as he said that, RCK crushed the stone with his hand. Watching the shattered pieces of the stone fall around him, Westel was stunned. While he was still frozen, RCK waved his hand and instructed, tell your master that I have accepted it. Unable to keep up with what had happened, Westel trembled. What did you just do? When asked like that, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully for a moment and then explained, there are no gods, so you probably don't know, right? That's just one of our rituals. R just pointed to the pile of salt on the floor to explain. If you break the salt rock onto the ground, the body will be very pleased. That's all you need to know. As soon as Westel heard it, he knew he was lying, but couldn't do anything. Truly a ridiculous lie. No matter how dissatisfied you are, you still have to smile. That is the Lord's gift. Before I could finish, RCK interrupted, saying it was just a salt rock, and I've already used it. Is it still not enough? Seeing this attitude, he is not satisfied. You know, that's not the point of the gift. I also said he mentioned there would be a second and third time with larger sizes. Hearing this, RCK recalled a few things and asked for opinions. I heard he's very wealthy, but sending someone just to give this saltstone seems a bit wasteful. Do you think that's right? Before the other person could answer, you already added more. Next time, please bring more items for exchange. This firm attitude left Westel somewhat at a loss. It seems he is quite an experienced assassin. Moreover, he also assessed that it's not impossible to communicate despite being different species. He is somewhat bold but not entirely rude. He expresses his refusal through diplomatic procedures. Seeing Westell didn't say anything more, RCK gently pushed, "Isn't it time for you to leave? I've spoken politely like a human, but this subtle way of talking is too difficult. If it has to be like that, I'd rather settle it with a story." Seeing the opportunity, he no longer hid his true face. "I don't have that kind of talent. If you don't like speaking diplomatically, then just be straightforward with me. You probably understand this offer already, so why did you refuse?" Faced with that question, he didn't answer, but instead raised a finger. First, pause a moment. RCK began to explain, "I don't like accepting proposals that others have already rejected. I don't like picking up leftovers. To put it more clearly, if someone has already rejected you once, doesn't that mean the offer holds no value?" This idea made WSEL unable to believe his own ears. "What?" He quickly stood up, denying it repeatedly. "That's not true. This proposal is meant specifically for you. However, R already has enough evidence to refute it. No, I don't think Owen just happened to meet you by chance and luckily brought you here. Remember what Owen said to me? You analyzed it well. In other words, you come from the north, not the west." As soon as the words ended, Westell shrank back and took the chance to explain further. "But automation is in the west, and in the north there is the ear-cutting Sanket tribe. At this point, there's no need to beat around the bush." He said straight out that he had proposed this to Sanket and was rejected. After finishing his analysis, Rak held out his hand to the man and said, "So why don't you be honest with me now?" Hi from Automation. While tensions are rising on the other side, Choi Sang-gun stands in Automation, recalling some information about it. The ancient ruins of automaticity, Satan. An ancient relic you won't find anywhere else. A real castle with 5-meter-high walls. Besides that, there are clay soldiers trying to restore Satan. It truly is a wonder of the lost city. No one knows who built the castle inside. Many people and different tribes live together. This place is Automation. Recalling that information combined with the current situation, he made his observations. Moreover, it also has the advantage of the valley terrain where Automation is located, situated on the road to the continent. After a long discussion, Choi Sang-gun summed it up perfectly at a key point on the way to the continent. That's why Automation must be solid. His attention then shifted to the salt mine where the workers were diligently laboring. This place also had a salt mine that supported livestock and food supplies. Back at RCK's place, he and Westell exchanged glances without a word. To break the silence, RCK took the initiative to expose the truth. "Lord of Automation City. Hi, I don't believe in free gifts." Pausing for a moment, he spoke frankly about his attitude, especially regarding the gift from someone who deliberately hid their true identity, so I could not accept it. Everything was exposed, and Well bowed his head in silence, unable to say a word. That silence, R just needed one glance to understand. No denial. Alright, let me explain how I came to that conclusion. Saying what he meant, he went to the fireplace, added wood to the fire, and then began to analyze. He said his name was Hai, and he surely knew what the lizard god thought about Automation. He deliberately revealed that name to test how much we already knew. After placing the last piece of wood, RCK added, "Even within Automation City, only a few people know his name or face. They said only a few loyal members of the Fourth Master to the City Lord knew about it." Pausing briefly, he began to recount what he knew. Hearing this, Westell was speechless. Those who share the Lord's bloodline all have Hai in their names, and it is said the Lord has 4 sons and 3 daughters. Ignoring his silence, RCK looked at Westell's hand and continued analyzing. Still, he wasn't a woman, and judging by the wrinkles on his hand, he didn't seem that young either. Combining all of that, he came to the final conclusion. "That's how I was able to discover your real name, the Lord of Automation, Westell." Faced with such a logical analysis, Westell could no longer hide it and had to admit, "Very well." Even after hearing the entire explanation, he couldn't hide his curiosity. "How do you know that? I've never been close to a god before." Without receiving an answer, Westell introduced himself again. "That's right, I am the Lord of Automation, Westell." After saying that, he sat down on the cushion opposite him and expressed his own wish. But that doesn't change anything. "I really gave you that amount of salt." However, Westell was unlucky to encounter a rock like R who has no price. Even greedy Sanket would refuse because he still has his sanity. At this point, he gave a sly smile and said bluntly, "If we take salt from you, we'll have to protect you. Afraid the other side won't believe it?" Ree was more specific. "When you are attacked by foreign invaders, we will become concerned about the safety of the salt mine." Mentioning this issue again, he couldn't hide his discomfort, even though it was a war he started himself. Wasn't that his intention? Once discovered, Well didn't hide it but chose to give an excuse. That's called diplomacy. Rags is more like a transaction. After sharing his opinion, there was one thing that made him wonder. Why did you refuse when you would be the one to benefit? I knew you would ask that question. Rack looked exactly like some hyena boldly declaring it. You've probably heard the same answer from someone else. So why shouldn't I just take Automation for myself? If kicking out the salty humans means Automation will be ours, isn't that right? This confident statement left Westell wide-eyed and stunned. When he was able to calm down, he hesitated and looked at the person opposite him. So you're saying you want to attack us? In response to Westel's unease, RCK denied it. No, I'm just considering which option would be better for both of us. Pausing for a moment, he fiddled with the stick in his hand and said, if diplomacy fails, invading automation will be the better option for us. Faced with this overconfidence, Westel frowned and warned, don't underestimate automation. Ignoring the warnings, RCK merely glanced and confidently stated, according to my calculations, even if we incur some casualties, we can definitely seize it. Unlike last time, this time he finished speaking and then explained further. We follow the blue insect god, and if the deity helps us, even tall walls or muddy soldiers will turn to dust. Thinking about something, RCK looked up with a knowing smile. Seeing a lone woman sitting in front of him, he chuckled. Aren't you afraid to come here alone? You make it easier for my side if I want to attack the city wall. Hearing those words, he seemed to be thinking something and confidently asserted. No, you won't kill me. Roger gave him a puzzled look. I understand and have analyzed it. If I disappear now, it will be very difficult to find out who the next successor of automation is. That answer is a bit off topic from what you two are talking about right now. What does the successor of automation have to do with it? Hearing this, he could only smile and ask another question. Do you know the game of Go? Before RCK could answer, Westel pointed to the ground and drew a board to illustrate, starting to explain the basics. We place white and black stones in vertical rows. You win if you completely surround your opponent's stones, he declared, holding up a stone from the board. But now the rules of the game no longer matter. Afraid I might sound too confusing. Westel emphasized that I am a pawn on this board. This statement surprised RCK. He didn't stop there and added, I know the game has already begun. After placing the stones in position, Westel shared the information he knew. This is a game where two gods use their tribes as pieces, and on the board the dwarves and lizardfolk have already begun the game. After finishing his analysis, he carefully warned that the game is called automation. You have already been drawn into this game. Every decision you make now requires more caution. When it comes to this matter, Westel cannot hide his madness. Since when? My children keep talking about an angry tooth while others talk about a blue butterfly. My children have begun to believe in the divine. These words finally moved RK. However, he quickly regained his composure and summarized what Well had just said. Well, you mean I can't do anything in this situation either, right? Automation, a target that all parties must seize despite the risks they face once the game has begun. The origin of everything goes back 3 weeks ago. As Choi Sang-gun was observing automation, a civilization conflict alert appeared. At that very moment, a man wearing a glowing red mask appeared. It's been a while, hasn't it? Unlike the other's enthusiasm, Nebula just poured a bucket of cold water. When did I ever become your friend? This coldness infuriated the man opposite him.
You don't remember we played the final round of the lost game together? Despite his struggles, Choi Sang-gun remained as cold as ever.
Besides that trivial story, why did you ask to contact me? These words ignited the fire of hatred within him. Ordinary. That game is ordinary to you? I couldn't care less about those scoldings. He opened the system and bluntly commented. I was thinking the ORC's strategy would fail and fall behind. Then you'd get counterattacked, which would be really frustrating, right? These words pierced his heart like an arrow. He couldn't take it anymore. He ran his hands through his hair. In the end, the man in the red mask exploded loudly, pointing at him and declaring, this time, I will win. I will put an end to you. Hearing that, Choi Sang-gun sneered. If you're so good, why do we have to fight now? Who will stop him from becoming overconfident like that? Choi Sang-gun said bluntly. You must have forgotten. There won't be a next time. This is the final round. Those words were too true. He had no argument. After thinking it over, the red-masked man finally calmed down. I know, I was a bit over the top, but looking at the guy in front of me, Choi Sang-gun recalled some information about hegemonia. I know his playstyle. It seems simple, but he fights with the instinctive aggression of a wild beast and is very good at handling multiple things at once. Watching the man before him, he suddenly remembered something. In fact, there are many cases where he wins by launching relentless attacks right from the start. But I don't need to adapt to someone else's strengths. I have my own strategy. That red-masked guy, after struggling for a while, finally calmly asked for my opinion. So, you want to settle the outcome by another method, right? Seeing that he finally understood my point, I nodded in agreement. Yeah. Receiving that answer, he looked toward the city below and smiled knowingly. It seems we are both thinking the same thing. There are already 2 people who have confirmed. Let's decide on that. Threatening automation and humanity with a contradictory prophecy. Prophecy is a skill that can be used at Divine Power level 6 or higher. It can be seen as a quest that the player sets for themselves. Completing the prophecy will grant additional experience points. However, the penalty for failure is also severe, resulting in a loss of experience points due to wasting the religious resources invested in the prophecy. If unlucky, a punishment or a negative event will occur. The prophecy skill. An ancient king received a prophecy from a seer that his son would kill him, sleep with his wife, and destroy his kingdom. The king was terrified by the prophecy and ordered his servants to kill his children, but one servant secretly left a child in the fields. The baby was found by a shepherd. When he grew up and became a young man, he heard rumors that his current parents were not his biological parents. He went to the oracle's house seeking answers, but instead of answering his questions, the oracle said, he will sleep with his mother and kill his father. A child who loves his current parents, even if they are not his biological parents, will leave his homeland and you. Nebula wondered, so what happens if both players have conflicting prophecies? Is that what they call a contradictory prophecy? The other side said one party will receive the reward and the other will have to accept the punishment. That's perfect. So how are we going to make the prophecy then? Nebula asked. You surely know that the Automation Lord is deciding on his successor, right? The other side said, of course. Automationon often changes rulers, and only the Lord of Automationon knows how long they will reign. Nebula agrees as well. That's right. So Nebula looked down from above and said, who will become the next Lord of Automation? This will be the content of the conflicting prophecy. They said you mean among the 5 children of the current Automationon Lord, Nebula said calmly. Well, if we choose differently and predict who will become the next Lord of Automation Castle, then our prophecies will definitely contradict each other. They said they have a list here and asked if I should recount all of them for you, Nebula replied. That's good then. They showed a picture of a person and said he was the eldest son. His name is Jan, a man around 30 years old. He has a strong build and is highly valued by Westel. He is the strongest candidate and is supported by 2 of the 4 clans under the Castle Lord's command. A portrait of a younger man was displayed first. On the other side, they said the third son, a man in his late 20s, is Jaeon's half-brother and is considered weak. He doesn't really show himself to others, and there are rumors that he has no interest in becoming the heir. He has his mother's clan backing him, another portrait of a youth, the third child Jane, a woman in her late 20s. She often hides her identity in public. She seems to get along even with difficult people like the Hunters. She is supported by the other clan. Next is the fourth child Kyung, a woman in her early 20s. She shares the same father but has a different mother from the eldest and the second child. I think her mother has passed away, and there's something strange about her appearance, like she's cursed. Because of that, not only the Lord but all the family members have abandoned her. Finally, the fifth child Min, a girl still in her teenage years. She's said to be extremely intelligent and gifted in many areas, and it seems her father loves this youngest child very much. They asked, "What do you think? Shall we decide now?" "You two need time to review the information," Nebula replied immediately. "All right, let's decide now." Nebula said, "We will write down our judgments separately, and then check if there are any differences." "Let's begin," the other side responded decisively. "All right, contradictory prophecy. Do you want to place a contradictory prophecy against the player hegemonia? Warning, if a contradictory prophecy fails, you will suffer a great loss. Great. Please double check once more before proceeding. Has Nebula made a choice?" The other side has responded. So Nebula flips the screen. The prophecy of the player hegemonia, the second child of Westel Hyjin, will become the successor of automation. The prophecy of the player Nebula, the fourth child of Westel Haikung, will become the successor of Automationon. Hegemonia stared at the results in silence for a moment. Nebula thought to himself, is he surprised? I guess he didn't expect it to be like this. Nebula spoke up. The choices are different now. Good, I just pressed it. Hegemonia heard that and regained his spirit. Ah, got it now. He excitedly raised his hand, now striking the table to declare. Let's begin. Player Hegemonia and Player Nebula. The contradictory prophecy has been accepted. Meanwhile, in the tent where the fire flickered, the two leaders sat in silent contemplation. West stood up and said, "That's enough for now. I have one last question." He looked down at John and said, "In the end, you're just a pawn on the chessboard. Don't you feel fear or anger facing that truth?" John simply smiled and said, "I'll answer that once everything is over." Well turned away and said, "Fine. You don't need to see me off. His attendants are already waiting outside. They serve him by changing into noble clothes and trimming his beard and hair properly." Approaching his personal horse, he and his men rode back to the city. A splash of water caught the cheek of the rider behind him, who instinctively looked toward his lord's city. Another splash of water hit his cheek, leaving him puzzled. The escort then kept a fixed distance from West as they rode on. 3 weeks ago, someone was struggling to climb up the cliff. It was Hai Kyung, hanging there and cursing in frustration. "Damn it, those damn kids!" A wheel came off the cart and it tumbled into the pile of cloth inside. "I can't believe this is happening. Thank God, it's just over." After climbing up a bit, she muttered, "Now what? How do I get up there?" Everyone said I was cursed, a child with 2 horns growing from my head, gossiped about by those around me. Was that child me? I heard it killed its own mother right after being born. Hush, it can hear us now. Just as they said, since I was born, many things have happened around me. When I was 13, I fell at the market. When I was 14, I was accused of stealing salted cable and was detained for 4 days. At 15, I fell into a toilet. I'm not kidding. That situation was truly life-threatening. I even almost got hit on the head by a falling bottle. I was once chased all night by a pack of wild dogs, so this is nothing. The unlucky girl shouted loudly, "What a fool. You really think you can cross this road with a cart? Now you've lost all the silk and there's nowhere left to step." The girl kept encouraging herself. It's okay, because her best skill was endurance. If she climbed up with both feet at the same time, she believed she could do it. "On bomb!" A voice called down from above her head, saying, "Take my hand." A black horse reached down, offering to help Hikkyung. The black lizard said calmly, "Aren't you going to hold on? My hand is completely empty." Hikkyung cautiously asked, "Who are you?" "A lizard." Haklan said, "With your condition, I don't think you can talk for long." Hikkyung replied first, "I have nothing for you. I'm very poor." Haklan calmly said, "It's okay." He gently touched the girl and said, "Because I won't ask for anything." This path is only wide enough for one person to pass, with a rocky ledge on one side and a high risk of landslides on the other. Haklan asked, "What were you thinking pulling a cart down this road?" Hikkyung reluctantly replied, "If the wheel hadn't broken, there wouldn't have been any problem." Hikkyung asked, "What's your name?" That black wolf said, "My name is Sa'an-mi Hikkyung." Kung passed by me and said, "I can only thank you for saving me." "Thank you." San held up his hand to stop her. "It's not over yet." Hikkyung calmly asked, "What is it?" She narrowed her eyes warily and asked, "How do you know my name?" San raised both hands to show goodwill and replied, "Rag told me, and he sent me to find you." Hikkyung was stunned. Rag, the leader of the black lizard tribe. Hikkyung asked in surprise, "You mean the RAC hunter? That thunder lizard god? The first chosen one?" San calmly told us to just call him the leader. Rock's image in the tall girl's mind was so grand that she found it hard to believe. "Why would someone like that want to find me?" San replied, "Maybe it's because of the 2 recent curses." Hyung said innocently, "What rumor? I often travel far to buy silk, so I don't know." San didn't blame her either, saying, "I understand now." He told her that the second child of the city lord would become the heir to automation, and the other rumor was that the 4th child would be the next heir to automation. Hearing that, Hikkyung just found it ridiculous. "It's just a rumor." But San calmly said, "I know you are the 4th child of Westel." Hikkyung then added, "You might not know, but I have nothing to do with those rumors. I'm just someone who's been isolated." It's clear that the other siblings wanted to use the rumor for their own gain, so they spread it around. "You can't get anything from me, so it's better to go find others, right?" San stood silently without responding immediately. Hiki was extremely cautious on the side. "This person knows exactly who I am. The child of the Lord of the Ledger must have definitely hidden their identity. That is the law of automation. He looks strong, but I have to kill him here." Just as the killing intent was building, Saran interrupted. "I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding here. The second order I received was to protect you." Hikkyung was also caught off guard by this and became confused. "Huh? What? What do you mean?" San asked patiently. "She says it's just a rumor, but her brother and the members of the Automacionon clan will react very sensitively to the rumor. They will target you to minimize risks during the coronation." Hikkyung immediately rejected this favor, saying, "No, I can protect myself." Saren still insisted, "But I have orders from the leader. I have to protect you." Heike was frustrated with this stubborn guy. "Damn it!" Hickey ran his hand through S's hair, revealing 2 round bumps protruding from his forehead beneath the bangs. "Do you see what this is? It's a horn. To be exact, it's where a pair of horns used to be. This is a curse." She began to confess. "I tore my mother's belly with this horn to be born, and my other brother died because of it. Besides, I also encountered many misfortunes around me. That is the real reason why I am lonely." San was slightly silent before softly saying, "I'm sorry, you said it, but whether she is cursed or not doesn't really matter. I have come to represent the will of the tribe under the leader's command. Even if you refuse, I must do this." Looking down at the fabric falling loosely over the edge, she thought if threats didn't work, the only way was to let him experience it himself. "Now what am I supposed to do with this big, strong lizard?" Then she suddenly thought it wasn't so bad after all. Protecting her life meant that even if she put herself in danger, he would come to help. With that in mind, she replied, "First, I need to get the silk back. How will I return?" San said sharply, "With those legs, even if you know it's impossible, if you want to boss someone around, there's a better way. You just need to ask me for help." Embarrassed by being caught clumsy, Hicks scratched her face and said, "Please help me get that pile of silk." San replied generously, "All right." Then he took on the task of carrying the silk buckets for Hiki. Hickey suddenly asked curiously, "How did you know I was here?" Saran replied, "I used a fake name with your surname to ask around. Isn't this name more fitting?" Hyung looked suspicious. But why do my business partners so easily sell my information?" San revealed the harsh truth. "I just need to give them a bag of salt and they'll tell anything. They told me you were going to buy silk, but they didn't know where you got the silk from. They also said you borrowed a cart but didn't come back, so they thought you were a scammer. You have been missing behind the automation gate for several days. You didn't think that besides your relationships with people, you would also lose a lot of trust from your business partners." Hikkyung was just embarrassed. Saran continued, "By the way, the automation castle is over there on the horizon." Hyung quickly said, "Yes, I understand. This is a path known only to a few automation merchants. When I return, I will talk to the family about selling the silk." San reacted in a flash, raising her hand to block the hidden strike aimed at Hikkyung. She exclaimed in panic, "Your hand!" San grabbed the hidden weapon stuck in her hand and said, Rag was right. Someone is trying to kill you. A group of goblins covering their faces appeared behind the nearby wall, while Saren's voice echoed. The battle for the inheritance has begun. San easily captured the goblins to Hikium's admiration. She praised him as a skilled fighter too. Among the warriors here, Rua is very famous. San said, "You know Rua?" Sent said as he bandaged a goblin. "He is the greatest warrior of our tribe. He was the one who taught me how to fight." Hikiung asked curiously, "Did you also learn medicine from Dua?" San replied, "Oh no, I learned it when I was John's attendant. I felt Black Wolf's mood was a bit gloomy." Hyung wondered, what's wrong with him? Ja handles the internal affairs of the Black Scale tribe. She's like the female version of R. In other words, he works under her command, has also learned combat skills from Dua, so he must be an important member of the Black Scale tribe. Someone like him being assigned to protect me is probably a great blessing. Suddenly, she saw him hand a piece of silk to the goblin and exclaimed, "Hey, that's my silk." San calmly said, "I need to be a bit humble with them at the Automation City gate." Hiki looked and said, "The gate is already closed. They are controlling the flow of people entering the city." Hikiung approached a fox person to ask why the automation gate was closed and was asked if she was the one selling silk. "She can't get in either. They said automation will be temporarily closed, and even if you get inside, you won't be able to get out." This raises a question. What is happening inside the city? Hyekyung also quietly wondered, what could be happening in Automation City? At the Geo family, a young man sat rubbing his aching eyes. Hikiung frowned and asked what that expression meant. "I'm the one who should be angry here." She took a sip of tea and said to the young man opposite her, "Your carriage broke down and almost got me killed." The young man said troubled, "You probably haven't heard the news yet. I don't know anything either. Was there something special on the way here?" "Hi, Kyung. As the town gossip goes, I was almost assassinated, but luckily the Black Scale tribe sent this warrior to protect me. I will repay him kindly." San then introduced himself. "My name is San Mo, from the Black Scale tribe." The young man opposite politely replied, "Pleased to meet San of the Black Scale clan. I am the head of the Jiu family, one of the 4 great clans of Automation City. Sao, I interrogated some goblins who tried to assassinate the young lady. Right now, I'm quite sure this has nothing to do with the Geo family." The head of the Geo family politely poured tea and said, "Of course, we don't engage in the same schemes as the other clans." Hiki asked curiously, "What's going on in Automation City? They can't just close the gates because the 4th daughter was cursed and attacked." Master Geo revealed that there have been assassins here too. Hikiung muttered in surprise, "The Lord is feeling dizzy." Master Gu said that a potential heir of automation, her older brother Wan, has gone missing. Then a voice wondered, "How many years has it been since I last came here?" Only Sean and Hakyung were in the study, filled with books on the shelves. Hikiung said, "Even though I was close to my eldest brother, I avoided seeing him as I grew up. I smell blood here." San called back to her, "Hi Kung, there's a white blood stain and a small trace under the table." They both lifted the rug under the table to search for more traces. They found dried stains in the wood crevice. With such a large pool of blood, he must have died. Master Geo stood behind them and said, "We also discovered the problem of not finding the body. The gates were sealed immediately after the traces were found to prevent the culprit from taking the body out of the city. The body will inevitably decompose and emit a foul odor, so catching the culprit is just a matter of time. If she does nothing," Hai Kyung thought, "would the culprit dare to kill knowing the danger?" "No, don't overthink it," he said. "I can't do anything either." Suddenly, Hikiung stiffened. The ghost inside her whispered, "Do you want me to tell you or just sit and wait?" Hiki also lost patience and told it to shut up. San noticed something was wrong and asked worriedly, "Hiki, are you okay?" Hyung seemed possessed. She suddenly spoke up. "The culprit found a jar big enough to fit the body." Who could own something like that without raising suspicion? The master of the Go family wondered. "Jar?" Hikiung immediately replied. "That's right. We are looking for someone who stores salted meat in jars to prevent spoilage, including butchers and hunters, so the meat does not decompose." San figured something out. Hiki Kion analyzed that to keep the body from rotting. The culprit had to use salt to preserve it and then dispose of it, someone willing to bring hunters into the city. "Do you have many jars of salted meat at home?" Master Joe also figured something out, someone who can come and go here freely. At a place with a suspicious large jar, a person reached out to stroke the lid. A hunter who is also an heir to automation. My sister Hein. Hai Kion's explanation was very convincing, so even though only a few people in the city were informed, when Wyden's death was announced, everyone thought Hijin was the prime suspect. In a remote mountain area, a curse echoed. "Damn it," someone carrying a big sack said. "I thought this was the perfect plan." A scowling young man and another person carrying a sack grumbled angrily. "Hi, Kion. I never expected her to be the one to expose my plan." A voice caught Hyjin's attention. "You forgot someone else." Hyjin reflexively looked up at the person standing nearby on the cliff. The voice said, "Hi, Min. How did you get here?" Hin's voice was full of surprise, while H-Min just frowned and looked down at his sister. Behind them, 2 archers aimed downward, an arrow flying straight at the person next to Jin. "Hi," Jin pressed her lips, glaring at Hin with an innocent yet guilty look. Him Minin calmly said, "Why are you angry?" Aren't you the one who killed the traitor before? So even if I do something to you, you have no right to be angry. The smartest among the siblings must become the lord of the castle. It's all just for the throne. I should end this cursed brotherhood. She spoke coldly and innocently. Hijin, furious at the youngest brother Hin, then took 2 arrows, one to the head and one to the heart. Hin silently watched her brother fall. She closed her eyes as if to soothe her guilt. Then, something made her eyes widen in shock. A blade pierced straight through her chest. A voice echoed in agreement with her thoughts. That's right. Wow! A young man holding a bloodstained knife stood behind a kneeling Hyman on the opposite side. A man stood watching it all, his voice low as he said, "It's time to end this cursed brotherhood." "Hi," June declared calmly. "From now on, I am the only sibling left. I won't keep you waiting long." Hiki called out from inside the house. "What?" Hyung was taken aback and asked again. "Hijin and Hin died next to Haijian's body, right?" The head of the Ji family confirmed it. "That's right," meaning the culprit had no intention of hiding their identity. Hiki saw it too. "That's right, even the fool knows." Hijun and Hijin acted first, which is exactly what Hin was waiting for. I had already seen both of these coming. He was just waiting for Hyjin and Hin to meet so he could eliminate them both. If the goblin attacks me, it must be because of Hyjin. Then everything is true. If Sciron hadn't shown up, this case would have been dismissed as just an ordinary kick. The head of the Go family revealed his concern. The real threat was just beginning. Hikkyung calmly said, "Yes, that's right." Master Go pondered and said, "Actually, the Go clan just had a meeting." Hikkyung lifted her teacup, took a sip, and asked, "So what did they decide?" Master Go replied thoughtfully, "Well, of course, Jin holds all the power now." Hai Kun looked up attentively. The head of the family, somewhat reluctantly, said, "We have decided to bet on you." Hai Kyung stood up and politely said, "Thank you for recognizing Gong." Kyung firmly replied, "This is not just recognition. This decision was carefully considered, so do whatever it takes to survive." He spoke as if he were Hai Kyung's blessing. Before leaving, Hai Kyung said, "I will do my best," then left Gyeojong alone to enjoy his tea. Hai Kyung silently vowed, "All right, I have to survive. This cursed body still seems to earn others' trust. That said, my head aches now. People keep arguing, and hiding from the assassins forever isn't the answer. I have to catch Hun." Someone else said the Sang tribe and the Big-Eared tribe are both on his side, so it's not as easy as we think. Shouldn't we drag the Exo tribe into this? Hai Kyung with his regrown horns joined the discussion, which was strange. The others said, "Honestly, I don't think we need the help of the Sioux tribe." The other person said they have 2 tribes supporting them, while I only have 1. "Why do you say we don't need it?" San sitting beside reminded Hiki Kyung, "Stop thinking about breaking your horns." Hyung awkwardly replied, "All right, I already said I wouldn't break them anymore. I would have stayed out of it if I knew it would bleed this much." Thinking back to that time, San just sighed and said, "I only said that to get your attention." Hiki reluctantly sighed, "Come on, I didn't mean to bring up the horn incident. Compared to how I was 15 years ago, I still can't get used to the situation now." She confided that a few weeks ago, thanks to their help, she had overcome countless personal crises. Someone from outside shouted, "News from the outer city. The lord of the city is on his way back," and everyone in the room started to stir. "The West City Lord?" Hai Kyung asked. "When will he return?" The messenger replied, "He's not coming that fast. He'll arrive tomorrow morning," he added. "Besides, the scout team wants to secretly report to Miss Hai Kyung." Hai Kyung glanced and asked, "What's going on?" The messenger leaned in and whispered to Hai Kyung. Before I could even share the information, this person started coughing up blood. San and a goblin acted quickly before the messenger could kill Hikkyung. Hikkyung calmly observed the situation and reached for a knife in his pocket, saying, "This guy is from the Jiang tribe. Yes, I think he's been bribed." San revealed the tense situation. Now even the Gyota tribe can't be trusted. From outside came a panicked shout. "Everyone get up quickly. The situation is critical," Jiang advised. "Run now, Hai Kyung. Haijun has surely decided to attack you before the city lord returns. It seems they plan to end everything today." At that moment inside, Hai Kyung opened a trapdoor, looked down with a sad expression, and said, "I never wanted to have to use this path." Below the trapdoor was another space that looked very dirty. Seeing this, San M peeked down and advised, "There's no safer escape route than this. Even if she prefers it, she has to accept it." San M continued, "Given the current situation, we don't have many options left." Before Seer and me could finish convincing him, Hai Kyung quickly jumped down first. She looked at him and said, "I'm going first." Seer and me stood there speechless as she watched her disappear down the hole. After going down, Hickey didn't see me, so he raised his hand to wave Saran me down. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." As soon as Seer came down, she closed the hatch cover. He looked unconvinced and said to Hiki Kyung, "You have a stronger resistance than I thought." Heike calmly replied, "I'm just too used to the flies and bugs bothering me." Then the two followed the dirty water and moved forward. At that moment, many flies swarmed around Hiki, and while swatting them away, she shared with Sanomo that when she was little, she also fell in here while taking a bath. Siranmu was a bit speechless and asked, "Why do you say it like it wasn't dangerous at all?" Hiki calmly replied, "I almost died." Saran guessed, "Was it because of the rotten wooden floor?" Hyung replied, "At that time I was stuck in a huge pile of trash."
As I walked, Heiki Kyung happily recounted, I actually made it all the way out to the sewer without a scratch. The underground sewer didn't have a single bit of light.
At that moment, I thought I was about to die. Hikkyung recalled the past and continued. Then I saw a flickering light and followed it, faintly glimpsing the scene under the sewer. I kept going until I caught the light, which turned out to be a bug with a glowing tail. I guessed it was a firefly. San-mi, hearing that, immediately pointed out what didn't make sense. "That kind of bug doesn't live in a place like this," Hikkyung exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" Hikkyung immediately insisted, but it was really there. "I just said I caught one." San-im thought to himself, "That's interesting." He looked ahead and thought it was impossible for fireflies to appear here. Then he said to Hyung, "All right, maybe it's a different species." As they walked and talked for a while, they saw a door and happily exclaimed, "We're here." Then Siran-mi pointed to the door and said, "I found it while scouting. This door leads to the basement of the wooden house reserved for the Shu family hunters." Sir Mio then stepped up one step first. As he stepped up, he turned to Hee-kyung and said, "I'll go ahead. You wait here. If I don't come back soon." Sanomi seriously instructed, "Then run quickly. Immediately run in the opposite direction." Hyung listened and remained silent. She looked at the closed door and silently thought that she was still alive today thanks to his warning. Hiki stood alone in thought, realizing that although they had just met, he had already helped her a lot. The past 3 weeks have been hectic, truly too many troubles, so now I'll just wait here. Suddenly, a sound caught Hiki's attention, and immediately Hai-kyung realized something was wrong. She hurried up the stairs, thinking about the sound and recalling Saran Mio's warning, gritting her teeth just now. She burst through the door, drawing the knife hidden at her chest, cursing herself. "Damn it, why did I do that?" All this time, Hee-kyung had remained calm to hide her chaotic feelings. She ran desperately, thinking no, she couldn't watch anyone else die. Hee-kyung sprinted full speed toward the open door ahead. Suddenly, Hee-kyung saw something that made her heart skip a beat, and she paused for a moment. At that moment, Saran-mi was standing in front of the door. Hiki immediately called out loudly upon seeing this figure. "San Siran?" Mai heard someone calling and instinctively turned around, shouting loudly, "Hee-kyung!" At that moment, he was pierced through the stomach by a spear, blood pooling into a large puddle on the ground. San-mi saw Hai-kyung and muttered, "Why did she come here?" Jun saw Hai-kyung, smiled contemptuously, and calmly said, "It's too late. This lizard god won't survive." San-mi, hearing this, lost patience, struggled to turn to Jun and said, "Shut up, hun." Hee-kyung sighed, looked at him with disdain, and said, "You still have the strength to speak?" Then he turned to Hee-kyung and shouted to his subordinates, "Forget him, kill Hee-kyung for me." Immediately, a large number of armed individuals rushed towards Hai-kyung. At that moment, San-mi realized the situation was dire and showcased her impressive potential. Despite being injured, he still had the strength to take down a series of enemies. Hee-kyung was very surprised to see this, then he ran away. San-mi persuaded, "That's the right choice." He used his tail to break the spear shaft stuck in his body. "Oh." Then San-mi turned to Hee-kyung and asked suspiciously why he would choose to be wrong. Regaining his composure, Hee-kyung looked at Mu with determined eyes and shouted, "I don't know anymore." Clutching the knife tightly, he continued with resolve. "Sometimes people choose even when they know it's wrong, even if the price is their own life." San-mi smiled at Hiki and said, "But you're not human, though I guess everyone is like you." Hee-kyung then asked curiously, "Why are you protecting me?" Siran-mi replied, "The leader only instructed me to protect you, not to risk my own life." Hee-kyung then stepped forward to stand near Sanomo. San-mo continued, "I think you and I share the same thoughts." At that moment, someone came over and whispered something to Heejin. He heard that and said, "Is that so? I understand." Then he motivated his allies. He shouted, "Anyone who kills Hee-kyung and that lizard god will be rewarded with a piece of brocade." Then Hun pointed at Hai-kyung and Sanomi and continued to stir up his men's spirits, saying that even a wounded warrior could still give you trouble. "Think of your warrior's honor and kill them." Hearing this, Haijun's men hesitated and spoke up. But at this moment, Hun's warriors seemed hesitant. They looked at Sanomio and said, "His fighting spirit is fiercer than that of ordinary warriors, and there are even rumors that he is the chosen one." Hearing this, Hun waved his fan with a sneer and said, "Foolish, impossible." He continued, "If he was chosen, why would he hide his strength until he was stabbed in the back?" At this moment, San-mi took the opportunity to observe the surrounding terrain. He glanced at the nearby wall and thought that wall seemed to have accumulated a lot of salt crystals, so that place must lead to a salt mine. Then, Sayan-mio leaned close to Hee-kyung's ear and whispered, "Hee-kyung, from now on we start running." Hee-kyung immediately understood and replied, "You mean the wall on the right side?" San-mi looked straight at Haijun's men and taunted them loudly, "I'm not the chosen one, but that doesn't mean I'm a useless warrior." Hee-kyung looked a bit confused as she watched San-mi baiting them. I am the second warrior of the lizard tribe, but who remembers the second best? Haijun's warriors charged forward fiercely with their weapons raised. At that moment, Siran-mi whispered to Hikkyung, "Remember, I'll run to the right, it's just a wall." Then, San-mi took a stance to knock down the wall and said, "It won't take long." Hikki then ran alongside San-mi, who used her sturdy body to successfully break through the wall. This made Hikkyung look at San-mi with great admiration. Not only Hikkyung, but the entire group of Hijun were stunned. Haijun immediately regained his composure and shouted orders. "Damn it, chase them, catch them!" The others followed his command, quickly pursuing, each step slow within the wall. After a while, Hikki helped Siran-mi walk. On the ground beneath them were heavy footprints of Siran-mi, along with dripping blood. Hikkyung anxiously exclaimed, "Damn it, are you okay?" as he supported Siran-mi, who could die at any moment. Hikkyung said anxiously, "Just a little more, San." At this moment, Hikki supported San-mi and kept encouraging him. The two of them leaned on each other, dragging themselves forward step by step. After a while, Hikkyung looked ahead in astonishment. There was no way forward for the two of them. Hikkyung exclaimed, "It's a dead end." Hikkyung then turned to look at San-mi, who was weakened by the wound in his abdomen, and asked, "Sai, wouldn't it be better to pull out the sword and rest?" San-mi disagreed, saying, "I'm not someone with medical knowledge." Siran-mu was holding the wound to stop the bleeding and explained that pulling it out carelessly would cause a lot of blood loss. At that moment, San-mi frowned, looking very tired, when suddenly a soft crying sound was heard. San-mi heard the crying, looked up at Hikkyung in confusion, and asked, "Are you crying?" Hikkyung replied, "Don't ask anymore." Seeing Hikkyung bow her head and cover her face with her arms, San-mi anxiously asked, "I just wanted to check if you were crying because of me." Hikkyung burst out shouting, "Yeah, that's right, you're about to die, so why bother checking if I'm crying?" Thinking this was the end, Hikkyung no longer hid her weakness. Her tear-streaked face revealed, "It's always like this. Anyone who stays by my side ends up unlucky." Saran-mai gently comforted Hikkyung, surely thinking it was all because of the curse, then reminded her of everything they had been through since they met. "Hikki, in the past 3 weeks, you've faced so many dangers, but you still got through them all and survived." These words might be the most sincere and kind thing Hikkyung has ever heard. They became a beacon of hope for her right now. She thought to herself, maybe it was luck that she wasn't cursed. San-mio, tired now, sat down and recalled something else. "Do you remember the first time we met? I came down the mountain to get silk." San-mio continued, "Then I realized there was something wrong with the stroller." San-em went on, "Someone had deliberately broken the axle mount." At that moment, San-mi couldn't hold back her emotions and quietly shed tears. He continued, "The cart was borrowed from Gyeochjong before the inheritance battle began." Then, Saran-mo recalled the childhood story Haki had just told and said, "I also find it strange. How could a child cause the bathroom floor to collapse?" San-mio continued, "Not even mentioning the inheritance, she must have realized someone was targeting her life." Hikkyung was stunned upon hearing that, the ghost inside her whispered in her ear. Yes, she clearly knew. Hikkyung was shocked to hear this and glanced at the ghost. The ghost continued, "Who is it that wants to kill her?" At that moment, a torch appeared, followed by a voice pointing at Hikkyung and Saran-mi sitting in the dead end shouting, "Over there! Hikkyung is with that godlike man!" So it was Haijun's group who followed Saran-mi's blood trail to get here. Hun slowly stepped forward and said, "The lizard man has lost a lot of blood." Haijun smirked proudly at the two and said, "This place is deep inside the salt mine. They can't break through the walls and escape like before." Then he pointed at the two of them and ordered his warriors to kill them. The group armed with spears and swords charged forward at his command. Hikkyung and Saran-mi were cornered but still stood firm to fight back. Hikkyung gritted his teeth in anger, silently telling himself, "That's right, I can't die blaming the curse. If I die, it will be my fault." Sanami's eyes showed weariness and exhaustion, but she still spoke firmly. "I'm still waiting." He stood in front of Haikung and said, "That's your luck." Haijun's soldiers then charged forward, but suddenly they were blinded by a strange light and had to stop. Something miraculous suddenly appeared, separating the two sides. Both Haiki men stood stunned, watching this miracle. Haijun was equally astonished. Taken aback by this sudden event, he looked incredulously at the source of the light and exclaimed, "Huh? What?" A mysterious creature slowly emerged from the blue-green light. As soon as it appeared, it introduced itself. "I am Bun, San." Mai was speechless, while Haiki looked at it with curiosity. "Is it a god?" At that moment, Bum suddenly called out the name San-o-mo. San-mio looked at San-mi and continued, "You have been chosen." Haikyung's soldiers were shocked, staring at each other in disbelief, whispering among themselves, "Chosen? No way." Haijun, standing behind, trembled with anger and shouted, "I'm almost done. What are you still hesitating for?" The Engu-hun lost patience, looked at the warriors and yelled, "Are you regretting not allying with the Glon, which is why you're struggling like this now? Who cares what that is? If you're scared, just shoot at the Yang Palace." Boom! Thutai looked at the two and said, "I see you are having trouble." San-mi replied in surprise, "Yes." Then San-mi asked curiously, "Bum, only 5 people in our tribe were chosen. So, am I the 6th person? Or did San Mio continue? One of the chosen ones has already died. Bum was momentarily stunned by this, then said he was an astrologer. San Mi paused for a second and murmured, "Is that so?" Bun continued, "You are the second bravest in your tribe, San, and you are fully worthy of being chosen." Then its whole body glowed as it said, "From now on you will be the messenger of the divine, and in the name of the divine, you can borrow my power." In the blink of an eye, Boom Lean vanished. San Mi was startled and amazed to see this. Bum disappeared, leaving only a faint echo behind. Seizing this opportunity, Hun immediately gave the order. "What are you still doing? The monster has disappeared. Attack it." Sanomi painfully grasped the spear blade lodged in his body. Seeing this, Hikiyoung both watched the situation ahead and shouted anxiously, "San!" But San Mi trembled as he reassured, "I'm fine." Then, he forcefully pulled out the remaining part of the spear from his body. San Mian used the strength he had just been granted to close his wounds. At this moment, Hyun's soldiers still didn't know what had happened and kept pressing their advantage. San M told Hikiyoung, "For now, I won't lose any more blood. Aside from the pain, I feel like I've been reborn." Then he looked up at the people in front of him and said, "I don't think they understand what just happened." Hiki smiled and said, "Is that so?" Sanmi reached out and said, "If so," then hugged Hiki and continued, "I have to teach them a lesson." Understanding, Hiki tightly clasped his hands, followed by the silent roar of thunder. Then San raised his hand and said, "I will make them understand." Then the sound of thunder roared, and Haijun's soldiers were shocked by the lightning strike. Haijun trembled, dodging to the side to avoid the attack. Just watching was enough to scare him pale. In the blink of an eye, Siren had taken down a dozen people. The others panicked, running and shouting as everyone backed away. He truly is the chosen one. Heejin, who was fierce just moments ago, now turned pale and ran away with his tail between his legs. After releasing the electricity, Cian had to steady his breathing a bit. Hikiyoung stared in disbelief and said, "Unbelievable, are you okay?" Cian replied, "I'm fine." Impressed by this power, she suddenly asked, "You're this strong, so why not declare war on the airless tribe?" San just experienced this power firsthand, and I think I know the reason. San collapsed onto his knees, eyes closed, and said, "This power can't just be used whenever I want. I feel like I've just drained some of my mental strength." That's why Owen often smokes after using skills like this. Hikiyoung also asked with concern, "Are you sure you're okay?" San replied, "I'm just a little tired." He said quietly, "The rest is still fine. Less blood is flowing, so it's better." After catching his breath, San said to Hikiyoung, "All right, let's go." One of Haijun's soldiers screamed as he was electrocuted, while another was left stunned by the shock. San escorted Hiki all the way, while Harmonia watched the whole situation through the screen and said, "I can't let this continue." He furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, "Nebula, I don't want to do this kind of thing," but the two were shocked to face danger falling from the sky, quite literally. It was a large creature resembling a tiger blocking their path. Hiki exclaimed, "What kind of monster is that?" San, unable to understand, asked, "Why is there a saber-toothed tiger here?" Hikiyoung grabbed his sleeve in panic and shouted, "Siron, a huge fierce tiger attacked you both!" San unleashed a massive electric charge to thoroughly take down the tiger, which fell unconscious to the ground. San said, "A tiger crossing the city walls and charging into the salt mine, no matter how you look at it, this is not normal." Both of them agreed. Seren looked at the tiger and said, "I just can't understand." Hyung ran his hand through his hair, saying irritably, "So many strange things are happening, it feels like someone is setting me up." Hikiyoung looked toward the exit and half-jokingly said, "I'm worried that if I step outside, there will be an ambush waiting." San stepped forward, and Hiki was rightly worried, because there were indeed two ambushers waiting above them. This time, Haijun didn't hide behind the soldiers, but faced them both directly, angrily shouting, "Damn it! Why do you guys keep pushing me into a corner?" Haikyoung openly showed her hatred and said, "Who was the one who started all this?" Haijun replied coldly, "You were the one who brought that cruel lizard into the city. The battle for the family inheritance was supposed to be just between us siblings." He shouted furiously, pointing at the two, "Do you think the automation faction would be stable if you won the throne by borrowing help from outsiders? Humans are too weak to help us fight against stronger species." Hyung also found him outrageously unreasonable, and she said incredulously, "What, are you trying to blame me for everything?" Haijun angrily said, "Shut up and die." This was like a signal for the two ambushers to attack, and they charged forward with their weapons. But San quickly spotted them. With the sword at his side, Siron swiftly struck a few blows and took down the two assassins. Haijun couldn't help but want to back down, thinking to himself that the power was truly terrifying, and with his stamina, he should have been exhausted long ago. Only then did Hikyung have the chance to raise his hand and accuse him back. "Haijun, you're the one who caused all this," she shouted angrily. "The economy of Automation City relies on trade exchanges, but if you don't interact with the surrounding regions, it's like cutting off your own lifeline."
Do you realize they have long been plotting to invade my territory? If you consider yourself smart, you should have known this a long time ago.
Hai placed her hand on her chest, her eyes shining with determination, and declared boldly, "I am not as old-fashioned as you two. I will expand the city and bring great benefits to it." Hearing this, Haijun sneered. You not only look like, but also think like a cursed monster. He fanned half his face and said, I've never considered you my sister. His action made Hae-kyung feel something was off. She looked at him and thought, wait, why did he suddenly open the fan? She was startled and wondered, was that a signal? She looked around thoughtfully. A killer was hiding nearby. The only place to hide was the warehouse over there, but it was too far to use, throwing knives from there, so it was likely a bow and arrow. She imagined an arrow flying swiftly toward her, thinking a metal arrow with 3 feathers would pierce straight through her heart. The ghost within her rose again and said, You won't scold me when we're both about to die, will you? Her shadow analyzed that with the speed of the arrow, both of them would die. She wondered if she could block the arrow, but Hae-kyung's shadow looked at Saan and said, You're too slow. Although Saan reacted, he would still be a beat too slow. Her shadow continued. It would be easier if you sensed the danger the moment the assassin drew the bowstring. But your horns haven't fully awakened yet, so that's impossible. Now try to think of a way to dodge that arrow. Any way you can think of. Hae-kyung froze upon hearing those words. Hae-kyung began to wonder, I don't know, can I rely on the wind? The ghost smirked and said, The wind? All right, her shadow said. The wind of mine rises, and immediately a swirling gust appears behind her. It redirected the arrow's trajectory, leaving both Haijun and Saron wide-eyed in awe, while a mix of astonishment and fear flickered in Hae-kyung's eyes. She silently asked the ghost dwelling within her, What am I? A curse or a blessing? The spirit replied, No, I am much more complex than that. I can seize countless future possibilities and choose the most suitable option for the situation to gain the greatest benefit. The arrow was deflected and then plunged into the ground. Her ghost smiled eerily and said, I am the manipulator of fate. A screen appeared, showing Hiki-kyung, whose weak talent had not yet been revealed, now awakening his hidden talent, the talent to manipulate probability. Hegemonia was shocked by the brutal scene and said in surprise, Isn't that a curse? Nebula, disdainful of her opponent's foolishness, retorted, Why the hell would I choose a cursed entity? Hegemonia panicked and denied the reality. No, it can't be. He clutched his head and screamed. The character description must have said she was a cursed entity. Why did she suddenly become a gifted soul? You forged the description? Nebula said calmly. If you look, you'll see. But Hiki-kyung's description has been like that since before we came to this world. Hamiya angrily shouted, Ah, damn it! Hegemonia questioned. Then how do you know she has a talent? In fact, Nebula was not that smart, he thought to himself. Actually, at first he didn't know either. It was the miracle of what you call coincidence that he learned about Hiki-kyung early on. He thought even he believed it was an unlucky curse. Nebula recalled the image of young Hiki-kyung falling and thought that countless misfortunes that happened to Hiki-kyung were assassination attempts caused by others targeting Hiki-kyung. He thought he realized it when the bathroom floor collapsed because the head maid had broken the floor before Hiki-kyung arrived. Nebula remembered her tired face, but little Hiki-kyung grumbled, Now, I can't even take a peaceful bath. She stood up covered in mud. He thought that even in situations where she could be stabbed through or buried alive, Hae-kyung could still leave without any injuries. The little girl looked up at the sparkling light standing out in the dark pit. She said, Yes, there is light. She looked toward the spot of light and said, Do I need to go that way? Nebula pondered, then realized something while watching Hae-kyung. What's inside Hyung isn't the worst curse of misfortune, but the talent to manipulate probability. As he walks, the shadow above her seems invisible, and he thinks that if used well, it could bring extraordinary luck. He thought that having an entity with a talent was a great advantage. Himonia didn't haggle over this either. You said, whatever, just forget it, he proudly boasted to Nebula. Luckily, I summoned a saber-toothed tiger that has been waiting in shame all this time. I've won. Nebula laughed and said, So you know you're shameful, but how can you say you've won? Hegemonia said, You haven't finished Hun yet, you're not done. Westel has returned. The middle-aged man with a scar cutting across his left eyebrow commanded with authority. Everyone stop immediately, High Hiki Haramonia boasted smugly. It's over. The clan leader has returned, so everyone in the family must stop fighting, Nebula asked indifferently. So what? Hegemonia said matter-of-factly, To end this chaos, Westel will choose an heir. Maybe even right now. Well glanced at Hun, who was smiling as he approached him. Himonia continued, Westel will definitely choose Haijun as his heir because Haijun shares the same political views as Westel. He looked at Hae-kyung, standing nearby, and said, If that's the case, Goyong can't do anything. Not only is killing Westel completely unreasonable, but no family would ever acknowledge her. Nebula denied again. No, your hypothesis is wrong. Nebula looked at Well walking away and said, Why are you so sure that Westel will choose Hyun instead of Hae-kyung? Well approached the daughter he had neglected for years. He raised his hand and said, There's no need to fight anymore. I have decided on my heir right now, right here. Hae-kyung politely said, Father, I have something to discuss with you. Their conversation was a bit awkward, and he said, Your horns have grown quite a lot. Hyung also gave his opinion, and Father had already shaved his head. Well said, That's right. What do you want to say? She slightly bowed her head as if making a firm decision. Gokyung opened his eyes and asked, Why? She looked Westel straight in the eye and said quietly, Father wants to kill me that badly. The question made even Haijun tense up and sweat as he looked at his father. Well did not make excuses, but simply asked, "Since when did you know?" Hee-young smiled as if nothing had happened and replied, "For a long time, but I deceived myself and ignored it because I didn't want to believe it." San looked at her worriedly. Hae-kyon clenched her hand and said, "The truth behind why father wanted to kill me is because mother died giving birth to me." She calmly pointed to her shadow and said, "And the truth behind the mark of this curse, which has tormented me my whole life, is a lie created by father." Well was silent for a moment before solemnly expressing that his body was too weak to bear children. He recalled the past scene, saying Ryo gave birth to the child and then died from a fever. At that moment, Well looked at his wife in panic. He calmly said, "To me, she was someone very special, and losing her caused me unimaginable pain. At that moment, I thought of the word curse." He recalled the image of Hye-kyung at birth and said, "I chose to believe that you and your horns were the curse that killed R. The position of Castle Lord only brought me endless hardships and took away the one thing I cherished." Well bowed his head and said, "I cannot forgive you." Hye-kyung, upon hearing this, showed no resentment but calmly said, "I have realized what I want to do, so now father can follow his own wishes." Well replied, "All right." Jun said excitedly, "Father, could it be that you will let guilt shake you when making a decision tied to the fate of Automation Castle?" Well glanced at his second son and said, "Don't worry, Run, even though I am tired and worn out." He looked ahead and said, "But when it comes to this matter, I will only decide based on my judgment as the master of the Automation Castle." He thought to himself, as a mere pawn, the only decision he could freely make on the god's chessboard was this one. He spoke, "This is my choice." Hegemonia clasped her hands in prayer. "Please, O God, O heavens, O Buddha." Ahura Mazoa Akarato. Nebula was speechless watching that guy pray from the Eastern god to the Western god. Do you really think praying to the moon will work? We are gods. Nebula suddenly noticed something, watching Hye-kyung's shadow exhale a strange mist, and wondered quietly if there was something over there worth checking out, as there was a kind of distortion effect. The ghost said, his upper lip curling. The ghost continued, "He is pronouncing the word Kyung. The next master of Automation Castle is her." The shadow looked at her suspiciously and asked, "You don't look happy at all." "Why is that?" According to Hyung's feeling, he wants to escape. She looked at his face and said even he didn't recognize it, but in the end, he chose the path to rid himself of guilt. If that's the case, rumors will spread inside the castle. She frowned and continued, saying that because he felt guilty, the Lord entrusted his position to the daughter he wanted to kill. Yoon's faction will spread such rumors. And if that happens, everyone will doubt my abilities and say, I got this position by luck. The 4 clans in Automation Castle and the people will not listen to me, and even my position as Lord will be in danger. She said firmly, Father cannot choose me as his heir. I have to claim that position myself. Determined to prove herself, Hye-kyung raised her hand to stop her father and said, Father, I have made my decision. Hearing this, Well asked in surprise, What decision have you made? Hye said, I have thought a lot about your plan, but even so, I believe I am still worthy of becoming the city lord. She looked determined and said firmly, Please entrust that position to me. Her words surprised everyone. Hun immediately said to Well in frustration, Father, look, she's threatening the person handing over the position of lord. Well raised his hand to signal Hun to calm down. Calmly, Well asked Hye-kyung, All right, tell me. He asked, Where do you get the courage to threaten me in front of an entire army? Hye held out his hand to introduce SN standing beside him. Sonomu also understood her intention and demonstrated his extraordinary power. This was beyond what the others had expected. Hye-kyung confidently introduced, as father has seen, This guy is the chosen one of the Black Deer tribe. Hye-kyung said, Although he can't kill everyone here. She continued, But at least he's capable of killing and taking the child to escape. Hun shouted again, She's lying, father, that God was already badly injured back then. Well remained silent, watching intently. He quietly recalled that he remembered very clearly the power of the Chosen One. That day, even the chief of the Black Wolf tribe paid close attention to this matter. He thought Log was a frighteningly skilled person. I'm pretty sure he sent the Chosen One here to monitor my selection. Then Go-Yo spoke up, saying, But Hye-kyung, he reminded you that our city has a special way of doing things. If the city lord dies without leaving a will, the people in the city will elect a prominent member of the clan to succeed as the new city lord. Hye-kyung stubbornly replied, I really don't want that to happen, but if it must, I have the support of the Black Lynx tribe. She said, I can easily defeat the entire city with the power of the Black Wolf army and be the only person left alive in the city. Hae-jun shouted angrily, You bastard! In the end, she finally revealed her true nature. How dare she say something so outrageous? Well was silent for a moment, then resignedly said, It has to be this way, stepping closer to his daughter and declaring in front of everyone, I, Westel, the current Lord of Automation, hereby abdicate in favor of Hayum. He continued speaking, his words taking effect immediately. Hae-jun was so shocked that he collapsed to the ground, his face filled with disbelief as he said, No way. A few days later, someone said that daily life seemed to have returned to normal. The people eagerly talked because the battle for the City Lord's throne had finally ended. Another person replied, "That's right, but I feel like the atmosphere is somehow strange." Haijun, sitting above, overheard their conversation. The people continued discussing. "I trade with other species, and even their engineers come here from far away." Someone said, "The four great families remain silent. It seems they have accepted the new rules set by the Lord of the city." Haijun sat nearby, losing interest and turning away in irritation, muttering disdainfully, "It's ridiculous. How can a woman who clings to a lizard all day become the city lord?" Night falls. A gate out of the city quietly opens. Haijun stands beside the horse, thinking to himself, "I will leave this place, build my own power, and one day I will return." And Haijun, hooded and sneaky, was startled by the unexpected appearance of someone outside the plan. He warned sharply, "Who's there? You're Sano Mo, right? He said you're probably planning to go somewhere very far away." Haijun snorted and snapped, "Where I go is none of your business." Sano M coldly replied, "Go ahead, I'm not stopping you because whether you leave or stay, it won't make any difference." Hun mounted his horse and rode off, muttering angrily, "You damn lizard, how dare you curse me?" "Damn it." Sanmi looked up at the sky and said, "Someone once told me not to let people like you get close to Hyung." He continued, "Really, Longth? I think what that person said is true." Lifting a burning stick, Sanmi said coldly, "So I guess I have to take action." Then he swung the stick, creating a streak of light, and a signal flare appeared in the sky. Someone had been waiting atop the city wall and immediately took orders upon seeing the signal. A masked orc assassin, knife in hand, nimbly jumped down just as Hun rode out of the city gate. With a swift and decisive strike, in the blink of an eye, the head of the one on the horse bid farewell to its body. The orc took back the severed head as proof, and the horse carrying the dismembered body quietly left the city. Elsewhere, Harmonia said, "All right, he honestly admitted, I lost." Nebula said curiously, "Why are you speaking so politely?" Hegemonia philosophized from the other side of the screen. "You can never succeed if you don't admit your mistakes." He admitted that I was a bit annoyed. Then Hegemonia continued, "But you won." Nebula spoke casually and naturally. Of course, Harmonia admitted defeat and left more easily than expected. He decided to lead the Geno tribe across the continent. He said he would head west. Despite the negative events caused by the failed prophecy, he seemed not to care much. Hamaya once said, "If you win, you get everything." Before leaving, Harmonia said, "We won't see each other for a while, but we'll stay in touch." Nebula watched the No Tribes group depart through the screen, feeling a bit impressed. Progress gradually improved with new technologies from the continental inhabitants. His confidence in battle was truly remarkable. He thought that if Hegemonia left their original position and left a gap behind, there would be an opportunity to expand influence through the trade routes they had already opened. Nebula continued thinking. The northern coastal area, the southern half of the peninsula. Nebula was still thinking. Since these are all coastal areas, there might be times when the Frog People's second district will be needed, so he asked for your consideration. The giant serpents living there are freshwater creatures, so they haven't even been able to use their power properly. He decided to just let it go and now had to go meet the new owner of the castle. In the study, Hai Kyung, dressed elegantly, had fallen asleep at the desk while working. Hiki Kyung is lost in a deep sleep. She dreams of a firefly. She looks suspiciously at the firefly resting on her hand. The firefly led her to a figure wearing a long cloak. She was surprised to realize it was the blue worm god. She knelt down respectfully and said, "I have been greatly helped by the followers of the blue worm god." Hai Kyung continued, "I know this is just the beginning, but I have nothing. I'm starting many businesses, but maybe that won't help the god much." The firefly landed on that person's hand. The cloaked figure remained silent, the firefly flying within his palm. Then suddenly the firefly transformed into something. Hai Kyung looked up in surprise at what was in Than Lam Trung's hand. She looked closely and then seemed to suddenly realize something. Hiki said, "Isn't that the piece of metal we use in transactions? I'm so stupid I don't know what it means." "Lump." She said, "If you want to pay." Suddenly, before Hai Kyung could finish, a dark hand gently touched her back. She instinctively turned her head to ask someone. Then Hikyung saw it was San Mi and gasped in surprise. San's dark blue eyes flickered, then she suddenly stood up, mumbling something about a god. Hai Kyung's vision gradually blurred. She said, "Could this really just be a dream?" Hai Kyung suddenly woke up with a start and sat up. She dazedly fell backward onto the floor, murmuring, "It really is a dream." On the peaceful streets of Automation City, Hai Kyung went out for a walk to clear her mind, still thinking about the dream. If the dream is some kind of discovery, how can it help the blue lizard? Could it have something to do with the piece of iron? She was all tangled up, thinking she wanted to impress him, but in the end, what does this discovery really mean? Some creature touched a piece of fabric and exclaimed, "This is the first time I've seen silk of such high quality." The lizard god standing at the fabric counter said to the guest in front of him, "Impossible, I've sold this item many times." The strange guest then replied, "Is that so? This is my first time coming to the West." The strange visitor was Cho. He said the place where the sun sets can no longer be reached because the Null tribe has blocked the way. The lizard man continued the conversation. I haven't seen many people who look like you. So, do you want to buy this silk? Cho answered while rummaging through a bag full of iron pieces like the ones Hai Kyung saw in his dream. So, do you have all the silk you need? Lanmo took out a piece of iron from Cho's bag. The relative saw it and said, "Is that iron?" "Excellent," Cho replied. Cho asked, "Silk of this quality must be expensive." "Is this enough?" the silk seller replied. "That's enough, sir." The silk seller was happily about to close the deal when a voice interrupted with a wait. Hyung stepped in and said to Cho, "Just keep the money." She smiled warmly and casually said to Cho, "Sorry, my friend Cho, but this guy had a deal arranged with me first, right?"
Cho asked, a bit disappointed, "Is that so?"
Under Hai Kyung's intimidating glare, the fabric seller stammered in response, "I guess that's right." Hearing that, Cho didn't argue anymore and said, "All right then, I don't want to bring trouble on myself." Then he turned and walked away. At that moment, the fabric seller said to Hai Kyung, "City Lord, isn't that a bit—" Hai Kyung cut him off, scolding, "What? If you keep doing business like this, you'll face even more trouble later." Hai Kyung pointed at the pile of silk and said, "How can you sell this silk at that price? Who I am doesn't matter, but I am a merchant too. Are you sure about this deal?" The silk seller thought I came with the LCK leader and brought the silk by wheelbarrow, so transportation was not difficult. At first, I planned to sell it at a higher price, but it would be easier to sell at a lower price. Hai Kyung sighed and said, "No reason? If you think like that here, you won't be able to do business at all. Don't you realize how rare these goods are? They are just like the products of the Black Unicorn tribe." She pointed out that just because costs go down doesn't mean prices should drop too. In fact, they should be higher when dealing with luxury goods like silk. She held up the piece of iron and said, "And one more thing," while the silk seller was still confused. She said this was the iron from that guy Cho earlier. The silk seller was astonished, wondering when she got the piece of iron. "What?" She absentmindedly took out a scale, placed the two different pieces of iron on it, one belonging to Cho, and continued speaking. "Look closely, this is called a scale, and this is the iron commonly used in the automation castle." Hikkyung said, "I will compare their weights." She explained that the lighter one would tilt up. The silk seller watched closely, looking at the metal pieces on the scale. There is a clear visual aid. Hai Kong says the iron piece from Cho is lighter, right? The silk seller finally understood. "I see now." She sternly instructed the silk seller carefully. Wait, she sternly warned the silk seller. "Understood. Next time you trade iron, remember to check their weight first." Suddenly a voice came from behind her. "That thing is indeed a useful tool." That was Saran, Mi, and Rock. Regrak held out a piece of iron to Hikkyung and asked, "Can you compare the weight of these pieces of iron?" Hyung naturally recognized Rag, the tribe leader. She kindly took the piece of iron and replied, "Of course, RCK, our Automation City scales are extremely accurate." Taking the piece of iron RCK handed her, she felt something different and thought this might be a bit different from ordinary iron. At that moment, Rag said, "This is a piece of iron obtained from ancient ruins." He said the quality is good, but melting it down is too difficult. Our blacksmiths have already given up. "I think it's a bit different from the iron used in Automation City," Rager said with a smile. "Is it possible to melt this iron into a weapon?" Hikkyung suddenly connected it with the dream of meeting the blue god earlier. "It is the mission that the god assigned to me." Hikkyung's answer is of course yes, and she spoke to the LCK chief with quite a bit of confidence. Hikkyung propped his chin, looked at the spear in his hand, and asked, "If you say now that I don't think we can, will my reputation as the Automation City Lord be completely destroyed?" Then she wondered, why am I so confident in front of the LCK chief? Then she continued, but Hikkyung gave Well a very dissatisfied look. "You said you could do it when you saw those metal plates. That's why I answered so confidently." Well quickly explained that if I had to say, it really was possible. Then he explained that the ridiculous thing about that metal was that it had to be struck 30 or 40 times, while normally only 10 times were needed. He held his swollen arm and complained, "I spent half the day using all my strength to hammer, but barely managed to make any spearheads. At this rate, I won't be able to do anything else." Hikkyung suggested, "What if you take a break for a while?" Westel waved his hand and replied, "That won't do at all. If the forge cools down, it will take a long time to get it running again." Hai Kyung asked again, "What about the workforce?" He replied, "It will take several years to train them." Hai Kyung rubbed his forehead, sighed, and said, "Got it. Well done. Take a rest." The blacksmith seemed relieved of a burden, let out a breath, and hurried away. At that moment, Saran also came in, starting the usual lesson in reading and writing. Seeing the blacksmith leave with Hikkyung's current expression, it was easy to guess he was still worried about the metal plate issue. He smiled and said, "Just be honest with LCK." Hikkyung shook his head and said, "I already said I was confident I could do it, and now you're telling me to admit I'm not a beneficial partner?" San smiled and said, "I guess so. The lock rag I know is very kind." Then he bet that when he hears this, he'll laugh and agree. "Makes sense. It's okay. I never expected much anyway. We couldn't do it either." So in the end, it settled with an innocent, carefree laugh. The more Hai Kyung listens, the richer he seems. That alone is enough to hurt my pride. Suddenly she saw things clearly. Well, so be it. "San, follow me. Worrying here won't help anyway." Hikkyung stood up and left. San asked curiously, aren't you studying today? Hai Kyung waved his hand and said, later, I have something I want to check. Then she led the way to the place she had discovered not long ago. The two of them walked through a dim and somewhat lonely corridor. San followed behind, torch in hand. In front of them, a golem made of earth stepped forward. There was a small glowing gem embedded on its forehead. Hikkyung stepped in front of the golem. It didn't attack her, but just stood silently watching. She explained that this golem was a mud soldier of the Automation City. They were created in the deepest area of the inner palace. Although they can roam around automation on their own, they cannot be controlled at will. Hikkyung continued, but I didn't come here to show you that. Behind the door you just opened, what I want to show you is this. A cool breeze blew out from inside. Hai Kyung stepped in, her long black hair flowing with the wind. Inside this place is a massive structure, where water from above flows endlessly over a water wheel, like an artificial waterfall. San stepped closer to the cascading water, his eyes filled with amazement. I've never seen anything like this before. Hyung explained, this is the reserve water of Automation City, and since it's inside the inner palace, there's no need to worry about enemies targeting it. Then she added, but there's one thing you need to pay attention to. Hieki looked up, the water wheel beneath the stream continuously generating a significant amount of energy. Saren asked in surprise, a machine that never gets tired? Hikkyung nodded. Yes, although we still don't know how Automation City uses that energy. She turned to him. Sayer, I don't want to use that energy just for metal plates. She looked up at the bright future she had imagined and said, I want to use this to transform into automation. Heike asked, will you help me? San silently looked at the person he was determined to follow and serve, and without hesitation he replied, of course. With Saran's approval, Hikkyung immediately went back to her room and began implementing the plan. She took out a roll of water conduit. Above is the design of the water wheel. Heike said, we will create a water channel at a higher position than the current one. That's a way to add a wheel without weakening the current water flow. She asked worriedly, do you think this will work? Hai Kyung looked at Jia. On standing beside her with some concern. Jia On belonged to the Black Deer tribe and was also the head of the technical department, so his opinion was extremely valuable. He thought for a moment and said, considering the water flow I just saw in the wheel structure, I think production is entirely feasible. Then he continued, but you will need a large workforce. This will cost a lot of money and require a large amount of sturdy wood that no longer grows in this area. Hikkyung touched his horn, doubtful. Did he just lick his horn? If it's automation, there should be enough money. Jian shook his head. The issue isn't whether there's enough money or not. He explained that she used such a large amount of money without enough to cover it. Gian painted a grim picture. Her position is already weak. If she wastes the city's funds, she will face a lot of criticism. Can she handle it? What Gon said deeply troubled Hai Kyung. It's already evening and she's still sitting in the study thinking about her plan. Suddenly, she whispers, do you know about the future? The shadow appeared and replied, I am not a prophetic spirit. What I know or can change is simply the moment right before your eyes. Hai Kyung leaned back, the chair beneath her feet hanging halfway in the air. That's right. I thought so too. She opened her eyes and looked up at the ceiling, saying with a distant expression, then listen to the future I'm thinking of. Then she began, I will leave the axle of the first water wheel empty to hand it over to the next lord. The second wheel, I will connect it to a bellows pipe, and as long as there is enough coal, it will create a furnace that never goes out. Above the third water wheel will be a hammer that can flatten metal humans cannot forge. As for the last water wheel, I will turn it into a mill that can grind a significant amount of grain. The shadow replied after hearing that, good, but after all that talking, such a simple answer left Hai Kyung a bit dissatisfied. What, that's it? The shadow replied, that is a future I cannot see. I can only tell you what I think. Hai Kyung was silent as if a decision had already been made. She stood up, filled with determination. Yes, I also think that's not a bad idea. She declared that she would build a water wheel. After deciding to build the water wheel, Hikkyung immediately sent people to start the project. The project was quite large. So many difficulties arose during construction. Shortly after starting, the cable snapped because the wheel was too heavy. The construction faced countless challenges, including major accidents, water wheels falling off the walls, and occasional trickery by others stealing materials. But none of that mattered because the worst pain had already happened. One fine day during testing and errors, the construction team informed Hai Kyung that the fourth wheel could not be installed. Jang explained the situation, saying it seemed they had made a mistake in calculating the space. Unfortunately, why don't we just install 3 wheels? He continued. Because now if we want to install the fourth wheel, there is no other choice but to start over. Hai, Ki gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, saying, it can't be avoided. Then she firmly decided, then let's start over. Hearing Hai Kyung say start over, Gai Zhong was worried and stunned. But if we do that, it will take twice as long as expected. The person next to him agreed, saying there would also be labor issues. Hai Kyung frowned, coldly staring at them. The problem is, this is the mission of the Blue Worm God. She asked them, this is our best chance to survive. Do you want to face the wrath of the Blue God? Then H. Kyung loudly declared to everyone, As long as I breathe, I will keep my promise to the god. I will show you how to complete the fourth water wheel. Since Hai Kyung is so determined, they have no choice but to accept their position. Nebula is still watching them. Hearing Hikkyung's words, he began to rethink what he had instructed. He didn't recall specifically requesting 4, but humans have always been like that. He respects Hikkyung and Saren. They do whatever it takes to achieve their goals, unlike the relatively honest lizard gods. Although they prolonged the construction and used the gods as an excuse, the related clans of Automation City did not seem to strongly oppose it. With the construction underway, they will gain countless benefits from trade development. As workers stay and the supply cycle starts to function, the growth of the commercial district will bring wealth. As their god, Nebula silently watched the progress of the construction, witnessing those difficult and turbulent days. Finally, after much hardship and effort, the greatest project in the world, the fourth water wheel, was inaugurated in Automation City. The rushing water poured down majestically. After everything, a relieved smile finally appeared on Hai Kyung's lips. The lizard gods around her murmured in amazement behind her back. Something was actually moving. It was unbelievable. The first water wheel started turning, connected to the forge hammer. The hammer struck down. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the space. The impact was truly powerful. The other wheels are also running smoothly. Behind the lizard people, excitement grows even more. Someone said, "I have been to many places, but none are as great as automation. The iron tools used in automation are trusted and used in many other places." Hiki looked up at the sky, a rare gentle smile on his face. "Oh gods, I'm sorry for using your name so carelessly." She spoke softly, "But I believe you will understand." At the same time, Nebula gained the crafting skill nearing level 2. The system announces that your residents now have the technology to produce higher quality iron. Your residents can now smelt steel to create stronger and more durable iron items. The first currency, the Ken token, was created on the third continent. The first writing on the third continent and the subject was created with a skill that develops much faster than the average speed of all celestial beings. Nebula rested his hand on his cheek, tilting his head as he looked at them. His mood was absolutely wonderful. Isn't it wonderful that he is so satisfied? This is exactly why he chose humanity as the second race. Thanks to the Great Water Wheel project, the bustling city of automation has become even livelier. The sound of automation's famous water wheel has spread far and wide, reaching even the distant Elvis people. They wondered what the sound was. The companion remembered something and answered, "Ah, I know. It's the sound of the famous water wheel of automation on 2. Elvis are entering the city to trade. They've also heard some rumors that the city uses a giant water wheel to mill rice inside. The person next to me must have really good hearing to catch sounds from so far away like this, right?" A lizardman overheard their conversation and happily came over to explain more. Not only rice, but the weapons of the Black Lizard tribe are also made from it. Then he pointed to the stack of fabric on the table and said, "And if you ever come to Automation City, you should start checking out the silk here." The two of them picked up the stack of fabric from the silk stall and exclaimed, "Is this premium silk?" One of them asked, "Can I buy it with iron?" Without hesitation, he handed over a piece of iron and said, "This is the highest quality iron, only from our region." The lizard man took the iron and placed it on a scale. The piece of iron seemed lighter, so he slowly lifted it. The lizard person coldly remarked, "Is this iron only grade 4? Then he turned away and said, "We don't accept low-quality iron like this. Sorry." Saying that, he handed the iron back to the elves. It seems they still don't quite understand the remarkable changes automation has undergone at this point, and exclaimed, "What?" "Low quality," the lizard man kindly reminded them again. "Everyone can't trade with this scrap metal. You can exchange it for tokens at Automation's trading center." Those two elves still refuse to give up and keep bargaining. "You're mistaken. This is a good opportunity to trade with us. Don't try to sell those scraps of silk down here anymore." This remark from the retailer successfully angered the lizard man. Normally easygoing, his pupils suddenly turned red. "What? Trash," he roared. "Do you even know how much it costs to produce and sell this silk? Can you afford to pay? Do you even know? Go away!" The lizard man shouted loudly, and the two elves had no choice but to hurriedly leave. Just then, Hiki passed by, heard the noise, and stopped to hide nearby to watch. Seeing this scene, Hyekyung felt a bit of admiration for the merchant. "You've become a good merchant." But soon her attention was caught by two newcomers. Come to think of it, the Elvis don't usually see them around here. Are they new? As the city lord, Hyekyung consciously followed the two Elvists to observe how they conducted their trade. She trailed them for a while, but after watching for some time, Hyekyung suddenly felt a surge of fear. Because of these guys, they only target newcomers or the naive. Look at that handsome face pretending to be so trustworthy and convincing. They seem more like they're hoping to find someone to prey on, more like blood-sucking hunters than businessmen. She angrily realized the presence of these unprecedented scammers. Hyekyung began to be more cautious. Where on earth did these fraudsters come from? High above, Nebula leisurely watched the progress of the civilization he created when he suddenly received a message. He wondered, what was that? Nebula opened the message and saw it was from a new player related to the loss of Elvis. He was also a bit curious about those Elvis people. For Hegemonia, it is necessary to resolve the Automation issue through peace rather than war. That's why we are holding this meeting. Now that the Elvist army is far from the northern coast, is it really necessary to talk? Nebula carefully considers. But I really don't have much information beyond the wilderness and the northern coast. If this discussion will be useful, Nebula thinks she will accept it. As soon as the connection was made, a gentle voice of a woman who was very pleased to meet them came through. She was an Elvit, beautiful with long blonde hair and graceful, charming gestures. Just standing there gave the impression she was glowing. The woman smiled softly and introduced herself. I am the goddess of the elves, Elda. Are you the goddess of the small city and that human? Nebula looked at Enza, momentarily surprised. What? Is this a role-playing player? To explain a bit, a role-playing player is someone who immerses themselves in their character's role within the game's storyline. That kind of person is probably not uncommon. It's rude not to respond when someone greets you. Nebula nodded and returned the greeting, saying it was nice to meet them. Elda smiled and said, Yes, nice to meet you. You're better than Hegemonia. Nebula was a bit surprised. You know about Hegemonia? Elda said confidently and arrogantly. Of course, because I am the one who drove those undead out of the northern seas. Nebula immediately became wary of this person. She had driven out Hegemonia? He silently wondered if Hegemonia had conflicts with him and was driven away by another player. Is this person really that strong? Putting her doubts aside, Nebula asked, So, how can I help you? Elda did not hesitate at all. All right, I want you. She then reached out to Nebula and said, As if it were only natural, I want you to offer me a tribute. At that time, I will allow you to expand your influence and let you grow. So, what do you think about my proposal? The screen showed the name Elda, and her image disappeared because Nebula didn't respond and disconnected halfway through. This was a bit beyond what he could imagine. The northern coast, where that person is, has a cold climate all year round, so insects cannot be used for reconnaissance. Going there alone is too dangerous, and no one knows what might happen to that place. He fell into thought again, but he wasn't the only one facing difficulties. He didn't know much about her, and she seemed to know little about him. He looked up at the screen showing the two elves from earlier. Since scouts cannot pass through narrow terrain, it is likely that Elvis people have been sent to the automation city. In this case, even using birds or insects to spy on the area is almost impossible. It seems like I'm in trouble too, Nebula thought back to the earlier conversation. She mentioned removing obstacles for me. However, neither side trusts or cooperates with each other now, so I have to stay alert. With things like this, Nebula sighed, it looks like I need to prepare more for war. Then he decided to see what the other players were doing. The scene shifts to the main city of automation. Right now, Hai Kung is storming off somewhere, followed by two guards exuding a solemn and fierce aura. Standing opposite her was a beautiful Elvist, accompanied by two attendants. Elvist smiled softly and introduced herself first. I am Leona, the team leader. Then she asked, Are you Hikyung, the Lord of Automation? Hikyung said coldly, Yeah. Leona smiled again and said, I understand why the Lord came here. Yesterday's deal by one of my team members must have displeased you, right? Hyung nodded. That's right. Leona smiled and said, I saw this coming. An Elvist attendant handed a box to Hai Kyung, so they had prepared a peace offering for him. Hai Kyung took it and opened the box to reveal a sparkling diamond nearly the size of a hand. Leona explained that the item was found in an ancient ruin. Please accept this, and in return, could you go easy on our business dealings? Hai Kyung closed the box and coldly remarked, It's a fine item. Leona smiled as if she had predicted the situation, but this time she was completely wrong. Hai Kyung threw the box to the ground, his eyes full of contempt. I'm not short of money taking bribes. I'm not interested in that at all. Leona sat down, quickly picked up the box, her eyes filled with confusion. She hurriedly opened it to check the diamond, relieved to see it unharmed, then asked, So how much do you want? Hai, Kyung frowned, silently pondering. The Elvis tribe had never left the northern shore before, so why suddenly want to trade here? Has something happened? Hiiki quietly took note of this and said to Leona in the same way she usually dealt with others. If you want to be on good terms with me, don't think about bribery but follow the rules here, and don't do anything excessive. Leona bowed her head and said, I understand. Suddenly, she said there was more, making Leona curious. Hai Kyung nodded and signaled the blacksmith to bring over a bag of ore. She looked at Leona and said, If you really want my attention, try buying this. It's an ancient statue of their god. Leona hesitated a bit and quickly said, We worship the night rain god. Hai Kyung held up her own statue calmly and said, So what? Worshipping two gods means double the blessings, right? No pain, no gain. Just buy it. After a hard sell, Hai Kung returned to his city and resumed his daily work. Sun knocked twice on the door, then entered to report. Hardian, the leader of the Elvist, has sent someone and demanded an apology. Hai Kung was puzzled. An apology? Sun guessed that during the recent meeting, the Lord of Automationon had touched on sensitive religious matters and insulted the Elvis tribe. Hikyung let out an annoyed huff, saying nonsense. Those people only care about appearances, but their true character is twisted. Sun got straight to the point and asked, So does that mean their faces are really beautiful? Hai Kyung remained silent. Silence is agreement, not denying the truth, but unable to admit it out loud. Hiki Kyung forced a smile. Have you tried it yourself? We probably have to take it a step further. We need to emphasize that they themselves tried to bribe the automation lord who gained support from me. Son exclaimed that sounded good. Looking out the window, he added, in my opinion, they'll come back during the rainy season. Hi, Kyung stood up and said, that's right. By then, no one will be welcoming them anymore. So-an nodded. Then I'll prepare more insults for you to use. Hiki nodded. Yeah. Suddenly she spoke coldly. Now we may have to prepare for war, which would be the worst thing that could happen. Another day passed, and outside the walls of automation, the usual scene remained, but the guards on the battlements, alert, noticed that something was wrong. Someone among them shouted, "Ah, it's them! Quickly report to the Lord!" The Elvist army is approaching, and outside the city walls, a group of people is forming a line, riding reindeer as they head toward Automation City. Among the elves, a woman running at the back caught up to the leader and announced that ahead was Automation. Hadi showed no shame in his arrogance and contempt, mocking the city as nothing more than a den of reckless fools. He mocked, at first when Thondavu requested a direct conquest, I was a bit surprised, but honestly, I think this won't be too difficult. With that, he immediately ordered preparations for the attack. The Elvis tribe's fiercest warriors rode on reindeer charging forward. Behind them was the infantry, numbering only 300 soldiers. From above, Elda was also watching the battle. According to her, the 300 soldiers were more than enough to bring down that small fortress. Elda assessed that although the walls were very high and made of mud, there were only about 150 soldiers defending inside, and she looked down on their bows, which seemed primitive and could not compare to theirs that could shoot over 80 paces. Hattie felt much better just thinking about making that damn Lord of Automation kneel before him, a faint smile tugging at his lips, but it was only a fleeting dream. As the divine observer of the Automation Fortress, Nebula did not come to watch the battle in person. So, you have arrived? I challenge you. Now let's see if you can attack that fortress. I'm actually a bit curious. Because the humans you govern are not an ordinary race. Soon enough, those Elvist will surely face their deserved end. Back on the battlefield, just as the Elvist stream was beginning, intelligence arrived shattering their hopes. Commander, the Automation Army is camped at the canyon leading into Automation City. H. Sadian couldn't believe the situation. The other continued reporting that there were about 70 soldiers, as if they knew we were coming. Hattie frowned. Only 70 of them? Why is that? It was clear they seemed to know we would attack, but only sent that many troops. Just then, someone else shouted a warning, officially lifting the weight of doubt from Hadi Dian's heart at that moment. Commander Hadi Dian, behind you, the soldiers have already blocked our retreat. Hatsadian panicked and quickly turned back to look at the Lizardmen army charging forward on their birds. These are the most skilled soldiers of the Lizardmen, and the elves have no chance of winning against them. Hatjiadin shouted in panic, "No way! Why would the Lizardmen help humans?" This is the price to pay for overestimating yourself and underestimating the true strength of the enemy, Elda said, trembling as she looked at the notification on her screen. Conflicts between civilizations opposing tribes with faith. Elda panicked and wondered, what the hell is this? There was supposed to be only one opponent, so why are there different races? While the enemy was still in chaos over countless different pieces of information, Nebula's screen showed a new notification. Nebula opened the screen and Elda's panicked face immediately appeared as she anxiously asked, is that lizard tribe your friend? Is there another god here too? Nebula sighed, reluctantly explaining. She looked at the regional player list first before calling out. Elda, confused, followed Nebula's instructions. Looking at the regional player list, there was only one person, Nebula. Elda found it hard to believe, wait a minute. Looking at Nebula on the opposite screen, the voice was filled with confusion. Could it be that you are the god of Hitman? Nebula nodded. Yes, I am the god of humanity and also the god of the lizard people. Elda's brain feels like it's about to explode. What did you say? There are already two races involved. Down in the lower world, the battle between the lizard people, humans, and the Elvis grows more intense by the moment. The Elvis group panicked as soon as they saw the lizard people charging. Hatjiadin quickly shouted to reassure everyone. Don't be afraid. We outnumber them. Vanguard troops prepare to defend. We'll go back to deal with the lizard tribe first. And Elvis pointed to the top of two nearby mountains where many human soldiers were holding bows and arrows and said, Commander, there are human troops ambushing on the mountain. No sooner had he finished speaking than sharp arrows rained down like a storm. The Elvis suffered countless casualties in this attack, only able to huddle in a corner to defend themselves. Hatjiadin frantically urged everyone to quickly dodge the arrows, retreating while trying to avoid them. But how could they possibly escape? When the lizard people were already behind them, striking until no armor remained, Hatjiadin tried to command in panic. The lizard people were attacking, but his words probably no longer had any effect. When told to hold the formation, everyone had already fallen, and Elvis opened his eyes wide in fear. Because with the might of the lizardmen and their unique battle appearance, how could the Elvis possibly win? The lizardman leader raised a finger to the sky, and between his thumb and forefinger, a faint energy orb appeared. The lizard leader pointed his finger at the Elves' army, energy striking from his hand. In an instant, a terrifying image was etched deeply into the eyes of every Elvis warrior. Because in the next moment, a lightning bolt struck right in the middle of them from the sky, shattering their formation. The lizard people charged forward. taking advantage of the enemy's chaos to attack. The warriors now become reapers of death. Each swing of the sword brings a head to the ground and blood to flow, showing no mercy whatsoever. If I live, you die. If you live, you too must die. The battlefield is now filled with the chaotic screams of the Elvist pierced through flesh. Cavalry, save me. The Elvist horses were also slaughtered completely. The Elvist could only try to escape while screaming for help, but would ultimately meet a cold blade from the lizard god that would end their lives. Now, no one has the heart to keep fighting. They originally thought their enemy was human, so at first they were eager and excited, but now that their hopes have been crushed, no matter how well Hadidian commands, they won't listen. He stubbornly insists on fulfilling the wishes of the god of shadows, a god who foolishly provokes his enemy without truly understanding them. But the crowd just swept past him, paying no attention to the desperate call of their leader Hadi. The lizard god silently watched the defeated Elvest below. The enemy seems to have lost all will to fight, so it's better to finish this quickly. He turned back and said, "We will attack once more." A creature resembling a stingray hovered behind him, now rising into the air, its whole body glowing with a soft blue light. It flew across the battlefield, conveying the words he had just spoken. "I will attack once more." The lizardmen fighting seemed a bit stunned. The lag is repeating. I can't hear what I'm saying. How are we going to kill them all? Yes, the ending was not too unexpected. Elda immediately admitted defeat obediently. Nebula asked in surprise, "That fast? You don't want to intervene?" Elda frowned. "It's useless. The gap in power is just too obvious. So what do you want?" Nebula held up 3 fingers and listed technology and resource information. Elda showed her displeasure. "What else do you want? Taking advantage of the chaos to fish, huh?" Nebula shrugged. "It's not everything. After all, it would be hard for you to survive without me by your side, right?" Elda bit her thumb in thought, completely abandoning the image of a beautiful goddess. Because the defeat was so devastating that now she was struggling to consider this matter. Of course, what mattered now was not this guy, but the clue about the Northern Sea. Nebula repeated his question once more. "Do you agree to this proposal?" Elda anxiously bit her nails, growing more and more confused, and she began to think that maybe things had actually gotten better. She thought about her subjects. Nearly 300 warriors had already fallen in this battle, and it was unlikely the rest would survive. Then she thought about Nebula again. On the other hand, Nebula held 2 races in his hands, so what if she opposed him? Elda cleared her throat twice, catching Nebula's attention. Then she returned to her goddess-like demeanor. "I, Elda of the Elf tribe, am deeply moved by the kindness of Nebula, the god of humans and the lizard people." Nebula almost thought he misheard. Didn't she just call him a fisherman fishing in troubled waters? But that face and those words suddenly turned 180 degrees, willing to give them anything they needed. Information, technology, resources. "I will give you whatever you need." Elda even humbled himself to ask for forgiveness for his previous arrogance, leaving Nebula increasingly confused. The attitude changed so quickly. Finally, Elda got to the main point. "I will tell you what I know about the Northern Coast." Nebula was curious. "She has allies," Elda admitted without hesitation. "That's right," she explained. "There are 3 players from the Northern Coast, including me, Solong Gos, and Lim Chunsik. We have formed a loose alliance without any support system. Solong Gos can control a species called centaurs." Nebula remembered that name. "Centaur. I know that although the entire species has the natural advantage of cavalry, they have great difficulty reproducing and consume a lot of resources." Then Nebula sighed. This wasn't a race he was particularly interested in, but if someone else got it, it would be quite troublesome. Nebula sensed the danger, and besides, Lim Chun-shich seemed to be Korean. He has overcome the weakness of the ogre species, which is extremely strong but very unintelligent. Nebula asked again to be sure. The IQ of an ogre is 10, right? Elda nodded. "That's right. It seems he has succeeded in raising their intelligence with the blessing of the sub-district." Of course Nebula knows about this minor blessing. It's not limited to physical abilities, as I also have the human race and have granted them many blessings. He knows that with the right minor blessing, developing a civilization, even for the OGRE race, is entirely possible. It's risky, like a gamble, but not unworthy of investment. Nebula nodded, hearing that it seemed Lim Chun-shich might be stronger between the two. "Has Hamamiya ever gone to war with Lim Chun-shich?" Elda shook her head. "No." She explained, "The Hegemonia side borders us and Solongos. He couldn't lay a hand on Lim Chun-shi." Nebula also realized the problem. Hegemonia will be at a disadvantage when facing 3 against 1. Nebula touched his chin, thinking about his other friend. "I guess he planned to move south and build his foundation there. In the end, he ran into me, and the rest is history." Elda said, "That's right." With Hegemonia gone, Lim Chun-shich began demanding excessive tribute, perhaps because he no longer needed me. Tears naturally began to stream down Elda's face as she raised her hand to wipe them away, looking weak and pitiful. "I've always struggled with his tribute demands. That's also why I asked you about the tribute the first time we met her." Nebula sighed. "This reason is really practical." He asked again, "It seems Lim Chun is friendlier with souling than with you, probably because the centaurs are a nomadic tribe." Elda replied indignantly, "What does that have to do with anything?" He explained, "Elvist and Ogre are both natives. People believe that territory is a measure of power, so a worsening relationship between the two is inevitable. For the land that one day will be won, Nebula pointed to Elda's country on the map and asked if he still needed to treat her well. Then, he doused Elda with a cold splash, saying that sooner or later she would be the first to be betrayed. Elda paled and collapsed to the ground. What is going on here? The more Nebula spoke, the paler Elda's face became. On the other hand, the nomadic tribe would have to yield first, but I don't know what will happen next. Then, he made a proposal, but if a strong force rises in the north, I will be in trouble. This time, we need to help each other. After hearing this, Elda brightened up again, her eyes full of hope as she looked at Nebula. But when she thought about her current reality, she began to sigh deeply. But how much strength do I have left after losing the main legion and the priests? Nebula wondered. You still have the blessing of the district. If I'm not mistaken, didn't you say your name means God of Shadow Rain? Elda nodded. Yeah, Nebula continued. So you must have reached the artistic realm early on, right? Elda exclaimed in surprise. Oh, exactly right. Then, Nebula waved for Elda to come closer. He leaned down and whispered the plan he had just thought of into Elda's long ears. Elda's face showed a brief look of surprise. You're really okay with that. One snowy day in the high mountains to the north, where not even trees grow on the peak. A few figures stood there. They were not humans, but centaurs. Leading them was a red centaur who looked fierce, with a fur cloak draped over his horse's body to keep warm. The red horse opened its mouth to speak, white smoke escaping with his words. Prophet, please tell me the story you have spread throughout this land. The prophet nodded and said, Of course. He stretched out his hand, the red palm touching the snowy wind, his old voice steady as he spoke. This was a prophecy soon to come true. In the near future, a king will come to this land. When the king arrives, a new world order will be established. Those who are ruling will lose their positions. Those who freely travel between territories will disappear. Tamaru asked who the king was. The seer replied, The king is the one who will make everyone bow, even the mighty chieftains. Tamaru bared his teeth in a smile, letting out an exclamation. Then he asked, So your king is just a god? The seer shook his head. No, the gods do not appear in the mortal world, but the king does. And above all, the gods truly exist. Tamari placed his hand on his chest, excitedly pressing for an answer. So that person is only ranked below the gods? So that must be me. Contrary to his expectations, the sage directly denied it was him. The red horse's face immediately twisted as if it had just eaten chili. He asked again, Do you mean the lizard people who have been appearing a lot in recent rumors? The seer smiled and said, Of course they are strong and terrifying, but they can't do anything to the northern coast because a terrible being is already blocking the way. You will become king, a giant, a massive body standing on 2 legs, sitting on a stone throne. That person is stronger than a centaur and smarter than an elf. On a snowy mountain, a giant hand is taking a crown. It has an ugly appearance and is being offered as a sacrifice by the Elvis tribe. Tamarizu exclaimed in shock, Do you mean the Kijin sorcerer Orge? Do I have to serve a king like him? The sage looked up at him and said, That's right. Tam Maridu gritted his teeth in silence for a moment, then suddenly said coldly, You're wrong, old fool sage. Before the prophet could fully grasp where he went wrong, Tamariu struck down, taking his life in one blow, blood splattering across the white snow. The face of the red horse twisted in rage as the prophet fell, the air thick with the stench of blood. Tamariu stepped forward and declared with a bitter tone, I am Tamarizu, and I will bow to no one but the gods. Elsewhere, the death of the seer was also broadcast on the screen. This was the plan Nebula had devised. Elda was here with the observer. Seeing the dead seer, she looked at Nebula worriedly and asked, I did as you asked. Is this enough? Nebula speculated that although Tamarizu was very angry right now, he might not necessarily believe the prophecy. Resting his chin on his hand, Nebula calculated, a sly smile briefly appearing beneath his mask. If so, we just need to make the prophecy come true. Let's wait and see. Nebula slightly lifted his cloak hood and smirked. From his high vantage point, he said coldly, We just need to make the prophecy come true. Let's wait and see. Tamarizu's beast legs stomped on the cold ground. He lifted his head, exhaling a heavy breath. Tamarizu stood still, gazing at the towering mountain before him, the strong winds howling past, forcing him to shield his face with his hand, silently wondering why. Half of Tamarizu's beast body leaned back slightly, his head still echoing the question why. Holding a weapon in one hand and shielding his face with the other, his brows furrowed as he wondered, No matter how many times I try, why can't I climb this mountain? He recalled the fierce battles he and the others had fought. Why was the northern mountain so tall? Suddenly, Tam Maridu's eyes widened in shock as he saw something ahead. A huge boulder rolling down from above, hurtling straight toward him while he was still lost in thought. Why me? The rock sped forward and then struck Tamarizu right on the head. He suddenly shouted out loud. He could never become king. Tamarizu woke up with a start. It turned out it was all just a dream. He sat up abruptly, propping himself on the chair beside him and gasping for breath. He looked up at the ceiling, lost in thought, as the nightmare replayed like a haunting obsession. Tamaridu grabbed the weapon leaning against the chair fiercely and angrily, wondering if he should become king to escape this fate. He stared at the spear with a terrifying expression. But in this remote place, who knows the name Tamaridu? Could it be that in the end, I will have to watch ORG Asian take the throne?
Someone from outside approached and spoke up. Chief Tamaridu turned his head and asked,
What is it? The servant replied, That guest has arrived. Tamarizu's eyes blazed with killing intent as he invited the person in. Tamaridu sat between two supports, resting his hand on one and propping up his chin. He sat silently lost in thought. After the seer, two more people arrived today. He recalled the cloaked figure, an elf from the Six-Eyed tribe, like the seer, but different from the one before. He said he had heard the prophecy that Org Ain would become king, but he believed I should take the throne myself instead of waiting for the prophecy to come true, and the other was a human from the city of automation. Tamarizu also remembered the second person who told him, I've heard the rumor that the king is the leader of the Centaur tribe. He said he came to pay tribute. Everyone is talking about the king. Why should I waver before words that are not a direct revelation from the gods? The noise outside this door interrupted Tamarizu's thoughts. Now, a cloaked figure appeared, with large, rough hands and feet tipped with claws, and a tail just as imposing. Tamaridu looked at him and said, You're the last one, lizard. The lizard god took off his hat and cloak, smiling brightly. Nice to meet you. I am Owen of the Black Stallion tribe. Unlike Owen's cheerful attitude, Tamarizu frowned in discomfort and asked directly, Are you also asking me to become king? Owen seemed not to understand what Tamaridu said and looked puzzled. Huh. Owen plopped down in the chair, his lizard-like face still smiling as before. To be honest, I don't know much about the future, but if you want to become king, then I'm here to stop you. Tamaridu felt insulted and said, Why am I not qualified to be king? Or do I need recognition from the other clan leaders? Owen didn't answer, but asked a question instead. Oh, so have you received recognition from the other tribes yet? Tamaridu insisted that he must be king. Elle and the humans say that person has to be me, but what about the lizard tribe? Anne answered vaguely. I'm not sure about that either. Then he said something that made Tamaridu freeze. Our chief would probably agree. Ogun spoke about his chieftain. If you want that title, you can take as many as you like. He said he would personally show you what true power is. Tamaridu froze as if he couldn't believe what Owen had just said. What did you just say? Owen sneered in response. It's nothing. His voice suddenly turned serious. But even for your own sake, it's best that you don't become king. Tamaridu got angry upon hearing that. He clenched his teeth. What? Owen spoke very frankly. This is not a matter of qualification or ability. The real issue is the approval of the gods. Tamaridu's face froze, briefly showing confusion. Owen continued to explain to him that a god is always ready to charge forward. Why doesn't he want me to become king? Why? This is just my speculation. Just like there is a hierarchy among races on Earth, there is also a ranking system among the gods. The god who always leads the charge for the Centaur tribe must also bow before many other gods. At this moment, Tamaridu's eyes were wide open, completely white with no pupils visible. He lunged forward, grabbing the spear, ready to attack Owen, while Owen calmly looked up at him. Tamaridu shouted, You bastard! Rocks flew everywhere. Tamarizu's face twisted with rage. How dare you! He struck Owen's shoulder with the spear, but Owen just sat still, smiling. Tamari screamed, How dare you blaspheme our god! Owen's eyes and smile now carry a hint of malice. I was only talking about the hierarchy among the gods. Why are you angry with me? If you want to be angry, you should not aim it at me, but at the gods who are controlling your deities. Tamaridu lowered the spear, her hand trembling as she held it. He thought to himself, maybe this assumption is true. He recalled his haunting nightly dream, his nightly vision. Perhaps it was a negative revelation. The gods see through my heart. They did not decree for me to become king, but are holding me back. Tamaridu asked Owen, If what you say is true, then what should I do? Owen rested his hands on his thighs and slowly stood up. We Black Unicorn warriors, if absolutely necessary, sometimes disobey our commander's orders. Fight. Used to walking while pulling his cloak hood over his head, he said, Perhaps you should do the same with your god. He walked to the door and then smiled. You seem destined to do what your god forbids. Tamaridu stood silently watching Owen leave, muttering to himself, Now I must become king. He raised his head, clenched his fist tightly, and said firmly, For my deity, I will walk the path against the will of the god. Meanwhile, Nebula and Elda stood watching the entire unfolding event at Tamarizu through the magic mirror. Elda frowned in confusion. I never realized I could use district art like this. Why am I only finding out now? Nebula said she can write whatever she wants. He explained it to her. Everything that happens in a person's mind can be considered art. Murals, sculptures, prophecies, everything. Even species controlled by other players can be altered against their intentions. Solongo will have a headache over this. Just a moment. Elda pointed toward Tamarizu and asked again. But is that all? It can definitely create conflicts between species.
But I don't think it could cause conflict among the gods. Nebula sighed.
Why not, huh? Solongos must have realized the developmental limits of the nomadic species. Sooner or later, there will come a time when reconciliation with the sedentary species becomes impossible. Elda suddenly began to understand Nebula's meaning. You mean that when the time comes, Solongos will be completely swallowed by Lim Chun Shich? Nebula replied to her. Solongos himself knows this well and will likely not try to stop it. Elda kept asking 1,000 whys, but has she had enough today? Although it is entirely possible to make species hostile to each other, doing so with the gods is not. Nebula sighed helplessly again. Why not? Elda blurted out. Huh? Nebula explained. Solong knows well the limits of nomadic development. Even so, at some point, opposing the civilization of the settlers will be very difficult.
Elda now somewhat understood that you meant he would eventually be restrained by Lim Chun-shit, right? Nebula replied.
Solong Gus must know about this too, so it's very likely he didn't try to stop him from the start. At that mountain, the wind howled fiercely in bursts. Solong Gus hovered in the air, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, watching Lim Chun-shich, who was also sitting on a chair floating high above. Solong Gus bowed deeply and said to Lim Chun-shich, I'm sorry, Tamarizu wouldn't listen to me. Lim Chun-shich gently replied, It's okay, brother. His mouth says it's okay, but his face is extremely serious. It's my fault for not keeping an eye on those crazed elites. I didn't expect him to bring another player into this. Solong still bowed his head and continued speaking. I didn't think of that either. Lim Chun-shich comforted Solongus. No, you faced hegemonia. I should be the one apologizing. Then he turned his head and flashed a sly smile. Soon, Tamarizu and Kijin will fight. And if Tamarizu dies, you will lose an important high-ranking priest. Solong, that's why I'm not apologizing. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Because my Tamarizu will kill your Kijin. Li Chun-shich crossed one leg and smirked. I don't think so. Solong Gus glared at him with annoyance, while Lim Chun-shich grinned smugly. The two looked at each other without saying a word. On the towering mountain, the long steps stretched out. The sun had risen and the air was less gloomy. The footsteps of Tamarizu and his army echoed through the mountain. Tamarizu charged forward fiercely, shouting, Advance, warriors! Tamarizu Kintors, high-ranking warrior priest, strength 58, intelligence 17. His face full of determination as he shouted, This path will decide who becomes king. Someone standing next to him spoke up to warn him. Tamarizu, there's an elite warrior ahead. Tamarizu threw the spear in his hand up, saying, We will take down the slaves with hooves and then move on. Suddenly, someone rushed forward, slashing past Tamarizu's head. The scene was now utterly chaotic, everyone charging into a fierce fight. Tamarizu frowned, eyes wide as two giant hands and eyes appeared before him. I knew you would take this path. Did you not expect us to be waiting for you? A tall, fat man several times bigger than Tamarizu's soldiers stepped out. Tamarizu's troops panicked and shouted, It's the ogres, they're in chaos, fall back, damn it, the bodies are blocking the way. An OG swung his hammer up and slammed it down on the other's head, splattering blood everywhere. Tamarizu's troops were crushed, unable to react. Tamarizu stood up holding his spear, stepping on the goblins' bodies, thinking he could reduce their agility and surprise us with a sudden attack. He walked over to the OGE. Tamarizu swiftly beheaded the OGE, dismissing his cheap tricks, and quickly took down several more. They were all beheaded and fell to the ground, blood splattering onto Tamarizu's face in a horrifying manner. He bared his teeth and laughed. I will defeat you for my god and become king. He looked at the towering thug across from him, the OGE leader Kijin. Kijin was fuming with rage, grinding his teeth fiercely. Tamarizu, how dare you betray us? You will regret this. He frantically charged at Tamarizu, swinging his hammer ready to strike. Tamarizu slammed his hand against Kijin's, sending the hammer flying away. Tamarizu threw a punch, but Kijin quickly tilted his head to the side and dodged. Kijin reached out with his massive hand and grabbed Tamarizu by the neck. He pressed Tamarizu tightly against himself, leaving him unable to move. Tamarizu gritted his teeth and fought back, struggling to break free from the hold. He cursed Kijin angrily, that bastard. Kijin released his grip and Tamarizu fell down. Tamarizu lay motionless on the ground, completely drained of strength. Kijin brushed his hands off and sneered. I told you you'd regret this. By this mountain, Nebula and Elda each had a pile of magic mirrors to monitor the situation. Elda rubbed his chin with a puzzled expression. I thought the Kenturus would do everything they could to hurt the ogres. But it turned out like this. She turned to Nebula and said, leaving him speechless and helpless. I thought it would be difficult because ogres are the strongest species. Their intelligence has also increased significantly. But since Kenturus are still a rare species and fierce warriors. You're asking me again. Your main force is the lizardmen, right, Sangun? Lizardmen get weak every winter. Can they really fight against the ogres? Nebula was helpless but still had to answer her. What have you been saying all this time? The reptilian people will not confront the ogres. Elda was stunned and puzzled. What? What do you mean? Nebula changed the subject. Forget it. What were you just saying? Go on, what is your rank? Elda said proudly. Ahem. I don't like to say it, but around the 3,400th floor. Nebula thought to herself, not bad, but not exactly good either. She had assumed players were chosen based on their rank. So when everyone's ranks are quite high, players will be chosen randomly. What are the conditions to be selected for the battle? He suddenly asked Elda, so are you planning to keep cooperating with me? She pouted and asked back, what are you talking about? Nebula only said 2 words. Thank you. Elda, like a cat with its fur raised, shouted at him, What? What are you talking about? What cooperation? Lian Chunsik was sitting here watching many events through the magic mirror at once when the name Nebula suddenly appeared on the information board. Nebula. Nebula controls reptilian beings, humans with small territories, estimated to be insect-sized domains. Lian Chunsik silently thought he knew this account was ranked number 1. The crazy bastard is rumored to have no stream that can compete with his. He has invested a lot in this game. What are the chances I'd run into him this soon? But the info panel shows news about the species. A short-necked, large-bodied type, averaging about 3.5 meters tall and not very intelligent. However, they are compensated by strength, the small territory of birds, blessings that apply the wisdom of owls, and the intelligence of crows. Lim Chunshich thought to himself, it seems I am luckier. The small territory of insects and humans he owns is weak because when winter comes, all stats will drop sharply, leaving him no choice but to strike fast and win quickly. All preparations are complete. At my peak, I was also in the top 20 players. Should I try to defeat the number 1? The biting winds blew fiercely across the mountains. Lim Chunshich thought to himself, winter is coming soon. When will he attack? Something feels off. Suddenly, he froze as he saw something strange. A fierce blaze erupted, sending thick black smoke billowing into the sky. That's smoke, Lim Chunshich shouted in panic. The village, why is the goblin village burning? The flames spread wider, turning into a massive fire that engulfed the entire mountain. What is happening? Lim Chunshich's face was veined with anger as he cursed that bastard silently. On the information board, red streaks appeared again, the flames engulfing a large building. Lim Chunshich wondered, is that red herring? He gritted his teeth in anger and cursed silently. It's that bastard! He looked at the scene on the screen before him, but still couldn't believe he actually used the Scorched Earth tactic. At that moment, Nebula appeared to explain the type of magic he mentioned. The Scorched Earth tactic, also known as the Burning Strategy, is what Elda is still frowning over as she faces the burning village. Its main feature is nothing but destroying all enemy fortifications capable of holding to block their supply routes. I'm pretty sure you've used it before. Then she went pale with helplessness. My village is burning. Lim Chunshich reassured her. I have already evacuated the LVE people, so everything will be fine. She asked him if he knew how to handle this kind of magic. You don't usually use the Scorched Earth tactic this early. Hearing that, he also agreed with her point of view. That's right. It usually can't be deployed smoothly at the start of a battle. But this time luck was on my side. Then he began pointing to the enemy's strategic territory. Because the enemy currently holds the north, securing a food supply is quite difficult. Along with his words was a castle, and the Black Wolf tribe controls all transactions at Automation Castle. And when the battle began, they were forced to choose between raiding the LVE's resources or trading their own items and resources to obtain other necessities. Elda listened and frowned in frustration and anger. But right now, the LVE village has been completely destroyed. Nebula, as if used to it, helplessly ignored her. The weakness of Orge is that they eat too much every day, consuming too many supplies. If this continues, a food shortage in winter is inevitable. They will clearly see the difference in numbers when they realize who is truly weak against the winter cold. Suddenly, he said something seemingly unrelated that made her blush in shock. And you are also a part of my luck. She shyly didn't believe it. What? And he burst out laughing joyfully. Usually with plans like that, I could only burn down part of their territory. But who knew those guys would happen to show up in the LVE village too? Therefore, they also suffered considerable losses. Although she was a bit upset, she still agreed. That's true. Then Nebula changed the subject, waiting to see if their army could survive until the second winter. Cut to the village where a group of goblins are shouting and running. Suddenly, a monster rushes in and grabs one of them. Without warning, he angrily slammed the kid's face, blood splattering everywhere. The scene was chaotic as the goblins were huge and towering while the humans were tiny. Then, one wiped his mouth and said another deserter has appeared. He was kneeling before his leader to report the situation in the goblin village. That's right, the goblin village now has no food supply for the army at all. He went on to say something interesting. Because of extreme hunger, people run away every day to escape and find food elsewhere. He respectfully accepted his fate, addressing leader Kijin. Seeing no response, he bowed even lower, his worry clearly growing. Could it be that the god does not care about our tribe's suffering? Kijin remained silent, sitting there without a word. A close-up of the ruined village, always bowing under the god's faith. But how much longer must we wait? Our people are dying slowly. On the screen, the monsters are sleeping peacefully. Next to him was a goblin. Lin Chunshich sat helpless and exhausted before this scene. The situation could no longer wait. He started doing something on the screen again. It turned out he was calling someone. A weary voice came from the screen. Is something wrong? He called out the name on the screen in anger. So long, how many troops do you still have? Even So Long Ghost doesn't want to help him anymore. I've already lost all my troops helping you. There won't be any more now. After hearing that, he angrily shouted out loud, What do you mean? That happened over a year ago. So Long recounted everything from that year. When Tamarizu was slaughtered by Kijin, the Lawn God tribe came and punished my land. Most of the tribe members in my territory died while trying to escape, and since then their faith in the gods has been very low. Both laughed loudly, but still kept a somber expression. But then Salongo said something that surprised him enough to look up. I was actually about to contact you two. He told the story while recreating Elda's smiling face, tinged with a bit of annoyance. That damn Elda had contacted me earlier. She advised me to come under Nebula's command like her, and if I helped them stop your army, they would share the burden with my people. Lim Chun-shich was surprised and hesitant, so, as if understanding him, Solong angrily recounted everything through the screen. Of course, I refused to look at the condition of that girl, Elda.
That bastard exhausted all resources right after surrendering to him. What does that even mean?
It seems she had to spend a lot of resources on this battle, even though I hesitated for a while, and a phrase expressing brotherhood was spoken. Even though we've had conflicts recently, we've stood side by side for a long time, haven't we? Moved, he was brought to tears. His voice suddenly softened and he slightly bowed. I can try to summon a few warriors, and I'm still confident enough to join at least one battle, boosting his morale. Yes, yes. Then a scene of the barren land appeared. We lost too many troops facing Nebula's traps, but if we fight in open terrain, it will surely turn into a war among gods. If we deploy our physical forms in battle, we can destroy most of his main forces. He continued. What's missing is the land itself, also known as the loophole. Since Elda fell, he has used up a great deal of sacred power. That means he can no longer send his true form down there. Even if Nebula's holy power remains high, we still have two people who can completely overpower him. He clenched his teeth and tightened his grip. It's not too late yet. We will turn the tide of this battle. Just wait. We will destroy them. The scene shows a group of beast people traveling together across the barren land, mostly old and young, then the leader orders them to stop. The smoky scene blurs. They are here. Roger, sitting on the back of Kuorka, the brave lizard, looks delighted. Lim Chun-shichua, with the purple hue before him, is holding a staff. Well done. Kijin's eyes are filled with determination. We will win this battle. Lin Chun-shich gripped Kijin tightly, joined by Salongos. Kijin, furious, took a stance. Let's go. Salongos and Salongos also respond with spirit. Of course, let's fight. And so the two sides plunged into battle. Nebula was also watching everything. Rock's eyes lit up as if he had identified his target. Kijin slammed down, releasing a golden spark, but it seemed he dodged it. Quickly, Salongo struck from behind with a swift counterattack. He had mounted Kuorka, but Rock moved to Kijin and pressed his head down. Blue energy radiated around Rock as he focused his magic power into his hands. Immediately, Kijin and Salongo shrank back in fear. Nebula brushed off his hands, mocking them. Do you really think you can defeat me with just that little bit of holy power? Seeing them lying scattered on the ground while RCK remains unaffected, there's no way I can't guess what you all are trying to do right now. Think about it. Why wouldn't I run when facing two opponents alone? It's clearly because I'm confident I can knock both of them out. The system panel appeared and announced that player Lim Chun-sik has been sealed. Player Salongos has been sealed. A few blue streaks appeared on Nebula's hand. If they die while naked in battle, they will lose a large amount of experience points. He tightly holds the two models of those two men trapped in cocoons in his hands, and if their stolen divine power drops below one, they will be sealed. Small lightning bolts surround the two men. If a god is sealed, we can destroy their statue to kill them for real and end the game. Of course, if there is a specific procedure, we can also break the seal. He discarded those two and created hatred and avoidance. Now let's set these two aside for now. Then, Nebula returned to the electronic board and did something that pleased him. The battle was quite easy, as I managed to kill two gods, and my level increased a bit. The stats of RCK appeared on the screen. Now I have plenty of points to upgrade. I'm close to reaching the maximum level for now. Although resources and faith are another matter, those are almost unlimited. It's not just him there, but also Kijin and Salongos. I can even take a small territory from the opponent after winning this battle. And another notification appeared. You have captured a small territory. Unidentified confirmation. They followed one after another. You have captured a small territory. Unidentified confirmation. He pressed a command there, and instantly countless things like cards appeared. Nebula grabbed one at random to take a look. Images of birds and a swamp. Small territory, birds, small territory, swamp, swamp, and birds. He picked both up to compare and ponder. Stabbing is fine then. But the birds are really surprising. I'm really lucky this time. I can use them as a substitute for the insect blessings, then give them to the lizard people and humanity to use. Then the blessings appeared along with the lizard, and the blessings of the insects were applied. The blessings of the insects were applied to humanity. He started thinking about how to use them, and I will begin applying them to the next generation. Though it's just a small amount, it will help me become stronger in the future. Nebula was still unsure which to choose, but eventually made up her mind. Punching is fine, but birds are better. I have set my sights on this. Perhaps I can use it to replace the insect blessing I gave to the lizard god and the human tribe. Then, two notifications appeared. The lizard god had applied the insect blessing, and the human tribe had applied the insect blessing. The blessing will apply to the next generation, maybe just a little, but it will help my work progress. Elda appeared again on the screen, flanked by the two recently defeated enemies. Elda is a level 5 holy power elf. Sitting in his chair reviewing the information, he stood up and said, "All right, let's set foot on some land since we've dealt with the 3 players.
The overview shows globe-like regions on the screen, so I should reorganize the situation first. The locusts appeared representing the West, and based on their information, the mysterious images of each player showed no faces. The 5 players have split into 3 forces opposing each other, but I should leave them alone unless they invade this place. Let the grasshopper swamp keep an eye on them. On the other side are the shooting stars in the east. With the ocean there, the current goal is to dominate the land, so I'll leave that for later. He moved to other places north and south, needing to seize these 2 areas before the NPCs took full control. Nebula began to devise a new strategy. Locke cannot be in 2 places at once, so I can use Elvist in the north to gradually advance into this territory. There's no need to waste my troops here trying to cultivate this barren land. Then he selected Elda in another cold land surrounded by snow. Someone's voice sounded. I thought we finally had a new place to settle, but who knew we'd have to leave and keep moving further north instead? Some people complained. Winter here is too long, we need to farm again, and the ogresses and goblins will target us. Then they started arguing. I don't understand why we have to endure this. Has the god of shadow said nothing?
Someone called the girl with the unpleasant face to look up. Chief Leona. Leona recounted that she received a prophecy. Actually, I received the prophecy yesterday. Some were surprised. Oh, but there were also those who doubted the prophecy. She began seriously, saying that someone helping the blue-eyed elf tribe was coming from the south, when another person interrupted, opening the tent door to announce that a group of humans was approaching. Some recognized the connection. Oh, it seems the sign from the prophecy is coming true. Standing up, Leona reminded everyone, I hope they are the ones mentioned in the prophecy. Prepare to welcome the humans. Snow continued to fall around the tent with no sign of the forest, as Leona and the group below stood ready to welcome the newcomers. The human tribe had arrived, and their horses bowed in greeting. She was surprised to see that when the hood was pulled back, revealing a beautiful woman, the ruler of Automation City. Who could she be? Dismounting, she approached her with a smile and greeted her. Ah yes, you must be Leona, right? You look thinner than last time, she said shyly, a bit embarrassed. Ah, yes. She invited them into the tent. Please come inside. She turned back to tell her teammates. Oh, earlier a mysterious man came with Korka-san. San took off his cloak and expressed his intention. I'm sorry, but I have to check if there is an assassin inside. Although momentarily stunned, Leona still agreed. Of course, the lizard was powerless. She stood outside looking in, holding a warm glass of water in her hand. The 2 of them sensed the atmosphere around them. So what brought you here? The girl spoke up. You probably already know, but I also received a prophecy. A joyful prophecy with a hint of pride, she confidently said, the blue spirit wanted us to help the weak, but we weren't interested. Yet she replied, and the man beside her added, touching the wooden crates. So we brought some weapons and farming tools. And then she boasted about the treasures that would help Leona. I brought seeds that could grow in the cold like finding gold, and Leona quickly brightened up again. Thank you, sir. As if understanding her meaning, she continued, I will sell it at a low price. She froze, stunned. Yes, only now did her true intentions show as she remained indifferent to her actions. My God said I came to help you, but charity is a bit difficult. But unfortunately, Leona resigned herself, having nothing to buy it with. We have nothing to offer in exchange right now. We've already spent quite a lot getting here. Hearing that, she quickly brushed it off like nothing happened and showed a hateful attitude. Then there's no other way. I'll be going back. Time is money. Her eyes showed nothing but malice now. Angry, Leona slammed her hands on the table. Enough, you look terrible trying to act all dignified right now. I know there's a reason you came here. You want something from this place, don't you? She sneered. You have nothing, so what do we want from you? Then a piece of paper was spread out on the table, and she pointed to a piece of land on the map. Even though we have nothing right now, this place has iron mines, tall trees, fertile soil, and crops will grow well. Although it's a bit hard to say, we will trade it with Automation City at a low price. That's when she finally returned to her initial look of delight. So you want to trade something whose future value is still unknown for something you have right now? Seriously, Leona looked her straight in the eye. That's right, I guarantee it under Leona's honor. She finally agreed, wiping away the discomfort from earlier. All right, she pulled out a piece of paper like a contract. Words alone won't do. Let's leave proof of this promise. At this moment, Leona hesitated a little because the future benefits were too high. No matter how you look at it, the value of the iron mine and the forest is much greater in the future, and she was giving away the share of her descendants. So she was also certain about the decision as they both dipped their hands into the big red ink pot. But if we don't give, we won't survive into the future. The god of shadows probably foresaw this and gave a prophecy. There's no way he would abandon us. With 2 hands imprinted on the paper, she wiped her hands and expressed her thoughts. This contract will be enforced, I swear in the name of the god. She feels the same way on the other side. I like that line. There, I will do the same. This contract will be fulfilled. I swear in the name of the god. A notification appeared again. Announcement. The first profit from trading on the northern coast of the 3rd continent has been made. On this side, Nebula is rejoicing at having achieved her goal. Good. My territory has expanded. The frog and lizard tribe stood as if ready to fight. For those in the Lost World, the world only revolved around their own tribe. Other tribes are threats, so how can they trade with those whose destinations are unknown? The castle appearing below belongs to the two tribes, but now that the town is established and nomads move along fixed paths, the image of the two girls' footprints has been shown to Nebula. They soon began drafting contracts on paper. The value of intangible things and the value of the future being bought and sold would soon become commonplace. He looked up and shifted his gaze elsewhere. We have moved beyond simple trade and stepped into what is called the economy. Different tribes appeared merged into one frame. From now on, how can I dominate this vast land? A staff and a bloodied fist were pressed down. Rag let out a sigh of relief. Phew! He turned his back and walked away, leaving behind his helmet and staff. The dwarves have all escaped. No problem. Clean up this place. With bloodied footsteps, they will surely fight back. These stubborn ones are persistent, but of course, it's all in vain. By the time I reached the sand and blue water, the day had already dawned. Before him now lay a cool blue shore and gentle sunlight. He was weary of that peace, but behind him was the burning of houses. So this was the very end. Roger turned back to look. We have conquered the southern land, as the blue worm god said. The calm sea and the burning village stand in stark contrast. Now this peninsula belongs entirely to our tribe and the blue god larvae. Unlike when I only had to lead the tribe, now I have to lead all the living beings here. So what is the right thing to do? On the screen, Nebula is also watching him. Ruling is a tough problem because each method has its own pros and cons. The image of the castle and the small kingdoms around it. Feudalism is not a bad option. It is a type of government where the king appoints lords and grants them land. He observes the people living there. Those lords will both protect their territories and lighten the king's burden, but their relationships will be hard to fully control and often lead to civil wars. The sight of weapons fighting alongside flames may drive technological development, but the outcome only brings more chaos, making it impossible to manage the situation. A lizard man leader with others around him. The next option is a monarchy, where the king always stays in the capital and his officials are sent to various regions to govern. Actually, I prefer this one, but it seems Nebula has focused on Rock, which already has a solid national foundation, continuously improving administration, and a strong core power. So military deployment is easier. Elda stood behind watching quietly, realizing there wasn't much left to prepare. Just roads, a harbor, a king, and a government system. As she looked at him, he asked for her opinion. Which one did she think was better? She teased him. Isn't it true that you've already made up your mind? Transition to another village, Roger steps out of the tent. Last night I had a dream. Everyone around looked at him in confusion. Someone asked, what kind of dream was that? He shared the surprising details. I dreamed I knew how to fly. He recreated the scene from last night's dream. I left my body and flew at any speed I wanted. As I told the story, I recalled the scene, passing through the forest to the northern coast. He felt like he was truly flying and looking down at the scenery below, crossing countless lands where there were villages we had destroyed. Everyone was surprised by what RCK told them. He comfortably gazed at the sky, then pointed his small tail to a tiny corner he had just drawn. This is the current position of our troops. Roger asked if anyone remembered the name. What was it called? A quick-witted guy stepped forward to introduce it. In the language of the dwarves, it's called Maganin, meaning the edge of the land. Then he continued writing something on the ground while speaking, and someone was taking notes beside him. Next, what is the name of the place where we defeated the red-skinned goblins? Someone answered his question. The goblins call it a demon gate. Then he also came up with a name to give it. There are many salmon, so let's call this the southern salmon area. Someone pondered, pointing to a place. Some people did the same, discussing among themselves. He had set foot on the ground. All right, now I'll ask again as if you don't know anything. What is the name of this land? Everyone looked confused. Does anyone know? Some people noticed that no creatures live there. Not only is it surrounded by mountains, but it is also the habitat of the sand martins, so no one wants to go near it. John held up the board and asked, so none of us know its name? Then he pointed to another area. I know this land is surrounded by mountains, but once the vines and small trees are cleared, it will be easy to open a path. The scenery of that land is truly dreamlike. Nature is peaceful and poetic. Deep within those mountains lies a valley with a river winding through lush greenery. And if you reach the downstream area, you will find a vast land where the river meets the sea. Did Jaeyeon just realize something? Was it a dream where the gods showed him that land? He agrees with this. That's right. And its name is Orizone. Then Nebula's feet appeared floating above the grass. He knelt before him, surrounded by fluttering butterflies, symbolizing the land where our gods reign. And now, what needed to be said has been spoken. As he wished, I will become the king of Orizone. After hearing this, everyone around rejoiced. All the heroic spirits shout their determination to march straight to Orizone. Nebula's feet still hover. From above, he looked down to observe everything. It has begun. He flew close to RCK's position, and he also noticed his arrival. Although many people lived here, with LCK's power, there would definitely be resistance. So winning the people's hearts will take some time. Roger stood on the podium, calling for many to know about Orizone, the place destined to become the capital ruled by a king. That land appeared again, and then each territory had a path leading to Orizon. He stood proudly holding a sword and a book. Because this is a monarchy, there need to be people in the middle to manage everything, and LCK plans to call them commanders. He opened the book and strange writing surrounded it. Most importantly, there must be laws widely enforced across the entire territory. Meanwhile, Nebula is still watching everything, but it will take considerable effort to collaborate with the Automation on City and the Fairy Village since both already have feudal lords. He shifted his gaze toward Leona. Perhaps he had already sent members of the diplomatic team to negotiate with them. Hyekyung had been granted the title of Count of Automation. Leona has received the title of Fairy Spirit Mary Pagan. He made the purchase after seeing what was before him. Everything was primitive and rough, but for now, there were no major issues. Then, the new notification appeared, announcing that your nation had entered the early monarchy, period, and he realized that was all he needed to do. Elda looked confused and asked again. So you used both of them? He explained to her why he did that. Well, given the current situation, weighing the pros and cons and figuring out what's right won't help at all. Once again, she was fed up watching what he did. But why did you choose to make our tribe a part of your kingdom as well? He replied calmly. It's my land too, a bit humiliating, but you still endure it. Oh, is that so? The blue sky with gentle white clouds and fresh morning sunlight, suddenly someone spoke up. Ah! Then two long black fishing lines fell onto the deep blue lake. It was really boring. EA stared into the distance and forced a smile. Has he still not been able to regain his spirit? Seeing no response for a while, YN repeated, Lord? Tak-tak. Tak-tak leaned back in his chair and put on a hat to shield himself from the harsh sunlight. This peaceful atmosphere does feel a bit unfamiliar. The two of them sitting together, chatting closely. Before this, we were always living in bloodshed or invading territories. He looked at him, smiling as he said, Well, you really are a warrior. Your life is tied to great victories, which is why the gods have supported you as the clan leader. Tak-tak smiled, revealing his white teeth, then gently tilted his head and rested his chin on his hand. Great warrior? What now? You see, I have lost one eye now. Things are no longer as smooth as before. Could it be that the gods want me to enjoy my old age? Hearing this, YN was a bit surprised, her face immediately turning to shock. That idea? I'm not sure about that. The image of the coastline with golden sand, blue sea, and simple houses in the background. Whether we want to or not, we still need you to guard this vast territory. The two of them both held their fishing rods, leisurely resting the rods behind their heads. Still, I don't know how long we need to protect this territory. How could any force possibly invade our tribe's territory? He held the fishing rod tightly, suddenly stiffened, and a bewildered look appeared on his face. If there is any threat, it can only come from across this ocean. Huh? Just when things were calm, large boats suddenly rushed in from afar. What is that over there? A large, muscular blue shrimp appeared. A blue lobster? Standing behind the bushes, Jan quietly hid. Then his eyes widened. They are monsters. Next to Jan, he was also standing nearby, continuing the conversation. They must have traveled a long way to get here, but I don't understand what they came for. As soon as he finished speaking, Tak-Tak slowly and bravely stood up to face him. Wait for me to go there and communicate with them. Stay here. Jan looked up at the tall figure as Tak-Tak stood up and gasped. Wait a moment, sir. Tak-Tak stood firmly in front of the blue lobster. Which tribe are you from across the ocean? Then a sharp gaze made the atmosphere tense, dark, and extremely frightening. I am the chief of the lizard god tribe, ruler of this land. You must state your purpose for coming here immediately. Hearing that, the blue lobster froze, sweat dripping down his face. We are from the blue lobster tribe, indeed from across the ocean, but we come here in peace. We got lost because of the storm, not to invade. What place is this, sir? Red lights surrounded Tak-Tak's body. This is the lizard tribe, the land I rule behind, and Jan had to withdraw his sword back to its original position. It was fortunate that he did not rush to attack. Jan's expression shifted to one of slight discomfort as he glanced up at him. He is someone who never shows mercy to his enemies. If anything goes wrong, an unforgiving battle will break out. So, as you say, are they coming from across the ocean? Red light glowed all around him, terrifying everyone as he bared his sharp iron teeth. All right, I will trust you for now. The blue lobster's eyes showed extreme fear at Tak-Tak's words. Brother Vax slung the fishing rod over his shoulder like a true hero and said, Settle them in and prepare extra provisions. Help them repair their boats too. After hearing that, everyone was stunned and began to question things in their own minds. Yes, sir. After everything was settled, the weather finally calmed down. The eyes of the blue lobster sparkled brightly. Thank you very much, Chief. We will never forget your kindness. The fleet returned while waving goodbye. Oh, thank you, sir. Tak-Tak watched the fleet return safely. Jan, standing beside him, found it strange. They are a tribe from across the ocean, so why do you have to help them? If it were me, to avoid trouble, I would just drive them all away. Then report to Lord RCK that we have driven away an invading horde. I don't understand how you could overlook such a victory. He gazed into the distance under the fading sunset light, then clasped his hands behind his back. Perhaps it was my mercy. I misjudged and let slip an enemy I needed to destroy. Tak-Tak closed his eyes tightly and recalled the sad stories from long ago. Perhaps you do not know the reason I lost my left eye. Anne continued, asking, I understand you were injured in battle, the fight against the Tran Tin tribe, right? You protected your people from their invasion. The image of him wielding the sword in battle, blood splattering everywhere, emerges. Indeed, at that moment, blood rolled across the floor and the poor children were terrified as they witnessed the entire event. That was when I fought to protect those people, those poor souls. They were not even members of our tribe. A sword thrust through one eye, blood following the blade as Tok Tok gritted his teeth in pain. After being wounded in battle, I arrived. His eyes grew heavy, and the injured one was carefully bandaged. He continued the unfinished story. Meeting Mr. RCK. The scene shows Rock standing silently, looking at his dirtied appearance, and then reassuring him. You fought quite valiantly, and I commend you for that. Even though you lost an eye, it's all right. We will be your eyes from now on. Then, Tok Tok sank to his knees, as if to replace an apology. You did the right thing by protecting those people, even though they are not from our tribe. Do you regret it? At that moment, he stood calmly under the golden sunset, gazing into the distance, and said, I answered him like this. At that moment, R and many people behind him, our tribe had once been attacked and forced to leave our land. Fortunately, the divine insects guided us to find peaceful lands. Tak Tak lost confidence, recounting every detail, lowering his head. At that moment, Tak Tak grasped his severely injured arm and gently climbed the cliffs, while the insect body did not ask us to respond at all. Upon hearing this, Roger suddenly thought of something, his eyes widening. Oh, so you dare to compare what you did to him? Tak Tak sat down, closing his eyes tightly, clearly disappointed in what he had done. No, I just felt it was the right thing to do. On the contrary, RCK smiled with satisfaction and let out a sigh of relief. Tak Tak lifted his head, the burdens in his mind slowly fading away because of RCK's words. You did the right thing. Just keep doing what's right. Then, everyone will support you. Later, tell your stories of victory and be proud that Rock was like a strong source of inspiration for you, smiling warmly. I, Roger, will always stand behind you as a hero of our tribe. Back in reality, Tak Tak sat at his desk, his hands resting lightly on his lap without thinking. No sooner had I sat down than Jan opened the door to announce, Sir, those blue lobsters have appeared again. The two of them walked softly forward to meet and greet him. Blue Lobster raised his hand in greeting, his cheeks flushed and his eyes shining brightly. Hello, Chief, Tak Tak asked involuntarily, with a hint of suspicion. Did you have another accident at sea? Suddenly, Blue Lobster's eyes lit up as he burst into a delighted laugh. No, sir, we are here today to trade with you. We came to buy silk thread. All eyes were on the box that the Blue Lobster brought. Those materials are very important to us because our territory has been at war. Therefore, those items are very rare. The box is filled with precious gems that shine brightly. To make the payment, can we bring these items for the exchange? He slowly picked up a gem, looked at it, then straightened up, suddenly thinking that these gems looked quite sparkling, but he really didn't know their full value. Still, this is a good deal, and if I hesitate, I might lose the opportunity. Tak Tak immediately pointed towards the ships ahead. How about this? It's okay. So, can you show me that shipbuilding technique? We want to have ships like that too. The serious face of the Blue Lobster emerged. Building a ship is not simple and takes an incredible amount of time. Then he used his sharp, bright eyes and large stature to intimidate him. We really don't have the technique like you do. If you don't teach us that technique, this deal is over right here. That's why the Blue Lobster is also scared, sweat dripping down his face as he looks up at Tak Tak. No, sir. He sat down, hands clasped politely, and said, We will send craftsmen here to guide you in the next transaction. The two shook hands to seal the deal. All right, then it's time for us to exchange the items. He gently replied, yes. Suddenly, a bird behind had witnessed the entire conversation. It tilted its head slightly, standing behind the grass to observe. Meanwhile, Nebula seemed to be intently watching as well. His blue system panel appeared with the image of a blue lobster. So, this is the Blue Lobster tribe from the southern coral archipelago? In the race war, images of scattered objects also appeared. The civilization level of this tribe is not high, only at the Bronze Age, but they have developed other skills very well. Then, images of boats on the beach appeared. This is a tribe that specializes in living on islands. The technique of building warships for sea battles is very advanced. In Nebula's mind, a little girl appears, excited and delighted. Along with the valuable pearls, they can trade with many other tribes to exchange for necessary items. The girl's eyes lit up brightly. Oh, pearls. Nebula continued. It seems Hai Kyung will really like these pearls. Then the system panel displayed a familiar ship, and most importantly, the shipbuilding techniques. Second-tier sea vessels. This is exactly what we have been missing. You did this very well. The image of Roger Tak Tak watching the ship flashes in his mind. Roger will surely recognize the value of this shipbuilding technique, and the lizard tribe will make significant progress in conquering the ocean because of it. Then the boats gently glide along the rivers. In the future, sea voyages will no longer feel distant. This will be a stepping stone for maritime trade and the benefits of exploiting the vast ocean's resources. Next are the blue lobsters resting on the golden sandy beach. At a glance, the decision was very wise. Thanks to helping the Blue Lobster tribe, They now have techniques that were previously impossible to learn. Some must eat. Thus, the tribes across the ocean and those on the mainland will have smoother trade relations. The image of a train moving along the track into a tunnel briefly flashed by. There will be invasions across the oceans and islands to seize unknown resources, which will then propel civilization to a new level. Nebula crossed his legs leisurely, leaning back in his chair as the system panel displayed images of the beach. In the end, a new chapter of development across the entire continent would begin, with the true outcome yet to be seen. He suddenly turned his head toward the voice. Sir, did you hear what I just said? The system panel suddenly showed an image of Hongo. It is Hongo. You tell me, before that, a whirlwind with strong winds shook the branches, and I entrusted him to nurture and grow the locust swarm. If there were no troubles or issues, he wouldn't have contacted me. I wonder what's going on. Hong lowered his head and respectfully said, Master, the Hongo artifact. Nebula sat listening, unable to hide her shock. It was my carelessness. Has the swarm of locusts already been detected by the gods in other territories? The system immediately displayed information about the level 3 locust swarm, with only a few left, showing a significant decrease in their numbers. I instructed Hu to control the swarm to destroy crops and hinder the progress of other players. I told him to act carefully to avoid being detected by the players. But for forces with advanced civilizations, it's obvious that this is the scheme of the insect territory owner. Nebula replied to the person on the screen without a hint of worry. No need to worry, this was already part of my plan. Hong breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the screen and reminded him, Instead of worrying about them, you should be the one we worry about. Are you okay? He replied awkwardly. Ah yes, I have lost quite a few locusts due to the magic of other gods, but it seems they still haven't detected me. Nebula nodded in satisfaction. Good, being discovered would have been a great loss. Use the remaining grasshoppers to distract them, hide, and try to survive. He bowed his head in acceptance of the order, obediently complying. The screen finally went dark with a snap. Nebula could only let out a weary sigh. I really dread having to talk to those creatures that are unlike anyone else in the Lost War game before. They speak as if they have souls. But in the end, he had no choice but to leave everything to fate. Just let it be. A series of screens appeared before Nebula for easy observation. The locust swarm had caused damage to all 5 Western countries. If they find out we are behind this, they will definitely attack. The map also shows the territory of each country. Geographically, the 2 most likely countries are Yam of the Sadai tribe and Jiwa of the Luna tribe. The countries sharing a border with us both seem ready to deploy troops. He watched for a while, muttering according to the estimates. Why are the other 3 countries remaining inactive? It is unfortunate to face 5 forces at once, but in the end, Nebula has no choice but to accept this high possibility. Anyway, this was within my expectations. The nation of the Satai tribe. John Yomo, the capital of John Yomo de Marit, leader of the Luna tribe. Hadi sat at the negotiation table full of anxiety. Do you trust the 3 tribes behind our backs? The leader of the Satai tribe. Bap sighed deeply. To be honest, they are not very trustworthy. But I don't want to let this matter slide, and we can't just stand by and do nothing. The lizard people, the culprits behind the locust plague according to the gods, are roaming free beyond the law, Bap repeated angrily. They begged the cruel blue insect god to bring famine upon us so they could live in comfort, right? Moreover, since acquiring the technology, they have exploited its minting process to produce high-quality coins and reap huge profits from trade. The older man's face grew increasingly stern as he said, Furthermore, we are the closest to the Black Wolf border, so some losses are inevitable. Are we really going to let those 3 countries use the excuse to attack Black Orchid and then brazenly pass through our territory? Ha trembled with fear, finally saying, we have to take action. Earlier, the 2 of them also had a meeting with the gods who gave them a glimmer of hope. But don't worry, Sai and Luna will join forces to burn down Orzin, the capital of Haklan. Believe in the prophecy of the 5 gods. He curled his lip in disdain. So which route should we take to attack? Is there any other way into Black Lawn besides automatic? Bap also pointed out several routes on the map. The southern coast is filled with his swarms of insects. There's no way forward. Let's take this opportunity to attack the automatic fortress and break its connection with the Black Scale tribe. He also recommended Dr. Ant to the enemy earlier. Our Saltai tribe will attack automatic. Hatai smiled faintly and nodded in satisfaction. All right, then we'll need some more time to lead the troops across the desolate northern lands. The meeting room is now somewhat less tense. Good, we will discuss the plan in detail and gather the forces for deployment. After another month, he nodded in agreement. All right, let's go with that plan. A month later, the troops had gathered as discussed. The Zatai army went into battle first, with the Dark God protecting the Jatai race, ranked last at 1,430, glancing at the opponent without complaint and asking, How does your side plan to handle supplies? Banda looked at the information board before deciding. We will receive supplies until we reach deep into the wilderness, then follow the northern coastline, moving while raiding food from villages along the way. Vanda, the god of fertility, from the Luna race ranked last at 38,702, glanced back with irritation. Hey, still no contact with Nebula? On the screen, It clearly shows that Nebula is blocking communication, unable to send messages. She puffs her cheeks in frustration. It's been a whole month and she's still cut off. I have no idea what he's thinking either, Grampus had to agree. That's right, he looked really annoyed. If we could communicate, we would have settled everything smoothly by now. But he blocked all 5 of us, giving us no chance to explain. She bit her lip anxiously as she stared at the system screen. Not only that, he brazenly intensified military training and sent out scouts, which was infuriating. The army has already started moving, but now it's too late to negotiate. Our side has 1,100 Luna Tribe members and 800 Sa-Tai Tribe members. This is the largest reconnaissance force ever seen on this third continent, but Janda isn't too worried. Defeating him is just a matter of time, and he's confident in his tribe for sure. She felt less worried and turned to chat with Krampus. Look at his avatar, designed down to every teardrop. It must be based on his real-life appearance. Suddenly, Vanda let out a surprised gasp. Oh, he's curiously asking questions. What's going on? Her expression changed from surprise to shock. Someone wants to send a message. Nebula? Her voice replied weakly, no. Vanda shook his finger at the screen displaying the message request. Elda is Elda. Grampus frowned, thinking that on Luna's march route, there was an elf settlement. They might have encountered Elda, and maybe she wants to negotiate or pull some trick. Thinking of that girl, he showed clear delight as he talked. Elda and Nebula are in a loose alliance. In other words, they could betray each other at any moment. The more Grampus thought, the more intrigued he became. Keep talking to her and see what she wants. Maybe it could work to our advantage. She agreed immediately. Elda appeared quickly, saying, Nice to meet you, Ruenda, the deity of the Luna tribe. I am Elda, the deity of the Elf tribe, she replied sharply. Ah, hello, sir. Elda placed her hand on her chest. Ah, Elda wants to ask for your help. Vanda did not expect this situation. Specifically, what do you need our help with? His expression clearly shows frustration. He must be a player, right? She then shared the hardships she had endured. I, Elda, was forced to submit to Nebula. Those were the most humiliating days of my life, but I had no other choice. He defeated Salongos and Lim Chuns not only by level difference, but also with far superior combat strategy. Vanda was stunned, mouth agape. Wait, didn't you also take part in that battle? There's no way Nebula defeated them all alone. She was stunned beyond belief. Haven't you ever heard of Nebula's reputation? He has fought countless gods across many worlds and ultimately rose to the highest position. His voice grew even deeper. You mean number 1? Elda replied with a frown. You could say that. She pressed her lips and sneaked a surprised glance at Krampus. Of course, no one said a word. They share the same thought. 2 ranked 1 players existing on the same continent? What bad luck. She sighed, continuing to describe her miserable situation. In short, I humbly begged him for mercy and was lucky to survive until today. It was the only choice I had to stay alive. So I beg you to allow me to help. Vanda fell silent in thought, still unable to fully trust. Elda, to trust you, we need more information. Elda pressed her lips and sighed in agreement. All right, to earn your trust, I will provide all the information. A series of images recreating the past. See for yourself what I had to endure under Nebula's rule. Faced with the flood of information she revealed, Vanda had no more comments and finally said bitterly, This guy is nothing but draining your life force, more greedy than a servant. Elda's expression hardened, unable to bear it any longer. Yes, to break free from Nebula's rule, I need you to allow me to help. Although I have no army to support me, I know Nebula's battle plan for the upcoming fight. Elda finally pressed send, her face filled with anger at the excessive exploitation she was enduring. Then she glanced back at the person behind her. Is that good enough? Lord Nebula. He stood behind, directing everything with a cheerful nod. Yeah, very well acted, the voice from behind. Nebula chuckled teasingly. Is it because you've been acting all along that it feels so natural? She knelt down shyly before me. Isn't it because the information I provided was too convincing? All of it is true. You have destroyed Elda's main army. You have burned down the elf village. You chased the fleeing elves into your territory after just a few short years. You forced them to hand over all future resources just to exchange for a new place to live. Yes. Then she reported everything back to her master. As you instructed, I told them that Nebula would launch a preemptive strike on Detis, the capital of the Sa-Tai tribe. That was the information I provided. But then Elda's voice softened, though would that be enough to change the outcome? His eyes narrowed in doubt. Why do you think that? She is speaking her own mind. Lord Nebula's plan is to attack the Luna forces first, right? But if the Luna troops retreat toward the ancient Did fortress and the SA soldiers take the city, then wouldn't the lizardmen chasing Luna be caught between those 2 armies? But there is one possibility Elda hasn't considered. That's right, I will attack and defeat the Luna forces a few days earlier. Oh, I see. You still acknowledge her help, and you will help me too. But Elda was confused. I only agreed to support the supplies to ensure the surrender. Could it be that the supplies are also part of your plan? Beneath the mask, Nebula sneered as the marching troops suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Hadi took the lead, shouting, What? Soldiers have stomach aches? The attendant nervously bowed and reported that the food might have gone bad. He only killed the person in charge. Aren't you the one responsible for managing the supplies? Hati raised his sword in reprimand. Are you ready to accept the punishment? The servant immediately grabbed him and pleaded.
Lord Hotty Toddy, please calm down.
What's going on? He gently held his master and whispered, the food was still good just yesterday. Our breakfast this morning was provided by the elf tribe. Hati's expression hardened in shock. Could it be that some of the food was spoiled? He quietly shared this important information. Maybe they only look fresh on the outside, but inside they're poisonous. Their god controls those filthy insects. He voiced his thoughts to the leader. If that's the case, then the information provided by the elf tribe is also questionable. He gritted his teeth angrily, but the god of growth had also issued a similar divine decree. He voiced a bold thought. What if the gods are wrong? He crossed his arms and shouted, you should know what's worth saying or not, bye. But Ubi still firmly believed in his own speculation. The elf tribe had already been allies with the lizard people, and this amount of supplies was proof that they were deceiving us. When neither of them would back down, a messenger urgently reported, Ye Hati, our troops spotted the lizardman army a few hours ago. He immediately rushed over. How many of them are there? The servant knelt down full of anxiety and worry. Around 1,500 seemed even more than that. He gritted his teeth at the thought of being outnumbered and couldn't bear it. Due to stomach pain, we currently have only about 900 soldiers able to fight. Even if the numbers were equal, we are already at a physical disadvantage. Now that we're outnumbered, defeat is certain. Leader Hati jumped onto his mount and ordered the troops to retreat. Fall back! Inform King Satai that we have encountered the enemy and were forced to retreat. But Ubi disagreed and immediately argued back. If we go another day, we will reach a mountainous area suitable for guerrilla warfare. At least there we still have a chance to win. The soldiers began to follow their leader's orders and hurriedly retreated. Retreat! Fall back quickly. His mind is racing with countless plans. We must use our small size to our advantage and buy time with guerrilla tactics. Meanwhile, the Satai army will capture automatic and they will have no choice but to retreat. Suddenly, a shadow above made the troops halt. A praying mantis head appeared against the blue sky and white clouds. What is that? Stratus glared at the troops entering the territory, unable to hide his anger, daring to set foot on the land of the devout believers. Your sins. The Luna tribe's army froze in shock and shouted in chaos. A monster is a monster, run fast! He swung his two horns down onto the rocks, causing a tremor that shook the ground. You will pay with your lives. Hati took up his sword and ordered the Luna tribe to leave, abandon the cart, and disperse. This time, he also disagreed with their approach. No, we have to destroy that monster. He glanced down and shouted, Ubi! That's not an ordinary monster. Its shape looks like a mantis. It must be the guardian of those evil lizard man. Suddenly, one of the two vaguely realized that it meant our god. The guardian of the god Neji was suddenly rushing forward, lunging at Lord Stratus and biting straight into his waist, and would also send down a guardian. Vanda, watching from above the screen, was also stunned. No, she held her head, her face dark with disbelief. What kind of absurd stats are these? He focused everything on one stat. Even his trait is super strength. Stratus strength speed, intelligence traits. Super strength, our Neji can't possibly fight that monster alone. She began to realize her tribe was gradually becoming overwhelmed. We thought everything was going smoothly. Or should we run away? Vanda anxiously starts biting her nails. But even if we run away after killing Neji, that creature will still chase us. We have to kill it now. The screen clearly shows that Lord Guardian Stratus is level 11 with a divine level of 4. Although Stratus' level is higher, his divine level is only 4. Considering your level and Neji's divine growth, our combined divine levels total 12, so we can definitely win. That's why Janda began a bold plan and directly pressed the confirm button. I will possess you. Destroy Stratus within 30 minutes. A light shone directly down on him. On this side, Hati also rushed in to engage with Neji the divine breeder. She stepped into the battle, glanced at the leader, and said coldly, I will fight that monster. Have the troops retreat. Yes, I obey the god's command. At this moment, Vanda, with a fierce demonic aura, rushed forward to rescue Neji. It was also freed and let out a cry. As soon as he recognized her, NG stopped him, saying, You don't have to do it yourself. Vanda shouted fiercely, Silence! I cannot afford to lose more of our troops to him. She stretched out her hand, her eyes filled with deep malice. Your lizard god's troops need more time to arrive, and your god has no medium to possess you. Aren't you afraid of dying? But Satis doesn't care much about that. I don't care about that. My mission is to carry out the orders. As soon as the words ended, Neji and Janda launched a coordinated full assault. She rushed forward, trying to use her strength to grab one of his legs to bring him down. One leg was immediately broken. Stratus also countered with a deadly kick to Neji. It spewed a large amount of plasma, its eyes flashing with anger as it cursed, You annoying bug! He sneered, clenching his fist in mockery. Neji, you miserable creature, isn't the pain you endure for the gods an honor? Vanda muttered, gripping his sword. You're crazy. I'll finish you off in 10 minutes. And then, she tensed up, her eyes blazing as if holding back in anger about to explode, but a force from the other side surged back here, leaving them both completely stunned. Wait, girl, what was that? Ragra is rushing here at breakneck speed. How did he get here so fast? Nebula slowly realizes she miscalculated from the start.
Although the main force won't arrive for another 3 hours, I should have considered the possibility that he would merge with Roger to get here. Roger leapt into the air and then swooped down with style.
Neji stared wide-eyed in horror, frozen in place. Huh? Oh, gods! His pupils narrowed with cold indifference, his gaze sharp like 5 blades stabbing toward the enemy. Rag showed no hesitation and said coldly, "Just 3 words, found it." Then he decisively threw the spear down without mercy. The spear plunged straight down at YB, causing him to spill out red syrup as he roared in fury. Seeing that, Neji immediately rushed forward angrily. "Damn you! How dare you do that to my god!" Before Neji could rush in, a thorny arm reached out, grabbed Neji's body, and without a word, threw it aside like trash. Roger was engulfed in blue flames. Blue. Boom! Lend me your power. Bum replied as well. "Just tell me when you need me." Roger continued. "We have to eliminate the creature first." With authority, Roger pointed directly at the suffering Neji. "Order given, deal with him for me." Boom responded, gathering a blue energy. "As you wish." The energy was thrown directly at Neji, causing him to scream in agony. Neji spat out fresh blood and gritted his teeth, questioning, "Even if you are a god, how can you stop me with just this?" Before Neji could deny the final words, a beam of light illuminated his face in the cold darkness. That immense power had crushed Neji's arrogance. After those terrifying screams, the space gradually fell into silence. He shouted in disbelief, "Neji!" But that didn't make him careless. He still skillfully dodged the attacks. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. "No, I have to destroy the descent form." Suddenly the system announced, canceling the transformation in 10 seconds. Why gritted his teeth, damn it? Do I still have to wait? The system kept reminding that the downgrade would be cancelled in 10 seconds. Seeing this, YB thought while running. If he died during the downgrade, he would face another punishment. Because Neji is gone, I've dropped a rank already. I can't afford to lose more. Y ran to the bushes, found a yellow fruit, and felt a surge of joy inside. Here it is. Great, I need to quickly use the fruit from my shrine to recover my strength first. And if he could hold out through the waiting time, a swarm of insects suddenly took Y by surprise. The system still appeared before him, canceling the discount in 10 seconds. He stared blankly, wondering, insects? This isn't an attack. Are they trying to block my line of sight? Come on, just hold on a little longer. The massive silhouette of a praying mantis appeared before YB. The system remained there, canceling the price drop after 10 more seconds. He immediately calculated in his mind what would happen if he dodged this attack. Before he could finish thinking, Ubet had already dodged the strike, but he silently realized he had been grabbed by the neck. Roger, fierce and menacing, grabbed Y by the neck and leaned in close, saying, "There you are." Y gritted his teeth in anger as the red drops continued to fall relentlessly. Elsewhere, Jonda stared blankly at the notification board showing Neji was dead, silently thinking that most of her forces were gone, with the heaviest losses among the gods. At this moment, her divine level dropped from 9 to 5, and was expected to decrease further. Vanda painfully realized her power had plummeted. If I could break down the mortal level, it would only be to level 7. Grampus's voice echoed. "Vanda, are you listening to me?" Vanda, startled, replied. Yes. Krampus asked what level you are at now. Vanda replied, "Let me check." 7. Not as bad as I thought," Grampus said with contempt. "Drop that much." Vanda could only gape in surprise. Grampus pressed on. "At that level, you won't have enough trust to influence internal matters anymore." Vanda smiled and replied, "No, I can still manage it." But deep down, she had quietly accepted it. That's right, if the enchanted orchards were still destroyed, of course she would lose her share of the profits. Trust is lost, and the High Priest Yuban is gone too. Suddenly, Vanda asked if Satyros is preparing to attack now. Krampus replied, "Yes, as soon as he found out about Elda's betrayal, we acted quickly. So with the cavalry, we'll arrive in 2.5 days. Automation must be letting its guard down now, so capturing it should be easy." Vanda cautiously asked, "So we just need to hold off the lizard army for 2.5 days, right?" Grampus replied, "That's right." Hearing that, he thought to himself, Nebula must also be relying on trust in this battle, and he has to prioritize protecting the automation fortress, so it's hard for him to fully focus on my flank. If we use the remaining cavalry for guerrilla attacks, at least our troops can hold out for the next 2 days. Should I tell him the truth? No, I can't be the only one getting fooled. The next day, a loud voice rang out. Vanda asked dazedly, "What's going on?" Grampus said, "I heard the lizard troops are moving this way. Aren't you the one holding them back?" Vanda panicked and reconsidered, realizing Lee's cavalry wasn't enough to block the bay. "No, the problem lies with Elda's information. According to the original plan, our troops were supposed to start the battle on Han's land. But because the battle started a few days earlier than planned, the entire army had to retreat elsewhere to fight and had nowhere to hide." Grampus interrupted her train of thought. "It's useless. We don't have a proper fortress yet, so I'll redirect the troops to set up camp in the capital." Hearing this, Janda seriously considered whether switching to a defensive strategy would make the situation easier to control. Satyros only has 800 troops, while the lizard god has as many as 1,700, not to mention those living weapons. An alliance with Krampus would be fine, but we still wouldn't stand a chance. Alliancing with Wisdom would be better, right? That guy is a bit hot-headed but very rational. Grampus spoke up and asked, Vanda, can you give me a hand? If we start the attack, I think counterattacking from two sides would be more effective. Vanda was flustered, but letting the officials take over the automation city is still better.
Grampus immediately objected, saying there wasn't enough time to do that. Vanda rubbed her temples and replied, "You're right, this is bad."
At this rate, we'll definitely be discovered. Grampus spoke up again. But that works too, since Automation City is currently empty. What if all your cavalry go to Automation City and the infantry come as reinforcements? Split 200 cavalry and 300 infantry of yours to go. I heard the enemy just lost 400, so there should be about 1,300 left. With my 800 Satiros and your 300 Linas, we can still fight defensively. That means victory is within our grasp. And you said you already destroyed Nebula's body, right? So the fortress should be fine then? Vanda wanted to slap her own mouth for lying so boldly. She thought it over quietly, but if she revealed the truth, she wouldn't be able to ally with Krampus anymore. So she let it be. Suddenly, Krampus snorted, making Janda jump. What's wrong? Krampus was full of suspicion. I have a connection request from Nebula. Vanda was shocked. What did you say? Wait, don't accept it yet. But her words just brushed past his ears. Krampus pressed accept. Nebula's face darkened with anger. Nebula spoke up. Are you guys thinking about giving up already? Krampus heard the arrogant tone and veins immediately bulged on his face. What are you talking about? He seemed to take a cold breath and kept babbling, acting like he just won a battle and got all cocky. But the current situation is clearly more advantageous for us. Nebula asked, glancing at the screen before locking eyes with Dande, who was pretending to dodge. Nebula chuckled softly. Ha, he thought to himself. Are my allies always this clueless? This is getting interesting. Grampus gritted his teeth in anger. Is that all? He is full of resentment. You've been blocking my communication all this time, and now you can only say a few words like this? Nebula replied gently. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel guilty. Grampus was getting angry too. But fine, if you want me to surrender, keep dreaming. Nebula smiled softly. All right, I will consider it and get back to you later. At that point, Nebula cut the connection, leaving only a look of disdain behind, while Janda was left feeling uneasy. Grampus kept mumbling, and no one could figure out what he was thinking. Vanda hesitantly tried to soothe. That's why I told you not to accept it. After that call, Vanda's expression darkened, lost in thought. Has Nebula noticed yet? Seeing the situation was unstable, Vanda spoke up first.
Krampus, now I need to check the troops again. Krampus responds.
Then I'll get ready for the siege. After hearing that, Vanda immediately ended the connection, then Trantru searched for Nebula's contact. Nebula on the other side calmly watched his army. A connection request notification sounded in his ear. The signal blared wildly and fiercely. Seeing that, Nebula had to look up. Then he slowly pressed to accept the connection request. Nebula asked calmly, What's going on? Vanda on the other end shouted loudly, Hey, you idiot, what do you want? Nebula silently despised. I think you're getting angry for no good reason. The one who should be angry is the one being attacked from both sides. Vanda stammered an explanation, but nothing had happened yet. Nebula retorted, It almost did, and just thinking about it makes me uncomfortable. He said indifferently, And if you came to find me just to argue, then I'll hang up first. There's still a lot to do at home. Bye, Vanda panicked and shouted. Wait, she glared fiercely at the message before the other side disconnected. Vanda refused to accept it and sent a connection request again. Nebula appeared frustrated and asked, What now? Vanda shouted angrily. I'm not your friend. Don't act like that. Nebula, growing impatient, asked, What exactly do you want? Stop yelling. Can't you speak a little more calmly? Vanda rubbed his head and ears, annoyed, then replied, Fine. Vanda frowned and asked, Why did you end the connection when Grampus refused to surrender? Nebula replied calmly, I only needed him to surrender and promise the 5 players that you would hold your positions. But now I think, although it's a bit troublesome, it would be easier to just take both of your lands. Vanda was so angry she felt like her head was about to explode, but your current level of civilization isn't advanced enough to defend your territory anymore. There aren't even enough troops to hold the front line. Nebula continued, I just need to take Satyros' land, then divide Lennar's territory among the other players, and that's it. I think the 3 of them would be pretty happy just getting more land without having to do anything, Vanda wondered. What if Krampus and I rebel? What if another player attacks during the chaos? Nebula's voice grew colder. I think you've misunderstood a few things. Did I say I would let you and Grampus live? Hearing that, Danda broke out in a cold sweat. She asked, Are you threatening me? Nebula replied, That's just one of the things I can do. Vanda asked, So you're still considering other options? Nebula replied, That could be the case. Janda's expression turned serious again. So let's go back to my first question. What do you want? Nebula replied, The information about Lennar and Satyros, along with the information about the TAO. Vanda was full of surprise. Cho? Intelligence? It seems you might be mistaken about something. But see, Grampus and I only have an alliance. We don't have any intelligence. Nebula immediately corrected that statement. You're the one who's mistaken. Yasta, you're the one who has to form an alliance with the God of Wisdom and gather information for me. How you do it is up to you. It's not my concern. Vanda roared. You want me to be a double agent, huh? Approach both the God of Wisdom and Krampus to get information from them? She frantically shakes the screen, shouting to be less ridiculous. Clearly, you just want me to take the hit for you, right? You've only won one battle and you're already acting so arrogant. You want the fish to die with a torn net, don't you? Nebula interrupted immediately. This is not my concern. After this attack, your allied forces will be shaken. And you even betrayed Krampus. If I tell Krampus about the battle and refuse to ally with you because you are deceitful, you will be cut off from the alliance of the other 4 players. You are at level 5 in this vast continent, and your survival depends entirely on you. Vanda could only stay angry on the spot, shouting in frustration, Do whatever you want, but I will never cooperate with you. Nebula asked cautiously, Are you sure? Hearing that, Janda angrily disconnected immediately. Then she stared intently at the battle, lost in thought. Think about it. There has to be a way. There definitely is. She looked down at the village from above, seeing white foxes happily playing together, and one of them sincerely praying, silently asking, Great Unity God, who always watches over us, please help me stay unharmed and let everything go smoothly today. Vanda gazed thoughtfully at the praying fox without saying a word. She closed her eyes tightly in thought, then decided to send a connection request to Nebula again. Nebula asked, Have you made up your mind? Vanda replied indifferently, He spoke up. Then start with the information you have about Far Tyros and Len NR. Elsewhere, the battle with the allied nations finally ended. Grampus racked his brain, still unable to understand why Nebula demanded surrender, but he tried his best to persuade him, and then the fighting ceased. Vanda looked uneasy at that moment, and at the automation castle, a voice spoke up, Forming a trading alliance? Hai Kung replied, To create the 4 cycles, we need the support of many seasoned merchants here. Or, think again about the profits from our current transactions. She asked, Wouldn't it be better if we continued? Sharing information between both sides, buying resources in advance that will increase in value later, and alliances exchanging goods among themselves will not be taxed. Lin Kao added, We can trade items secretly without fear of being discovered and sell them when the time is right. The blue-skinned man also chimed in. Finding quality goods at a controlled price when buying is really great.
The one with 2 pairs of long fangs raised asked, But we are different races from many places. How can we trust each other for the long term? Hai Ong replied, I have a way.
She lowered her voice, using a blue god as the foundation for everyone's trust. You fanged ones, listen up. But some will abandon their original faith while others choose to maintain it. So how can it be controlled? The figure manipulating Hikkyung's fate rises and uses dice to decide the path. Whoever rolls the highest number will believe in that person's god. Under Hikkyung's leadership, a trading alliance called Ngu Luan was formed. The Blue Worm God, a black market with fixed exclusive prices and a secret trade guild established to make profits without paying taxes. Nebula saw this and pondered, although it's still a bit early and they are a secret organization, having a trade guild is still something to look forward to. Hikkyung really put everything on the line, using both dark forces and his own luck for this. The battle is over, so they have to focus on governing the country for a while and handle any potential issues, meaning there won't be any major changes at the border for now, and they must prepare carefully for conflicts with other nations. The Nebula civilization's important events and locations include Regrak being expelled from the Lizard Skin tribe. After being chosen by Nebula, he took control of this tribe. B is to defeat the ancient terrifying Celipera, obtain its dreadful essence, and create the holy beast Stratus. C is defeating the Frog tribe and the 2-headed god, obtaining the evil artifact. Boom! D is a secretive move, fighting through San for the Automation City. The prophecy came true and Hai Kung successfully ascended the throne. E is defeating the Fairy tribe, the audacious invaders of automation, and subduing Elda. A is defeating Solongos and Lim Chunsik and leading the Fairy tribe to migrate to the northern coast. B occupied the dwarf village Maganin located at the southernmost point of the land. D expanded the Black Tower clan and decided to choose Orizone as the capital. Characters that have appeared so far. Nebula, titled the Sterile God, is the blue god, primarily a lizard species. The current ruling nation is Hak Lao, ranked first. Next is Hegemonia, titled the God of Grinding Pride, main species, Norris. Rank 2 is Elda, titled the Night Rain God, main species, Fairy Spirit. The ruling nation is a vassal of the Black Unicorn Empire, currently in a loose alliance with Nebula, ranked 3,400. Next is Lim Chun Shich, titled the Eternal Lord God, main species OGR, ranked 20. At his peak, ranked 10, a vassal state form. And finally Solongos, titled the Fearless God, main species Kentrus, ranked around 10 in the vassal state form, a domain rising majestically under the harsh sunlight. Inside, a room draped in black fabric gently sways in the wind and a dazzling light appears. Roger held the thin paper in his hand and asked, What is this? Joan replied that it was paper. She continued carefully. One of Len Nar's defeated foes said he was a paper craftsman. Thanks to that, we learned how to make it. The advantage is that it's much lighter than silk and very cheap. R asked with interest. Is it very difficult to make? Jaeon wagged his tail excitedly. At first, yes, but we have a watermill now. This paper is made using the watermill in Ozon. Once paper becomes common, writing will be used more often and records will increase. Roger was astonished to hear that. John kept babbling on, saying history would be recorded forever and never forgotten. R held the blank paper thoughtfully and spoke up. I have something to tell you too. Yeah. Rograk shared his opinion. Paper is good, but if someone damages it, it cannot be fixed. Rag turned to On and said, I have a wise companion like you and brave warriors. With the protection of the gods, we might be able to face any enemy. But what if the enemy is divided into two sides, like in this war? Roger looked at the map and continued speaking. You, me, even the gods cannot be everywhere at once. You were holding a pen and marking something on the map, so I thought of a defensive wall. Joan approached the map, saying building such a long wall would take a lot of time. If it's going to be a real defensive wall, it has to be taller than the automationer's wall. She continued to express her point of view. We don't have the automationer's puppets. And besides, this has to be built with stone, but there aren't many quarries. John crossed his arms and stared at RCK. Even if we use all the people and money available now, it will still take at least 100 years to complete, Roger said stubbornly. I think it will take 200 years, John replied. Maintaining a project like this for 200 years won't be easy. We have to do everything we can to finish within 100 years. John paused and asked, what do you plan to do? Roger continued, my plan has a problem, so now I have to develop it further. Roger then pointed out, yes, at this spot there is a fast-flowing river, and here there is a swamp. Jaw nodded. So we're going to make a natural barrier? She looked up at Ragcrack. If we skip that part, it will take about 80 or 75 years, almost a lifetime. How can we do it? Still, it takes a lot of time. Rag shared his idea, but I have another approach. The wall's function is to block enemies. But what if we think the other way around? Instead of blocking them, what if we could call for reinforcements quickly? There is something everyone knows how to use faster than the rice giant steaks full of questions. What is it? Roger continued. Fire and smoke. Roger's face was full of cunning. One of the 5 places that would always light a fire to signal peace. 2 was to warn if enemies were spotted. 3 signals the enemy is approaching. 4 indicates the signal fortress has been breached. 5 is when a battle begins. This way, we can protect the wilderness without having to connect all the walls. The wilderness itself isn't an attractive invasion route. Mountains serve as natural defensive walls, so fortresses are built only in valleys or mountain passes, with signal forts erected on the peaks. They will serve the same role as signal forts in the wilderness. Thus, a fortress map maximized by nature was drawn. Roger turned his head and asked, how long will this take? Jaw thought for a moment and replied, about 5 years. Time flies like a dog running through the field. Just 3 years later, a magnificent territory appeared with the sparkling lights of the night. That was Orizone before a grand mansion full of majesty. Inside, the figure of a lizard god wearing a red cloak sat in deep boredom. That was Rag sighing deeply with exhaustion. He silently pondered that building a country was difficult, but maintaining it was even harder. External defense is important, but strong internal connections are just as crucial. All races except humans fear the lizards. Fear makes them easier to obey, but ruling solely on that will sooner or later lead to trouble. Moreover, when they are afraid, they cannot integrate and will either submit or resist. Faith in the blue worm god cannot be forced either. Roger silently lamented, there was no way to unite everyone's hearts as one. I may be good at fighting, but that doesn't mean I'm fit to be king. Isn't living together on the same land enough? Suddenly, a flash of light sparked in RCK's mind, and a mystical voice spoke. That's right. Hearing this, he looked up in amazement. The astrologer stepped in gently, surrounded by blue butterflies. Though living on the same land, he smiled kindly, but not everyone lives in the same time. Roger jumped up excitedly and shouted, Fake news! Run over and ask him what's going on! The person is clearly dead! He said nothing but placed a finger on Rag's lips, signaling him to be silent. Rag suddenly froze, intently listening to the astrologer's words. His final words were not wrong. Even if we must leave this world, the blue god will come to take us, but death is a mystery we should not question too deeply. Even if you ask, he won't say. Rag was puzzled. What does it mean to live out of time? He silently looked up at the door, deep in thought. Rag, do you remember the story I told you? Is the sky here in Orizone the same as the sky in Maganin? Hearing that, Rock also looked up at the sky, admiring the stars that looked completely different. He quietly asked, what about the sky over Lennar and Syros? It's probably quite different. He nodded in agreement. That's right. Everyone lives according to their own time, like the stars in different skies. So that alone is not enough. He gently turned his head toward RCK and said, and you, a king, must live in the time of all people. He counted the stars in the sky and smiled broadly. He said, that's right, just like different skies, everyone lives in their own time. That alone will not be enough. He gently turned his head and said a king like you must live in the same era as everyone else. He advised that everyone is living in their own time, so even though we share the same land, our hearts are not in sync. He is full of wisdom. A king must remember this. Roger spoke, meaning we should also learn from him and measure time by our own laws. Others also have their own way of measuring time. Roger still didn't take his eyes off the stars, now realizing that we misunderstood the dwarves before, because their way of counting days is different from ours. It's difficult. The old star mage laughed. Why would it be difficult? Rag was full of frustration, teaching, especially having to teach those who hate lizard people. He laughed. Ho ho, that's why I'm here. He pointed up and asked, do you see that bright blue star? He pointed directly at the lone star. But that bright star, that star is you. Suddenly, it connected with other stars, forming a cross. He continued, saying it was the constellation shaped like you, smiling mischievously. That constellation appears in spring and fades away by winter. Then he pointed to another star. He explained, that star is a wandering star, so let's call it Owen. When the time comes, it will surpass you as it glides by to hear the new stories you have, Rag said excitedly. Oh wow, that's interesting. Is there more? He smiled kindly. Of course, there's more. How many of you have experienced so much already? That is the Sunan and Onroy, the lords of Automason Haikung, and Sai, the leader of Ogyur Kijin and Tamarizu. They both looked up at the stars and laughed together. The old star sage spoke, I must go now. I have stayed too long. I have been too greedy. I feel the gods calling me back. Rak called after him. Are you really leaving? Aren't you curious how many children I have? The old star closed his eyes and replied, that is the business of the living. He kept asking, so what is the other world like? Can you tell me? He just smiled softly. That is the business of the dead. He put on a disappointed look. So I'm not allowed to know anything? Death is quite frightening. He just gave a gentle smile. That's right. The living are surely afraid of death. He gradually rose higher. The dead cannot change anything. We can only watch. Even with the gods' permission, this is the limit. He gradually merged into the blue light, reminding the living that only they can strive to change things. Don't forget that. RCK suddenly felt enlightened. The figure of the astrologer had merged into the night sky. The astrologer soared high with the butterflies, standing before the nebula. Roger also witnessed the scene. He sat quietly alone under the star-filled sky when suddenly a voice called out, Sir RC? Then the voice grew louder. Hearing that, Roger suddenly woke up. The attendant quietly said, Sir Roger, it's time for the meeting. All the vassals have arrived. Rag looked around his room full of people in confusion. He ordered them to bring a large piece of paper and some charcoal. The servant quietly asked, Sir, how big should it be? R looked up and replied, Enough to paint the entire sky. The system announces the green CD, a sea continent. The first calendar, the star hunting calendar, was created. The star hunting calendar was created in the Hutin nation. This calendar calculates victories based on constellations. The star hunting calendar reflects the actual living period with 99.8% accuracy and can be used in modern civilization. Its accuracy is recognized by 3 countries and considered perfect. Nebula was very happy. Well done. I once considered creating a calendar earlier by sending a fake astrologer. But of course, it was rejected. Because every time the astrologer speaks, my credibility takes a big hit. He turned to Janda and said that conveying knowledge from the other world isn't free, but it's a necessary investment. He's very satisfied and glad that Lar is making good use of it. Vanda replied coldly, Yeah, Nebula was excited. That's a solar calendar calculated by leap years, not just the moon. Shouldn't you be a bit happier? Vanda full of disgust. Wow, so happy. Is that enough already? She sighed wearily. Somehow, I managed to outsmart Grampus and Weesung, but I borrowed too many resources from them to play the part. I'm not comfortable jumping around like that. At this point, I'd just become a puppet. Nebula asked, Then why did you contact me? Vanda hesitated. I think a new force is about to emerge in the center of the continent. Nebula was full of doubt. A new force? Right in the center of the continent? Vanda replied, I guess it's a player, Nebula asked in confusion. What do you mean by that? Vanda replied as if reading from the text. A notification appeared about the clash between 2 divided tribes civilizations that have made contact. Both will gain a significant increase in experience points from this encounter. A warning that opposing tribes with different beliefs may go to war. Vanda saw this and announced the clash between tribes with opposing faiths. That means it's not an NPC tribe but controlled by players. It seems like there will be battles happening in the near future, right? Nebula replied, That's right, he argued. There's no way a player would suddenly appear in the center of the continent. It has been 22 years since the game began, but suddenly there are huge changes no one has ever seen before. He asked, What are the chances that it is a god? Vanda sighed, Elin believes the rumors Entrung appeared in your local game channel, so nothing unexpected happened. Of course, Loidon was already blocked. Nebula asked, Where did this information come from? Is it reliable? Are you trying to fool me? Vanda immediately put on a look like it wasn't her and said she knew nothing. Suddenly, Nebula noticed a page popping up, showing a white-haired player with 2 marks behind the neck like hidden bites. It was the player channel Uben Wemsik. Nebula asked if someone had given her the information, and Vanda answered honestly. Nickname AR1026. This is information from a player from the Gu Manhwa Nation, where the main species are Nissen, sent to me. Usually she only sends information to her ally Zhang Onin, but this time she sent it to Wisam, Grampus, and Ta. What do you think about this? She said that, Nebula repeated. This will have a special meaning, right?
Nebula asked, what is that player's name?
Vanda replied, the first one is Hansa John. Ignore the next two characters, they are not noteworthy. They are called Yogabi, Nebula pondered. Jogabi. Ah, he thought to himself. Setting that aside, they have a very unique name. That species is a type of vampire? Fighting against them would be quite troublesome. A notification appeared stating that vampires infect others like zombies and turn them into vampires, with the transformation taking 1 to several days at most. During the transformation, strength decreases but gradually increases. Vanda asked, is this a species you've never seen before? He replied, yeah, I've never seen a vampire before. Vanda continued, Krampus said that we don't know, which is why the event rarely happens. There's no such thing, maybe Nebula asked. Maybe it's an expansion pack? Vanda continued, saying it's an expansion of the game. I replied, probably so. Nebula was deep in thought. This is not the world, similar to the destroyed world we once played. There are no graphic settings or login windows anymore, so logging out is impossible. If things that exist can disappear, then wouldn't things that never existed be able to appear? Janda continued, I understand what you're saying. He continued, shouldn't there at least be an announcement to find the leader of this species? It looks very dangerous. Vanda replied absent-mindedly, I haven't thought much about it. I've already experienced a zombie apocalypse event in a previous game. Compared to that, this infection spreads much slower. Wisung and Grampus are also keeping an eye on them, Nebula countered. But compared to the low-intelligence zombies, these dragon spirits still retain their wits. So you don't underestimate the situation too much, right? Vanda replied. But the reason is hard to explain to them because from an outsider's perspective, it's my alliance with Grampus, Aang, and Wisum's lone alliance. And these three forces are currently in conflict, so if one of the three forces weakens, we will benefit. Nebula nodded in agreement. That's right. All right, let's meet again. Vanda heard that and immediately put on a hateful expression. We'll meet again. All right, goodbye then. Saying that, Vanda immediately disconnected. He remained silent, staring at the various screens. Then he spoke. This is really unusual. A sunken mountain standing tall inside that pit is where the Alliance is chatting. Player Jiang Onion, the hidden god, from the main race Kobao. The dominant nation Amgun spoke up. Do we really need his help? Player A1026, the invisible origin god of the Nick race from the dominant nation J-Man, responded. But how can we ask Hegemonia for help? Grampus the Devoted. The main race Satiros of Janium Nation speaks up saying, in my opinion, they're all the same. Vanda, the great unifier of the main Lena race. The ruling nation startled W when Grampus mentioned the name. What do you think, Dan? Vanda replied, I think so too. But with Hegemonia, it's somewhat easier to talk. A 1026 continued. If you think so, Wazom Divine Blessing, main race, Cho Dominant Nation Akmian commands, connect. A 1026 smiled softly. Just mentioned and here they are. The figure of Nebula appeared. It was Nebula. Nebula calmly asked, is everyone looking for me? I didn't expect to be this famous. Vanda stuck out his tongue in disgust. The others also wore expressions of disdain. Speechless. William cut off Nebula's arrogance. You probably already know why we called you here, right? Nebula, I have a rough idea, but I'm not sure if it's correct. Meanwhile, over at Jonda, he was so furious he was shaking, thinking to himself, the nerve. He already has all the information I provided. And everyone knows you have eyes and ears everywhere. Wisung spoke slowly. You must have noticed that something unusual has been happening recently in the center of the continent. So, do you know that the player we call Jogubi has appeared along with the new race, the vampires? Nebula answered frankly. Then he asked again, and do you know that the vampires originating from Azeland and Guman have now spread across the lands of all 5 players and become a major force? You answered again. In the end, he concluded, so you know everything. Wizom grew serious. I'll be straightforward, Nebula. Will you help us? Nebula asked indifferently, why should I do that? Hearing that answer, the alliance darkened, a sinister atmosphere engulfing them. Vanda glanced around and said, damn it, not again, just recently too. Wisum spoke up, breaking the eerie atmosphere. We just had a problem with food supply because locusts destroyed the fertile lands, he said with a sharp tone. We all know you're the culprit behind this. No wonder Krampus and Janda attacked us. Luckily, I was able to stop it, otherwise wouldn't everything have been over? Jiang Wan didn't shout. You didn't even fight for your family's soul. You think we would just let you off that easily? Yeah. Hearing that, he solemnly continued. Then I have only one thing to say. He pointed directly at the crowd and declared, if you don't like it, then all of you can leave. Jiang shouted angrily, are you crazy? Wisum tried to calm the atmosphere. Don't get angry. Nebula is just trying to provoke us. If we stop asking for help out of impatience, the problem will only get worse. Zhangwan, full of surprise, turned back to Wisum and asked, he did it on purpose? He replied, yes. Then he laughed it off. If we're lucky, we might be able to push back the vampires ourselves. Jian said skeptically. But what if we don't? Wissam reluctantly spoke the outcome. The power of the vampire will grow stronger, and then we will have to beg for his help. Nebula smiled wryly. You understand the situation all too well, don't you? I could just sit back and watch you all fall apart, so why should I help? William shot back. But if we fall, wouldn't you be in trouble too? He just sneered. Why do you think that? William then explained, dealing with one unified force is harder than with 5 separate powers. Nebula remained silent, his eyes flashing thoughtfully. Wissam's judgment was correct. I remember seeing his name in the top 10 rankings. If it's the same person, then he must be the best player among them. Nebula exhaled, thinking it over, but that didn't mean he would agree. He spoke up. You think so? I believe dealing with a unified enemy is easier. Vanda cautiously asked, so you don't see any valid reason and won't help at all? Nebula replied, that's not it. He held out his hand and demanded, if I help you, I must receive a worthy reward. Wissam extended his hand politely and asked, what do you want? Nebula calmly stated his demand. You candle makers, glass makers, and brick makers are holding a monopoly, each group of 3 people with 12 gold cards. Hearing such a shocking demand, the entire alliance was stunned, and even Wissam was equally shaken. Grampus angrily said, you bastard, you've been after those things for a long time, haven't you? Are you also an ally of Yogi? He calmly replied, as I said, if you don't agree, but was cut off by a loud shout from Nebula. Enough, Nebula! Wissam said firmly, we need to discuss this further and we'll call you after the meeting ends. Then he immediately ended the call with him. He silently pondered. The outcome was already clear. The communication board remained completely empty. After a while, a video chat invitation from members appeared. Wissam and 4 others showed up. He immediately pressed accept. As soon as he appeared, Wissam spoke up. We accept your terms, Nebula. He slowly said to Nebula, tonight the craftsman will be sent, and the gold will be transferred gradually afterward. Now tell us how you plan to deal with Jogi and the vampire. With such a specific reward, you must have a plan, right? He rubbed his chin. You have a plan? Then he slowly muttered aloud. On Nebula's screen appeared the silhouette of a sharp-eared figure sitting cross-legged. The scene gradually shifted to the person sitting cross-legged on the chair. Nebula is full of mystery. I have already started it. The scene shifts to a close-up of the white-haired man with his eyes tightly shut, unblinking. He recalls the recent time when the town he was in was attacked. The fire blazed brightly against the night sky. He was lucky to escape, but his body was covered in many wounds. He leaned tiredly against a tree, struggling to move forward. Exhaling deeply, he began to ponder why the non-tribe had suddenly invaded. But the chieftain of the Joe-Man tribe, my mother, had to sacrifice herself. She fought until her last breath, but then she fell, and the hidden god chose a new mage from another tribe to replace her. Now that mage is hunting us down, declaring he will purge the entire old order. The more he thought about it, the more bitter he became, grinding his teeth together. Is this the fate of our loyalty? Why has our tribe been abandoned? Thinking of this, he helplessly bowed his head and uttered words of reproach. We gave you everything. So why won't you grant our tribe even a little magic in return? Are we just disposable pawns to be used once and then discarded? Then he looked up to the sky, uttering a desperate plea. Hidden God, please answer me. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as if surprised by what was happening before his eyes. Standing before him now was a shadow, surrounded by a dark magical aura. Who's there? He asked in fear. Then thought to himself, could he be here to kill me? Clenching his fists, he told himself, it doesn't matter who it is. If I die, I die. Then he made a request to the person in front of him. Excuse me, could I have a sip of water? As soon as he finished speaking, as if responding to his request, the other person threw down a container of red liquid and a piece of food in front of him. He was stunned by what was thrown in front of him, probably because he was too hungry. In front of him now was a delicious loaf of bread and a bottle of clean water. He thought to himself, clean water and bread? Then, he looked up at the person in front of him, silently questioning, someone abandoned by the gods like himself? Snapping out of his thoughts, he expressed his gratitude to the other person. Thank you. If you need anything, I will do everything. Without waiting for a response, he rushed in to eat eagerly. Crying, he said, just give the order and I will do anything. After enjoying the meal and drinking, or rather drinking blood, he was stunned as the other suddenly handed him a sword. He had to widen his eyes and ask the person in front of him again to be sure of his thoughts. A sword? Is this what they want from me? But his trembling hands unconsciously grasped the sword. He was terrified. Why was Min's hand moving on its own? Wait, I don't want to die. Pointing the sword at himself, he could only helplessly blame himself, never expecting to regret his life so much at this moment. Suddenly, he shouted, no! Someone please save me! When the blade rested on his throat, he suddenly gasped as if he had realized something. I understand now. Looking at the shadow before him, he imagined a bright future for himself. A god. A new god had chosen him. This is the god I will serve. With that thought, his expression relaxed as he accepted placing his faith in another god. I will do everything you desire, O blood god. And so, the blood god chose the mage 7, and the first dragon was born. Nebula looked at the status board to assess the situation. In 6 months, they increased by 6,000. The vampires managed to build an army of 4,000 in less than a year. With that army, they attacked and occupied the capital of Guman. The DSO capital was engulfed in flames, smoke rising thickly. Nebula stared intently at the scene. He quietly observed AR-1026. That AR player died during the descent and even lost their creation, so they probably dropped to level 4. If someone had helped AR with vampire power, they wouldn't have been able to develop this far. But none of them wanted to lose out. In the end, it led to the formation of the Vampire Nation. Nebula calmly spoke the name of the nation. That nation was Bak-Na. He continued, the leader of the vampire clan called himself the Blood King. Nebula looked up at the status board. His generals were mostly weaklings neglected by other nations, and their goal was to take revenge on the gods who abandoned them. It is you all. Nebula said like a god, but I will tell you how to destroy them. Vampires have 3 weaknesses. Grampus frowned and asked, 3? Isn't it 2? Nebula seized the opportunity and said, tell me the 2 weaknesses you know. I want to see if you know them accurately. Krampus looked reluctant to answer. Everyone knows that, sunlight and silver, Krampus asked suspiciously. The remaining weakness is that their strength diminishes with each generation, Nebula said, holding her waist. That is also a weakness, but at the same time, it is an advantage. High-level vampires have superior physical abilities, but are highly vulnerable to sunlight and silver. He pointed to the vampire lineage from the 1st generation to the 3rd and many more generations beyond, explaining that the further down the line, their physical abilities weakened, but they were less vulnerable to sunlight and silver. Wyu impatiently asked, so what exactly do you mean? According to my sources, Black Wolf hasn't made any significant moves yet. Nebula replied without hesitation, it's not us, but them. White Fang has already begun, he continued slowly. Even the dragons carry their own weaknesses. It seems I'm the only one who has discovered the 3rd point, right? Grampus asked curiously, what is that 3rd weakness? He pointed at the board. Look at the military progress of Bak-Na in the past few days. They have 4,000 soldiers from the continental center divided into 4 groups, 1,000 in each direction, expanding the borders. Nebula pointed out the anomaly, saying that at first glance, defeating each group one by one wouldn't be difficult, but the military forces of the other countries were also less than 1,000. That won't work. Vanda looked at the map and asked, why do all 4 maps look the same? He replied, these are maps from different days, which means they haven't moved at all. Vanda asked skeptically, is that really a weakness? What if they're just stopping to regroup? Nebula immediately denied it, saying they wouldn't stop for 4 whole days just to do that. He continued to share his thoughts. There must be a reason we haven't discovered yet. I think it has something to do with the vampire's 3rd weakness, Wissam asked from a distance. What is it? Nebula points to his head. At first, you saw vampires as zombies, but there is a difference. They have intelligence. He explained that zombies are creatures infected by a disease, so their behavior is not much different between individuals. But vampires are different. They have clear ranks, and some are even forced to become vampires. Low-level vampires, obedient, mid-level vampires, mid-level, high-level obedient. But the lower the level of obedience, the poorer the quality. Wissam seemed disappointed.
Is that all? What do you mean by that?
William spoke up. They have no justifiable reason to act. The unity of the vampire dragons is based on hidden loyalty. At first, to survive, they probably had to harm others and were then hunted, so they had to unite to survive. But after the White Fang Vampire Nation was established with an environment where they no longer needed to harm others to survive, they no longer have a clear reason to fight, only vague loyalty remains. Some of their generals may no longer want to suffer losses. Nebula agreed. You're right. Now that they're full, they've started to think differently. Each commander is waiting to see who will make the first move. A long-toothed one like a rake is looking at the map. That's General Genry. He whispered, LLEA, we have to seize the advantage to take control of all the nations on the continent, right? Why aren't the other generals making a move? I couldn't make a move either. Suddenly, a noise made him turn his eyes toward it. He asked, who's there? Is that Sang Huan? A dazzling flash flickered by the door, casting a beam that struck his hand directly. Duenrei threw the knife toward the door in pain, hitting a beastman holding a mirror right in the forehead. He stepped out with a sallow face and mocked himself. Is it just a mirror? So they already know that sunlight is our weakness. A man in a white cloak stepped closer and bowed. Sorry, General Duenrei, a food beast escaped and disturbed your rest time. He gently reassured. It's okay. I haven't slept. The man in white asked in surprise. You couldn't sleep? Duenrei walked back to his room. I don't understand what the other generals are thinking. Do you know? The man in the white cloak bowed low because not everyone worships the bloodline anymore. He turned and replied, that's obvious, even though Satyros worship the god of sacrifice. The cloaked figure appeared mysterious. Even among the dragon demons, there were those like that. He was shocked. What? How could that be? He was furious like a bull. We hate the gods who abandoned us. Only the blood god can save us, so how could there be those who do not worship him? That person simply replied, not everyone wants to become a dragon demon. The Blood King carefully selected the generals to turn them into dragon demons. But those turned into demon dragons by the generals may not have been chosen so carefully. Maybe even the generals think that way and no longer want to act. Du-A narrowed his eyes. But you have to understand that love is mandatory. The master of the teeth that have bitten us immediately retorted. Loving does not mean obeying every order they give. After Bakhna was established, to better govern the land, the generals had to compete fiercely. To succeed, they had to preserve their forces, so no one wanted to trust the vanguard and suffer losses. He listened and began to suspect, but after hearing you speak, everything became clear. As soon as the sun sets, inform all the soldiers. He is filled with fierce determination. We will begin our advance. I will show Blood King that not all commanders are like this. Looking back, Nebula is like a deity. One of the armies will soon take action. It seems one of their generals is quite loyal. Krampus rested his hand on his chin and asked, if they move again, won't the weakness you mentioned become useless? Wissam interrupted, saying it's enough to understand the dragon's behavior principles. If we can predict their movements, we can easily lead them and buy more time. Wissam continued with his argument. Or, if we slow down their supply lines, their army will fall apart, and our tactical advantage will increase. Nebula gratefully said, thank you for explaining it to me. Starhead? Being called Starhead, Wissam remained very calm. He immediately argued back, this is not a star. Nebula beside him also chimed in. So what is it then? Wissam, looking cool like a boss, introduced it as a dodecahedron called Kapilput. Hearing that, Nebula stood still without saying a word. Nebula replied politely. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time, while thinking to himself, maybe it's best to avoid mentioning him altogether from now on. William spoke up. So you fold your arms, do as I said, stir up division and break apart the dragon demon army, right? Nebula nodded. That way works too, but it will take quite some time. If the army falls apart, the damage could spread, so I will gather them again. Jang Onin tilted his head and asked, how do we get them to unite? He clenched his fist. They have always believed they could handle us, so they will always watch the situation with a sense of arrogance. His fist came down, so I will strike a powerful blow to make them focus entirely on me. A piercing scream echoed from the vampire camp. General, please wake up quickly! Genre shouted irritably. What's going on? The man in the white cloak shouted anxiously. There are enemy troops. Genre sat up abruptly. The enemy is the Satiros? The person quickly denied. It wasn't the white-clad person screaming in fear, but the lizard people of the Blackland tribe, standing above and watching a few houses burn. Rua asked, have you ever heard of Tak Tak? The person next to him replied, ah, yes, of course. The person next to Rua spoke up. Is he the outstanding warrior who defeated Muo Tencho? I heard he's currently plotting something in the southern archipelago. Rua replied, I have always worked hard, but there is never a shortage of great warriors. Opportunities to prove oneself are rare. Dua glanced into the distance. There just happened to be a few Tro over there today. Maybe I should try to steal Tak Tak's fame. Saran Mi smirked. You, Dua, are already the great general and the greatest warrior. What's a little fame compared to that? Rua swung his weapon and replied, do you know what it takes to become the greatest warrior? It's ambition. Rua showed no mercy and swiftly beheaded a Cho. Then he frantically charged at the group of Cho monsters. From afar, Duenri charged at him like a witch. He shouted, for our god of bloodshed. Dua felt excited. His spirit was strong too. It's my turn now, Dua shouted wildly, for the blue god of the field. Finally, Dua triumphantly grabbed the head of General Duenri. Sanamo's voice echoed. 9. He was full of excitement. You've already taken down 9 of them. General Yor Dua was quietly disappointed. Because everyone got fired up and jumped in after hearing about my story, my share was greatly reduced. Rua held up Wanra's head and said, this is the leader. Doesn't that count as 2? Sanmi shouted, how can 1 head count as 2? Besides, we're not really Chohang. These are all demons and dragons, so don't worry too much. He threw the head down with pure hatred. Damn it. A commanding voice rang out from IUR, ordering to straighten the formation, check equipment, and prepare to advance further. Inside a tower, a sharp voice rose up. What? 7 ordered irritably. Say it again quickly. The tall white man reported respectfully. General Duenri is dead and about 400 soldiers have also fallen in battle. The enemy was 300 HLC Rice spearmen, 7 asked in disbelief. 300? Did you say 300? Only 300 and they can defeat thousands of our warriors? The tall white man bowed his head even lower. All of them were Sea Rice cavalry and they launched a surprise attack while we were encamped. She angrily shouted, shut up! 7 grumbled thoughtfully. The elite troops were extremely strong. But such a quick ambush meant they must have reduced their supplies, so they would gather provisions locally if they had passed through other countries' lands that much. Could it be that Black Hlan has formed an alliance? Is it impossible to ally with the other countries? Dawn gave way to darkness covering the night. 7 sat thoughtfully before the map. The Hlan army, supported by the Satyrs, was invading the territory of Bak-Ah. But this is not their land either. Most of the soldiers are stationed at the barracks, with only a few vampires guarding the villages, completely unable to stop the attack. She thought to herself, besides, the other 3 generals still hadn't made any significant moves. If so, there were only 2 options left. Use 600 of Huanra's remnants to fight against the 300 lizardmen, or use the current 3,600 troops to attack Haklan's territory. The first option isn't too disadvantageous either. The divine blood will surely help us, but the enemy mainly consists of cavalry, and they can continue raiding this territory without engaging in battle. And if we attack Black Orchid, changing the army's direction without certainty is also very risky. She stared intently at the map, and besides, I can't make a decision based solely on my own thoughts. What should we do? Suddenly, a red spark flashed in Seven's eyes. She looked up at the full moon, then gave an order. Gather all the generals and soldiers for me. Seven shouted orders. We will advance eastward. A cold voice rang out. 4,600 soldiers received the order to attack Han's territory. William nodded in agreement. That's right, Nebula said, pointing at the map. You have succeeded in gathering the enemies in one place. He looked up and asked, So, are we going to join forces and attack now? Nebula replied, I hope so, but do you have enough troops to face them? He listed the losses one by one. Nick had lost the capital and suffered heavy damage. Jonda's Reina squad isn't doing much better, but the other three are holding up. Jengen spoke up. Our forces have suffered almost no losses, so we can still provide support. Nebula replied, but it's still too far away, they won't make it in time. To be honest, right now we can only rely on Wissam and Grampus. How many troops can you deploy? Wissung answered first, about 300, followed by Grampus with 500 soldiers, and he looked satisfied that was enough. If the vampires want to attack Haklan, they have to cross the desert or assault the automation fortress in the mountains. He pointed to a spot on the map, so they will definitely choose the fortress. For them, the desert is too hot and it's hard to travel long distances. He continued explaining that the mountain path has shade and they can also raid villages along the way. Nebula continued with the strategy. Our 300 cavalry, along with the Grampus and Wissam armies, will follow closely behind the vampire troops, keeping a safe distance so they remain undetected. After a moment, Wissam proposed a strategy. We're fine, but if we follow the White Crow scouts closely, then the first attack by the 3,000 White Crow soldiers will only damage the Black Wolf fortress, right? Nebula sneered. Do you think they can't handle them? Wissung mocked. As long as you're confident. Nebula commanded, the rest focus on eliminating the vampires within our territory. Trong Ian will use his troops to reclaim AR territory. He continued, just reducing the number of vampires outside the front lines can shake their confidence. Nebula thought to himself that what worried him most was that he hardly used any faith resources, except during the divine transformation when capturing the capital. Otherwise, he barely used any at all. Currently, the territory of Bak A is the largest on the third continent, and the number of vampires outside the army has also increased. I know calling this cheating is a bit biased, but I have to admit his abilities are no joke. Considering everything, Jogi's current divine level must be very high. If calculated according to my level, he might have already reached level 17. If so, the divine power he gains after level 10 will be a significant issue. But even so, I still have a way to deal with it. Seven and his subordinates stared up at the situation in shock. A rocky dirt road overgrown with trees. She's far more frustrated than I had heard. The deputy commander replied, Yes, sir. He looked at the path ahead. The steep, rough road with no place to hide until reaching the fortress. Seven, with dark circles under his eyes, asked, Is there a way to use mounts to climb up? Deputy General Anton replied, Perhaps only large and agile ferrets can do that, but we don't have many big ferrets. Seven turned and walked away, focusing on those from the Leather and Martin clans to attack the fortress wall. Just sharing the large battering ram and bringing it to the gate would be enough. He cautiously warned, that would result in heavy casualties among the soldiers. She replied coldly, even with piles of corpses, the slope would still be easier to climb. As if realizing something, Seven turned back. Wait. Her eyes flashed with a deadly purple gleam. Use them as stairs? Seven said cruelly. Why sacrifice our dragon demons just to make a staircase? Catching on quickly, the lieutenant smirked. Ah, so you're planning to use the slaves as bait? This is also a way to dampen their fighting spirit. She smiled wickedly, having heard that the slaves spread a rumor that all the gods had abandoned them, except for one who did not. Curses echoed, out, hurry up, move it! A vampire shouted at the slaves to head that way. Anyone who runs away will die. Hurry up! The remaining slaves huddled in the dark corner. A rat tribe member sobbed uncontrollably. Soap sobbed, boohoo. This is already the second time. The rat tribe member kept crying. Will it be our turn next time? Han Bane was full of sarcasm. That's right. The boy's eyes were serious. After all, we are both their slaves and their food. That boy carries a hope. The gods we believed in have abandoned their people. Otherwise, nothing would have happened. Outside, the soldiers are threatening the slaves. Under that oppression, the slaves could only charge forward. Tears fell and screams echoed. The boy Hobbin continued, No god will come to save us from these vampires. Arrows rain down from the walls like a storm. The boy continued his story. The blood god does not accept worship from those brought to be food, but there are rumors that the black stallion god is fiercely fighting on vampire land. That rumor gave a tiny bit of hope to slaves like us. The god of the dragons they believe in, that strange god, might just save us. A small glimmer of hope. The guard shouted loudly, cutting through the boy's thoughts. Next, you all get out, the terrified rats shouted. Ah, it's coming. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The screams echoed through the four walls. No, Hanbin reassured himself. Even though I know it is useless, I still have to believe. The slaves were herded outside, walking in rows. Ahead of them lay the top slaves from the previous round, scattered across the rough ground. The boy still held on to a small, stubborn hope, because apart from that, I have no hope left at all. The corpses are piled up in large and small heaps. Witnessing that horrifying scene, Hanbin's face turned pale with terror. The vampire soldier announced, "Your objective is simple. Run to the lizard people's city gate." If the lizard people really wanted to save you, they would open the gate. The vampire slaves burst out laughing sarcastically. Isn't that right? The trembling slaves. No, I don't want to die. That guy was kind enough to warn me. The path to the city gate requires 3 turns, and no one has made it past the second one. He shouted loudly, "I will count to 5. Hurry and run towards the fortress." Hans Bane was horrified to see the wide-eyed gaze of a boy around his age, who now had to part from this world in a way that his head was severed from his body. Hanbin was full of fear. Someone had already been killed as a warning. The soldier counted 1, 2. He thought to himself, he had to run. The man was still counting 3, 4. He ruthlessly swung his sword and counted to 5 before beheading someone to set an example, urging the others to run. Hans spun and flew through the pile of corpses. This guy is begging for mercy. If I can survive, the slaves continue to move toward the city gate. 7 watches closely. If the slaves dare to kindle hope, I must extinguish it. It boosts our troops' morale while controlling the food supply, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The deputy general was deep in thought, but what if they really open the gate and let the slaves in? 7 immediately objected, saying there was no way that would happen if they were shooting arrows like that. Unless their general was crazy, they would never open the gates in front of an army like this. But if they want to pretend to be saviors and open the gate, she looked up excitedly, then all the better. We just need to launch a full-scale attack and it's over. In her mind, she silently despised the gods for mercilessly abandoning the lives of their people. Even those who believed in them were treated merely as tools. Only the blood god is the true salvation. Only those not embraced by him are truly abandoned. I will show them that. Meanwhile, the boy Hanbin still bravely rushes toward the city gate. You gasp for breath. There are no corpses here. You've come the farthest. The boy's feet are covered in blood. Hanbin hesitated for a moment, but the astonished guard shouted, "What the hell? Why isn't that guy running?" "Oh, did the lizard soldier stop shooting at him? I'm desperate. They won't open the gate for me." A shout rang out, "Hey Hanbin, run!" The closer you get to the gate, the more you realize it has to be this way. Opening the gate means allowing their fortress to be attacked. The archers threatened, "If you don't run, I'll shoot you right away. So run quickly." Hanbin still ignored it, knowing that whether he made it through this path or not, he was doomed to die. The boy was full of despair, believing that the gods had abandoned them. "Actually, I don't have to keep running like this." With a single sob, Hans Bane's tears began to fall. He lifted his tear-filled eyes and asked, "If no god can save us, then what is the point of being born into this world?" The blue gate remained silent. The boy was stunned. "Someone please answer me." A blue butterfly appeared. H-Man looked up in bewilderment. Oh, the boy is full of wonder. A butterfly? A miraculous light appeared on his tear-streaked face. A dazzling light, and the city gate finally opened. A few minutes earlier, the city gate remained silently closed. The guard stood there, bewildered, staring ahead. He was full of questions. Why chase after unarmed people? What exactly are they doing? Quirrell responded coldly. Who knows? Maybe they're using slaves to ease the slope of the Moon Hill. Roger spoke from behind. Treating the slaves like that isn't right either. Huey-Do immediately replied. Maybe they're using the leftover rations as a tactic to speed up the battle. Roger just looked sternly. There might be another reason as well. He explained the reason he knew. Our General Dua has faced quite a few vampires while moving between Tan Yam and the enemy. The story of the lizard god killing vampires has also spread to other countries. Quaido laughed. So they want us to shoot the slaves who are placing their hopes on us ourselves. Roger nodded. That's right, the situation is quite tricky. After all, we won't open the city gates. We have to make the slaves understand that there is no hope at all. You look down at the city and respond. That way it will be easier to control them. The commander over there is very wise. Rag quickly interrupted. No, that's not the case. Hearing that, the guard felt uneasy. What? Rack ordered. When I give the signal, be ready to open the city gate. The archer looked puzzled. What did you say? Ah, I see, Kidu said with a questioning tone. Are you planning to save them, Lord RCK? They might not be slaves, but vampires hiding weapons. The country bumpkin still strongly advises against it. I already shot 2 people earlier to test it out. But even if we open the door, we can only save about 10 people. The danger we face outweighs the benefits. Rag just gave a reassuring smile. Quo, you resisted to the end, right here on this peninsula. You are an excellent commander. So do you know why you failed against me? Calm down and open your eyes wide. You calculate quickly and think logically, but lack the imagination to see beyond. Kido stares wide-eyed, bewildered by the blue butterflies. Ah, Rack shouted loudly. The god has allowed the city gate to be opened. Rack's hearty voice echoed, welcoming all the unarmed. When the last person entered, quickly closed the door, the gate opened, and Hansman was the first to rush in. The boy was exhausted and struggling to breathe. Huff, huff. Order them to press the silver piece on their wounds. If you're injured, be careful right away because it could be a vampire. Otherwise, they're just ordinary vampires. Or, the slaves are placing their hopes on us. Rager kept giving orders. Shoot the arrows. Don't let them become slaves, a soldier shouted from above. Sir R. The cavalry over there saw the city gate open and are charging in. They're mixing with the earth slaves. Rager stepped out with authority and ordered, close the gate when I return. The soldiers on the wall panicked. What the hell? Sir R.C., what the hell are you doing? Rager grabbed a slave by the neck and decisively threw him to the ground. At that moment, the engineers rushed forward, a beaver opening its mouth wide. Rager was not afraid, but gathered a blue energy in his hand. The attack was so massive it could create lightning streaks across the sky. Seven stood below, deeply regretful. Ah, what a pity. The deputy general beside him bowed deeply in apology. Sir Seven, I apologize. I didn't expect the city gate to open and missed the opportunity. Seven replied indifferently. It's okay. I didn't anticipate this either. She was full of calculations and had no choice but to proceed with the original attack plan. The deputy commander replied clearly. Understood. Prepare for the attack. Sai fell into a daze and said, Our vampire army's strength lies in its racial diversity. The Rena cavalry is highly mobile and skilled with all kinds of weapons. Koban has a small and fast body, so he can dodge arrows well. Cho is sturdy enough to advance despite being attacked. Nick and Satiros have equal strength as a solid middle force. Exploiting their racial traits is the formula for victory for her. Seven still looked up at the fortress as his strength increased. Nick, the third generation and leader of 10, would have power comparable to Cho. She stared at the fortress, thinking that this mountain stronghold held about 2,000 soldiers. We have won many sieges with that number before, but this time the troops have increased to 3,400. We will definitely win. We cannot lose. Nebula silently watched Seven's image through the screen. He thought to himself, just as he suspected, Seven didn't know how to breach a mountain fortress, which was understandable since most current commanders had never attacked one before. Everyone thinks that attacking a fortress is the same as attacking a mountain fortress. Only Ragran, those who have designed and simulated battles, truly understand the difference. Mountain fortresses and regular fortresses are two completely different things. The vampire soldiers shouted loudly as they charged. Nebula watched silently. They were skilled archers, but their arrows could not compare to those of the lizard god. And our troops also took aim from the high ground. The crowd rushed to the wall, shouting loudly, Move forward, we can do this. Nebula could only feel sympathy watching. As the enemy climbed the walls and tried to get over, our troops were ready. Another group, fearless, kept shouting loudly. This is the moment. Nebula saw the group of Nicks rushing in and thought they were second and third generation vampires with enhanced powers. But no matter how much their strength increased, a dazzling blue light shot down to the ground, turning the Nicks into smoky meat. Nebula was full of satisfaction. We still have Rager taking a drag and then exhaling the smoke with pleasure. Nebula was full of pride. That was the Thunder Lizard. At this point, almost all the vampire enemies were dead. Rag looked down from above, disdainful. Fighting a fortress on the mountain and expecting a quick win is really tough. The lieutenant stammered, Lord Seven, after this attack, our numbers have decreased by 600. Seven, like a madwoman, screamed angrily, I know, keep attacking for me. She said with eyes full of resentment, emphasizing each word. We must break through. We must win. God, please help us. At the fortress, RCK and Quay quietly watched the desperate crowd as dark, murderous auras began to rise. Bodies piled up. A vampire ran while shouting, help me! Help me! A wild goat charged forward, chopping off its head. He ordered them not to retreat and to seize the fortress at all costs. Nebula pondered. I understand. Now they can only advance and fight to the death. They just reached the true wall, but the casualties were overwhelming. Bodies piled up, making the path less steep. If they retreat now, all their efforts will be in vain. If Seven were a competent commander, he would have realized that a short-term assault would fail and that retreat was necessary. Nebula wondered if fanaticism had clouded his judgment. Yagubi still doesn't seem to intend to join the fight yet. Not sure why, but maybe he's waiting until the last moment to act. If so, they might not have realized the situation behind yet. The lonely tents had only a few torches. Seven looked at the board and cursed silently. Damn it, what are we going to do like this? The army will suffer heavy losses if it continues. A white fox hurriedly reported to Lord Seven. She looked up and asked, What is it? That fox delivered shocking news. A day ago, the Chow army, Satiros, and the lizard warriors united and are now pursuing us. She murmured, What is it? Seven is deep in thought. Should we retreat or not? The situation is unstable now. No, retreating would only cause greater losses since we are already too deeply involved in this battle. If we fall back, we'll be caught between two enemy assault forces and won't be able to hold out. We must capture this fortress and defend it from within before it's too late. Tiny drops of red fell onto the map. Seven stared in confusion as two streams of blood flowed from his nose. She's so strange. Why is my nose bleeding like this? Since becoming a vampire, this has never happened before. Could this be a sign? If this is a sign, then what kind of sign is it? I really feel uneasy. The lieutenant suddenly rushed in, shouting, "Lord Seven, it's an emergency!" Seven asked wearily, "What's happening now?" He urgently reported, "The slaves have risen up. The current situation is that the slaves were still sitting motionless in the tents." Questions kept piling up. It seems they have started to fight back. What about those who were captured? Could they all be dead? One of the slaves said the vampires ordered them to line up and run to Hooten City. He continued, "So that's exactly right." The other person immediately objected. "That's not how it happened." The man then asked, "What do you mean?" A timid person asked, "That friend was caught for the 4th time but still managed to come back, right?" The other was astonished. "Really? Tell me what happened." A blue-haired boy cupped his face in his hands and said, I saw that person urging us on." "What did you see?" the boy replied. Seeing the blue butterflies, they flew over the castle and the gate opened. The lizard people opened the gate for us. "Some people have entered the city." Hearing this, the whole group fell silent. The other replied, "Sounds like a lie. I don't believe it. Why would the lizard men do that?" The blue-haired boy replied, "I don't know," his eyes suddenly flashing. "I don't understand why." But he wiped his tears and stood up. And the surrounding slaves asked in shock, "What is that? What are you doing?" "If the guards catch us, we'll all be dead, so sit down quickly." The blue-haired boy declared passionately, "I have to fight." He spoke up to boost morale, saying the lizard god fighting the vampires out there and their god are also saving us. "This is the truth. I can no longer endure this tragedy. If this continues, none of us will survive." He still spoke clearly. "I don't care whether the rumors are true or not.
If I have to die, I refuse to die like this. Meaningless. Everyone shouted with Dong Thon.
That's right. You're not wrong." The slaves gradually stood up, and the guards outside shouted, "What's going on? Why all the noise? What are you all doing?" The slaves charged wildly, knocking down several guards. The guards shouted loudly, "Hey, what are you doing? Grab him. Don't let him escape. Kill them all." Those words were shouted with determination. Seven wiped his brow and asked, "How is the slave rebellion going?" The deputy general cautiously replied, "It's no longer just a small uprising. They are all rebelling at once." Seven tilted his head and asked, "Are all 1,200 slaves involved?" He replied, "Yes." The deputy general reported that all the guards have been wiped out and the rebellion is spreading at an alarming rate. Although we tried our best to stop them, our numbers were too few. Seven asked curiously, "How can unarmed slaves overwhelm the spirit guards?" He replied, "Their numbers are overwhelming, and this time they are unusually brutal. Even when killed, they charge forward to snatch weapons without fear." The slaves shouted loudly. The iron gate had been opened by the lizard god. "They are welcoming us. Fight like a true warrior. Dying with honor is better than living in shame." Seven fell into deep thought. "Bragg, when they opened the gate for the slaves to enter, did they plan this all along? I only thought it was a weak tribe in the corner of the peninsula, never expecting they were this cunning." The deputy commander urges, "Lord Seven, please send more troops to immediately crush this rebellion." "Huh? Sir Seven, you're bleeding." Drops of red blood keep falling from Seven. She silently thought, "There's no way the gods would punish me. If you chose me to represent this battle, then you will punish me like this." Seven trembled as he gave the order. "At all costs, we must capture the city before dawn. All forces will be mobilized to attack the city." The skeptical deputy commander. "You mean let the slaves escape?" He gritted his teeth, saying that even if we take the city, we still need to keep some slaves. "They are the food supply for the army, even if the city falls. If we are besieged, we need labor to keep fighting." She glanced over. "That's not what I meant." The deputy general immediately fell silent. Enough. Before he could process it, Seven lunged and bit right in the middle of the deputy general's thigh, leaving the group discussing the map in shock and disbelief. Seven pushed him away, now that I've calmed down, maybe because I was too anemic before. With blood on her mouth and hands, she touched her chin and asked, "So, is there any commander strong enough to stop this rebellion without the army's help?" A rat commander stood up. I will use the troops in the barracks to try to stop the rebellion." She replied, "Good, go." Seven pointed at the goat-headed man and commanded, "From now on, you are my deputy general. Bring my weapons here. I will personally lead the assault on the city." The vampire camp was engulfed in a sea of flames. The sounds of battle echoed non-stop. Roger stood on the fortress and asked, "Has the chaos already started?" The indifferent spear replied, "The city has basically become a battlefield."
"The reinforcements have arrived?" Rock denied it.
"Our mercenaries won't be arriving anytime soon. And because vampires don't need sunlight, it seems the slaves have revolted." Quay Ro asked the slaves why.
"Why would the slaves start resisting right now?" R smiled and replied, "They probably need to prepare the warrior brothers gradually."
Ki Du suspiciously asked, "They'll stop attacking just to gather troops to suppress the slaves, right?" Rag replied, "I don't think so." Qui Du was stunned. "If the flag doesn't help the troops, then what will they do?" Qui Du spoke his true feelings. "It sounds unbelievable, but somehow they'll find a way to handle it, right? Because after all, they only rely on the gods." Suddenly, Rat Ngang looked over. "See? Just mentioned, and they're already here." Seven arrogantly pointed her sword straight at the city gate. She screamed wildly, "Roger, if you're not afraid, come out here and fight me." Hearing that, Quero turned and asked, "Are you planning to join the fight?" R rummaged through his coat. "If I don't act, that vampire will break down the city gate with divine power." Roger raised his weapon. He's already been backed into a corner. He slowly continued. Soon the slaves would appear behind the enemy forces. At that moment, release the elder brother and attack from both sides to annihilate them. Seven's eyes gleamed with confident challenge as she silently recalled the moment Rock stepped out to open the city gate, hastily driving the large ferrets inside to be torn apart by the vampire soldiers and cause chaos. As long as we break the enemy's geographical advantage and make them open the gates, we can capture the fortress. She was approaching the fortress when a dark shadow hovered above her. It was RCK riding on Kuoka's back. Seven trembled slightly. How could he possibly ride a beast all the way up there? As if anticipating it, R's voice rang out. "Don't you know?" He calmly explained. "If it has wings, it can fly." The Oka bird also excitedly shouted. It roared fiercely, its mouth full of sharp teeth, and charged down with Rack. At first, RCK rode it high into the air, then Rack swung a strike downward. The Oka bird understood and moved closer to Seven. Rack's force from above made Seven stagger for a moment. She furrowed her brows tightly. Aside from this power, Rag was ready to gather momentum for the next attack. Why did Seven run away in panic? But Oka still stayed close to Seven. A strike from RCK straight down on Seven, her face increasingly distorted and ugly. Seven blocked it while wondering if having the power of the first vampire was only enough to barely hold on. Roger gripped her weapon tightly, silently lamenting why she couldn't get any closer. Nebula watched from above as the two exchanged martial arts moves. After a while, he quietly thought that R should not be seen as an ordinary cavalry. He slowly explained. Rag is a level 21 hero, while anicaps is a tough opponent that takes 10 crazed hunters to defeat. Just by facing off, it's clear RCK is sure to win and the slaves have already taken down the Dragon Demon General. Victory is right in front of us. Now the warriors of the city and the slaves will join forces with the heroes. Suddenly Nebula's gaze froze. A notification popped up. Player Yogubi requested to connect. Nebula was slightly stunned. Right at this moment? This guy is very suspicious. Nebula listed all the mysteries about Yogubi, from the character's name to the strange timing of his appearance, and he doesn't even have a race. Normally, I wouldn't accept this. Nebula sighed and pressed the accept button. The connection screen slowly appeared. Yogubi's grim face showed up. Nebula stared at the figure lost in thought, secretly disgusted by the weird-headed freak, then politely asked, "What can I call you?" Seeing him silent, he politely said, "Then I'll call you Yogubi." After hearing that, he also stayed completely quiet without a word. Nebula, full of frustration, threatened, "You came to find me on your own and now you're as silent as a clam? Then I'll hang up now." Seeing the other was annoyed, Yogubi spoke up. "You think you're winning already?" Nebula replied arrogantly. "So what?" he said calmly. "You're wrong, you will lose," Nebula firmly retorted. "No, I will win. Honestly, it's lucky this battle is on the mountain, otherwise I would have won long ago." Yogubi said with disdain, "I'm not talking about those foolish creatures who walk on two legs." Nebula remained completely calm. "If it's about the battle between Rock and Seven, I have nothing to worry about. If you use divine power, I just need to respond with equivalent divine power, and that's it." He continued to deny it. "That's not true." Yogubi spoke threatening words. "In this world, you will not be able to change anything." Nebula, full of question marks above his head, pretended to ponder. If this guy was a human from Earth, he would have said he'd win this game already, but now he says nothing can be changed? Nebula thought for a moment and decided to try provoking him a little. Saying it, then doing it. Nebula firmly declared, "No, I will win. I will advance civilization, connect the continents, and build temples in every city." Yogubi shouted angrily, "Enough! That power does not belong to you. It belongs to us." Nebula struggled and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" He stared intently at Nebula's face, and he immediately guessed there were others like him. Then he asked directly, "Who exactly are you?" Yogubi calmly spoke, "Now we will reclaim the glory of the past. The connection on Jogi's side has been cut off. He's so annoying. What does he even mean? Always babbling without caring about anyone else." Quickly, Nebula regained his spirit. He had to return to the battlefield at once. A streak of purple light flashed by, forcing Nebula to shield his eyes. His eyes rolled back in disbelief. This was a piercing scream echoing through the air. Red blood splattered everywhere. Seven clutched her bruised body. She gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with rage. Meanwhile, RCK readies himself for the next move as Roger raises his weapon high. "I will end everything." Without saying much, the weapon in RCK's hand shot towards Seven like a bullet, something that amazed him. Oka's tail also stopped moving. A purple light appeared. The light enveloped the weapon he intended to throw at Seven. An invisible hand grasped the tip of the spear. Seeing that, Rag immediately withdrew the spear. A mummy with fragmented body parts and a skull necklace appeared. Rock looked up at that massive figure. Could it be Yogubi appearing as a giant green being? Rock's thoughts ran continuously. Is that their god? Watching the giant monster wreak havoc everywhere, Choi Sung-gun assessed that everything was unfolding just as he had predicted. He has reached the level to use the manifestation skill. I was hoping he still couldn't use this skill. The reason for Choi Sang-gun's fear is that manifestation is a skill obtained at divine level 16. Unlike the god form, this skill allows the deity to descend to the mortal realm. The form taken during manifestation can be freely adjusted by the player, and their power depends on the territory they control. Recalling that information in the current situation, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. It was terrifying, so immense that even a summoned spell was only enough to reach its feet. Choi Sang-gun's attention then fell on Roger, who was riding a pet and giving orders to his subordinates. Roger had also ordered a retreat. Good, as long as I can't escape, that's enough. After attacking enough, the monster is now looking around searching for something. Look at it, honestly, the manifestation consumes more faith than the divine form. At its current level, to maintain the manifestation, it needs to gather offerings right here. However, unable to perform the grand ritual at this moment, the monster stepped on an unlucky young man who could do nothing but scream in pain. He was forced to search for offerings right here. The others, seeing this, began to scatter and run in all directions. But you can't escape the sun by running. The group was quickly caught and swallowed whole. Watching this scene, a vampire laughed maniacally. Is that the god I chose? Seeing his own kind hanging by a thread, he doesn't even try to stop it. He cares neither for friends nor allies, only driven by an endless thirst for flesh and blood. I don't know what he's seen, yet he sits there laughing like a madman who just escaped from prison. No different from me at all. Choi Sang-gun hovered above the sky, observing the situation and making a general assessment. Losing a few lizard gods is no big deal. As long as we exploit their weaknesses to find an escape route, the losses won't be too severe. When he restores his faith, that fortress will be abandoned. Seeing the stone fortress destroyed, he bluntly remarked that the empty fortress would be taken by Seven's army, but their forces would suffer heavy losses. Thinking this, an image of a map appeared as Choi Sang-gun began analyzing and realized Yogobi's resources would gradually run out. They cannot use that fortress, and Min will leave a small force to defend it before moving across the continent to rebuild the army. After careful consideration, he firmly declares that one day, when he weakens, he will end it all. Back in the present, Choi Sang-gun watched the lizardmen fleeing with indifference. Although it could cause losses for other players, it was not his responsibility. Below, Rock was turning around, urging the lizards to hurry up. We never know when the evil god will strike. Just then, Quail stepped forward and offered, RCK, let me handle this place. You should retreat first. He immediately opposed that idea without hesitation. Who would lead their troops by running away? Quail was not to be outdone and shouted back, you are not just a leader, you are the king. Hearing this, R tried to calm down and asked for his opinion. So what do you think a king is? A weakling? He immediately rejected that opinion and shared his own thoughts. No, you are a role model, a guide for us, the treasure of the entire nation. Using those arguments, he retorted, so my life is more important than yours? Seeing that RCK still didn't get his point, the spear felt a bit helpless. What are you talking about? Just as he finished speaking, a loud explosion occurred. While RCK was still staring at the monster, he kept rambling on. If you fall, the whole country will descend into chaos. The three successors are too inexperienced. You must stay safe. Just as Kyo was about to say more, he spoke up to criticize himself. Perhaps I am not fit to be king. Seeing my tribe members cower while the monster continues to rampage only deepens my disappointment in myself. The food supplies are now less than half, and more than half the army has yet to leave the city. Seeing that doubtful attitude, Quail hurriedly tried to reassure him. Lord Ragcrack? But he didn't let him finish speaking. I have seen the power of the gods many times, but it cannot last forever. Mentioning this, Roger could not hide his discomfort. If things continue like this, the dragon demon will survive. He will take the city and escape back to the continent, and the war will drag on for years or even longer. Seeing his firm attitude, Quato still tried to persuade him. However, in the end, we will win. Looking up at the fallen warriors, he confidently asserted that it would be a victory filled with blood and tears, but ultimately, the final victory would belong to us. Hearing those words, he pressed his lips together in silence. After a moment of silence, Roger looked at his trusted subordinate and gave a brief comment. You need to learn more. Why are you so confused when I say that? Before he could even understand what was happening, he was knocked away by him. Taking advantage of the moment, RCK sent his pet straight toward the monster. Lord RCK. Before long, the monster saw his figure approaching from afar. Choi Sang-gun was equally stunned to witness this. No way. What are you doing? Watching a rak charging wildly toward the battlefield, he marveled at the reckless act. Determined not to let him reach the battlefield, Choi Sang-gun summoned the system and decided to use the divine form to control Rag. But the next notification made him open his eyes wide in astonishment. The spirit-controlled summoning skill was blocked by your summoned spirit. After reading this notification, Choi Sang-gun couldn't believe it. What is going on? The system then gave him an option, but Choi Sang-gun hesitated. Did he want to force its use? Yes or no? Reading those words, he frowned in frustration. I can't do that. If I force it, I'll be frozen for a short time and might die instantly from a magic power surge. After descending to the battlefield, Rock immediately observed and assessed the situation. Was that the true form of the dragon magic support god? so powerful it was hard to believe. The monster saw RCK appear and immediately swung its weapon down, but with incredible reflexes he dodged it. Choi Sang-gun watched this on the screen and panicked. "What are you doing? Why aren't you running away?" Below the battlefield before RCK, countless red butterflies appeared. Watching the red butterflies fill the sky, he wondered, is this the first time I've seen red butterflies as a warning or a sign of prohibition? No matter how much he wondered, R still commanded his pet to charge forward. Watching his determined stance, Choi Sang-gun clenched his teeth in displeasure. "Rag, why are you acting like that?" An arrow shot straight hit the monster's face. Finally, it noticed him and raised its sword. "You know I would still win even if I did nothing." All set, that monster swung its blade smoothly. Seeing RCK fight so valiantly, he felt even more unwilling. Let's return to the palace and talk with the warriors. Laughing with Jown and watching the kids grow up. No need to do those things. For decades to come, no one will dare challenge your power. With that in mind, he finally chose to use the faith resources to aid in the battle. Why is it like this? Immediately, a powerful lightning bolt struck straight down at the monster. Despite that, the monster remained unharmed. At the same time, the system on his side delivered some bad news. Your divine lightning skill was blocked by your assistant controller. Do you want to force its use, yes or no? So what? Seeing the monster over there switch to a bow and arrow, Choi Sang-gun recalled some information. Some warriors of the Black Lynx tribe will not hesitate to defy the chief's orders if they feel it's unnecessary. So as the chief, when it shot that arrow, you dodged it. Watching Rak continue to fight, Choi Sang-gun wondered, you also choose to defy the god and act on your own? Playing on the ground is not an option. RCK controls his pet to fly up into the sky, trying to find another attack angle, sacrificing one life to save two others. What kind of crazy calculation is this? Before he could finish preparing, he was attacked but luckily dodged. Do you think your actions will shorten his manifestation time? Do you think winning isn't the most important thing? After dodging, Rak charged straight at the monster to deliver the finishing blow. Before it was all over, he prayed to the gods for help. At this point, Choi Sang-gun had no choice but to accept the truth and go along with everything. I understand now. With RCK's help, he threw the spear with all his electrical power straight at him. The spear was thrown straight at the monster and exploded. Even so, it didn't have a scratch and even raised its hammer to knock it away from its pet. Aiming at that strike, he took a sip of slow. Seeing this, Choi Sang-gun was stunned. At that very moment, a sad message was delivered to him by the system. The giant beast hunter, the Thunder Conqueror, the first chosen one. Chief of the Blackhorn clan, founder of the Blackhorn clan and the Thunder Dragon King, symbol of the lizard race, you paved the way for future generations. You are regarded as the true king, honored by the entire clan for your sharp intellect. Your warrior, Rak, has fallen, and you have lost some experience. Feeling that one hit was not enough, Yugubi kept hammering a few more times until there was nothing left to strike before stopping. Witnessing this scene, Choi Sang-gun was stunned into silence. It was only after a while, when the hammer was soaked in tomato sauce, that it finally stopped. Unable to accept this any longer, he gritted his teeth in frustration as he helplessly watched what was happening on the other side through countless screens. Unwilling to accept the outcome, he clenched his fists, trying to comfort himself. No, it's okay. The Death Priest is something we can control. No matter how much you hypnotize yourself, the scene on the other side of Jogi is still under constant attack. It was too painful to watch Choi Sang-gun return to his main work. I had anticipated this situation and assigned Hikyung, a human, as the shaman, which caused quite a bit of experience but only reduced the level by 1. After fully calming down, he looked at the screen in front of him and began to plan his next moves. If there is an afterlife, then when the soul appears, all he needs to do is focus on it. If the other world expands, it might be possible. Just then, the system delivered a notification. Announcement of the great sacrifice, RCK, the revered one, has passed away. Many mourn Rag's sacrifice as Sang-gun reads those words, wondering who is really playing a joke on whom now. Just after that, another piece of information left him stunned. Reading the words over and over, Choi Sang-gun couldn't believe his eyes. What? The entity Rag has ascended to Apostle. The Apostle Rag has reached God level. After confirming several times, he felt a deep existential doubt. What? How is that possible? No matter how unbelievable it was to Choi Sang-gun, the system still confirmed it once again. The RCK entity has ascended to Apostle status. Even now, he still wonders, wait a minute, RK has become an Apostle? The reason Choi Sang-gun is so shocked is that Apostle entities are divine creatures created by gods or special beings like dragons. If incorporated into a belief system, it could become an Apostle. Thinking of this, he recalled some rare information he had once read. Sometimes ordinary beings grow exceptionally and become apostles called ascension. Apostles who reach a divine level not only carry out the god's commands but also actively spread the faith. Remembering that information, Choi Sang-gun still couldn't accept the reality. It was impossible. The conditions for ascension were still not met. But the condition to ascend and become an apostle is actually to reach hero level, meaning level 21 or higher. The story of that entity must be widely spread. The entity must internalize faith in the god and must possess faith resources over 1 million. Reading those conditions again, he began to reconsider with the current conditions and thought deeply. The first condition was met, but the others remained very vague. How widespread the dissemination needed to be was unclear, and he also did not understand the entity's inner nature. Noticing something, Choi Sang-gun felt even more confused. Moreover, the fourth condition definitely didn't fit, but the maximum faith limit for a level 11 god was only 100,000 N.
Unable to find an answer after much thought, he switched to another screen to search for information. To reach 1 million faith, the condition to become an apostle is that his god level must be at least 21.
With a god level of 11, as it is now, this is completely impossible. Then what appeared on Choi Sang-gun's screen made him widen his eyes in shock. A bright red line of text appeared on the screen above, indicating that the limit of faith that could be possessed had been exceeded due to the faith mutation status. Immediately after that notification, the number on the other screen kept jumping up continuously. Watching that constant change, he once again felt his worldview shift, unable to believe that faith was both disappearing and being replenished at an incredible rate. Where could it be coming from? On the battlefield, Yogubi was still wreaking havoc everywhere. Countless explosions, big and small, erupted, and everyone present could only watch helplessly. In that moment of utter despair, the only thing that saved them was clasping their hands in prayer. Was it because of those prayers? Not only the ordinary people, but the lizard gods are also praying with all their sincerity. Are they praying for RCK? Seeing everyone, young and old, regardless of species, Choi Sang-gun gradually understood. Could it really be because of that? In another corner, the vampires were also bowing deeply with their hands clasped. It was at this moment he truly felt that nothing in this world was impossible. No, it's impossible. The vampires praying for R is impressive, but that small number of people can't generate such a massive amount of faith. Watching all the screens, Choi Sang-gun was shocked to realize these games were no longer just games. Seeing the helpless people praying on the other side of the screen, he had to admit that the Lost World was indeed a game. But not this world. The system only makes this world look like a game, from faith and loyalty to belief, none of which can be accurately expressed in numbers. Realizing that truth, he finally understood everything. This moment had gone beyond the scope of numbers and entered the realm of a system error. What I'm witnessing is a miracle beyond the system's limits. At the same time, the system appears, asking for Sang-gun's opinion. Jack's disciple requesting a bare form. Do you allow it? Writing those lines, I don't know whether to feel happy or sad. Just recently passed away and already wants to fight as an apostle? But I can't let him fall like that. His stats are still there. But right after that, he was surprised once again. What is this? However, this time Choi Sang-gun quickly calmed down and smiled. So strong. He was amazed but still hesitated whether to press yes or not. Becoming a disciple means becoming a legendary entity. His reputation and titles while alive were fully reflected in his abilities. After much thought, Choi Sang-gun finally pressed yes. Alright, go ahead and rampage out there. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Kuedo is urging the lizard gods to run outside. Though they were fleeing, halfway through the lizard men stopped and looked down in sorrow. Lord RCK, our sovereign. Seeing that painful look, Kuedo sighed. Thanks to Lord RCK's sacrifice, all the residents in the city were safely evacuated. Thinking about it, he wondered, but how could he tell Lord John that Lord R had passed away? This question made Kuedo remember RCK. Until now, many people on the continent have fought just to fill their stomachs and gain valuable things. But now I believe that Lord RCK's actions will become a great beacon. Thinking of that, he lifted his head in sorrow, yet he still could not completely destroy the evil god. Just then, dark clouds rolled in and thunder rumbled, startling Kuedo. What was that sound? Thunder? But the sky is clear. Immediately after, a powerful lightning bolt struck straight down. The force of the strike nearly blew everyone away. What is that? Light? Why is there suddenly lightning? Jogobi, surprised by something it saw, determined not to let it happen, quickly moved forward to attack. Before the hammer could strike, it was blown away. Then, a familiar figure appeared, and seeing who it was, Jogobi gritted his teeth. You bastard! Suddenly insulted, Rock unleashed his power. The lizard gods evacuating saw the familiar figure and couldn't help but get excited. Lord RCK and the nearby vampires were equally surprised. What? Wasn't it already over? Even so, it's still not down yet? Jogobi saw he was still unharmed and angrily raised his sword to attack. How dare you, mortal? See him preparing to strike RCK, ducked to defend, and then his entire sword swung down. However, RCK returned the blow with another slash. How is this even possible? Back at Choi Sang-gun's place. After reading all of RCK's stats, he finally understood everything. That makes sense. Looking at stats like strength, intelligence, and social interaction, it suddenly feels like everything is more logical. The term priest has already changed to apostle level. Apostles possess divinity, so the divinity stat is added to their main stats. Even though he accepted the truth, seeing Jogobi on the other side of the screen still gave Choi Sang-gun a headache. Of course, that alone couldn't compare to the 16th level avatar. That giant avatar was boosted by 16D divine stats, 3D higher than Rax. Reading its stats, he couldn't help but frown and analyze sharply. But these stats are only part of the disciple's abilities. The true power of a disciple lies in the skills they possess. After speaking, Choi Sang-gun opened the system panel to reveal a bunch of impressive titles: Beast Hunter, Thunder Dragon, the first chosen one, the great chieftain of the Black Wolf tribe, the fame Rak earned while alive. Looking at each of those nicknames, he suddenly remembered when Riker knocked away Yogubi's hammer. All of it was reflected in the Apostle's skills, and thanks to the great Beast Hunter skill, RCK was able to block the initial hammer strike. Turning back to the battlefield where he was knocked down once, Jogi, frustrated, raises his bow to attack again. Facing that attack, Rag raised his hand to summon a giant lightning bow. This was the divine creation skill. He then raised his bow, ready to shoot down. At the same time, Yogi's arrow was also fired straight at Rager to take him out. Rager was also ready to fight at any moment. Observing everything through a screen, Choi Sang-gun was somewhat stunned. Here, he saw the giant arrow created by RCK and wondered, is this the Thunder Lizard skill? The Thunder Lizard consumes faith to use the Holy Lightning skill. As Yogubi's arrow approached him, Rak also released an electric arrow that flew straight toward where it stood. Yogubi saw it but couldn't do anything and just took the arrow. Frustrated, Yogubi clenched the remaining weapon tightly. With the divine power just gained, are they apostles? The more I think about it, the more I can't accept this truth, so I threw the spear in my hand at Rak. How could they possibly defeat me? Unlike the first time, he calmly jumped up and dodged this time. Not stopping there, RCK seized the opportunity to set up for a finishing blow. The lizard people below cheered loudly at his sight, and thanks to that encouragement, Rak's skills kept improving. The great chief of the Black Lizard tribe increased 4D social interaction with the Black Lizards. The Black Lizard King increases 4D social interaction with those from the Black Lizard Nation. Not only the lizards, but other races are also placing their hopes on him, RCK, the trailblazer who boosts 4D social interaction with everyone who knows the name RCK. Thanks to those prayers, RK now relies on his social skills and charisma to gain the Apostle's faith, feeling a bit proud as he prepares to unleash a finishing blow on Choi Sang-won, combined with the first chosen skill. Increase stats based on the amount of faith resources obtained. For the first chosen one, stats will increase proportionally to the current amount of faith. With everything ready, he turned and charged straight toward Jogi. Those around witnessing this prayed even more sincerely. Choi Sang-gun watched with satisfaction as more prayers were offered for Rag. If outsiders felt this way, the lizard gods cheered even louder. Rager will only grow stronger. Kuidu, who had been silent all along, saw RCK charging like a moth to a flame and shouted with all his might, Rager destroys evil. Fueled by that fierce encouragement, Rak charged straight at Yogubi, and from there a dazzling light spread everywhere. As the light gradually faded, everyone anxiously awaited the outcome, and the heavens did not disappoint. Yogubi had been effortlessly decapitated. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. It was only when RCK raised his hand in celebration that everyone embraced each other, bursting with happiness. Watching the happy people, RCK fell into thought. Just then, Quero quickly ran over to him. Lord RCK, our king. After speaking, he immediately knelt down respectfully and gently called his trusted subordinate Rag. K-Rio, respectfully called out by Kuedo, responded, "Please speak, sir." Without further ado, he looked into the distance and said plainly, "I have to go now." These words left Queo puzzled. "You just won, and yet you are leaving? What do you mean?" In response to the question, he calmly looked into the distance and replied, "I originally belonged to the other world, but fortunately, the heavens welcomed me with open arms." By this time, Quay had understood everything, but weren't you going to come back and say your final goodbye to everyone? Asked like that, R turned to look at him and smiled. Ko, do you dare to defy the will of heaven? Hearing this, Quay finally could no longer hold back his tears. Immediately after, his body gradually faded away. Before completely disappearing, RCK handed the spear in his hand to Kyo. "Instead, take this spear." Even though it was handed to him directly, he still couldn't calm down enough to accept it. Rager was not angry, he simply gently advised, "I leave this spear that defeated the evil god to the Black Lynx. This is a sacred item, so take good care of it, control your emotions, and receive it with both hands respectfully." "Please, Commander." Seeing that heartbreak, R put his hands on his hips and smiled brightly to reassure, "Don't worry, even if I'm no longer here, I can still protect the Black Lynx tribe in the name of the Apostle." After saying that, he vanished the spear, placed it on the ground, and firmly declared, "I will never let the name Jack be forgotten on this land." Faced with this certainty, R was disheartened. That wasn't what mattered. Suddenly blamed, he looked bewildered. "What?" Looking at the people behind him, R gently touched his shoulder and said something nonsensical. "You should have understood by now." After giving the hint, R withdrew his hand, gave a final word of advice, and entrusted the rest to him. Until this moment, Queo struggled to hold back tears and agreed. "Yes, of course I understand." The moment he could calm down and lift his head, R was gone. With RCK's sacrifice, everything returned to its original peace. And so the evil god vanished. Some vampires surrendered, while others became the lost remnants of their spiritless cult. Seven was captured by his own subordinate and handed over to the Black Wolf. And so time passed. 137 years later, in the 23rd year of King Anbin's reign, in the capital Oran of the Black Wolf, inside a royal library. Hun tilted his head in confusion, looking at the person in front of him. Is this what you mean? Polishing the current crown prince. The more she thinks about it, the more impossible it seems, but she still has to ask. Are they really going to replace him with the third prince? When asked like that, the other person replied with a hint of sarcasm, yes, that's exactly what I mean. Seeing that determined look, Hun helplessly defeated even the crown prince. Does the third prince have to take the position of heir? After thinking it over, she still felt a headache coming on and couldn't take it anymore. Hi, Mon sighed in frustration. Why say such nonsense? The eldest prince inheriting the throne is an age-old rule that has been upheld for centuries. Are you saying it should be broken now? Contrary to the discomfort of Haimon, the hunting team leader, Dynan remained completely calm. The history of Haklan isn't without exceptions, right? You mean this time we're not even allowed to mention it, seeing you still firmly hold your opinion? H-Mon could only sigh and try to persuade Din and Nin to change his mind. Of course, the crown prince is a bit lazy and likes to have fun, but that is no reason to abandon his position as heir. In response to those words, Dynan was ready with countless arguments to refute them. However, after the crown prince learned how to hunt, there are now rumors that he often wanders the mountains with a gang of ruffians and oarsmen. If a king is indifferent to state affairs and only likes to go out and have fun, how can the ministers remain loyal to him? By now, H-Mun frowned in thought, pondering for a while before quietly reminding, you know very well that His Majesty has been suffering from an internal illness for a long time. He is already sensitive, so if he hears baseless accusations, he will surely get angry again. Please just let things stay calm for a while. When hearing those warnings, choose to pretend not to hear or see. I hadn't considered that. After thinking it over, you made a request. Then, to prevent His Majesty from being shocked or uneasy, it would be best if Lord Hun could present his opinion before mine. Hearing this, she broke out in a cold sweat of fear. What? Just one look and you can tell Hun doesn't understand anything. Din Nian raised his hand to explain. Tomorrow afternoon, during the council before His Majesty, I will approve the crown prince and give a brief explanation. Then you can leave so the third prince can be proposed as the heir apparent. If the report is submitted to His Majesty, the palace will surely be thrown into chaos. Everything is happening too fast and too dangerously for the H family to keep up. What? Wait, Din. However, he refused to listen and just walked away. This attitude made Hun extremely uncomfortable. How many lives does he think he has? Does he want to act like he's not a noble? When Hun left the library, he took a walk around the palace, pondering over some matters. The great Black Lynx King Jaw passed away more than 100 years ago. The Black Lynx royal family was succeeded by RCK's descendants, among whom were outstanding kings. But few are considered to have achieved accomplishments like Rag. Among them, quite a few kings received unfavorable evaluations. Even the current King Anian is considered to have brought peace to the country. But in nearly 10 years, no major achievements have been recorded. And now, who will inherit King Anpian's throne that has thrown the entire royal family into turmoil? In another corner, a voice of praise rang out. Very well, Your Highness. This time I will ask a few questions. Asked like that, the other immediately responded. Please go ahead. Satisfied with the answer, Rabban Ki, the prince's tutor, smiled kindly and stated his purpose. Your Highness, you have completed all the books in the first library. So I want to ask a few questions to guide your future studies. After a moment of thought, he looked at the 12-year-old third prince Kaizak-un before him and asked what his favorite book was. Caught off guard by the question, Kai hesitated slightly, finding it hard to choose because he liked so many books. Should I only choose one book? Seeing that hesitant look, Rabban smiled kindly and clarified the request. Please tell me what you desire. However, kindly explain briefly why you like them. By this time, Kai had understood everything. I get it now. After a moment of thought, the boy began to recount. First of all, Owen's travel journal is extremely fascinating because it contains stories about lands I have never set foot in countless different races. The travel journal of the storyteller Owen, who is said to have lived in Rock's era. The traveler Owen journeyed everywhere, leaving behind 9 volumes of travel diaries before the end of his life. He is believed to have headed west, with no records after that, making the 10th volume regarded as a legendary book. Receiving this answer, Rabin smiled with satisfaction. All right, this is a book that no child could help but love. It turns out he also has a side that perfectly matches his age. Just when it seemed things would end there, the next name made Rabin widen his eyes in astonishment, along with Zalo's entire treatise on algebra and architectural design of Orion. Then, in the stunned eyes of Mr. Kai Thao Thao, he expressed his passion without hesitation. Mr. G. Onan's book brings joy through perfect logic. Not only that, but it also exudes a warm concern for humanity. Hearing these words, Rabin began to recall the information he knew. Gon, known as a brilliant mathematician and architect of his time, was a mathematician who systematized hydraulics and supervised the construction of 4 water wheel machines. He is the immortal architect who designed the capital Horizon. These books are the records of his achievements. Thinking of these things, he looked at Kai, speaking with unbelievable passion. However, Un's architectural designs were filled only with complex numbers and detailed drawings.
Just from those numbers and drawings, you say you understood the designer's thoughts? Watching Kai carefully and recalling the grimaces of the other scholars, Rabin grew even more doubtful of life.
It is a book that even the most brilliant scholars find difficult to understand. After saying that, the boy stopped and switched to another book. I also really like the ethics book by Lord Keel, your ancestor Rabin. It was only then that Rabin suddenly realized. It is truly an honor. My ancestor had the privilege of serving Lord R, the messenger of the divine. Mentioning this name always switches on a different mindset in Kai. Yes, most of the books focus on ethics and repeat how Lord RCK did the same, but it remains a book that makes people deeply reflect on morality. Receiving all the answers from Kai, Rabin smiled proudly. Well, it is surprising for a child to value morality, which is even more important for a king.
Just when it seemed the story had ended, Kai added, "Oh, I also really like Lord Rua's Battle on the Prairie, Lord Sonam's Wild Sky, and Lord O's Guide to Reading the Sky." After that, the two of them happily chatted about those books.
Hearing those words, Rabin's face turned flushed and dazed. At that age, with such a volume of reading and level of understanding, he truly was an extraordinary person. This thought made him feel more heartbroken than ever before. That knowledge would surely be used in some positive way later on. But precisely because he is a prince, he may not be given great importance. Seeing Rabin say nothing, Kai spoke up. "Teacher Rabin saw that you finally paid attention to me," Kai said hesitantly. "May I ask something I'm curious about?" Rabin didn't hesitate and agreed right away. "Please, go ahead." He had permission, but the boy hesitated before speaking. It wasn't about studying, or maybe it was, but I wasn't that confident because my knowledge was limited. Seeing his hesitant demeanor, he smiled warmly to reassure him. "Please, go ahead and speak." This made Kai open his eyes wide in surprise. After a moment of reflection, he asked a shocking question. "Can I become king?" This question made Rabin, who was drinking tea, stop in his tracks. Once he regained his composure, he shook so hard that he spilled all the tea. Rabin quickly grabbed a cloth to wipe his mouth and asked Kai tremblingly, "Oh, Prince, do you intend to tell others about what just happened?" Kai was a bit confused, but replied, "I have never done that."
With this answer, Hai Long warned you to be very careful. Witnessing that reaction,
Kai fell silent noticeably. "I know, Master Rabin." Though silent, he still hoped deeply. "So what is your answer to my question?" Faced with such a question, Jabin found himself in a difficult position. He began weighing his options carefully to respond appropriately. The heir to the throne has been decided as Crown Prince Vinon Jack Orion. Becoming the Crown Prince means dethroning Grand Prince Vion, and even mentioning this could be considered treason. The more Rabin thought about it, the more he had a headache. Just one slip up and he would be facing serious consequences. In the end, he had to say bluntly, "You know this is a difficult question, right?" After hesitating for a moment, he decided to ask directly, "Your Highness, do you really want to become king?" Faced with that question, Kai lowered his head, his voice deepening. "I'm not even sure if I want to become king or not. However, I thought that maybe me becoming king would be good for everyone." This answer was somewhat unexpected for Rabin. "Well, who exactly is this good for?" Realizing his mistake, the governor calmly replied with determination, "Of course." The boy looked Rabin straight in the eyes and answered confidently, "For the people." Meanwhile, in another corner, a chessboard was knocked over, accompanied by an irritated voice. "Hey, damn it!" Vanda shouted through the screen, pointing straight at Choi Sang-gun and scolding him non-stop. "Let them handle it themselves. Come here. It's better if I don't go over to you." Unable to watch any longer, Elda glanced over trying to calm the situation. "Lunda, you have to accept the result, right?" Surprised to see her appear. "Why are you still standing there?" Elda raised the game piece in her hand when asked. "I'm playing chess." Looking at it, the fire of anger inside her flared up once again. "What? You were playing Go with me at the same time?" Realizing this made Janda even more uncomfortable. It was truly embarrassing. Did I just lose to someone who was playing both at the same time? I clearly reported everything carefully to you, yet you didn't share a single bit of information. Seeing that expression, Elda gave a wry smile. It had been stagnant for 100 years. Not much had changed. Choi Sang-gun stopped the two girls from arguing and spoke to ease the tension. "Well, you'll find out later. There might be a change." Hearing this, the two girls simultaneously looked at him. "Change?" Choi Sang-gun rested his chin on his hand, tilting his head with confidence. That's right. Jan couldn't hide his curiosity upon hearing this confirmation. "So, what exactly has changed? Can you be a bit more specific?" In response to that question, Choi Sang-gun smiled wickedly and provocatively moved a piece. "You win the next game then?" "I'm telling you, Vanda didn't even realize he was being toyed with and just agreed right away. Let's play." And just a few minutes later, the chessboard was knocked over again. So frustrating. Once again, Jan pointed right at him, scolding non-stop. "If you don't want to share the information, just say so instead of hurting someone's pride. The more you talk, the more annoyed I get, and I'm telling you straight, I'll never play chess with you again." Hearing these words, Choi Sang-gun couldn't help but feel frustrated. It seemed like he had seen this scene before. As soon as Sunroy made that declaration, the video call with the Lunda player ended. Elda, who had been silent all along, spoke hesitantly but crossed her arms and cautiously asked Choi Sang-gun, "I'm quite curious too. What exactly is the change you mentioned earlier?" I'm not a double agent like Luna, can I know? Unlike Janda, this time he responded immediately. All right, fine. Without hesitation, Choi Sang-gun switched the screen to the conversation between the two Robin masters to check it out. As soon as Elda saw Kai, she wondered if he was the third prince of Black Orchid. Is there something special about this individual? This question left Sang-gun puzzled. Haven't you ever seen his stats before? When asked like that, Elda denied it, saying he didn't have any special skills. But just then, a screen appeared in front of her. The system displayed all the information about Kai Oren level 0 in front of her. Strength 14, Intelligence 107, Social Interaction 32. After reading it, Elda still didn't find anything strange. Just an extremely high intelligence stat. As soon as she finished speaking, Elda immediately noticed something unusual. Is it already like this at level 0? This is the first time I've seen something like this. Cases like this are really rare, right? Looking at the intelligence score once again, she became even more doubtful about this person. An intelligence of around 60 is already considered a genius in this era, so how could it possibly exceed 100? Seeing that Elda finally understood, Choi Sang-gun spoke honestly, saying that in the next few decades, it would be hard to find someone like this across the entire continent. Mentioning this, he suddenly recalled what happened after the war between Black Wolf and White Fang ended, and the past 100 years could be seen as a period of stagnation. Besides gaining small areas by exploring ancient ruins or defeating beasts, the borders have not seen any major changes. The scene shifts to the royal palace. Looking at this architectural complex, Choi Sang-gun made an honest observation. Once the border expansion ends, internal consolidation must follow. A stagnant phase like this is inevitable in a lost world. The screen shifts to scenes of people trading and moving within the city as the key races that led the initial expansion interact. This was a period that required implementing a policy of reconciliation to win over other races within the nation. Looking at the three screens showing different spaces, Choi Sang-gun noted that Black Wolf also faced numerous significant and minor issues as various races lived together. Although not recorded in history, they stopped 6 rebellions. Thinking of something, he narrowed his eyes dangerously. In particular, coexisting with vampires is a very difficult issue. To discuss this, we have to look back at the past. After RCK defeated the evil god, the slaves of White Fang and even the vampires all wanted to become citizens of Black Wolf. Naturally, living together with vampires was considered impossible because they needed to drink human blood to survive. Especially the second and third generation vampires could not survive on animal blood. At that time, the vampires made an astonishing decision. A vampire sat inside a strange stone mound, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Now I will follow the will of the blue worm god. After witnessing the sacred sacrifice of Apostle Rag, I no longer want to live or harm others. He was not alone there. Many other vampires were around him as well. 1,000 vampires resolved to starve themselves to death. Some escaped or could not resist temptation. But the remaining 600 vampires endured the pain and died on the spot. A lizard deity passing by saw this and knelt down, pleading with all sincerity. O blue butterfly god, though they are sinners, if they can confess their sins and accept their punishment, I hope you will show mercy and forgive them. After saying this, he bowed deeply to show his respect. At that very moment, a familiar blue butterfly appeared. Then, the lizard somehow felt something and tears streamed down its face. I have forgiven them. After that day, a great transformation took place. That area later became known as Buddha Sitting Valley, one of the sacred sites of the Da Thien faith, symbolizing repentance and redemption, and proving that with sincere faith, the blue godworm will accept even those who are not lizard people. Since then, the blue lizard god began to be called the Night Sky, or Da Thien. The Da Thien faith gradually evolved from the lizard god's belief into a common religion for many different races. Back in the present, Choi Sang-gun stood up to begin his work. Paying attention to this prince was connected to those changes. Once he had a goal, he began thinking of ways to achieve it. For civilization to progress, it needs technology and inventions that lead to further innovations. Speaking of this, Choi Sang-gun remembered Kai's data. With intelligence at this level, he is very suitable for discovering something new. And after ascending the throne, he would surely have enough influence to spread important inventions throughout Haklan. With this idea in mind, he also thought of the other races that played a role in the royal court. Moreover, the current ruling structure of Haklan is far from ideal. Before, the left steward handled internal affairs like eunuchs on Earth, allowing many races to participate. Unlike other races, the lizardmen hold a more significant position, but the administrative posts with real power are monopolized by them. Reflecting on the current situation, Song Choi Sang-gun bluntly declared that stagnant water will rot. This issue is exactly what he has to struggle to solve. Now is the time to seriously address the coexistence with other races, so the king must be wise enough to bear and resolve these matters. After listening to his endless analysis, Elda asked a crucial question. But this individual is not the eldest son. Choi Sang-gun did not deny it. That's right. He switched to another screen where some lizard people were talking and drinking, then started analyzing. Although Bon the eldest liked to party, that wasn't enough reason to sabotage the crown prince. Once the crown prince is confirmed, Kai will hardly become king. At this point, Choi Sang-gun frowned, thinking that intervening in internal affairs through divine edicts is easy. But since this is a crucial time for the royal authority, it's better to limit divine interference and rely on indirect methods instead. Elda thought of something and asked excitedly, "What method do you plan to use?" Taken aback, Choi Sang-gun pulled her aside to whisper. After hearing that, Elda's face twisted with doubt, her eyes showing no trust at all. Is that method really going to work? You seem to be placing too much faith in Kai's intelligence. Contrary to her doubts, Choi Sang-gun was very confident. I think it will go smoothly. To make things more exciting, how about a quick match? At this moment in the royal garden, Manun was dozing inside a fence when two maidservants passed by, glanced at it, and started whispering. "Wow, that's just a rumor. Keep your voice down." Hearing this, the blonde girl whispered a warning. Be careful not to get caught. The blonde girl, afraid her friend wouldn't listen, warned that it was Manon, Oren's guardian dragon. At that moment, Manon also began to stir awake. Manon is the drake that the great god of thunder drag once tamed. Everyone says that drakes don't die because they're fake, so Manun has kept growing for decades and has become a giant creature. After waking up, Manun stretched and saw this, causing the two maidservants to run away quickly. Once done stretching, it sat up and began to look around. Body length 25 meters, estimated age 150. After sitting for a while, Manun lay down and dozed off again. Of course, the cost of food is enormous, and the amount of waste is huge, making the palace see Manon as a burden. If Manon goes mad, the palace could collapse, so that is inevitable. It may be lounging like that, but in another corner, the arguing officials have opinions suggesting it should be released in a secluded area or sacrificed alive. Bored of lying around, Manon rolls over. However, Manun's very existence symbolizes the royal authority passed down from the great Thunder King, so no matter how burdensome, they must continue to care for it. After moving around enough, it opened its mouth wide to yawn, fortunately. Until now, Manun still obediently eats well, sleeps soundly, and causes no trouble. Suddenly, at that moment, it saw a familiar blue butterfly. But at that moment, seeing the blue butterfly, Mon excitedly jumped up as the familiar figure of R appeared outside. He then looked inside the fence and gently greeted, "Long time no see, Manun. Are you still well?" Seeing the familiar figure, Manun became visibly excited and joyful. Before that happy reunion, Manun had also endured lonely days. Recently, Mon vaguely sensed something but didn't know what feeling it was or how to relieve it. Watching the butterflies fluttering everywhere, it couldn't help but start catching them. "This butterfly can't come in." Manon started teasing the butterflies flying around, as happy as playing with its second owner. After a while, the blue butterflies slowly flew outside the fence, and watching them disappear, Manun felt a little sad. Then it remembered being chased away by the palace soldiers. Manun knew it was not allowed to leave this wall. When it had escaped outside before, everyone panicked and forced Manun back. Just when Thang's boring days seemed to go on like this, something unexpected happened. However, Mon didn't know what he had seen to become so excited. Standing outside, a familiar voice called out, "What strange task are you trying to make me do this time?" It turned out that Rock had appeared outside the fence once again, and no matter how curious he was, he still gently greeted his beloved pet. But thanks to that, I got to see a familiar face I hadn't seen in a long time. "Manun, come here. Let me see how much your skills have improved." Called like that, Manun bowed with eyes full of excitement, and after getting ready, it immediately broke through the fence and ran out. Manun thought that from now on there would be no more boredom. Thanks to that event, the royal palace was shaken to its core. His Highness was suddenly called Dai Nin, which puzzled him. Upon receiving a response, the person quietly asked, "Did you hear a loud explosion early this morning?" Din Din thought for a moment and replied, "I heard it, but I don't think it's anything serious." Upon hearing this, he recalled what the soldiers saw this morning and reported back. Actually, that's not the case. This morning when the royal guards inspected, they discovered that Ma Noon had fled to the sacred mountain. Hearing this, Din Nin couldn't help but sigh helplessly. That really is a big deal. This attitude displeased him greatly. "Your Highness, why do you keep responding as if this is not your concern? You are the hunting god after all, but despite your subordinates' reproach, you remain indifferent. So what now? I can no longer tolerate this indifferent attitude." The other person directly told Din Nin, "His Majesty has ordered the preparation of the plan to capture Ma Noon before this afternoon. After all, this is a matter concerning animals, so naturally you, the expert in hunting, must take charge of it." Having delivered the orders, the person turned and left, not giving Din Nin a chance to stammer anything. Wait a minute, hunting is just a pastime for nobles, so why am I the one sent to catch the Ma Nun? Seeing the other person completely gone, Din Nin couldn't help but feel a headache. Damn, I've been given a pointless task again. After that awkward conversation, he quickly headed to the main palace, but instead of making progress, he only made things worse. How could he say the hunting team couldn't handle it, then lend the royal guards? This is completely absurd. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but imagine the scene of his soldiers being crushed under the Manoon. Even if all the palace guards were gathered, as soon as Manon rolled over, they would all be crushed. The more Din thought about it, the harder it was to swallow his anger, stomping his feet in frustration. After all, Mon is just an animal. It will follow as long as it sees food, so there must be a way to trap it. Having finally accepted his fate, another problem weighed on his mind. How many people would get hurt in the process? Looking toward the nearby mountain, he weighed his options carefully. That mountain was frequented by common hunters. If they get hurt by Mon, the people will definitely panic. Thinking about this, Dynan raised his hand to look at it, feeling a bit troubled. I'm not born into nobility, but just a lizard man with white scales, so being an official is already a great achievement. After looking at it for a while, I suddenly felt at peace, letting fate flow like water. If there are casualties in this incident, those who are not favored by the high officials will definitely be blamed. Oh no, my path to promotion ends here. Having accepted his fate, Danon Nin went to Ma Nun to begin his research. But Ma Nun had always been obedient, so why did he suddenly run away today? Could it be that someone has plotted this? Going to the place where the fence was destroyed, he tries to find clues, deliberately making the fence easy to break. Just then, a loud noise came from behind. As Dynan was catching his breath, a figure dashed past. Realizing something was wrong, he quickly spoke up to stop the group. Wait, stop. Seeing that no one was listening to him, Dynan directly called out to the leader. Prince Ben, where are you planning to go? The man was none other than Crown Prince Black Lin Ben Jack Orin. When asked like that, Basin smirked and teased with a playful question. Still asking? Of course, I'm going to find Manon. This answer left him completely stunned. Why is that? Seeing that Dinan didn't understand, Ba asked teasingly, Oh, I heard that to hunt on the sacred mountain you need the hunting god's permission. So does the crown prince. Like me, also have to ask for permission? Faced with that attitude, he grimaced without any hesitation and said, Normally it's not necessary, but this time I'm the one entrusted with full authority to handle the Mon case. That's the decision made in this morning's court session. This information surprised Bayon a bit. What? The royal court session is already over? It's okay, even better. This pause made Dynan Nin confused. What? Witnessing that reaction, Ba slowly revealed his true intention. I only heard that the lazy beast went out for a walk, so I came out with my friends to check it out. Maybe we'd see it. Now that I think about it, I want to catch it myself and bring it back. Those words left Dynan Nin even more astonished. Are you joking? Ba replied firmly. No, I'm serious. So, my friends see that he doesn't even bother to count on them and don't know what to do.
Those guys are drunk and babbling. No one would listen even if we tried to stop them. Basin looked completely confident as he talked to his subordinates and assessed the situation.
I heard that Crown Prince B's hunting skills aren't bad, but with Manoon's size, even riding a kokachich won't catch up, and it will just get away. Without overthinking, Din Nin stepped forward and gave careful instructions. I originally planned to summon hunters to find Manon, and if they find it, to inform the nearest mountain guard. Hearing this, Bisa sighed helplessly. It's not just about finding it, but capturing it too. Fine, let's do it that way. With approval granted, he quickly led the group away. Let's go. Watching the group slowly leave, Din Nin could only sigh. Putting that issue aside, he turned back to the fence to continue searching. Just as Din Nin looked up, he caught sight of a familiar figure. The prince, realizing he had been noticed, gave a brief greeting. Oh, the hunting god. After a moment of consideration, he slowly stood up. I heard Mon has disappeared. I'm assessing the situation, and it seems Brother Basson has also joined in, right? Having been caught, Din Nin awkwardly scratched his face. Yes. Although I don't expect much, I'll keep examining the fence while responding. No matter how skilled my older brother is at hunting, capturing a Manun is not an easy task. The boy's strange condition caught his attention. But what are you looking at? Ah, the overseer pointed to the broken wooden fence and began to analyze. I find these wooden bars strange. It's not like they can be broken so neatly just like that. At least some parts should be splintered. Hearing this, Din Nin bent down to observe and guessed, maybe it was eaten away by termites. The boy immediately caught the keyword, termites. Knowing Kay was confused, he pointed to each broken part and explained that these wooden bars were in contact with the stone pillar, and if they weren't eaten by termites, the stone pillar would have collapsed too. Such a loud noise would have alerted Ma Noon much sooner. After explaining, Din pondered quietly. Guessing this was just a natural phenomenon, it wouldn't be easy for termites to eat exactly this part. Even with honey, it would take several days. Suddenly, Kay thought of something and asked a completely unrelated question. My lord, do you know what the night god was called about 100 years ago? This question surprised Dainin. What? Seeing that reaction, Kai displeasedly said a name. It was the blue god beetle. Hearing this nickname, Din Nin was stunned. Then Lam Trung? Temporarily ending the conversation there, Kai looked at the broken fence and began to explain. Before that, Da Tian was once called the nameless scarab god. Fearing Dainin might not understand, the boy began to recount what he had read. When the first people of the Black Lin tribe were hungry and wandering in the desert, he guided them in the form of a beetle. And in that same form, he helped them satisfy their hunger. Hearing this, Dainin was skeptical and frowned as he spoke. So, your highness means that Da Tian caused this? That's a bit too much. Seeing the annoyed attitude, the boy didn't pay much attention and gently explained. That is just a hypothesis, but it can be verified by checking the other wooden beams for signs of termite damage. Seeing that firm attitude, he began to be somewhat convinced. If Da Tian really did this, what does your highness think the reason is? I can't think of any reason. Knowing that Dynan was very curious, I pointed to the path where Ma Nun had escaped and began to analyze. On Spirit Mountain, there are hunters and guards, but with Man Nun's size, it's easy to spot from a distance. So unless Man Nun attacks first, it's unlikely that hunters or civilians would become victims. Pausing for a moment, he pointed to the scattered wooden planks on the grass and said cryptically, "But what if someone, out of curiosity, followed Mon? Couldn't that be the real target of this whole incident?" Just hearing this, Din immediately recalled a familiar face. Prince Ben remembered that person and then looked at the one standing before him as a bold idea formed in his mind. If Da Tian truly exists and wishes for the country's prosperity, perhaps he wants this third prince to become the next king. So Da Tian does not want His Highness Ba Sao to become the crown prince. Realizing this, Din Nin panicked and grabbed Kai's shoulder, urging him repeatedly, "Your Highness, please do not tell this to anyone." Although this request is a bit strange, the boy did not ask further and agreed. "I understand, but before that, I have a request." Seeing that you agreed, I didn't say anything more and just went along with it. "What is it?" Seeing the other person's attitude soften towards him, Kai did not hesitate to state his purpose. "You're planning to go to the eldest brother's place, right? Let me go with you." This request made you jump in surprise. What a surprise. No matter how shocked he was, seeing the determined eyes of the young prince, Dynan began to waver. This is not just a simple guess. If this judgment is correct, having someone by Prince Bas's side will make His Highness safer. How can he make such a wise decision at this moment? Thinking this, he carefully observes the person in front of him once again. At this moment, Prince B's group was sweeping through the forest when they came across a heavily damaged patch of woods. Seeing this, B changed the group's direction while the other side continued following the trail. He stood atop the grassy hill, looking down thoughtfully. It turned out Ma Nun was lying below, sleeping peacefully. Ba Sao finally found what he was looking for and sighed. It hasn't gone far. Someone from B's group stepped forward, looked at Manon, and spoke up. Wherever it goes, it leaves traces behind, so it's very easy to find. B wholeheartedly agreed with this opinion. That's right, saying so, but when observing Manun carefully, he silently expressed his admiration. Living over 100 years in the garden must have been suffocating, right? Being able to endure that long is truly admirable. Seeing you say nothing, someone stammered and asked, "What do we do now?" His Highness was asked that, but thought it over and gave an idea. Wake it up and herd it back to the palace. What else? Hearing this idea, the whole group turned pale with fear. When their souls returned to their bodies, one of them mustered all their courage and awkwardly refused. Is there another way? It seems like it just played around for a while and then collapsed from exhaustion. But on the way, we didn't see any animals being hunted. Not only that, the other person suggested another plan. How about we try catching some deer to lure it out and see what happens? Seeing that everyone was afraid, Ba reluctantly agreed. That's a good idea. Having agreed to this idea, he ordered his subordinates. You go catch the prey. I will stay here and keep watch. To keep Menun from waking up and running away, the group was finally released and quickly fled, clearly watching their own subordinates scramble away in frustration and boredom. Despite that, he still returned to his main task and did it carefully as long as it didn't run away. Otherwise, it would only buy time until the hunting team or the royal guards arrived. Thinking about something, B clenched his teeth in frustration, really not expecting anything from them. Speaking of which, he began to calculate the pros and cons. And moreover, even if he asked others for help to bring Manun back, there was no guarantee it would be acknowledged. Thinking about this, B.S. grimaced and looked down. Just then, Manun was sleeping, stretching his legs and arms. Watching it, he suddenly remembered some past events. Since childhood, whenever he accomplished something, he would receive a lot of praise. After receiving that praise, Benin turned to Kai to say something, but he was just focused on reading. But I realize, when people truly appreciate something, they don't show off. True recognition is not like that. After reading for a while, the boy looked up and called the teacher. Teacher Levin, you are being called, and he immediately responded. I'm listening, the teacher responded quickly, promptly raising his question. Isn't God supposed to be all-knowing, all-powerful, and full of compassion? Levin responded firmly to the question. Of course, with that confident attitude, the boy added, Then I have a question. Pausing for a moment, he continued. If that is truly the case, why does he allow war, suffering, sadness, and misery to exist in the world? I really want to know what many people think about this issue. This question caught Levine off guard, unsure of how to respond. About that. Hesitating for a moment, he awkwardly changed the subject. Sorry. Your Highness, I am not a cleric of the Night Heaven Church, so I am not very knowledgeable about theology. I will look into the answer and get back to you later. Not getting an answer, Kai was surprised. Ba Sao sitting nearby looked at Lavin standing by the window, lost in thought, unsure of what to say. That day, Master Lavin gazed out the window with a pensive look before quickly ending the lesson. Now, he grimaces as he recalls that day. Recognition is like that. It confuses people and makes others struggle to find a way to convey something. The more I think about it, the more unwilling I am, gripping the reins tightly. If that was true recognition, then I have never received that kind of recognition even once in my life. I know many people don't see me as a candidate for the throne, Thinking about this makes me even more upset, but mostly it's a deep sense of humiliation. But I was born this way, not a genius like the Crown Prince. Seeing Ma Nun sleeping soundly below, B became even more determined. If I can bring Ma Nun back myself, at least I can earn some recognition. Saying this, he declared it to himself. Then just wait and see if I am truly worthy of becoming king. At that very moment, a familiar voice rang out. Older brother quickly ran up from below where Kay was sitting with Din Nin. Older brother, please stop. Seeing who had arrived, B was surprised. Kai had already come. The boy quickly jumped down. Before he could run up to his brother, Kai had already stumbled and fallen. Seeing his younger sibling fall, Ba-san was alarmed and worried. Not only did God point to Din Nin, but he also quickly stepped down to check and ask about him. Your Highness, are you okay? Asked like that, Kai tearfully replied, I'm fine. Maybe I just sprained my ankle. Hearing this, Ba quickly ran over to check, not forgetting to scold. Nin, are you okay? Kay, why didn't you call the hunting team and instead brought this kid here? Scolded like that, he stammered, not knowing what to say. Since he was already panicked, he didn't say anything more and just gave the order. There is a guard's hut on the mountainside. Take the medicine there. Dinan immediately agreed. Ah yes, I'm going right away. As soon as you left, Basson turned back to check on his younger brother's condition. Let me take a look, kid. Why aren't you more careful? In response to the scolding, Kay calmly stood up as if nothing had happened and brushed off his pants. I'm fine. Actually, I didn't sprain my ankle. I just pretended so he wouldn't hear our conversation. These words shocked Ba-san to the core. To prove his words, the boy even hopped a few times, and only then did he have to believe him and change the subject. Wait, why did you come here? Maon is very close to us. It's very dangerous. After checking, Shoi Kai turned to Ba-san and spoke with a voice full of emotion. That's why I came here. Right after, the two brothers started talking. After a long pause, Ba-san asked uncertainly, being gnawed by doubts. So you mean Dathian really wants to end me? Asked like that, I thought for a moment and then answered, it could be understood that way. It seems he also believes what I said is true. By this point, I understood everything and thought it best to keep you by my side for your safety. Even knowing this, Basin couldn't hide his curiosity. But why? If that were true, you would just need to stay silent to become king. The second prince has become a monk of the Night Sky sect, so if I die, the throne will belong to him. Thinking of this, Basan looked up at his younger brother and asked gently, could it be that you don't want to become king? Since you asked so directly, Kay also spoke plainly. Brother, I have a request. Please give up the crown prince title to me. This very straightforward request took Basan by surprise. What did you say? Seeing that surprise, Kai slowly walked to the back, explaining as he went. If you look at the historical records, the night god rarely fails. If he has any intention, it will surely succeed. Pausing briefly, the boy added, the plans of other gods sometimes fail, but not those of the night god. Kai then slowly walked down to Manenbi, who quickly stood up and followed. It showed that he had prepared many plans to achieve a single goal. Looking at Manun, the boy remembered the tribal god Tonkin and summed everything up. In other words, the night god will create another opportunity like this one. My vision may be narrow, but I will inform you as soon as I discover anything. After saying that, Kai looked up at his beloved brother and firmly assured him so that he would be safe. Knowing his younger brother meant well, B-Saw still couldn't hide his worry. But that goes against the will of the god. Aren't you afraid of the night god? Asked like that, Kay pointed to himself and answered confidently. I know what the night god wants, so I'm not afraid of him. At least I'll be safe. Afraid his brother wouldn't listen, the boy began to persuade him, but the path the night god set would hurt him. I can't stop all of that. Seeing this, Ba-san was a little surprised. After hesitating for a long time, Kay said the forest had been somewhat destroyed, then looked straight into his brother's eyes and earnestly asked, so I decided to take a different path and give up what the god had prepared, and asked to be made crown prince instead. After saying that, the two brothers looked at each other without saying a word. Then Ba suddenly burst out laughing for some unknown reason. The boy Kay looked at this and was completely confused. The more Ba thought about it, the louder he laughed until he bent over completely. Kay, confused, stepped forward and asked, Why are you laughing so hard, brother? After laughing to his heart's content, he placed a hand on his younger brother's shoulder and gently said, Kay, while the boy is still confused, Ba agrees to your request. It seems I have just been freed, and I know your abilities, so just go ahead. I agree, but I have to bring up an issue that will give you a headache. You know, giving up the crown prince position isn't something you can just decide on, right? Kay, excited after getting approval, said, Yes, I will prepare. With one matter settled, the two turned back to the reason they were standing here. So what should we do with that thing now? Seeing Amanon sleeping peacefully, Ba suggested leaving it as is, but the ministers wouldn't agree. How do you plan to convince them? Just then, Dinan returned, and Kay whispered to his brother that he would explain after the hunter came back. The prince hesitated for a moment before Din Nin, unsure of what he had heard, reluctantly agreed. The hunting team? I have no reason to refuse this offer, so I'll just follow the prince's orders. Receiving the approval, Kai smiled brightly and reached out to shake hands. So, from now on, I look forward to your support. The hunter, caught off guard by the friendliness, felt a bit awkward. Yes, yes. After finishing everything, the overseer eagerly left with B. Dinin stood there, waving back, watching the two brothers talk with deep affection. He wondered, what now? Is that what the statement meant? In a quiet corner of the palace, Choi Sang-gun and Elda silently watched everything. She looked at the two brothers chatting happily and wondered quietly to herself, is that really okay? Hearing the question, he looked puzzled. What else are you worried about? This question made Elda rest her chin on her hand and ponder for a moment before sharing her own thoughts. The third prince is both intelligent and devoted to the gods, which is very good. But isn't it a problem that he interprets the omen himself and acts like this time? Watching the overly indulgent father listening to the endless rambling, she felt even more that something was wrong. This time, it might be considered right, but no one knows if it will be right next time. For someone capable of being king to act on their own like that is a bit much. Hearing this, Choi Sang-gun beside him said calmly, I'm not too worried about that. This statement shook Elda to her core. Why? Faced with that question, he looked at the map on the system screen for a moment, and then replied, in the Lost World, that's just a character created by the game. It's frustrating when they don't follow my will, but I'm still playing just fine. That reasoning left Elda with nothing to argue against. Well, fine then. He said it was just a game, but looking down at the two brothers talking, Choi Sang-gun felt a slight stir in his heart, but now he knows the person below isn't an NPC, but a human, with different wills. Yet as long as they bring the results he wants, that's enough. Hearing this, Elda had another question. Doesn't that mean playing cleverly would be even harder? Individuals acting on their own can disrupt the plan. Contrary to her thoughts, he calmly replied, but they could also bring greater benefits than expected. Finishing his words, Choi Sang-gun opened the system window and firmly stated, if we're afraid of going off course, then we'll prepare more plans to handle any situation. Is this confidence really that surprising to her? Hearing that exclamation, he smiled and asked gently, isn't things already getting better now? Once again shifting attention to those two brothers, Choi Sang-gun decided to leave everything to fate. A country cannot have two kings, so I can only choose one, but they are all precious individuals who cannot be lost.
Bayon giving up the right to the throne but still surviving can have a very significant meaning. Just trust Kai's decision.
The next day, in the court, the official Salin openly expressed his dissatisfaction with Din Nin. I still haven't heard you say anything about capturing the Mon. Hunter, what if it harms someone else? Despite the accusation, he remained calm and bowed to report. We have found where Mon is. It is currently just sleeping and poses no immediate threat. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Still, even with that relief, Salin found something to nitpick. But His Majesty is still very worried. The illness he has relapsed, so he did not attend last night's meeting. Pause for a moment. He asked a question aimed directly at Dinan. If you found Ma Nun, shouldn't you have borrowed the royal guards to capture it? Why delay? Being questioned like that, you calmly bowed your head and gave a textbook answer. I was about to do the same, but due to some unclear points, I decided to stop. Salison immediately caught the keyword. Something unclear? Knowing he was curious, I told Nin everything I knew. This morning, when I went to the garden to chase Mon away, I saw the iron frame was broken. After investigation, it was found that the damage was caused by termites. He didn't believe these arguments and dismissed them, saying it could just be a coincidence. Anyway, Monin already broke it and escaped without any problems. He wasn't panicked and calmly played his trump card. I think so too, but Prince Tam has a different view. Fearing people won't believe it, Dinin repeated exactly what Kai said. Dathon had performed miracles with termites before, so the prince believes he caused the iron frame to be eaten by termites to help Monun escape smoothly. The evidence is that only that iron frame showed signs of termite damage. By now, H-Mun began to suspect something. Could it be that she had already figured it out? He asserted firmly. That's right. It was caused by the night god. Wait a moment, Nin added. This afternoon I went to the church to discuss with the priests and they came to the school to verify. Just then, the door opened. From outside, the church priest, second Prince Jun Jack Orn, stepped in to present the results. And that result was truly a miracle created by the night god, able to see who was coming. Everyone present was amazed. Prince Sun, the result has been announced. Denon stepped forward, blocking Sun, and said again to the other ministers as the priest confirmed that Ma Nun's escape was the will of the night god. I dare not go against his will, and bring Ma Nun back. These words caused everyone in the room to be confused and whisper among themselves. At this point, Salison had no choice but to accept that if the priest had explained the god's will that way, he could not act otherwise. But things couldn't be left as they were. Mon couldn't be left hungry or any accidents allowed to happen. Finally achieving his goal, Din straightforwardly stated his intention. Therefore, I think we should expand and reform the hunting team. We cannot keep relying on the forbidden troops to guard the palace. This idea once again made everyone whisper and talk. What? A hunting team? Sa Luin disagreed, saying that just adding a few more people would be enough. Faced with that hesitation, Dine and Nin gave a detailed analysis. No, we need to transport food from Manun. We need cattle and carts. The treacherous mountain roads also require frequent repair costs. Not only that, he said a long line of Manun could descend to the village, so manpower and authority are needed to control them, and in emergencies, the power to mobilize the military must be granted. In other words, the hunting team needs more manpower, funding, and authority than they have now. These words left everyone present stunned, and when no one responded, he turned to intimidation. If not, then the only way is to go against the miracle of the night god and bring Manon back myself. Does anyone want to take responsibility for this instead of me? Success puts pressure on everyone. Deenan smiled provocatively. If you have anything to say, just speak up. Of course, I'm not even sure if Man Nun caused any trouble. After a turbulent day from morning to evening, Din and Nin sat in his palace reflecting deeply on the words Kai had spoken to him. Prince Kai intends to become king. Thinking of those words, he fell silent, unsure how to react. Gazing at the peaceful night scene of the royal palace, Dinin tried to recall everything Kai had conveyed in the way he instructed. Through this event, I will strengthen the power of the hunting team and steer the situation for Prince Kai to become king. As this thought emerged, he couldn't help but reflect while walking towards the corridor to admire the view outside. After much thought, Dean Nin resolved that even if he had to face other high officials, the decision was made. As he began to leave his spot, he calculated that His Highness was gradually expanding the power of the hunting team, making the situation in the palace harder to control. 6 months after that event, the Emperor dethroned Basjak Orin and appointed Kai as crown prince. Then, 3 years later, the Emperor passed away from a long illness. Following that path, Kai Jak Orin ascended the throne as the 11th king of Haklan. However, Kai was only 15 years old at the time. After the coronation ceremony that day, when everyone had left, Basin appeared, bowed deeply, and congratulated His Majesty. Tu Duong was so respectfully greeted that his brother Kai couldn't help but feel flustered. Come on, when it's just the two of us, there's no need to be so formal. Hearing that, Basa smiled brightly, still keeping the same way of addressing and attitude as before. Now that your majesty is the king of the leading continent, you must receive the treatment you deserve. Faced with this stubbornness, Kai silently accepted the truth, successfully teasing his younger brother. Returning to the main issue, tomorrow is your first court meeting, and surely one of the ministers will submit a memorial like this. Pausing briefly, he spoke bluntly with a clearly annoyed tone. Prince Basin Jak Orin had to leave the palace. After sharing his speculation, he looked at a withered and sorrowful Kay, bowed his head, and asked how he was doing. Isn't this one of your concerns, your highness? Asked like that, he couldn't answer immediately, and fell into deep thought. Haklan is a country where the power of the great ministers is very strong, and since most of them are nobles of Haklan, opinions often lean to one side. Thinking about this, Kai also realized he was just a puppet controlled by the other officials. Their demand to expel the elder brother in the name of royal authority is actually a move to assert the power of the ministers to the new emperor. After much thought, Kai took the initiative to ask for the other person's opinion. What do you think we should do? Basa answered without much thought. If the ministers want that, then let them have their way. This answer surprised him. But seeing my younger brother's restless look, I smiled to reassure him. I'm fine. I'm more worried that my existence might become a burden to His Majesty. Mentioning this made Basa laugh at himself. Actually, this is better. A deposed crown prince like me can't hold an important position in the palace, and if I want to hunt, all I can find are wild boars around here. After a long pause, he shared his upcoming plan. I intend to take this opportunity to go on a trip and try hunting something bigger. The idea surprised Kay a little. After finishing his words about hunting, he looked up at the bright moon outside and fell into deep thought. Hunting? After thinking it over for a few minutes, Kai cautiously suggested, Brother, if that's the case, could you help me a little more? I don't think you dislike this either. The two then began discussing something. The next day, for the first time, the Abbot Kai announced the start of the afternoon session. Without waiting for the ministers to speak, he took the initiative to express his goodwill. I, the new emperor, sincerely hope for your support in the days ahead. After the greetings, the overseer got straight to the point without beating around the bush. There's nothing urgent right now, but if there's anything I need to know, speak up immediately. With permission, someone from there stepped forward to pay respects first. Your Majesty. Immediately after, he spoke exactly what B had predicted yesterday. Prince B cannot be allowed to stay in the palace. Fearing you would disagree, the other began to lay out a series of arguments. He was once the crown prince, and although His Majesty has a close relationship with Prince Ben, if he remains in the palace, the rebels could exploit him to... Before he could finish speaking, Kay made an unexpected decision. He agreed too quickly, too dangerously, leaving the minister stunned and shaking the foundation of royal power. Witnessing that unbelievable reaction, Kai repeated his answer once more. I agree with the words of the administrative minister. This answer officially made everyone confused and whispering among themselves. Did he agree that easily? I thought he would strongly oppose it. After hearing the answer he wanted, Sao smiled softly and covered his mouth to cough a few times, to ease his embarrassment. Seizing the opportunity, he made an even more outrageous demand. In my opinion, Prince Basin should be expelled from the capital, Orin. This time, Kay refused without hesitation, saying it was not allowed. After being rejected so bluntly, did he try to persuade? But Kai slammed the chair down, his attitude extremely firm. Hey, do you have a problem with my order? I have also thought a lot about the elder brother, and at this point Salin can only comply. So what does your Majesty think? Achieving his goal, Kai excitedly proposed an idea. Do you know our country still has an unexplored land? Hearing this, he immediately understood. You mean the mountain range to the east? He said with satisfaction. That's right, many previous kings sent explorers, but the rugged mountains made most give up halfway. Kai then seriously told the ministers below, until now, that mountain range has been overlooked. But with the threat from the west last year, I cannot miss the chance to expand this territory. So, shouldn't we be the ones to explore it? At this moment, Saluzin fully understood his true intention. So, your majesty intends to send Prince Basa to the eastern mountain range? Just wait, Kay praised Ba without hesitation. My elder brother is an excellent hunter and a great warrior. He once went alone to find the new demon. In response to this, the gods quietly murmured that those mountains held no value. There isn't much wide land on the other side of the mountain either, so it won't cause any major problems. After a moment, Sai Sam agreed, saying it was a good idea. Having achieved one goal, let's move on to the next issue. All right, then we must organize the fleet. Hearing this, Sal broke out in a cold sweat. What did you say? He couldn't believe it and had to ask again. Seeing his bewildered expression, Kai used persuasive words. So far, the failure to develop the east was because we only traveled by land through the mountains, so going by boat to the other side of the mountains would increase the chances of success. This idea was immediately met with opposition from everyone. But your majesty, there is currently no sea route. Traveling by land is the only option, the overseer replied calmly. Then let's go and open that sea route. We cannot let the Black Stallion have lands wasted forever. So Lucy tried to persuade them, but operating the ships required the military, which could lead to rebellion. Kai didn't care and just ordered strict supervision. His attitude was too harsh. He was a bit discouraged, but it was nothing compared to Kai's reproachful demeanor. You just agreed to this, and now you're already changing your mind? I'm done caring about him. Issue the order like this. The expedition will surely encounter wild beasts. Whether wild animals or monsters, anything involving beasts should be handled by the hunting team. Let the hunting minister take charge. When ordered, Dynan respectfully bows and obeys. Your Majesty, meanwhile, he still hasn't caught up with everything, but regardless of what he's trying to mumble, let's change the subject and move on to the next issue. Please invite the person waiting outside the main hall to come in. Once again, prepare for a shocking moment. The person waiting, please come in. The door immediately opened and everyone eagerly looked in that direction. A man appeared from outside. At the sight of his arrival, the entire hall erupted in chaos. That short man, how dare this lowly one stand here? Saloon also looked confused at his king. Your Majesty, this is the overseer. No matter how gently it was introduced, that was the year of the engineering team. So it's no wonder you didn't recognize him. He used to be a slave. After the introduction, he dropped another bomb. Isn't the position of Chief Technical Officer still vacant? I intend to let him take on the role. This declaration left everyone speechless with shock. Once they calmed down, everyone started shouting. Your Majesty, do you intend to bring a dwarf into the sacred court? Why choose a dwarf? Dwarves are a rebellious race that always resists to the end. I implore your Majesty to reconsider. Immediately after, both sides tried hard to persuade him. Seeing this scene, Kay breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, no one mentioned his elder brother's matter anymore. Not hearing Kai stutter anything, Salem began using every argument to oppose his opinion. Your Majesty, the position of the technical minister has always belonged to our lizard people, yet now it is given to a dwarf of slave origin? Faced with this strong opposition, Kai showed obvious discomfort, questioning since when race became important in appointing the chief engineer. The position is meant for those skilled and knowledgeable about machinery. Hearing this, he still tried to argue with a ridiculous excuse. The eagle has always been, no need to finish the sentence, all were lizards. Fed up with the petty arguments, he looked at the short figure standing nervously below and asserted firmly. In the past, the most skilled individuals were always lizards, but this time it was different. Fearing the crowd would once again oppose Kai using his own credibility to assert himself, I directly verified his ability. Pausing briefly, I asked a test question. Do you all know the northern latitude of Orn? Asked like that, someone from the ranks stepped forward to answer. I humbly request permission to respond. Your Majesty, it is 32.5 degrees. This answer made everyone even more eager to see Kai. However, he didn't just ask one question. What about the northern latitude of Jaren in the north and Maganin in the south? This question successfully plunged everyone in the room into silence. When no one else had an answer, Lam stepped forward and bowed to respond. The latitude of Jaren is 37 degrees and Maganin is 30 degrees. Not stopping there, he also provided a very specific explanation. The northernmost point shifts 1 degree every 250 miles, while Maganin in the south, 625 miles away, subtracts 2.5 degrees. This answer greatly pleased Kay, who kept praising it. Yes, you have answered what the ministers here could not. Although the answer proved his capability, he still could not accept the truth. Just one question and you have already made such a conclusion? Only on this point is he right. Not stopping there, he pointed to the lizards discreetly showing their dissatisfaction, trying to persuade the overseer. Akitsans, Your Majesty, you are the king because of the bloodline of the great king Loi Long, and the great ministers here are descendants of the warriors who fought alongside you. Pause for a moment, Salicine pointed toward the big lamp with a very annoyed expression. This person was also a slave for the same reason. They were once the ultimate enemies of the lizard gods in Black Lawn, and after founding the nation, they conspired to rebel. Faced with such hateful arguments, Kai was equally annoyed and dragged history into the dispute. Don't you know what it means to love your people? Tata once fought the Cho team to save Han's Bane, and King Loilong opened the city gates to rescue the slaves. At this point, he pointed at Lam, who was standing respectfully below, and asked directly, if he is truly special, why can't there be an exception? Seeing Mai Kai not complying with his wishes, Salin disregarded the order and shouted loudly, scolding that once there is an exception, everything will spiral out of control. If the chance to become a minister isn't only for lizard people, then who will stand by your majesty in the future? These words made Kai frown, realizing the true meaning behind them referred to those who are not lizard people. After Sao asked to make the first move, all the ministers in the room bowed their heads in unison, pleading with his majesty to consider. At this point, Kai could only sigh and reluctantly agree to the request. Then I will think more about this. However, you did not give up and decided to take a detour. For now, I plan to appoint Lam as an official in the technical department. Do you all oppose this? Salacin, after careful consideration, finally agreed. If he is that talented, then it makes sense. Kay was half satisfied. All right, the decision is made. You can give orders to those below. Lam, you understand, so you may leave. Lam understood and bowed in salute. Yes, your majesty. After one problem, another issue troubles Kay. Next, about the upcoming solar eclipse ritual. The ceremony you mentioned is the solar eclipse, an astronomical event when the sun is obscured or disappears. For a long time, it has been regarded as an omen or a message from the gods, so accurately predicting the eclipse is extremely important for the nation. Sonroy declared this on a scroll with a line of text presented to everyone at the HL Day, stating that the eclipse date was calculated by comparing 3 values given by the Church of Night Sky's calendar mage and the value provided by the king. Salacin then suddenly widened his eyes in shock, unable to believe what he was reading. What? Reading the information on the table once more, he couldn't believe it and asked again, is this calculation really correct? The Grand Astronomer. Faced with that question, the other person stammered before firmly confirming, I have checked multiple times using traditional methods, it is definitely accurate. Upon receiving that confirmation, he cast a skeptical glance at the papers below. But why was the time calculated by His Majesty 4 hours slower than that of the chronomancer and the astronomer? After looking over it again and again, Sao raised his head with a grimace and asked the other, this has to be absolutely accurate. Do you remember the name of the wise little man from last time? Before the other could answer, he asserted, if we're wrong this time, we'll lose the trust to convince His Majesty. Putting this issue aside, Salu once again shifted focus to the upcoming event. Usually, the king only follows one side for calculations. Hearing this, the astronomer minister began to feel uneasy. Could it be that His Majesty made a mistake in the calculations? Our calculations have been inherited by the royal family and have never been wrong. Once again affirmed, Salusi frowned, her eyes full of cunning. Then we must act quickly. The more he thinks about it, the more ruthless he becomes. No matter how wise your majesty is, it's impossible for only you to be right while all the scholars are wrong. First, point out your majesty's arrogance and prove it on the day of the eclipse. However, life does not always go according to plan. On the day of the eclipse, it did not occur at the time predicted by the scholars. Seeing the sun still high above, the terrified lizard people kept seeing the bright sky and doubted human fate. How could this be? As king, Kai loudly scolded those below, while the astrologer and astronomers all relied on ancient calculations. The dwarf discovered this and told me. Therefore, my calculations differ from yours. Despite being scolded, Sawson stubbornly argued back. But in the great King Loilong's book, it was written that the sky does not change. Faced with this stubborn argument, Kai did not bother to argue back. That's why I said it was an old book. Why can't they admit that they might be wrong? Afraid the others wouldn't believe him, he began to analyze. They had no chance to access other books at that time, but they did their best to study and record knowledge. Pausing for a moment, Kai pointed directly at the two below and scolded them without missing a beat. And now we can read many more books from abroad. So why should we stop at the past? Is that what they want the descendants to do? After scolding them thoroughly, the commander retorted against what those people said. You have been reading calendar books from Manga. Time passed. The movement of the sky changed as well. I had already given a clue during the court session and didn't want to say more, so I turned and gave orders to my subordinates. Handle those involved according to national law. The mage in charge of the eclipse ritual, please prepare the ceremony again at the exact time after 4 hours. Yes, Sunroy Bay reported that the eclipse finally occurred exactly at the time Kai predicted after 4 hours. The next day, the fleet was prepared, and B also boarded to begin his journey. Before leaving, he said goodbye to his younger brother. I'm off fully prepared. After saying goodbye, Choi B walked around the ship while stretching his muscles. The land east of the mountain range was the area that needed to be explored. I left the palace for Kai's prosperity, but I didn't expect to feel excited about setting off. Watching everyone prepare their gear, I realized that the flagship, a pirate's disgrace, is the very ship I will board. Thinking about something, Ben turned his head to look at the fleet behind. There were also 3 warships with 150 soldiers boarding them. Nominally, I am the leader of the Eastern Expedition, but am not allowed on the warship. Still, I am not too upset, just curious. They also said there was a supervisor to make sure I didn't do anything wrong. I really don't know who that is. After reading the paper in his hand for a moment, Bang looked up and paid attention to the red-haired woman approaching. She was the first person who could be the woman from the merchant family that had long cooperated with the royal family. After greeting the crew, the other person stepped forward to greet Basin. Nice to meet you, I am Imo.
He also extended his hand to introduce himself. Nice to meet you. I am Basin Jackaron.
So you are Elpha. Hearing this name, Teonimo smiled brightly while shaking hands and talking. Oh, you're the first person to recognize it right away. The people of the Rift usually say that humans, elves, and Nees are all the same. After the greetings, be as well-intentioned, and we will meet often. I hope to count on your help. This time, you're no longer timid, but completely serious.
But before that, I have something to say. Honestly, you seem a bit hesitant when you're serious.
What's wrong? Let me give you a few tips. First, stop for a moment. You're just beating around the bush, no matter how noble you are. If you board my ship, you follow my orders. If not, feel free to find another ship. I also agree without overthinking it. As long as you don't give unreasonable orders, I will follow them seriously. This compliance surprises her. You are more flexible than I thought. Timo promised that everything that needed to be said had been said, and since he was the leader of the expedition and a distinguished guest on this ship, I would do my best to treat him well. He smiled and thanked her. Let's put this aside for now, Ba wondered. But where is my luggage? Knowing your concern, she reassured him. Hessa will bring up the luggage, so don't worry. This name successfully caught Ben's attention. I don't know who it is, but the name sounds cute. These words surprised Timo. I never said it was a name, but on second thought, she was starting to be convinced too. But everyone calls him that, so you could say it's his name. Just then, a giant foot appeared on the boat. Behind the three masts, a gigantic figure appeared. Contrary to that massive silhouette, the man named Hessa had a completely expressionless face. Who called him the #1 destroyer out there? While Basin was still stunned, Timo was already chattering, introducing him as the best navigator on our ship, because he often says Hessa. He saw, so we just call him Hessa. He just smiled awkwardly. I see. Teonimo was curious. It seems this is not your first time seeing a goblin, right? People seeing them for the first time are usually terrified. Vasa reluctantly explained. When I was still at the palace, I had seen a few times before. He then solemnly said it was an honor. Goblin, I am Hesa, he replied. Nice to meet you, lizard. Hesa said, I am the top navigator. Ba asked suspiciously, you don't have a name? Hesa said he once had a name, but as the top navigator, he didn't like it and discarded it. Ba-san remarked, it's the first time I've seen a fairy on a ship. With limited supplies, wouldn't it be better for species that eat less? Hesa said, no, I have many little friends. Then he added, but I'm a first-class navigator. I eat a lot. Toyonetimo laughed and said, he may look like that, but H is actually from the North Sea. Ba-san nodded in understanding. If he's from the North Sea, that makes sense. North Sea elves have always been known for their intelligence, said to be remnants from the time of the gods. Ba-san said that the bloodline is now mixed and no longer as intelligent as before, but even Haklan still considers elves and clothes as valuable workers. It's surprising to think that working on a ship or becoming a top navigator is still possible. This is a scene the royal palace could never have, Hesa shouted loudly. I, the top navigator, have left the land behind. The land no longer scares me as a top navigator. Hessa says the creatures on land are not stronger than me, how pitiful. So the top navigator sets out to conquer the sea. Basa boards the ship calmly. Then I wish you victory over the sea. Watching Hesa leave, Basin wondered if that elite was sent to keep an eye on him. Teonimo called out, yes, your highness. Just call me Basin. Teonimo hesitated to address someone so noble. So Basin said, then I'm the expedition leader. Just call me leader. Teonetimo replied, all right, Captain, do you know our next destination? He replied, heading south, passing Maganin, then from Maganin following the eastern coastline, right? Teonetimo said that was the general route, but the actual next destination was Baron. Teonetimo said that besides Orizon, this is the largest port city in the Salt Plain. Ba was confused. It's a foreign land, so why go there? Teonetimo said, our ship is a merchant ship. I understood. So it's for trading goods? Teonetimo said, I'll explain it in more detail. Now I will take you to your quarters. We're about to set sail, please follow me. Large ships follow one another across the vast sea. Basan leans on the railing, staring blankly at the blue sky. Teonetimo approached and asked, are you here? Not seasick, are you? She replied, surprised? He asked. Let me ask, if you're a merchant, why do you take on such troublesome and dangerous jobs? She answered when asked, because I need to make money, of course. She hid her hands and smiled, saying the Royal Black Unicorn always pays generously for assignments. This time, just the deposit alone, we have already received the art glass. Ba was surprised to hear that. When I was little, I think I broke a few pieces of art glass. Teonetimo was reluctant. The leader didn't know the value because he was a prince, but the Black Unicorn art glass is very delicate and sells for a high price abroad. She said we should go to Bahrain to sell them. I added, then we'll buy something in Bahrain to bring back, right? Dionetimo said, of course, it's all about the money. How could the ship not be protected? The royal palace also asked us to buy a few more items. Ba asks what the palace requested to buy. She looks confused. Ah, they said this must be kept secret. Ba was surprised. Secret. Dionetimo leaned in and whispered, well, since you're the team leader, it should be fine. They've requested to buy limestone. I heard the Mangun region has a lot, but I'm not sure. They say it's good for cultivating the soil. Are they planning large-scale farming? Striking the ground with lightning to improve the soil quality. Something like that, right? Dionetimo beside him said, are you talking about lightning stimulants? I saw it when I was little. It was amazing. Ba-san wondered. But if buying limestone was Kai's order, why keep it a secret when purchasing it? Back at the palace, the fiery sunset cast its glow over the palace. After the solar eclipse event, Kay officially began consolidating internal affairs. The palace seemed to shimmer under the sunset. Those who threatened the royal authority formally resigned, while the courtiers supporting Bazin were called aside for reassurance. Inside the inner palace, a minister bowed deeply. He said, I thought His Majesty would have asked me to resign earlier. Being treated like this is truly an honor for me. Kay asked, why do you think so? He replied, because the emperor would surely want to replace all the old courtiers. I am someone without a clan, so I am more easily excluded. Kai said calmly, so what if I have no family name? He said my family didn't contribute anything when Black Stallion was founded, so he just feels ashamed. Kai praised, so you didn't rely on your family but reached this position on your own? Doesn't that prove you're very talented? The courtier was stunned. The emperor said, I hope you will help me well from now on. He bowed and expressed his gratitude to the emperor, promising to devote himself fully to serving him. Kai said goodbye, hoping we will work well together. See you again. He smiled gently and waved goodbye. But as soon as the door closed, his face immediately turned expressionless and cold. Kai noted that the finance minister didn't seem very good at hiding his thoughts. Dine Nin stepped out from behind the screen to agree. That's right, the steward reminded. Don't rush to doubt others just because you don't get along with them. Din Nin hurriedly addressed the king, but this stubborn official frowned and warned, don't you realize you're playing with fire? It's time to stop seeking revenge for the past. Din clenched his fists in frustration and finally bowed, saying, Your Majesty is right. I will control myself. Kai calmly said, by the way. Kai asked, where are the horns of the alchemist from the Hai family? Dine Nin replied, you mean Habina. Din Nin said he must have arrived at the palace by now. Outside, the sky was completely dark, and the night made the palace strangely eerie. Hun walked silently through the night. She frowned, wondering what exactly the king had summoned Hilabina for. The Hai clan is the lord of Automation City and has inherited the title of Border Marquis through generations, while also being a powerful merchant family. Although not the strongest human clan among the influential families, the Hai clan harbors a darkness as great as its brilliant reputation. The Cursed Horns. Hai Mun recalled that long ago in Automation City, there was a rumor about a lord with deer antlers. Now, they are only seen as symbols or legends. But those who hold important roles in the Hai family know well that it is not just a fictional story. There really are children born with such horns in the Hai family. She recalled the information she had obtained. All children with horns became insane. They talk to the air or display strange, unexplained abilities before slowly losing their minds. That's why all horns are cut off and filed smooth. Only then can they live a normal life. According to legend, Hikikion became a merchant thanks to the power of his horns, but he ultimately met a tragic end. Moreover, because he once had a lover from the lizard tribe named San Mio, there are rumors that children with horns are hybrids of the lizard species. Therefore, children with horns are called Mai, but how could humans and lizard people have children together? Hi. Mon frowned as he opened the door, wishing things had ended just like that. Inside the room was a slender young woman with towering deer antlers, deep purple eyes, and braided hair. That was Labina Mio. She is an outcast. Labina Mio suspected. Hello. Like most High H, Labina was born and raised in the city of Automation. Born with horns on her head and considered cursed, Hilabina ran away from the city at the age of 9, boarding a cargo wagon to leave the continent without hesitation. When the clan's mercenaries caught up with Hilabina, the 3 mercenaries groping through the darkness suddenly stopped in surprise. Before them stood a towering, brightly lit structure. That is the Alchemist Tower, where alchemists gather to study forbidden theories. She managed to enter the Alchemist Tower in Zekmonin. Because this is where those cursed like Hilabina gather, it could be seen as an inevitable outcome. Hilabina asked, Are you looking at my horns? Everyone looks at me like that? Mun stepped forward politely. I'm sorry, I'm not looking out of curiosity. You probably know why I summoned you here already, right? Hilabina replied, I heard your majesty is looking for an alchemist. Alchemists? Those who deny the existence of gods and only believe in their own knowledge? An irreverent being standing cautiously between ancient evils. Could your majesty be planning to betray the gods?
But his majesty ascended the throne with the support of the heavens. Could he really do such a thing? And as for Hanbao, someone who abandoned their family to join the Alchemist Tower, even if summoned, Why return only now?
Hilabina naturally said it was because it was the king's order. The king is an incredibly terrifying person. Himun asked, "That's true, but how could someone from a remote place like you possibly know? Do you think because you didn't come to Orin, His Majesty would send troops to capture you? Maybe he would. If I don't go, His Majesty will definitely find a way to reach the tower. That's why I entered with him, out of fear of that outcome." Himun snapped, "Who does she think she is to say that about His Majesty?" Hilabina suddenly asked, "Lord Himun doesn't seem to understand much about the forbidden doctrines, does he?" She replied, "Of course not." Hilabina turned and rummaged through her pocket, saying, "Oh, if His Majesty hears that, he might be a little upset." She handed over a bundle of tied letters, saying these are the letters that have been sent to the Alchemist Tower for many years, all filled with questions about ancient knowledge at a very advanced level. But since the location sending the letters kept changing, the tower assumed they were from alchemists outside Mistranthwad. It was only recently that we discovered their true origin. Although the mailing addresses differ, they all come from Orin. Only one person dared to do this, fooling the entire Black Wolf postal system. Himun angrily slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "Watch your mouth." Hilabina refused. "No, I still have to say it." She said His Majesty is strict. Every day, like clockwork, when night falls, he sits in his room diligently recording experiments. Hilabina said she was the greatest alchemist in Blackland. She firmly asserted that no one could compare. Hun flew into a rage, gritting his teeth. She shouted loudly, "Someone? Quick, call the royal guards." Suddenly, someone opened the door and stepped in to stop them, saying, "Stop." That person said, "That's enough. Himun." Seeing the official enter, she exclaimed in surprise, "Your Majesty!" Himun pressed, "Your Majesty, is everything the alchemist said true?" Kai calmly said, "Left attendant, this is not something you need to worry about. I cannot be in danger just because I read a few alchemy books, but I am stubborn, so first, please have a seat." The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew serious. Hun thought to himself, in Haklan, the untrustworthy are only banned by law and punished. But in other countries, being beaten to death is common. Even if Your Majesty is untrustworthy, no one dares to punish you, but this will definitely affect Your Majesty's political standing. He turned to ask Hilabina, "Are you Hilabina?" She replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." He turned to Hun and said, "Himun, I'm sorry for keeping secrets from you. You are rigid. I don't want you to worry." She said, "Your Majesty, but after all, it's alchemy. What would our ancestors think?" Han tried to persuade him, saying that it was the doctrine of those who wanted to create gold and the elixir of immortality. Didn't he see how absurd that was? Kay remained calm. It's true that if it's unrealistic, we should be cautious, but there is useful knowledge in their alchemy. The question is, just studying alchemy is already against the law. Do you think that knowledge is worth the risk? Kay replied, "Yes, absolutely worth it." Hilabina, explain it, she replied. "A weekly order." Hilabina said there was an alchemist living alone deep in the northern mountains, and the tower often exchanged and gathered knowledge from him. But one day, news from him suddenly stopped. The tower sent someone to investigate. The tower's envoy broke down the locked door of the alchemist's house and went inside. At that time, the investigator saw the cold corpse lying on the floor of the unfortunate alchemist's house, but they left. Hun asked because of research on forbidden things? Be honest. Yes, she was hateful. Humph. Another soul seller to the ancient evil Hilabina denies it. No, that alchemist died in an accident. Fortunately, before dying, that person meticulously recorded the experiments and materials used, so we were able to determine the cause. She said that person mixed various ingredients to forge gold, but the reaction exploded when heated. H. Mon asked, "So was that experiment a failure?" Hilabina told the alchemist that in research, there is no failure. Hilabina seriously said the powder discovered from that failed experiment was greater than any other discovery. Even though the experiment used only a tiny amount, she described it. But when exposed to fire, it exploded with terrifying force. Even though it was placed in a box just to ensure safety, the blast tore the box apart, sending shards into the cursed one's neck. Himun was horrified to hear that. So that means that person created a weapon? Kai was serious. A type of weapon, Hun still disagreed. But even so, Kai interrupted Hun. He was regretful. "It's a pity. This knowledge is not a great secret, and I am not the first to discover it. The alchemists in the Alchemy Tower, those cursed everywhere like Hilabina, some are still influenced by their old countries, and those countries do not want them to return to this knowledge." Hilabina also said, "Other countries don't want alchemical knowledge to leak abroad either. I was attacked more than 10 times on the way here. The area around the Alchemy Tower must have already been taken over by that army." The situation was so serious that Hun was scared and tense to the point of chapped lips. Kai beside him said that he thought this era was still peaceful, but the truth was otherwise. The price of some raw materials is skyrocketing, and countries are secretly preparing to create weapons using something called gunpowder. Haimun looked doubtful. "So you mean war is about to happen?" Kai immediately denied it, saying it's not necessarily so. But what if that weapon is exceptionally superior? Could someone who has never held a bow fulfill their duty on the battlefield? What if we sink ships and destroy walls? If such things exist, wouldn't it spark the idea that we can win the war? After hearing this, she fell silent in thought, then sighed deeply. Though she could not fully accept it yet, I understand your majesty's intention is right. If you need my help with this, please let me know. The minister replied thoughtfully. Coincidentally, I do need help. Until now, this project has been funded through the hunting team. But now Khan knows as well, Heman continued. So, you will use private funds from the royal treasury, he confirmed. That's right, Hun asked again. Although it is managed by me, it is still the property of His Majesty, so I will allow its use. You have already decided what it will be used for, haven't you? At this moment, the information board appeared, announcing that the conditions for producing black powder had been completed, allowing the production of charcoal, sulfuric acid, and potassium nitrate through soil extraction methods and foreign nitrate mines had been identified. Inside the cave, knowledge of black powder existed in the domestic black lawn. Nebula was looking at the system screen and couldn't help but say with satisfaction, it's amazing how complex the development of techniques like metallurgy and alchemy is. The more religious a society is, the more it tends to suppress the advancement of scientific knowledge. The Alchemist Tower in Thachmian is the farthest black orchid among the known countries, so if unlucky, I might not have obtained this knowledge. Even Halabanum, who carries the magic of probability and has a high survival rate, cannot be sure if she can learn the technique accurately. This time, it can be considered lucky. At that moment, Elda appeared behind him and spoke, but those friends were talking about alchemy and gunpowder, so why didn't they mention that knowledge? Nebula asked confusedly. That knowledge, do you mean magic? Alchemy, pill refining, and similar techniques can be considered science. Alchemists are scientists, and their experiments are scientific experiments. But there is a secret that alchemists always try to hide, and that is mana. Mana is said to be the remnants of ancient demons, found in ruins or passed down through bloodlines. Demonic energy is related to the power of various attributes like electricity, fire, probability, or gravity. But the power gained from demonic spirits is simply a superpower. There is a method that combines these superpowers with knowledge of ancient relics to create a higher form of power, which is magic. Nebula is currently analyzing how magic differs from science in that only a few people can use it and it is unrelated to technological development, so it doesn't need to be discussed. Moreover, no mages have appeared yet, Elda replied. That's right. Normally, they would appear within 100 years after the game starts. He continued, the power of magic is definitely strong, but maybe all the players value a stable playstyle and therefore avoid magic. Elda wondered if Wisdom had managed to recruit any mages, since the Alchemist Tower was in Thachmien. Nebula explained, the spawn rate of mages there is the highest, but perhaps Wisdom would prefer that no mages appear on their land. The scene shifts to a sailing ship as an announcement sounds, dropping anchor. All the ships are fine. Good, start inspecting the cargo. This is BIN, and around the dock, merchants are bustling back and forth. Ba looks around in amazement. There are so many ships. Tionamo laughed and replied, this is the closest port to Oran after all. She excitedly explained that the ships leaving here continue westward, passing Angun and reaching Dan, with some going even further. Ba exclaimed in amazement, even further? Tionamo replied, it's the western continent, isn't it? He asked again, does the continent Owen went to really exist? She replied, many ships set out and never returned, but it definitely exists. He still found it hard to understand. So why don't the merchants trade across the continent? Although dangerous, there will definitely be profits. Tionamo? If the danger is worth the risk, they would go. Things like pirates, reefs, windless seas or high waves, sea monsters and storms. Ba felt the girl was talking too much and cut her off. I get it, no need to say more. Tionamo quickly changed the subject. I have to go make a deal now. The captain can rest on the ship or go down to the dock, as long as he returns on time. Is that so? Then he stretched and said, it's too cramped on the ship, I think I'll walk a bit. Tion replied, then please go ahead. Ba then turned and walked away. He stepped off the dock and observed everything around him. Bayon approached a sandal stall where the shop owner greeted him warmly. Then he looked around, thinking, still no sign of the supervisor anywhere. Ah! It's interesting to see. These are all goods from Black Orchid, right? Bayon approached another stall and asked, Shibikast. The owner smiled with narrowed eyes and replied, that's right, we import a lot of goods from Haklan. Then she asked again, are you from the ship that just arrived? Finished trading and heading back to Black Orchid today? Basan leaned down curiously. Why is that? The owner smiled as she explained, then you better pray to the gods that you don't run into pirates. He exclaimed in surprise, pirates! The owner grew serious, saying there is a pirate gang wreaking havoc throughout the Bin area. I heard they mainly target merchant ships leaving Bin. The name of that pirate gang is Later Basin. Ask Tion Timo when you get back. She exclaimed in surprise. The Ibu pirate crew? And asked again. Have you ever heard of it? Her confused expression showed it was something completely new to her. Or maybe the merchants at the port are just exaggerating things. Well then. Now that you mention it, the palace told us to bring back as much cargo as possible, but the rest won't arrive until tomorrow. He asked again. So we have to wait until tomorrow? Dionetimo turned away, continuing to check the ledgers as he replied. No, we will set sail first, and the remaining cargo will be loaded onto the other warships. Basin, so there won't be any warship escort? Dionetimo said helplessly that there was a lot of cargo to unload and more supplies to load at Seoul. The time on the ship included the cost of water, food, and the sailors' wages. It's all about money. Hearing that, Ba felt discouraged and sighed. Then we just have to pray we don't run into any pirates. Dionetimo chuckled excitedly. Don't worry, I've never encountered pirates at sea before. Not even once, she winked confidently. But shortly after, Dionetimo's face turned pale. Huh? Pirates! She shouted as she saw pirate ships ahead. Her face was full of disbelief. Ba stood behind with crossed arms, sighing helplessly. Dionetimo climbed onto the boom and shouted to lighten the ship by throwing over sandbags, drinking water, and food. All weapons, and everyone quickly carried out their tasks. Ba hurriedly looked up and shouted, Tian, can we escape from them? Dionetimo, from a higher spot, observed the situation and replied, the number of pirate ships is only equal to the cargo ships, but the problem lies with those other ships. They are made of wood, so they are relatively light and also large, catching the wind well. But those pirate ships are in the same situation, and the pirates will have to wait for as little cargo as possible. Her face clearly shows worry. It won't be easy to escape their pursuit. Are we almost caught even though we barely escaped death? Bà vừa nhìn về phía Diêu vừa bảo, phải vứt bỏ hết những thứ có thể vụt ở bên này thôi, hay là nay chọn ra cho XD. Dionetimo replied helplessly, if I throw that away, I'll jump in after it too. We're about to be caught anyway, so let's use this time to let our fleet catch up. This morning, more check stones were delivered, and if we're lucky, they'll have to chase us with a half-day gap. Just a bit more wind. And her face will grow paler by the minute. Suddenly, she clasped her hands together, closed her eyes tightly, and knelt on one knee as if praying to someone. Ba-san asked confused, what are you doing? She hurriedly replied, what do you mean? Still just standing there? The captain also quickly prayed for the sea wind to blow stronger. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the pirate ship. Ha ha ha. Look, they're loaded with goods so the ship can't move forward. Perfect. Tonight we can drink our fill. It was definitely worth drinking. Yesterday I prayed to the White Branch god. They were very pleased. Quickly shoot arrows to stop them. Don't let them get close. Basa worriedly thought. The god Bak Chi-Chu. It seems I've heard that name somewhere before. Then he took the bow and shot an arrow, hitting one of them in the temple. A piercing scream echoed. Ah! They shouted. Quickly, shoot back, don't panic. Basa hid behind the wooden crates again, analyzing the situation. Anyway, the pirate ship was lower than this one, making it hard to deal with. What's even more dangerous is that the pirates were throwing grappling hooks onto Dionetimo's ship while shouting, closing in and climbing aboard. The ropes with hooks clung tightly to the ship's side. They eagerly climbed aboard, ready to deal with the soldiers first. Now there's no escaping, you're definitely going to die. But as that man climbed over the side of the ship, his expression hardened, and immediately a body sprayed with blood flew into the air, prompting one below to scream, Brother! The others stood frozen in fear, a massive shadow looming over them. He, with his giant body and deep red eyes, said grimly, the #1 navigator hates pirates. Pirates get thrown off the ship. Then the pirates fell off the railing, accompanied by desperate screams. Aha! He frowned and let out an annoyed breath after finishing, while the pirates on their ship shouted, You giant! This place only has water and land, no soldiers at all! Besides the giant, the rest are nothing. Shoot! Bayon watched Heisa and thought, Good, now all he needs is for Heisa to throw the rope tangled on the railing down. At that moment, Hessa's body was struck by flying arrows, and he cried out in pain. Ouch! Hessa's tears fell down. The #1 navigator, it hurts. Bayon's face fell as he watched that scene. He turned around confused and asked, Why is this happening? Dionetimo frowned and said, What do you mean, why? Of course it hurts for them, but this is a giant. She immediately retorted, Aren't you a giant too? But she sighed. It was true that Heisa was a bit over the top, yet with that physique and such bold talk, if she weren't on this merchant ship, she'd probably be off somewhere commanding an army by now. Heisa sat curled up in a corner sobbing. It hurts so much. Basa feels a bit helpless, and that's true. But he hoisted his bow onto his shoulder and said they couldn't let the pirates board the ship, so they had to distract them with Heisa while they figured out a way to handle it. Dionetimo shouted anxiously, Captain, if you get even a scratch, my life will be in serious danger. Bea immediately asked back, If the pirates climb aboard, how can we be sure everyone will be safe? Dionetimo, if you say that you are a prince from the Dark Clan, maybe your life will be spared. But what if those pirates start thinking? He was determined, I have nothing to lose, but how can we ensure everyone else will be safe too? His worried face stared off into the distance. If their remaining ships catch up, the pirates will board from the opposite side. Even giants can't withstand that many. Especially since you are also cowardly, you have to defeat one side before they combine forces. Dionetimo tried to stop him, but Basin turned away and reminded him that if he didn't want to see him become a target, he should tell Ha to do something worthy of the money. She gritted her teeth with unease, then turned around and shouted, Heisa! Isn't it because you want to conquer the sea that you got on this ship? The poor Heisa replied, But it hurts so much. Heisa, you lost. Dionetimo shouted again, You idiot, then attack from afar too. He looks confused. From a distance on this side, Basin is hiding behind wooden crates, observing the situation. He peered at the pirates over the railing. For now, all eyes were still on Heisa. But the noise from jumping down will be a problem. What is Hesa doing? He turned around and saw Hesa lifting a barrel. He shouted, "Ah, looks like he's gathering strength to throw that barrel." Ba was about to jump off the railing but hesitated, his face full of disbelief. He was about to throw the barrel down. Taking advantage of the moment, Ba-san also jumped down. A shout rang out as he dodged a barrel that crashed and shattered. Water splashed out and a pirate reassured, "It's okay, just a leak. Just watch carefully and avoid it." Bang! Right at that moment, Bass appeared behind the ringleader like a ghost. He saw on the other boat was still shouting while throwing down several barrels. At that moment, someone shouted, "They're throwing more again." Golden replied, "How many have they thrown already?" Either way, if we shoot the guy, he'll just run away. The water barrels keep getting thrown down, and the henchman, panicked and frustrated, points angrily. The ship's hull is gradually being damaged. Golden only then was startled. "What? Damn it. This won't do. I have to climb the rope myself." Just as he was about to rush forward, a voice suddenly rang out, making him freeze. "Are you the captain?" Ba appeared covered in blood, holding a pirate cutlass, and Golden exclaimed in shock, You. He spoke again. The rest of the crew were already dead. "What do you intend to do now?" "Surrender?" Ba asked with a smile as he wiped the blood off his face. Golden was tense and thinking, I thought this was just a normal merchant ship, but who knew there was something like this? Aiming at the back is clever, but one-on-one is a different story. Drawing the sword is already too late, but I don't need a sword to fight. Surely this guy isn't used to fighting our kind. After calculating, he launched an attack while shouting, "Die, huh? Avoiding a direct confrontation?" As expected, just a coward who only attacks from a distance. Before he could finish speaking, Ba looked up in astonishment. Golden looked up in fear as a massive shadow loomed over him. He opened his mouth and screamed in despair. Esau seriously threw him hard. Then he roared excitedly, "Esau has won the match!" Later, voices rang out, saying that with the way he survived that, he must be a crayfish. "Captain, I have something to ask." "What is it?" "Tayonetamo, if the lizard calls Asta a crayfish, then what exactly is a real crayfish?" She's wondering. "I guess a crayfish would be edible, right?" They were waiting for the unconscious pirate to wake up. Then she said, "I think they would hate the lizard people if they found out the standard was based on whether you said they were edibles or not." "Boss, really?" Golden, with one swollen eye, shouted. Of course, the two of them were shocked. Ba shouted, "Oh, he's awake." He was blinded by the mast, and as soon as he woke up, he hurriedly asked, "Hey, where is my ship?" Tianamo replied, "Ah, your ship. My crew is sailing it right behind us." He was unwilling to accept it? How could it be? She replied calmly. "Well, because we took over that guy's ship." He asked again, "What about the other two ships?" "Chinetamo is running away," Golden shouted.
"That's impossible," she said again after we crushed them. It seemed they realized because our Navy ships had arrived at that time.
Golden's body trembled. I can't believe the brothers left me behind. It can't be." Then he put on an innocent face, pleading with sparkling eyes. "But please, spare me just this once. I promise to live honestly from now on." Chinetamo frowned in discomfort upon hearing that. "You should be grateful that we haven't thrown you into the sea yet. We will judge you based on the laws of Hrin," he shouted in panic. According to Hrin's law, then I'm definitely dead." Only now did he speak up, saying, "Unfortunately. But if you answer my question, Dang Huang, I will consider the punishment." He misunderstood the question, I am sure. Whether you want to answer or not is up to you." Golden was sweating nervously. "All right," Ba's expression darkened. "So the first question is, if the Astrocidia people can travel the sea on their own, then why do they need ships?" Both Golden and Taidamo looked up with puzzled expressions. He turned around. "Aren't you curious?" "I've always been curious about this." Tianetomo's face twisted in disgust. "Is that all?" "It clearly shows how helpless you are with other species, right?" Golden explained. "Well, of course, using a boat is faster and less tiring than walking or riding, and you can carry more goods too. That's the best part." "Here we go again?" "Aha, that's just a personal question." Next question. "Where does the white spider religion originate from?" "What kind of god is the white spider?" He replied, "It is a religion from where I was born. The Astacidia people live on a southern island along the ship route from Hukin. In our place, each island has its own name, but in Hukin, they group the islands together and call them the Southern Archipelago." Ba exclaimed in surprise, "So that's the place. Now tell me more about the white spider god." He continued, "The white spider god appeared as a giant white spider 100 years ago. At that time, the white spider god saved the clan chief from a three-tailed snake and created land shrimp for us while the whole clan was starving. It is said that these miracles happened across the islands, and some islands call the white spider god by a different name." Ba asked further, and Golden quickly answered, "The farthest to the north, the island closest to Hrin. Some people call him the blue worm god." He burst out laughing as soon as he heard it, and Tianamo looked on confused. "Why are you laughing?" He still laughed in response. Because it's the blue god, the old name of the night god, our deity. It means he also believes in the same god as we do." She was stunned to hear that. "Why is that?" Ba continued, "Because it is too far and isolated, we have never interacted in a religious form. However, calling the sea god by another name while raiding is something I cannot forgive you for. Basa's expression turned terrifying as he questioned. Isn't your entire tribe made up of pirates? The confused Golden quickly admitted. No. He shouted that other Aztec idea people still live normally on the southern islands. I was captured by pirates when I was young, and those pirates were swallowed by the Black Knight pirates. That's how it happened. He asked again. So that so-called Dark Knight pirate is not from the southern islands. He was scared. Yes, he came from another continent. He turned to look at Taitimo again. She also looked up with a suspicious expression. So, if it's the western continent, he agreed. That would make the most sense. Golden continued, is that the only continent we know of? I heard he came from the southern continent. If you go further beyond that southern archipelago. Ba and Taitimo exclaimed in amazement as the scene quickly shifted to the southern archipelago. Small green islands appeared with a cave connected to the sea. Nebula was inside, examining the system screens, countless character information images appearing. He stood there watching each face as they passed by. Whisson was the first to speak. This is the first time you've reached out to us proactively, and it's an emergency call from the southern island of Hig, a rather interesting location. Nebula replied, the reason I made the emergency call is because the fourth continent has been discovered. Vanda looked shocked upon hearing this. Whisson and Jang Juan were also stunned. Grampus remained calm and thoughtful. Nebula spoke up. It seems you already know about it. Grampus, he answered correctly. A group called the Black Knight Pirates has been very active in the south lately. The name Dark Knight Pirates clearly doesn't come from the eastern or western continents, but from the south, yet there's no proof, so I can't confirm it's a new continent. Why do you think so? Grampus asked again, and he calmly replied, I'm not sure at all. I just heard the information and came here right away. This is the area where the land lobsters live, yet in just a few years without my attention, they have been conquered by those Black Knight Pirates. The losses are not great, but they are paying tribute to those bastards regularly. Whisson spoke with doubt. Nebula, an Astidian, tends to exaggerate everything. It's possible they mistook a large island in the southern hemisphere for a continent. Janda agreed. That's right, Nebula explained. But the islands in this southern archipelago cannot be considered small. If they are a fleet capable of conquering the entire archipelago, then their scale is enormous. Those pirates coming from a small island would find it hard to become such a large fleet, as each territory has limits on population and technological development. So this matter still needs further investigation. Wee-san, this is definitely a serious issue. Emergency calls are not meant to be used like this. According to the negotiation between us at the end of the last battle, he replied, yes, we decided to use it when it involves the account named Flicker. I haven't forgotten. A 1026 spoke up at this moment. Wait, you're thinking that behind the Dark Pirates, there's a pretty large continent supporting them and a player with the account named Chaptron there too. Nebula confidently replied, I'm not just thinking it, I'm certain this means a demon god. It was like the vampire god had appeared in the fortress before. After the battle with the vampires, a new treaty was established among the gods of the third continent. And most importantly, those with the corrupted nickname. Obis Wemsk is also known as Yogi. Their presence in the new races were like an earthquake for the players on the continent. Nebula said, so I asked Hemvia, who has traveled across the entire western continent, to provide some information. And according to him, on the first continent, the western continent, there is a species called werewolves. And there is also another player with a bugged nickname. Those werewolves are similar to vampires. They spread through infectious disease, but the difference is that only elves, dwarves, and gnomes are affected. The species somewhat similar to humans can transform into werewolves. And another thing is that they are very weak against the silver element. They become stronger through transformation and are not affected by sunlight. Because of this aspect, they are somewhat superior to vampires. Fortunately, the races that resemble humanity are not concentrated in the West, so they can be eliminated without too much worry about a large-scale outbreak. Alright, based on the game settings, we can say that they might also be connected to ancient demons, Nebula confirmed. Yes, and there was also a previous study that we found quite important. Instead of those who gave up from the start of the game, there are 27 players. After the questions were sent to players on other continents, we found that the first continent, Bong, has 10 people. The second continent, Sanaf, has 8 people. And the third continent, Grand Sidiac, has 11 people. Nebula looked at the notification screen and said, there are 29 people in total. The number has not increased. For example, at Grand Sidiac, where we are now, the number of players is confirmed to be 11, and the total of 29 includes both Joel Gooby and the werewolf. So that means the player was added after the game started. A1026 spoke up again. So, Nebula, do you think that player is the one behind the Black Pirates and the glitch name player who was added after the game started? But if that's the case, wouldn't Grampus have already noticed it? If you had interacted with another player, it should have shown up in your player history by now, Grampus added. The person I met was a group of pirates connected to the Black Knight Pirates, and it seems the captain is also from Astidia. I never met them in person, she said coldly. Then Nebula, you need to gather more evidence, Nebula replied immediately. Yes, when I interacted with that new force, this message appeared. The message contains content about a battle between rival tribal civilizations, establishing trust. He claims this is proof that the opponent is also a player, and this is the name that appeared in the local player history. The local player history, say Trak Mukit Wisun, suggests. The character following the first question mark is pronounced Say, so from now on, we'll call them Sacha. Jang gave a weary look. That name sounds like it belongs to a cruel god, doesn't it? Could it be a species we've never seen before? The two glowing red eyes appeared, and Nebula replied, Yes, I will show everyone. Suddenly pointing and shouting, Ah, Nebula, look behind you. Nebula replied calmly, Van, if you're talking about the white spider without holes behind me, there's nothing to worry about. Van Day finally breathed a little easier. Ah, it's yours? I thought it was something else. He looked up and praised the spider. Well done, Hylop. She replied, It's nothing. Helping you is my honor. This is Nebula's creation named Hylop. Vanda's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, is that the kind of creature you mentioned? Grampus continued. Wonderful. Not a mermaid, but a merman. Its head is a fish. So what should we call it? Grampus replied. Its species is called Deep One. Elda's eyes sparkled brightly. Deep One! So is the next creature a dragon or a Sittenhu? Nebula asked, confused. What is that? Elda asked with a hint of pride.
You don't know about the works of the craft class?
Let me interrupt and explain. I don't think that information is necessary, but I believe it could be important. The attributes of the vampires you faced are widely known to the public, much like how the werewolves on the first continent closely resemble the legends on Earth. Nebula asked, Do you mean the names of those creatures are not random, and the species names are a clue to their attributes? Elda affirmed, Yes, don't you think so? Unless this world is the game influenced by Earth's civilization, or Earth itself is influenced by this place, was soon added. Nebula paused briefly, then exclaimed, That's an interesting hypothesis. Elda, I think you know quite a bit about Deep One. Can you explain it? She immediately replied, Of course. The Deep One first appeared in the short story by author H.P. Lovecraft called Dagon. The first time its abilities were mentioned was in the book The Shadow over Innsmouth. She was excitedly rambling when he abruptly cut to the main point. Elda frowned in displeasure. They live in aquatic environments, Nebula exclaimed. It can't be just that simple. Elda was a bit pensive. If you are infected or affected by Deep One, you will turn into them. Vanda asked in shock. Can just interacting with this person really lead to that? Krampus asked again. Is their infection method like werewolves or vampires? Elda pondered and replied, No. Your blood needs to be mixed, so it's probably through cell regeneration.
They serve an ancient god like Dagon or Thunu, and they also live in cave mouths to avoid detection. In the novel, a missionary visited a village that seemed ordinary.
But it turns out the village was inhabited by Deep Ones disguised as humans. Nebula summed it up by saying, In other words, they can appear as humans pretending to be fish. According to what she said, the Deep Ones may have infiltrated the village and disguised themselves as ordinary residents without us knowing. If a player doesn't notice, the war notification between civilizations won't appear. Elda remembered something else and spoke up again. Their special trait is that they cannot live too far from the sea. Nebula, they are forced to live near the sea. Suddenly, Wiesen raised his hand and called out, Nebula, take a closer look. He continued, There's something I think you should consider about the limited number of players in the game. He then remembered and replied, the number of players for the world is limited to 32, right? The game limit is 32 players, with 27 coming from Earth. 2 new players appeared but were eliminated, while the third has already shown up. It has a 1026 wondered, so that means besides Sacha, 2 more people will appear, 1. Or maybe they've already appeared, who knows? Nebula quickly explained that it was the new 4th continent, and if it really was a true continent, it would be relatively large, so we can't say for sure yet. A 1026 then spoke quietly, saying we can't rule out the possibility that the continent already holds a considerable amount of power, or that they might have already formed an alliance. So wouldn't it be better if we also had allies on our side, even if only temporarily? Nebula disagreed upon hearing that. I don't think so. Although we don't know the location of the southern continent yet, it's quite certain that Hooken will be the closest place to it. Who knows what kind of chaos they're hiding under the name of allies, and in the end, we'll be the ones who suffer the most, Grampus asked seriously. Are you sure it's not because you want to defeat Sacha and establish a continent under your own control? Nebula replied. I can't say it doesn't affect my decision. Jang O'Nean, who had been silent until now, spoke up. If you want to be stubborn, then be stubborn. If you want to be like a dam, then go all the way. A 126 added, I agree too, but if things get dangerous, don't forget I can help anytime. Grampus asked, I'm closer to them, so the damage from the pirates will affect me more, which is why I want support from others. What does everyone think? Nebula immediately replied, It's nothing. Wiesen sighed at this moment. You, Nebula, acting alone isn't such a bad idea, is it? Nebula explained that Hygieia is currently engaged in an all-out war with another continent, and Jiang Wan, who is next to him, will inform him about this meeting. Jiang Wan immediately replied, Got it, then I'll take my leave. Then a few people disappeared from the system screen. Nebula exclaimed, that was fast. I remember Jiang O'Nean just told me to go ahead. A 1026 assured that I can help anytime. Grampus called for backup, saying, I need assistance.
Wiesen thinks acting alone isn't a bad idea. He says, after all, no one said they wanted to join, right?
It seems they want to go ahead on the way to the new continent. At this moment, the scene shifts to the Blue Sea. Tianamo frowned and glared in one direction. She looked towards Lam and Hilabina, then called out, "Commander?" The three strange ones turned back. "Why?" She looked on guard. "Is the horned guy dangerous?" He immediately replied, "Probably not too dangerous. But I don't see how they're any different from humans, so why do you have to keep emphasizing that they're ordinary humans?" Dianetimo objected, dissatisfied. "Are you kidding? If you say that, then I think lizard people and frog people aren't any different either. The three sins are completely different. Humans and elves are also completely different. These two races can't even have children together." Taiatimo complained, saying that in those aspects, the two races are quite different. Ba looked at her seriously, but Labina was just a normal person. Cursed, yes, but not crazy. Tianimo whispered, "The horns don't matter. That person is someone who doesn't believe in gods." He wondered again, "So what if we don't believe? I think everyone goes through moments of doubt." She gaped in disbelief. An alchemist having just a little doubt? Ba-san was confident in his guess. "Yeah, I think Dathian will understand even those times when we don't trust each other." Tianimo was sweating profusely. "What did you say? That's hard to understand." At that moment, someone came out to call the captain, and a few strange ships were approaching from behind. He asked again, "Is it a warship?" The person replied, "Not a warship, but very fast." Ba immediately shouted an order. "Quick, identify which side the ships belong to." Suddenly, a shout came from behind, making him turn around. Golden stood up and exclaimed, "Those pirates are fools. This ship looks completely different from the branch pirate Sis's ships. This is the main ship from the southern continent." Dianetimo anxiously looked ahead while Golden curled up trembling on the ship's side. "Oh no, we're definitely doomed." She exclaimed, "It seems to be true. We have to get ready to fight." But Bayon just calmly crossed his arms and said, "Well done," leaving Tiatimo puzzled. "Huh?" he exclaimed. "I want to try using the cannon in this battle." "How is it?" Dianetimo asked helplessly. "There's no other choice left. We have to rely on it. The enemy has as many as 12 ships, twice the number of ours." Basan looked at the pirate ships and thought, not knowing their true strength yet. But there was no need to be afraid. Charge forward before the fight begins. Then, the cannons began to load, and both sides started closing the distance. At that moment, the pirate leader broke into an excited smile. "Lucky indeed. There are 4 of them. Surely, Lord Yabun will reward us this time." Then the leader shouted, "They're not sticking close together. Are they scared? Come closer, and whoever surrenders will die without pain." The captain on this side waved the flag and shouted loudly, aiming to fire. Immediately, a cannonball was fired toward the pirate ships, the attack shaking the air as if tearing it apart. Immediately, the leader was decapitated by the cannonball, his body thrown against the side of the ship. The other pirates were thrown into confusion. What is happening?" Ba raised the flag higher again. "Shoot the rest for me." Immediately, more bullets were fired. The pirates were terrified and panicked. "Get out of the way!" Screams of terror echoed. Some were crippled, others lost an arm, and some unfortunately lost their lives. It was complete chaos. Later, seeing the pirate ships fall silent, Basan wondered, "Have they stopped attacking?" "On this side," a red pirate shouted. "Don't be afraid of that strange weapon. They can't use it continuously. Ram the ship close." Basan looked up in that direction. "Are they just random? Then order your men to prepare to reload. I figured these guys aren't fools. Looks like I was right." The pink pirate shouted triumphantly. "Ram the boat closer. Fighting on the ship, we will definitely win." Basa also shouted loudly. The second row took aim. The pink pirate's face went blank, still not understanding what was happening. Seeing Basin raise the flag, that guy panicked. Rank 2. Basa clenched his teeth, lowered the flag, and fired. Immediately, the shots hit the pirate ship, causing it to explode. Shouts rang out. "No." On this side, Basa rolled up the flag while thinking, "The weakness is the long reload time. Just keep your distance and shoot. Isn't that obvious?" Then he turned back and said, "Tien, now widen the distance to have time to reload." Tianemo replied, "Ah yes, their fleet has started moving." Ba paused in deep thought. "Our mission is to safely transport the cannon and gunpowder. It's not necessary to eliminate all the pirates. But if they insist on charging, that's another matter." The pink one struggled to get up and shouted, "Damn it!" The survivors adjusted the damaged wing and pushed forward. His face was furious. The power of that weapon was great, but it was hard to destroy the ship. If we got close, we would have a chance to win. The 3 on this side had sharp eyes, clearly not brainless, and surely the cannon now couldn't cause fatal damage to the ship, so using a bigger one was the way to go. Thinking quickly, he shouted orders to prepare the large cannon. Immediately, a massive cannon was brought out, its barrel aimed straight at the pirate ships. The pirates were so terrified they shriveled up completely. "What is this?" Fired a giant cannonball straight ahead, hitting the pirate ship and damaging a large area. The big hole pierced through the hull, and the ship quickly filled with seawater, causing it to break apart. Their screams echoed, "The ship is breaking! Abandon ship!" Then they quickly rushed down. Nebula appeared in the sky here. Observing the situation below, he smiled with satisfaction and said, "Well done. Luring the pirates here to test the cannon's power was a clever move. Almost no damage was taken, and Ma managed to push back the pirates. With Labina here, even failure in the trial wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, B performed better than expected and even showed accompanying skills. Ben Oren has new command skills and upgraded leadership abilities. The era of Lack also used strategy and tactics, but back then individual warriors could often turn the tide. However, after the advent of firearms, combat power was leveled, and the command system became more important than before. Commander, that's truly something to look forward to. After that, Bossan received the order to eliminate the pirates, and within just 1 month had captured the southern islands. Luring the pirates here to test the power of Daibak was indeed a clever move. I used Hylop to drive out the pirates occupying the southern islands, then used Stratus to lure them to the villages they were targeting. B performed better than expected, and even had accompanying skills. Brand's command skills and leadership have leveled up. Nebula smiled with satisfaction. Command is a valuable skill in this era, truly something to look forward to. Then Bond received a secret order to eliminate the pirates, and within a month had captured the southern islands, cutting to a beach on a deserted island where the people on the boat stopped to set up camp and rest. At that moment, Boss sat holding a cup of wine and spoke thoughtfully. According to His Majesty's orders, we have succeeded in repelling the pirate gang this month, but we probably cannot leave here just yet. Hearing this, Dianatimo was puzzled, but Hilabina sitting beside him calmly responded. The southern archipelago is just an occupied area. Their headquarters are probably elsewhere. He continued, I heard there are 2 islands near the southern archipelago. The southern archipelago Do. One is Omer, the other is Dotan. Dianetimo wondered if Omer was the island located to the west of the southern archipelago since it was close to Danyan and might be used as a base by the pirates appearing in Danyan. Hilabina calmly explained that Dotan is located quite far to the south. Because it is close to the southern continent, it is likely the base of the Yabun pirate crew. The 3 camps continue. We have fully trained the soldiers in the tactics of using the Great North, but it's difficult to split the forces in 2, so we must conquer one place first. Suddenly, another person appeared, surprising everyone. Don't worry, we've already taken Omero Island. Hilabina exclaimed in shock. You're Mari? Mahdi appeared and responded as he approached. Ah, long time no see. Labina Basin looked up and asked her. You 2 know each other? Hilabina replied. Yes, that person is Madari. He calmly sat down and introduced himself. I am an alchemist, Prince Boss, with a cautious look. An alchemist? You know who I am? You? His eyes glanced to one side. Looks like they're their accomplices, huh? At that moment, a group of fierce knights approached. Ba immediately stood up and shouted, ordering General Yan on the warship to prepare the soldiers for battle. Mari calmly sat still and reassured. No need to be so alert. We just want to drive the pirates away as soon as possible. Bazin, now that you mention it, you came on Danny's merchant ship, so the Astidians aren't on guard. How can we be at ease when Selmian's soldiers arrived on Danyan's ship? At that moment, someone came over and called out, Madari, are you here? Mari turned back and said, Ah! General, don't come too close. The great prince of Black Orchid is here. The general stepped forward to Ba and reached out to introduce himself. You are the Prince of Bazin, right? I am General Oldor Mayan of Zon. Bas asked, Are you the one responsible for these ships? He smiled and replied, That's right, don't be too tense. We're sailing Danyan's ship simply because Zo-Ok Mion has no vessels to send down south, and we have no intention of causing conflict with HL. So we decided to cooperate only because Danyan, an allied nation, is being harassed by pirates. Isn't it better to eliminate criminals like pirates as quickly as possible? He sighed after hearing that. Ah, I see. Recently these pirates have reached the southern islands of our Black Orchid, and we just drove them away, so you have nothing left to do. Oler Mayan, I didn't think that Black Land ever considered the southern islands as their territory, since there are only savages there. Calmly, he replied that they respect the autonomy of the Astidians and have continuously received tributes from them. Moreover, they believe in the same deity. He continued, Isn't the name of the god worshipped by our side different from Haklan's? Here, he's called the White Spider God. He explained, It's the same god as Dothian, and soon a monk from our sect will come down to confirm it. Then he thought seriously, These guys, if we had been a little slower, they would have declared both Omero and the southern archipelago as their territory. Xan's arrival on Danyan's ship now means the 2 countries have joined forces. In the end, Jwa, Mangun, and German too, there's a chance all 5 nations will get involved. If they don't start a full-scale war with the Black Clan now, we still can't avoid competition. Their ultimate goal is definitely the path to the southern continent. It seems there is no way to get rid of them at this time. After thinking, Ben asked, So do you plan to go to Dotan Island? Old Mine replied, Yes, if necessary, we will go even further. Hearing that, he gave a faint smile as expected. So just enjoy the festival until then. Very quickly, the next morning came, and the boat set sail again. Not just one boat, but a fleet moving closely together. Tianimo turned back to look and then spoke. Mangan's ship has joined too. Are they planning to assert their rights over Dotan after helping to eliminate the pirates? Bao also turned back to look and replied, Perhaps they have already reached an agreement. She heard that and held her head in exhaustion. I thought they were exploring the eastern mountain range, so how did things end up like this? This is not part of the deal, and the disgrace to our pirates is the merchant ship. Ba-san just calmly said, "There's no other way left." That's the situation, we can't miss this either. Besides, it seems like Dathian is watching this place. It seemed like he just remembered that thing, and tears streamed down his face. Aha. Dathian. At this moment, the little blue-haired girl clung to Lanka and looked in one direction, exclaiming in astonishment, "How many ships are there in total in that pirate fleet up ahead? There's a dense group of ships blocking the way." Nebula, quietly watching from a distance, furrowed his brow and said in confusion, "No, where exactly did these pirates get their ships from? Besides, with the map in this state, it will be difficult to send reconnaissance resources there. To grasp the situation accurately, we have to go directly to the southern continent, or this is a divine seal, in which case their level must be at least 19 or higher." Nebula analyzed the situation, and moreover, the pirates' actions were very strange, with an unnecessarily large gap between the two sides. Could it be? While Ba was standing calmly, a loud call rang out. "Prince," that subordinate quickly reported, "Dathian has given orders. He said to be careful." He was seriously startled upon hearing this, then quickly shouted a warning. The crew immediately slowed the ship down. Yes, over here the knights noticed the silence and wondered, what's going on? Someone reported, "General, Black Stallion's ship is slowing down." Oldor Mayan looked disdainful. Just a well-raised prince lacking combat experience? It seems he's afraid of the enemy numbers and is stalling to come up with a plan. Then he shouted orders. "Seize this opportunity, advance and eliminate the pirates while demanding more rights." Moments later, a massive shadow loomed over the ship. He and the soldiers looked up in horror. "What?" A giant tentacle rose into the air, Oldor Mayan's face turning pale as he gasped. The twin horns slammed down hard, shattering part of the ship, and those standing there were thrown off before more tentacles emerged to attack the vessel. Chaotic screams echoed, "Ah, ah." Those still standing raised their weapons and chopped at its tentacles. Damn it. Nebula had already realized it. Sure enough, the bases of those tentacles appeared, revealing a giant lying submerged beneath the water. Nebula was down here observing the monster and just marveled that its body alone was about 500 meters long. Luckily, I noticed in time and managed to avoid it. But then Krampus appeared on the screen, angrily pointing and shouting, "Nebula, you knew beforehand?" Nebula hurriedly explained, "I just found out. Sorry for not informing you earlier." Krampus huffed irritably in anger. Then he questioned, "This is your conspiracy, isn't it?" He laughed and denied it. "Not at all. If I could use it, I would have done so long ago. You can't even control the tentacles, so it's very likely those down below are up to something." But he noticed the pirates swimming beneath the Kraken and wondered, since those underwater weren't attacked, have we tamed it? Or is it connected to that ancient demon, so maybe they're symbiotic after all? Thinking it over, he called out a warning. "Grampus, be careful of the second attack. The ones underwater are surfacing now. They'll use Kraken's tentacles to strike." Krampus looked pale. "So now I'm warning you about the third wave. The pirate fleet is on its way. It looks like they want to concentrate their forces so I can't escape Kraken's assault." "What are you planning to do?" Nebula asked calmly. "You don't need my help with these trivial matters, do you?" Krampus gritted his teeth in anger. "You." He gave a suggestion, saying, "You just need to use what you're hiding." Above the sea, the boat was still being torn apart by the tentacles. Shouts echoed. "Cut off the tentacles, use the axe to chop them, and stop rushing forward." The cruel old mind shouted, "If you get caught, just forget about it." At that moment, a subordinate shouted in panic, "Commander, the mast!" A tentacle was tightly wrapped around the mast, and soon after, the mast was broken, but just then a hand appeared to catch it. Yeah, Mari showed up, causing quite a commotion. The spirit asked, "Aren't you scared?" while holding the brush and drawing, "I am scared, but that doesn't help me at all." At that moment, Madari was drawing a magic circle on the side of the boat. Then he exclaimed, Ready?" Right then, Oldor Mayan also rushed in, shouting Madari's name in panic. Mad smiled and said, Commander Olor Mayan." Just then, a beam of light appeared. Olor Mayan asked with a confused expression, "What do you intend to do with this?" Mari stepped into the magic circle and said, "The reason Dare Din, king of Zokmion, hired me and brought me to the southern seas, as well as the reason you are chasing me," he exclaimed with joy. "Isn't it because of magic? Very clever." Graken Madari's tentacles interrupted. "How many ships are there within a 300-mile radius?" Oldor Mayan replied, "About 10 ships." "You ask again? About 10? What kinds are there?" He listed them, mostly elves but also fairies, Lena, goblins, and satyrs. There are quite a few slaves up there, so it's hard to know for sure. Then he suddenly exclaimed, there's also a Garuda." Madari quickly completed the magic circle, then stepped inside. "Thank you for the information. Any mistakes are on you. Now I need to focus. Let's get out of here," he said with a sinister, eerie expression. Immediately, a surge of power erupted from the shattered ship. The spirit whispered, "Let's get started." Madari replied, "Yeah." Then the spirit recited the incantations. As the spells were spoken, Madari's eyes glowed brightly, and his power surged even more fiercely. Madari's eyes flashed with light, a magic circle appearing in his pupils. A voice echoed, "I will show you how the magic and power engulf the ship below, the energy sweeping everything away." Oldor Mayan struggled to resist. He opened his eyes to observe the situation, Then his expression turned to astonished joy. Kraken's tentacles were locked rigid by the power, and after a while they cracked like a stone under pressure. Seconds later the tentacle exploded, debris falling like hail. Oldor Mine broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, "What is it?" A subordinate behind pointed and called out, "Commander, over here at the ocean. The sea surface has returned to calm as before." The knights exclaimed, "Oh, my twisted tie." Everyone was utterly stunned. Oldor Mayan felt deep admiration. No wonder His Majesty wanted this man so badly. At that moment, an ORC under the spell swung its weapon, but its body froze as Amdari appeared just in time. Luckily, the magic worked. It would be great if you said there was an ORC among the slaves. Oldor Mayan startled and stepped back. Yeah, Mari gazed thoughtfully into the distance, where a seagull was flying in the sky. Nebula was observing the situation through the system screen while thinking. Time-freezing magic is the most suitable spell for now. Is this also a kind of display? Nebula thought as he smiled and looked down. It seems he also has something he wants to obtain. Mari is looking up at the sky as if gazing at him with a confident look. After a while, the ships continued to sail across the ocean. Exclamations echoed around. Magic is truly amazing. That's right. Basan Trunglan Ka gazed into the distance. Besides Kraken, the pirates were also incredibly strong. Without Garuda's magic, this battle wouldn't be easy. But he thought the Kraken had already been dealt with by magic, so Danium's and Mangan's ships could move in to drive the others away. Otherwise, our fleet will definitely be split up and suffer heavy losses. Zamion has revealed the magical power they possess, so they will surely fight to dominate when entering the new continent. They are the pirates who won't give up easily. Even if they lose this battle, they won't lose too many ships. And if those behind them have a force comparable to an army, then there will surely be many more ships. The commander sighed. At that moment, a hurried report rang out. The commander had spotted the island fortress, but there's something underwater moving toward us at a very fast speed. Ba immediately asked what it was. Be more specific. I'm observing from above and feeling confused. It's, a fish. At that moment, a fin appeared in the water. The winged fish with the people on their bodies soared out of the sea, their jagged teeth terrifying. There's something underwater coming this way very fast. Ba quickly gives orders. General Yan, watch out. That's the enemy. Aim the cannon at it. Tian used the ship. The two quickly went to carry out the mission. Understood. He reminds the others. Everyone stay alert and ready to fight. Over here. Bond's fleet quickly came to a stop on the sea. Beside Olor Mayan, a subordinate hurriedly reported, "General, Blackland has stopped his ship, and he immediately ordered us to slow down and keep a close watch on the situation." What is that? Under the water, a school of winged fish is rushing toward the ship. Oldor Mayan's gaze sharpened. Could it really be just a fish? He barely thought it when a flock of winged fish shot out of the water, with pirates swinging weapons down, and a knight couldn't avoid being pierced straight in the chest by a spear. The winged fish teamed up with the pirates to wreak havoc on the knight's ship, and Oldor Mayan raised his shield in panic as he shouted, What is that? Are they all laughing like crazy?" Chaotic screams echoed as they scrambled away, ducking down. The knights who fell into the water screamed in terror. "Help me!" Then the pirates jumped down and started slashing. Bond's fleet nearby noticed the commotion ahead. He spoke up. After the fish knight squad tossed the enemies off the deck, the creatures waiting beneath the ship would finish them off. General Yan continued, "What if all our forces hide beneath the ship's deck?" He then pointed toward the winged fish. "No, look over there. If we abandon the deck, those deep-sea creatures will climb up. Just a moment of carelessness and they'll take the ship. With this swarm, we can't use the cannons effectively. And when their main forces arrive, we will be overwhelmed." General Yan turned and asked, "So what should we do?" But BS smirked reassuringly. "Don't overthink it. We're at sea, but they're basically cavalry, so deal with them like we would on land." The winged fish then launched a bombing run straight toward Bazin's fleet. The pirate sitting on the winged fish was thinking, it seems they haven't prepared any special countermeasures either. Just like now, they will knock soldiers off the ship, then infantry will climb up to seize the ship. He had planned it that way. Then the lead fish opened its mouth wide to bite. The pirate on it stabbed down and shouted, "For our honor." Suddenly, his expression froze in confusion. Damn it! Below, a group of soldiers stood along the ship's side, spears raised and ready. The winged fish quickly changed direction, slipping inside the ship to dodge the sharp spear tips. The pirate seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Dodged it, dodged it. Then he shouted, "Are these bastards trying to play dirty?" Just as he was about to say more, a giant foot appeared. Saw appeared, clenching his fist and growling through gritted teeth. The top navigator would not lose to the sea. The pirate was immediately knocked back toward the winged fish. Another school of winged fish quickly appeared right after. The three spear wielders stood in formation, furrowing their brows as they thought, "Here they come." The flying fish passing over the dry branches were torn and bleeding, causing them to fall along with the pirates clinging to them. Every pirate who fell was immediately stabbed to death by Basu. Then he shouted a reminder. "Don't aim for the shark's teeth. Their real weapon is the spear. Don't chase them to stab." Gripping their spears tightly and holding their positions, the subordinates obeyed the orders. Other attacks also struck the flying fish. Basa was thinking at this moment, good. It's effective. It looks like a new tactic, but it's just a variation of an existing one. Luckily, we've already learned how to deal with cavalry, and it's actually easier than on land. The Katu cavalry moves quickly and can easily dodge spears, but the fish cavalry is different. Once they leap, it's hard to change direction. It seems they're starting to imitate us, but I fear the battle isn't over yet. A subordinate who was scouting from far shouted out a report. Prince, there are pirate ships ahead. Basa thought to himself, I knew it. About 120 ships, the pirate fleet quickly appeared. The previous battle isn't over yet. If the pirates rush in, the ships could get tangled, making it harder to use the cannons. Thinking this, he turned back and shouted, Captain, move forward. Dianetimo quickly replied, Understood, move forward. Immediately, their ship began to accelerate forward. Dianetimo looked ahead and asked, But Commander, just to be sure, are we the only ones charging into battle against them? The three of them calmly replied, Then we just have to endure it. The rest will follow. Did she really start crying after hearing that? But before that, it was still just us. He kept calculating. It might take longer than I thought, so we have to buy time. At that moment, he noticed a sound and looked up to the sky. He saw Mari flying down and landing, and as he looked below, he began to wonder. Why, Prince Basin? Basin asked confused. What do you mean? Garuda Madari coldly warned that if you fire while hundreds of pirate ships and allied navy vessels are entangled, you could crush both sides. So you mean I'm attacking my own side? Madari asked in confusion. Our side? Isn't Black Wolf hostile to other nations? You could justify it by saying it's necessary to stop the pirates. Bà ta của nhét mẹp, nghe cậu do tự ngôi thật sự rất lạ. Cậu hồi nay chỉ vì tổ mộ thôi sao? You two expect us to actually do that. Was Mari about to say something? If my magic limits your choices, Big B interrupted loudly. No, even without anyone, I would still make the same choice. He turned back to the railing. This battle is far from over. There is no guarantee that those 120 ships are all they have. Chasing only immediate gains won't be very wise. Garuda Mari narrowed his sharp eyes and silently stared at the opponent. After a moment, he exclaimed that even their lizard followers were quite similar to each other. Ba coldly turned around and questioned, What did you just say? Mad said, No, it's nothing. The reason I came here is because I think my strength will soon be needed. You should get ready to lead the way. Ba heard this and then turned around, deep in thought. A dangerous creature is on its way here. At this moment, a monstrous beast is rushing beneath the water. A large chain was tied to the back of the blue monster, dragging a ship along, and it looked extremely excited. The pirate leader bared his jagged teeth and shouted wildly, Charge! Smash that ship for me! I am the leader of the Mudsea Pirates, priest of the Dark Cult! The giant monster was still dragging the chain underwater when it suddenly flashed a cold glare and said, You damn Yabun, after killing these guys, you're next. The tail glowed with ancient light. This is called Saint, Yabun shouted loudly. Just try it. Someone like you dares to oppose the great Tam Kwang? This time, I will defeat them, advance into the continent, and become the head of the guild. Nebula watched the situation through the system screen and exclaimed, Hey Serpent, this is a fierce god. Elda standing nearby asked, Have the deep-sea creatures tamed the fierce gods? He replied, I have no idea how they did it. Monsters and ferocious gods are basically enemies that players must defeat, treated like monsters. Hunting for loot in their territory makes it very difficult to control them according to the player's objectives. Maybe it's because the other side has a demon god, or perhaps because they have a unique territory from afar. After saying that, Nebula thought back to when he gained a unique territory, the territory of the dead, after defeating Jagubi. A unique territory that I have never seen before. I wonder if he has any unique territory like that. Damn it, the pirate ship is already so close. Elda panicked and pointed, At this rate, it's going to crash right into the eye. Are you still planning not to help? Nebula replied calmly. I'll only step in when necessary, but it seems there's no need to worry. He noticed Madari's excited expression before the fight. When he started using the cannon to attack the pirate ships, the cannonballs had no effect on them. Seeing that, he was stunned and exclaimed, The cannon has no effect. Basan paused briefly in thought. Then he shouted, Prepare the king cannon for me. Lower the cannon angle to fire directly. Mari stood nearby assessing. The chances of success were very low. Baal looked over with irritation and asked, What do you mean? He calmly explained, There's no guarantee that the monster will obediently take the cannon fire, and it's also uncertain if the big cannon can actually harm it. Ba sneered and growled, Listen up. According to Black Wolf military law, during wartime, anyone who dares to say things that demoralize soldiers must pay with their head. Mari stepped forward, saying, Let me help. He quickly asked, Are you planning to use magic?
You replied, Yes, but magic can't be used recklessly. There are prerequisites. First, I have to touch the monster and blind it so it can't move, at least long enough to drink a cup of tea.
He looked puzzled. Is that all? Madari continued, I will return to the magic formation on the ship surrounding the monster, so I need someone to protect it to prevent the completed formation from being destroyed. He asked the act again, Is there anything else? He smiled and replied, Magic requires time to focus until the very last minute, so I need someone to protect me during that time. Ba was still a bit worried, but if those conditions were met, the monster could definitely be defeated. Midori said jokingly, "You make it sound easy, as if what I said is simple. I guarantee that if all the conditions are met, the monster will definitely be defeated." Ba-san then felt a bit relieved. Then so be it. He then raised the flag and waved it to signal his ship nearby. Tayanetamo shouted in panic, "What? What did the commander just say? Are you crazy?" Basa turned back with a smirk. Of course not. Her face turned pale in disbelief. But are we really going to rush in like this? If she's not crazy, then how else could she come up with that? Mari grabbed the rope and laughed in amazement. He really is crazy. The three of them turned back and shouted at the same time. He gave the order for everyone to prepare to counter the shock. At this moment, he puffed up his cheeks and swallowed air to gather strength. Then he stretched out, shouting at full strength to announce preparing to counter the charge. Ba turned back to urge them on. He was ready to respond clearly. The septant opened its mouth wide and lunged forward as if trying to swallow the ship. The cannon fired a giant shell. The projectile blasted toward the pirate flagship. A warning shout rang out again. The gunners fell back, and their three ships rammed into the pirate flagship. A plume of thick black smoke rose up. C clenched his teeth in anger. "These old bastards!" Then he bit down on one of the Black Wolf's men. He shouted again, "All crossbows ready. The monster is stuck at the bow and can't move." Midori quickly reported, "Prince Bason, I have finished drawing the magic formation on the ship. Now we need to draw 3 more formations in different positions and also on the ships on both sides." He then said, "Just call my name and go ahead. I will board the enemy's main ship and clear the way first." So, after saying that, he turned back. Mari immediately responded, "Understood." He turned back and spoke again. "Just kidding. Sorry about that." Tiantianamo said excitedly, "It's okay. This ship is now just like a piece on the chessboard. Commander, just do your job. Before that Garuda guy needs patience." Ba grabbed his sword and jumped onto the pirate ship. Thanks for that line, by the way. Suddenly, a voice called out, making Ba stop. "Commander?" Hilabina jumped up with a serious expression. He exclaimed in surprise, "Kim the alchemist." But he pointed and warned, "This place is dangerous. Go back to the disgraceful pirates over there." She calmly replied, "No, I came here to prepare for this moment." Ba shouted, "What did you say?" Suddenly, an axe was thrown towards the two of them. A savage laugh echoed as Ba coldly turned around. The smug Yabun said, "You're the leader, right? I'm in luck." "That lizard." Basa turned back to question. "You are Yabun? Then all the better." The mad Yabun screamed wildly. "Go ahead." He also started charging forward. 2 fiery strikes from both of them. Yabun opened his mouth wide with a jagged grin, mocking them. "Ha ha 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 ha, you bastards! You're just stalling to use magic, aren't you?" Resistance is useless. As he spoke, he swung the weapon up and then slashed down. Ba clenched his teeth to withstand the force, then leaned back to dodge the slash. As he dealt with him, Bayon thought, "This guy won't go down easily." Then he spoke. "Do you know anything about magic?" Yabun replied, "Mages are always like that, sacrificing others to buy time while they leisurely return to something." "Don't you think that's unfair?" His expression was extremely cunning. Ba immediately denied it. "Not really. We're not that close." He laughed again. "Ha ha ha, is that so? Too bad, but telling your mage now is already too late." Ba was stunned upon hearing that. Seant surfaced again at this moment. Ba was very worried. Damn it, at this rate the sea serpent will escape. Suddenly Mari landed on the ship's net and reassured, "Don't worry, Prince Basin. It's not too late yet." His eyes flashed with a gleam, his expression full of confidence. Midori drew a magic circle covering the space around the 4 colliding boats. The power spread out all around. The Yabun guy was left speechless, his mouth agape in shock. After a while, everything remained still. Ba and Mdari silently waited. Yabun pointed and laughed loudly. "Ha! I know it, it's already a failure. The spell will fail if the magic circle is off. Or if you stumble while casting, how could such a complicated spell succeed in this chaos?" But before he could finish speaking, the magic circle began to activate. A powerful shockwave erupted, causing the ship to shake and pressing down on the pirates with overwhelming force. They knelt down covering their ears, all 3 of them pained by the force to the point of clutching their heads. Unable to hold back, he turned and shouted at Mari, who was also staggering beside him.
"What have you done, Garuda? Now neither the enemy nor we can fight anymore?"
He just smiled confidently and replied, "Wait, it hasn't even started yet." A red stream of power shot out from the magic circle. They both turned around to look behind them. After seeing that, Basai panicked and exclaimed, "What is that? A shadow?" His eyes showed unease. No, it was a giant arm. A giant arm reached out from the magic circle. The hand began to move, pressing down on the group of pirates below. Terrible screams echoed. "Aha! What is that?" Ba hesitantly looked at Midori and asked, "Is that the hand of a giant?" He replied with a hint of pride, "Your eyes are sharp. This is a summoning spell." Ba exclaimed in surprise, "A summoning spell?" "You confirm. Yes, the magic circle can function like a portal between worlds. And I opened a portal to summon something called Talagen from ancient times, an entity from another world." Those giant hands reached out, groping the ship and crushing every pirate one by one. Ba frowned in assessment. "It seems like it's searching for something." Midori calmly replied, "It's looking for me." Talajin Slap is a spell that will make Talajin angry. Imagine this. One autumn day, you're taking a nap on a sunny hill, and suddenly an ant starts crawling near your ear and wakes you up. You would feel very annoyed, right? How dare this tiny ant bother me? Then, when you see an anthill nearby, he said as he pointed ahead, you would poke your finger straight into that nest. The hand appeared, crushing a body into a pool of blood. Bayon worriedly said, "Isn't that very dangerous?" Madari looked into the distance thoughtfully and replied, "Magic is always dangerous, but I am prepared. Magic always comes with rules. First, Tajin's hand only recognizes those deeply rooted in this world. Second, Talajin considers that monster as me. In other words, you take the hit." The giant hand groped Saipi's head. The Yaboon guy popped out from the pillar, shouted loudly, and the stupid sea serpent bit off that useless hand. Kirpin immediately opened his mouth and bit the giant wrist. Instantly, he was startled to see other hands reaching out. The terrifying scene was inescapable. In the next moment, Sea Serpent was gripped tightly by a hand around his neck, and then every part of his body was crushed. His agonizing screams echoed as his body was torn apart by the giant hands, blood spilling out in a gruesome sight. The other pirates watched the bloody scene in horror. "Sea Snake, oh no!" Even the toughest will be overwhelmed and sit down in awe. "Now, I understand just how dangerous magic can be," Mari said, frowning in agreement as she sat beside him. "Exactly. That's why you shouldn't draw the magic circle too large. If it's too big, not just the hand or arm, but many other things could slip through and it would be uncontrollable." Ba-san pondered. "Can't control it?" Then he sat up saying he wanted to keep watching that hand. "But we should also take this opportunity to capture Yabun," Mari then said. "Let me keep an eye on that hand." He then walked away. "Well, I'll take my leave first." Mari stayed behind, pondering in one direction, then exclaimed, "Good, everything is going according to plan now. Seant has turned into chunks of meat at the hands of those giant figures." Yabun hurriedly ran away, panicking as he thought, "Damn it, where did I go wrong?" Their new strategy, tactics, and weapons. The Pope's knights were defeated before they even had a chance to fight. Even the sea barrel given by the high priest was torn to pieces. With those guys added, our side will be crushed sooner or later. If I hadn't been pushed into the sea, I could have easily defeated them by now. It's all because of the power struggle that weakened me. He was lost in thought when a voice called out, "Pirate Yabun!" He turned around in panic. Ba approached coldly and declared, "By the will of Kakoran, king of the Black Stallions, I will punish you." Yet Yabun still shouted arrogantly and absurdly, "Even if I die, this is the will of the god of deep light, and it has nothing to do with a lowly king like yours," he said with sharp eyes. The Yabun shouted angrily as he charged forward, "Who gave you permission to speak the name of our god so carelessly?" He swung with all his might, slicing his blade down toward Ben. Ben stepped back to dodge while thinking. He is truly strong. A warrior who has been through countless battles, stronger and more experienced than me. Could it be that coming here myself was a mistake? Basa gritted his teeth in worry. "No, even if I can't wipe them all out, I have to take down this leader." Yabun felt smug seeing him constantly dodge. He was too careless. But Ba also dropped his sword to the side. Yabun grew even more arrogant. "Is that all you've got?" At this moment, 3 other subordinates appeared behind Bass. He snorted coldly, then calculated silently that one more strike could kill him. But there were too many lizardmen around, so he decided to retreat for now. Thinking that, he turned and ran away. The 3 silently drew daggers, and as he pondered, "Yabun, you are strong, but still just a coward." In the next moment, the dagger flew and plunged into Yabun's back, blood gushing out as he shouted in panic, "You cowardly bastard!" He stood up sneering and drew another sword, always having a backup weapon ready. That is what our ancestors taught us. Moments later, Yoon was impaled into the air by a spear. The pirates screamed in terror, "The commander is dead! Ah, run! Pull the boat back!" At that moment, Ba climbed back onto the ship and asked, "How's the situation?" My subordinate replied, "The commander still has remnants left. It seems it's not completely over yet." He asked again, "What about the magic?" The two looked to the other side, Ba's expression growing serious. The giant hands were now drawing a magic circle on the side of the boat together. The circle quickly completed and began to activate. The blood-red marks glowed eerily. Ba, sensing the danger, quickly turned back and shouted, "Gadura Madari, where are you?" "Why aren't you here? Where did you go?" Strange indeed. Seeing the giant finger with sharp nails pressing down filled him with dread. "That thing is too dangerous," the finger pressed down in the middle of the magic circle. Ba swung his sword anxiously and couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, is it already too late?" Just as he was about to rush forward, a hand held him back. Hilabina looked up calmly and said, "No need." Bazan was confused, but those hands were about to cast a spell. She replied, "I saw it coming, so it's not a problem." The fingers kept tracing patterns. Ba wondered, why is nothing happening? "Talon failed the spell already?" Hilabina confirmed. "That's right. She explained that magic must follow certain rules and requires extremely precise and carefully refined techniques. Even a small mistake will cause the spell to fail and the magic to dissipate into smoke. But with my innate ability and magical knowledge, I can cause those small mistakes." Still, she reminded us, let's move to another boat. Midari set rules so it only recognizes those from the deep sea, but if it keeps thrashing blindly, our allies could get hurt too. This is a creature from another world. It has its own will and desires, and even possesses knowledge beyond our understanding. Ba still frowned with worry. Then transferring this ship will be even harder. I think that thing is more dangerous than pirates. Hilabina immediately denied it. No, let me stay here and keep watch. He wondered, what about Midari? Hilabina reminded again, you should not trust Midari. He didn't become a mage the usual way. When the Asbestos Knights launched their attack, the alchemists were scattered or killed. I was lucky to escape to Han, but most could not get away from Asbestos and were captured. He drained all their knowledge, but only Mari mastered it all and reappeared as a mage, so he must have betrayed the others. That is why I am here. My knowledge and skills are among the few things that can counter magic. The way Taejin's hand was summoned is fine, but it itself could pose a danger to the evil side. You've seen it use magic, haven't you? If I hadn't stopped it, everyone would have been in real danger. Ba still has some doubts. She wants to say this was originally Madaria's plot. Isn't that conclusion a bit too hasty? Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from behind the two of them. Ha ha ha. Mari stepped forward and said, it's really disappointing. Labina didn't expect our friendship to be so shallow. Hilabina calmly questioned the friendship. Did we ever have something like that? You and I are like cows and chickens, completely unrelated. As she spoke, she pointed to her horn. Midari frowned, stared silently at her, then made a three-dot expression. Huh? Wait a minute. Who compares things like that? Truly a top student, no doubt. I put my heart and soul into you for nothing. Hilabina asked, where exactly? Meanwhile, Ba standing nearby imagined the shape of their legs and bodies, then after stifling a laugh, cleared his throat to hide it. I rubbed my head a little helplessly. Let's stop that for now. It seems I may have caused some misunderstanding. Let me explain in detail. The Talagen hand spell has been recorded in my master's book. It says that if we leave it alone, it could reach this land. Hilabina was about to continue. So, just as expected, you went on again. No, Ravian. I had a feeling you might be able to stop it. Of course, it was a gamble, but in the end, it worked, didn't it? And there is a reason why I am doing this, Hilabina wondered suspiciously. The reason? Mari asked again. Prince Ven, how many spies do you think are on the Black Swan ship? Ben quickly replied, because my plan was discovered and failed, so maybe around 10. After hearing that, Madari analyzed. Then, among them, after I defeated the sea monster with magic, how many saw Talagen's hand trying to pass through? How many could there be? Ba-sun frowned, pondering. Maybe 1 or 2, Midari exclaimed. That's lucky. He was surprised and asked why it was lucky to have spies. The boy explained that those spies would report that he had deceived Haklan and tried to cause great damage. Ba sneered. Ah, so you acted with the spies' reports in mind. The one controlling this ship was ordered to attack Haklan and tried to do so by letting Talagen's hand use magic. But, unfortunately, Rovena stopped it and they failed. If it had been reported that way, everything would have seemed like the loyal mage of Asbestos. Midari explained this. Bazin quickly drew his sword and exclaimed, Then, we will have to fight. Midari also pointed forward. Yes, because my plan has failed and been exposed, this is where you will interrogate and threaten me. And a desperate mage will be the last one standing. Your gaze is sharp. Ba-sun questions back. You want it to look like that, don't you? Madri replied calmly. Of course, it's just a play, but it would be better if the story was about me conquering you. Either way, it still holds that meaning. He started to grow cold. What the hell are you talking about? A mage? But he looked down at his hand and smiled bitterly. We are the ones being merciful here. We'll go easy on you a bit. Mari thrusts her sword toward Ba, who attacked first. Then the scene shifts to the shore of an island where two groups have beached their boats to rest. Banan's group faced off against Oldor's cavalry. Mai and Midari stood behind Basin, saying, You speak first. We are returning a mage who attacked us. Don't you think your side is offering too little compensation? Older Mayan replied, We believe we have compensated enough. Please consider that the Allied Navy is twice as large as Han's. Bon pointed and sighed to signal Midari. Han agreed to return Midari in exchange for a few days of truce and sovereignty over some Dotan islands. That is a losing deal for the Allied Navy, and besides, the mage belongs to Asbestos. So Asbestos will have to compensate the other allies for what they did to HL. Oldor Man was now quietly calculating in his mind. It's all right. When the ceasefire ends, we can reclaim the fortified islands. With this mage, we can win the battle anytime. And so the surrender of the Yaboon pirate crew was complete. Cut to nightfall, the ship drifting on the sea. Inside, cavalry are following behind to report to Olor Mayan. We will arrive at Baron tomorrow. He reminded us. That's right, we need to keep as many items as possible during the ceasefire. Then he thought again. Maybe Black Wolf will retaliate for this. We should warn Midari. Then Old Mayan opened the door to the ship's compartment and called Midari. In the room, Midari was drawing magical symbols and then turned around calmly, saying, Oh, is that you? I thought it was a priest from Sokshen who came in and startled me. Oldor Mayan asked confused, What are these magic circles? What are you doing? Why would you accidentally create a magic circle on the ship like that? He just smiled and replied, These things? Sorry, but these are necessary spells. Then Mdari pointed to a circle. For example, this thing blocks divine sight. It can only prevent a god's attention for a short time. But without it, Sin might have interfered while I was acting with Ven. Or maybe Yakon will help, but the truth is, I'm still alive, which means it worked. Oldor Mine was both worried and angry. What the hell are you talking about? Mari pointed at him again, saying, but there's a magic circle under your feet. Oldor Man was stepping on a circle. Mdari's expression turned sinister as he exclaimed it was a powerful fire spell. Immediately, Oldor Man was engulfed by the power from the magic circle. He looked like he was being burned by a fire. Mari spoke up again. Don't worry, the fire created by the magic spell won't spread to the ship. Oldor Man was now burned to a pile of ashes like dirt in the flames. The spirit suddenly spoke. It's time to begin, Mdari thought. I just need to finish this last thing. The magic circle at his feet also glowed blood red. The circles on the walls began to activate, emitting eerie dark energy. A rat's corpse lay near the magic circle. Receiving that surge of power, its body immediately transformed, sprouting disgusting red lumps all over. This is a magical zombie plague. The cavalrymen were sound asleep when that infected rat sneaked into the ship's hold. The creature opened its mouth and bit down on a cavalryman's leg, and immediately a terrible scream rang out. Ah, my leg. The other knights quickly woke up and asked, what is that? What's happening? The one who was bitten cried out in pain. The rat? A rat bit my leg. By the next day, the horsemen on the boat were all infected, wandering around like corpses in a terrifying and chilling state. Mdari stood on a high place looking down. Then he jumped off the ship. Mdari sat alone on a small boat, leaving the plague-ridden ship far behind. He gazed thoughtfully after the ship, and Nebula, having seen the whole situation, exclaimed, just as predicted, exactly as expected. The prophecy that the mage Mdari would betray Asbestos has been fulfilled. A voice echoed over the Go board. I didn't expect you to suggest playing Go earlier. The players seem tireless, but that doesn't mean we have to waste time. Nebula said. Wyson replied, we're just having a temporary truce. Deep down, he didn't mean it. While fighting, Wyson asked, why don't you play with Elda? He calmly replied, Elda, are you kidding? He's not on my level, and I've played with everyone anyway. Not just him, it's boring. But you're pretty good. Wyson calmly replied, I'll take that as a compliment. Then he made another move. The two played for a long time, and after the final move, Wyson exclaimed, I won! Nebula fell silent for a moment, thoughtfully gazing at the board. After a moment, he exclaimed, all right, you win. Truly, the Go King of Grand Sea DAC is something else. Being recognized by the leader of Lost War is truly an honor, Wyson said. Nebula replied. No problem. All right then, see you later. Right after that, he vanished from the space. Nebula smiled faintly. He said to himself again, everything is going well. Images of the situation below appeared. The prophecy. The prophecy that Mage Mdari would betray Thachmian has come true. I told you, everything would be fine. The prophecy has come true. The Mage Mdari will betray Thachmian. Vanda wondered in shock. What kind of prophecy is that? You say you will eat an apple, then eat an apple, and the prophecy comes true. Is that it? Nebula replied, it's not exactly wrong. Elda explained further. When a prophecy causes its own fulfillment, it is called a self-fulfilling prophecy. You sighed helplessly after hearing that. Mages have always been rebellious towards players from the start. You hit the weak spot, but calling it a good strategy is pointless. He said, in a game that demands such high multitasking ability, you can't keep focusing on just one wizard. That's why having a mage always comes with risks. I challenged him to a game of Go just to distract him. Surely Wisdom still doesn't know about Mari's betrayal. After saying that, he smiled thoughtfully. But now, I'm sure of it. Vanda smiled and asked, I admit the prophecy was fulfilled perfectly, but Mdari isn't the only mage, right? Elda asserted. That's right, Thachmin was faster. But German and Danium have already captured the alchemists to gather all the knowledge. They even turned some cursed people into mages. What do you intend to do with them? She said, then asked Nebula. He stared thoughtfully at the system screens. Did I ever say to only make Mari betray them? The two girls looked at him in confusion upon hearing that. He continued, there's a method and an opportunity, so why would I let it go to waste? The announcements appeared. The prophecy that Mage Tali would betray Jomon has come true. The prophecy that Mage Yan would betray Joman has come true. The mages of the third continent have become independent. Switching to a high mountain range, Wisun exclaimed, I've been tricked. I forgot the rule again. Never trust Nebula. The five gods were now sitting opposite each other. He continued, the game of Go was so interesting that I didn't notice Nebula had another scheme. Jiang Wan shouted angrily, who cares if the game of Go is fun or not? Then he looked exasperated. So what now? You've lost all your mages and no longer have any weapons to fight Black Unicorn. Vanda calmly said, maybe I shouldn't say this. But Nebula doesn't have any mages either, so aren't we in the same boat? And that human girl with horns, Labina, she's not a mage, and there's no mention in history of her wanting to become one. Grampus added, besides, it seems Nebula's strategy is anti-magic. Anti-magic? Wisun exclaimed in surprise. Anti-magic explains anti-magic, a strategy to eliminate magic from Lost W's gameplay, leaving only one mage to hold the power of hundreds or thousands of soldiers. But the moment they lose control, they can attack the player's race or consume a large amount of faith resources, becoming a burden. In fact, Ian, Tali, and Madari, members of the Five Nations Alliance, have all harmed the player's country and fled. If it were anti-magic, then suspicion and fear of magic would have to be state policy. But Black Ridge will not be like that. Jangwon hesitantly continued, "It is illegal under national law, but the king has always been very tolerant of magic." Grampus continued, "But they did not create any mages. Although they had access to magical knowledge, even that girl Labina did not seek knowledge from other alchemists." Jangwon confirmed, "That's right." A 1026 then raised his hand and asked, "By the way, has anyone found the missing mage yet?" The other four immediately turned their eyes to her with displeased looks. In my experience, mages who go missing like this are very hard to find, and there is no search functions. So we have to check manually, and those mages might not even have any magic traces. A 1026 said, "Manual search is indeed necessary, so I created a construct." As she spoke, she operated the system screen. Grampus was curious. "Pigs? Usually it's dogs." She explained that pigs have a better sense of smell than dogs. They are also used to find matsutake mushrooms. Its name is Deamu. That's too careless. It is equipped with full tracking functions: touch, stamina, hearing, speed, vision, smell skills, and keen sense of smell. And luckily it also has a keen sense of smell. After hearing that, Weeson suggested, "Then we should be able to find them. Although it takes some time, eliminating the fleeing mages will minimize variables. And even if some escape is mentioned, there's no need to worry much." Overall, Nebula's strategy is similar to ours, but our scale is 5 times larger. We can mobilize 8 times more troops immediately. Jangwon anxiously asked, "Should we be more cautious?" "In terms of national strength, we have no reason to form an alliance," he explained. "Both sides have the same artillery technology. I'm not saying we should be careless, but there's no need to feed baseless fears. If we have a weakness, that might be it." Vanda couldn't help but wonder. "Which point? You're going on again." When Nebula fights bigger enemies, they always follow a consistent strategy. At that moment, Jang Onin seemed enlightened and cheered. "Ah, I see. Divide the enemies, right?" Wasoon confirms. "Yeah, it's the same this time. Nebula hopes we will be divided and fight separately and will actively intervene to make that happen. So as long as our alliance remains strong, we can definitely win." Then the four of them discussed among themselves. Vanda looked at them with a helpless smile, and the scene shifted to Chwab and Goka. Inside a cave in a giant rocky mountain, Mari was sitting there with her tribe. "Have they all gathered?" Uni Yen replied, "Only 3 people remain from that tower, unfortunately." The carnivorous plant from the west asked again, "What about Hilabina Mi?" Mari replied, "Labina isn't really inclined to become a mage." Someone born with the curse has no reason to suffer more. I just hope she finds her own path." Uni Yen spoke again. "Now that the mages have gathered, let's restore the tower destroyed by the gods. From now on, we will no longer call it the Alchemist Task's Tower, but the Mage's Tower. Let those who are cursed have the chance to learn magic. As we spread power and knowledge, those with abilities will gather." And then, even the gods suddenly made a loud noise. I gasped, "Wait, what was that sound?" Uni Yan looked out at the cave entrance. "Isn't that the sound of rain?" "No. Besides the rain, there is another sound." At the entrance, a booming echo grew louder and louder. The shockwave startled the 3 inside as something appeared accompanied by a large bloodstain. Uni Yan swung his weapon and shouted, "Who's there? Someone just appeared and spoke as they stepped in. Are you all mages?" The person pointed at the 3 and counted. So that's how it is." Ian caught a chicken. Mandari, being teased like that, coldly reminded them. It was Garuda, the one hiding behind the hood, who replied with a smile. "Ah, Garuda. Sorry, I've never seen a living Garuda before." Madari thought to himself in confusion. "Still alive?" Then he asked sharply, "I ask again, who are you?" The other replied, "My name doesn't matter. Just consider me a messenger of the night sky." Uni Yan asked, "Yacht, how did you find us?" The other replied, "I didn't come here to find you. I just happened to follow this pig. It is a divine creature sent to find you, and if left unchecked, this place will be exposed." As he spoke, he threw the pig hard, forcing its snout into the ground. Mari seemed to understand immediately and replied, "Now I know who you are. The one with the power to kill a divine creature in an instant, a fallen clan of the night sky in the form of a lizard man. Rak, did you come down from the heavenly lantern to finish us off?" Roger laughed and replied, "Of course not. Why should I care about that? You're going to die anyway." Tale wondered, "Thank you for the help, but wouldn't killing that pig reveal our location?" He reassured, "Don't worry, Dathien has personally intervened. I broke the connection between the god and his creation first, then killed it. And Dathien also created a new creature that looks exactly like this one. Now that god is mistaking it for a different pig." Madari asked again, "So why did you come looking for us?" Raga replied calmly, How about we eat first and talk later?" After a while, a roasted pork knuckle was served, looking incredibly appetizing. The 3 of them each wore a different expression as they looked down at the roasted knuckle. Yan the demon asked quietly, "Is it okay to just take it and eat? Shouldn't we be running away?" Mari remained silent. He looked at Rag thoughtfully and asked, "Can a mage really stand against a disciple of the god?" "If we use every strategy, maybe. But right now, he's too close. If the old legends are true, before he swings his sword 3 times, the whole group's heads would be gone." Rak then skewered a piece of meat with a gam leaf and said, "I cooked it already. Just eat it. It looks like creature meat, but there's nothing special about it." Then the 3 of them quickly fell silent and ate together. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Just remembered, you're a plant. Can you eat meat?" I hesitated for a moment, then explained, "Well, usually we don't eat things like this. Sunlight and moisture are enough, but inside me there's a part affected by Nguyen that needs nutrients for meat." Rag snapped his thumb with an amused look and said, "Aha, I get it. Balanced eating is still better." Dari looked at the gesture, somewhat speechless. Then he cheerfully continued, "By the way, how long do you think you'll survive? Maybe we were lucky this time, but we can't keep relying on luck forever." The whole group was stunned when they heard that. Mari frowned and replied, "We know that surviving now is like gambling, because compared to the gods, we are just mortals. We also know the gods only see mages as tools to use and have no intention of becoming pawns on their chessboard. If we must die at the hands of the gods, it will be proof that the gods fear mages. No matter what, magic will continue endlessly." R then seriously affirmed, "Yeah, that's right." He was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" He then explained, "The fools are those who do nothing simply because there are no gods. It's true that the gods are exploiting us. Dari, if you know that, then why do you still follow them?" Rager interrupted, "It is precisely because I know that it is this way. If we know we can be self-sufficient without the gods, then even if we stand on their chessboard, we won't be mere pawns," Mari said with an annoyed tone. "Sounds like a pretty weak excuse, doesn't it? But you have to be able to deny the will of the gods to prove that." Rager calmly replied, "What if the will of the gods aligns with mine? What meaning would that evidence have?" He shouted out of frustration. "You're only fooling yourself," Rag said calmly. Maybe so." "Then this is a very happy lie," he told with a cheerful smile. The space suddenly fell silent. After a moment, Mari spoke up again, questioning, "So you mean you will protect us from the other gods and make us believe in Dathin? Our disciples will not believe in any gods at all." Rager shook his head in denial. "No, if you don't believe in Dathin, then I have no way to protect you. But if it's just a simple covenant, that's a different matter. My blue worm god only asks for one thing, though I'm not sure if you can comply." Mari asked again, "What is it?" Rag replied seriously and briefly, "Survive, that's all," as the group sat silently around the fire. Mari quietly looked at the fire and explained, "That covenant means that our very existence is a threat to the other gods, and that is what gives us value, right?" Rager beside her smiled and waved his hand, saying it could be understood that way too. Seeing that, Madari also questioned, his calm face recalling the ruined village in the Sea of Fire. If not, then what? Abandoned because of the curse wandering the world, then gathering with others in the same situation. Imagine even that hope shattering. The fire still burned steadily, surrounded by scattered bones. Mandari's cool voice echoed as a few survivors huddled in a cave, soaked from the rain and starving, speaking of a bleak future. He looked toward the 3R, Yanta across the fire with suspicion. Could simple compassion really not be the reason? Even the gods can feel that compassion. She heard that and also lowered her head without any further objection. Even TL sat silently watching the fire. Mari beside them frowned, realizing those two seemed to have agreed already. "Looks like I have to make the choice myself." Then he looked down at the piece of meat in his hand and sighed. "Negotiations, but they suggest eating first?" From the moment we accepted his hospitality, we lost the upper hand. After that, I couldn't help but close my eyes and sigh. Someone claiming to be an apostle used the strategy of letting them eat first before deciding. Fine. LCK, the first apostle of Dathin, he confirms that I accept the pact. Seeing this, Mdari also smiled with satisfaction. Outside the cave, the rain continued to fall. He believes we will survive at all costs. Meanwhile, Vanda looked up and stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Elda, do you think we can win this battle?" Elda looked down in doubt upon hearing this. She sat on the chair in the temple, looking at the screen with curiosity. "Hey, do you wear glasses just to look smarter?" Seeing that, his sly face darkened, clenching his fists in anger as he poked his head out of the system chamber. That's right. I just want to look a bit smarter. Is that clear? But what do you think about the previous question?" She sat with her arms crossed on the chair, looking puzzled. The situation is getting a bit tough. Vanda also screamed in frustration. She remembered the map displaying the numbers. The Allies have over 100,000 troops. The Allied forces number 100,000 soldiers. Blackland has 20,000 troops, while Blackland's side is only a quarter of that. Then she furrowed her brow and seriously considered that this alliance of 5 nations basically covered the entire continent except Danri. And that wasn't even all of it. Seeing this, Elda also seriously stroked her chin in wonder. But war cannot be judged by numbers alone. Her expression was somewhat doubtful as she noted that 2/5 of the Allied forces were small-statured races, with an average height under 150 centimeters. She thought of those species: Koban Cavan Fox 110 centimeters, Rena 140 centimeters, towering at 230 centimeters. Vanda calmly confirmed again, but there are also places with an average height of 230 centimeters. She thought of the tall creatures with lightning energy rushing to attack. That's right, I admit the lizard people are very skilled in combat. With the chosen ones on this side, we might have an advantage in defense, but now that firearms have appeared, they won't dominate like before. Suddenly, Elda remembered something that reminded her. But Nebula has the advantage in divine rank. She recalled him and Wissam and assessed Nebula's divine rank as 21. Meanwhile, the highest level on the Alliance side belongs to Wisdom. At level 19, the higher the divine rank, the more creatures can be controlled. Hearing that, Jenda also crossed her arms and gritted her teeth seriously. But over there are 5 gods after all. Elda startled again, dropping her chin and asking innocently, "But Haklan has a disciple," and she was also confused. "Huh?" she asked in surprise. 5 times. Faced with this nonsense, she couldn't help but shout in anger. "Yes, Wisdom. Ah, Changyan, Grampus, and me too." Hearing that, she also reached out to touch her chin, lost in thought. "So you consider yourself their ally?" Vanda said firmly and seriously. "Of course." Hearing this, Elda was stunned. So every time you shook hands with Nebula until now, she grew even angrier, slamming the table and shouting in rage. "Still asking? He threatened me." Then she calmed down, sighed, and said honestly, "I'm not really sure." Then she pointed at Elda accusingly. "Elda, you are his subordinate, right? Was he defeated or absorbed or merged with the Black Orchid?" Elda also placed a hand on her chest, somewhat hard to explain, a bit awkward to hear. "But you hit the nail on the head." On this side, Vanda shrugged, trying to piece together what happened with Sangun and Wisam. "But I couldn't. So far, I belong to both sides and both benefit from it. But what if war breaks out? It's always futile." She imagines him being defeated by the other side while she kneels on the ground, submitting to Wissam's people. "If I side with Nebula and he loses, will the others forgive me for colluding with him?" Seeing this, Elda also proposed another hypothesis as he angrily gestured toward them. "But if I support the Alliance and they lose, would Nebula let it slide?" Hearing that, she glanced sideways, resting her chin on her hand with suspicion. If it were Nebula, he might demand a price, but he'd probably be forgiven, right? On this side, Elda could only smile wryly. "Haha, yeah, maybe so." Silently admiring and analyzing the situation like a computer, she seriously concluded, to be honest, that the odds of winning a 4-2 battle if she sided with Nebula looked worse than a 51% chance if she joined the Alliance. Vanda pointed up, her face full of determination as she declared, "I just want to be on the winning side." She muttered, "I get what you mean, but do whatever you want." Next to Elda interrupted, "Why are you telling me this?" They looked at a house in the snow, and next to Danda's chat window, an image of the snowy house appeared. She leaned on the frame, talking nonstop. "Because we're in the same boat, if you take advantage of the war to harm Nebula, the Alliance might accept you." After hearing this, she hesitated a little. "I understand what you mean, but deep down I have no intention of betraying Nebula." She thought of Sangun, who was busy monitoring others through the system frame. That guy looked like someone who had spent his whole life playing Lost War and had just fallen into this world. He also realized it. She thought to herself that even though he seemed to live only for victory in the game, she still felt there was something beyond the path to victory in Nebula's gameplay. Back in reality, Elda bowed her head in silent resolve. Though she didn't yet know exactly what it was, she wanted to fully understand what she was feeling. Right after that, she looked at Janda and suggested, "We should think about that too. Can you give me some time?" She confirmed it, of course. The call quickly ended, leaving Elda alone in the space. She glanced around the system frames hesitantly, then finally decided to click on the toolbar and start a video call. Soon after, Sangun answered her call. "Elda, what's wrong? Seeing me?" She looked a bit hesitant. Vanda seems to be thinking a lot about everything." She informed him of everything, the system's image monitoring frames flashing around, and he wondered what she was thinking. Then he frowned, clearly displeased. "She's just trying to pull you to her side and wants you to fight in the 6th battle together. That's for sure." Then she looked puzzled and asked, "Isn't there still a chance to persuade them?" He replied, "Yes, but I have no intention of doing that." His expression was somewhat doubtful. Vanda was misunderstanding the course of the battle. "Didn't I say our advantage lies in a defensive battle?" She also scratched her chin, worried. "Ah, right, you did say that." He thought about the attack route to the fortress as an explanation. The enemy is dividing their forces into multiple fronts. Hearing this, Elda also wondered, "But what if we just keep defending forever?" On this side, Sangun placed a black chess piece on the board. While we are isolated, they will cultivate and trade across more territories. To prevent that, Hai pushes forward. She still looks at Sangun with curiosity. "What about Janda?" he replied calmly. Vanda is too simple. She considers her options but can't decide, and sometimes she hasn't made up her mind until the very last minute. Seeing that, Elda also felt a bit uneasy. "What if we side with the Alliance and lose?" He sighed. Elda then looked back at the developments on the system frame. "Listen carefully. War is very simple. Just calculating is not enough, no matter how much one side has the advantage or how well prepared they are." He smiled confidently behind the mask, knowing the side that fights better will win. Seeing Sangun's confidence, she could only smile and sigh. Ah yes, on this side, he's also gripping the armrest. The system announced the video call ended. He sank into thought in the dark space. Vanda is acting as expected, but why hasn't Elda betrayed me yet? Then Sangun turned around in suspicion. How strange. In the shattered canyon filled with smoke and fire, a month later, bodies lie scattered among the smoke and flames. The first battle between the Alliance and the Black Scale erupted, with one side firing cannons wildly as 10,000 Black Scale troops advanced into the desolate land, while the other side's forces were left shattered and bloodied on the ground, decimating the enemy's 3,000 troops. At a tower, 1 month ago in the Great Hall of the Hugin Orizone meeting, an announcement was made as the stern governor entered the chamber of His Highness Kailak Orizone, then sat on the throne to address the crowd. Because we are busy, forget the ceremony. Has everyone heard the news? Below, Rabin K looked up and asked, "Do you mean the mage Xiaomian set the ship on fire and escaped? Now they even say it's Hukin's plot to frame us." He confirmed it was true. What does everyone think about this? The teacher recalled Basin's report. First, although there were suspicions that Prince Benin, who was supposed to go east, was actually in the southern islands, we concluded that it was the subordinates' order. They demand compensation and an apology for this incident. They say if their demands are not met, they will deploy the military. Robin thought of the 3 men Daredalin, Obonim, Neji. It was just an excuse to prepare for war. Then the teacher continued, amid the silence of the court officials. The important thing is to verify whether Zomion's story is true. And even if it is true, we still conclude that there is no reason to accept their demands. They say it like that, but just shake their heads blindly. You still haven't discussed the most important thing. Before their silence, Kai affirmed that we must prepare for war first. The whole group looked at him with concern and fear. Next, he sat on the throne and announced, "We will fight the 5 Nations Alliance like our ancestors." The LCK Lord once said, "If we fight, we must win." A man in the red ranks widened his eyes in confusion, saying, "But we're not sure yet. We must avoid war at all costs to minimize damage. Countless civilians will die." He could only shake his head and lower his gaze. "I want to do that so badly." Kai's eyes showed a hint of conflict, but with the sunlight streaming through the door crack, he concluded that if the world operates this way and the gods will it, how can we, mere mortals walking this earth, stop it? Inside the space, Sangun closely monitored Kai's afternoon session. He also had his own calculations about the forces of Hrin and Ram. They consider themselves soldiers, so they have the duty to fight in the war. Their training and equipment quality are guaranteed. He raised his hand to stroke his chin, watching the screen while muttering, "This is the basic force protecting the capital and national borders, as Hukin's regular army, numbering 10,000. Then Sangun recalled the heavily guarded city walls, but knew they couldn't deploy the entire regular army to the war. We also need to protect the internal front. If the regular army is depleted, the force itself will lose its quality, and eventually, we will have to recruit new troops." Then he smiled confidently as the screen showed the ruler sitting on the throne. He praised him for being the wisest. On the other side, he commands his army, dividing the regular troops into central and local forces. The central troops are elite units fighting external enemies, while the local forces protect each region. The recruits have been assembled and are also divided into central and local forces. The fully armed troops are gathering in formation. The central army confronts the enemy. The local forces serve as reserves supporting agriculture and accumulating resources for the war. Accordingly, the central army has 4,000 regular troops and 8,000 new recruits. Sangun sat there as the system panel displayed the troop information. 8,000 regulars in the central army, 6,000 regulars in the local army, and recruits. He thought to himself, of course, the longer it takes, the more recruits he can gather. Then he looked at the comm sky and realized recruiting everyone at once would be harmful in the long run. This war hangs over the fortress within the system frame and will be long. He chose 10,000 troops from the central army and named them the army. The palace was filled with sunlight that day. The army marched north to Arizona for battle. Far to the west, in an unknown land of barren soil, shrubs and sand, Wisung and Jiangwan stood facing each other. He asked him suspiciously, "Wisdom, in front of everyone, you say the chances of winning are high, but you don't really believe that, do you?" Hearing this, he honestly admitted that he couldn't know the odds yet, as despite having greater numbers, there were many weaknesses. Then he calmly reached out and explained, "I don't want to lose to Nebula either, but it's all just a game. And if we lose after giving it our all, then so be it." On this side, Zhang also closed his eyes in agreement. "As you said, it's just a game, but I don't like Nebula. I don't want to conquer this continent." Suddenly, his face turned serious as he pointed. "There might be a traitor among us, so we need to take precautions." He gestured broadly and added that there is still a wide gap between us and Nebula. You know that, right? Hearing this, he also put his hands in his pockets, understanding, then nodded in agreement. "Yes!" Wisdom thought of a lizard warrior wielding a spear, power surging endlessly, he concluded. No matter how well prepared a disciple is, victory or defeat is decided by the disciple's actions. Hearing this, Zhang Oan also felt a bit curious. "Do you have any entity that can become an apostle?" He confirmed. "Yes." Then he hesitated. "Do you know the conditions to create an apostle?" Wisdom explained. "It must be above level 21. The story must be widely known. and the entity must internalize faith in the god. At this point, he was also surprised, so I don't need to say more. Can you explain who you have prepared? Wee Sung quickly opened a system window, and this is him. On the screen, a man with brown skin appears. He introduces Ledin Bos Uzer. He is the 21st son of King Seosion Dermanin. They thought of the cruel king who killed his own relatives, King So Myeon. To consolidate his royal power, he burned his eldest and third sons alive, a man with a brutal nature, and King So Myeon. A twisted string. Behind the king stands Wisdom as his support. In other words, Wisdom had no intention of stopping him. Back in reality, he silently sank into thought, realizing that fear and cruelty make it easier to control others. Beneath the subjects kneeling at King So Myeon's feet, the god could harness that efficiency and strategic performance would soar. He thought of the kingdom's main palace, but cruelty was not the guarantee of a strong nation, for the strongest nation on the continent was Hooken. In his private space, Wisdom typed on the keyboard while watching the system window, quietly questioning himself. What am I missing in my strategy? Is there something I don't know and have missed? His fingers hold the strings controlling every part of the tribe's bodies. No, if anything is missing, it's cruelty. Then he moved to somewhere else in the world. I don't know Nebula's battle strategy, so I have to use my own to the fullest. My gaze fixed on Ledin sitting on the throne. Even as war approaches, the current king's ego is too great. I will create a war machine to replace him, a new king who will be my pawn. Then I watch Ledin receiving a bag from his mother. If the biggest weakness of Paris' world is the difficulty in controlling strong personal egos, this entity is Lin Bosur, who believes I just need to make them easier to manage. Meanwhile, he is still smiling as he puts away the things his mother gave him. So, Wisdom targeted Ledin Bosur, a red-skinned mutant, the 21st child of the king. Stats and face displayed on the screen, Wisdom concluded he was the son of a concubine. And because of his red skin, he was raised outside the palace. But in terms of strength, intelligence, and loyalty, he ranks in the top 1%. Next, he turned around, smiled, and waved goodbye to his mother. But since Ledin was content with a simple life, Wisdom needed to push this character forward. Wisdom, his hand pressing down on the keyboard, the same hand pressing against Ledin's mother's head on the screen, blood spilling down to kill Ledin's mother. She lies in a pool of blood next to a green sword. What Ledin saw when he returned home was his mother's corpse and the bloodied knife. Line's eyes were filled with resentment as he gripped the sword tightly. I will definitely take my revenge. Then, Wisdom killed the owner of the knife, the one Line was searching for. He held the sword in his hand at the crime scene. He is the sixth prince, and Line was arrested on suspicion at the scene. On the screen, Dermal Marine is sitting on the throne listening to him explain. While trying to escape guilt, he revealed his abilities, and during that time, he began to gain Dare Dermandan's trust. Beside Jongwon watching the screen as events unfolded, Wisdom concluded after the secret investigation, Line realized. Immediately after, he pointed and concluded that the conflicts between brothers were the result of someone deliberately fanning the flames. He understood that the one who benefited most from dividing the royal family was King Derman Bosser, his father. Line was filled with rage at the thought of his father. Hearing this, Jongwon also felt some doubt, so in the end, he decided to kill his father. That's right, Wisdom confirmed it. Up in the sky, he explained further that he had never found the person who killed his mother. The thirst for revenge in him grew stronger, and then he discovered that the root of all misfortunes was the pinnacle of this dynasty. Jangwon's face lit up with an excited smile. I like that. It will make him even more famous. He placed his hands on his hips, affirming that he deserved to become our joint disciple. Wisdom agreed as well. If you think so too, we must give him the final challenge. Below, Ledin was still smiling happily. Deep in the grand festival, a group of rats knelt before a rat king standing on a podium. The mouse priest sincerely clasped his hands in prayer, then opened his hazy eyes. Everything is according to the will of the Lord. Nearby, a hole was dug in the ground. Inside the basement, he frowned, reading the shore. Then he crossed his arms over the strange scepter at his side, silently wondering if this was a trap. He was standing in the middle of the pitch-black tunnel. Then Ledin took the strange staff from his side. Inviting a foreign prince to the deep festival and then suddenly forcing him to join the ritual, everything was unusual. He remembered the words the rat priest told him. In his hand were a leaf, the spear, and a bag of items. Ledin felt confused inside. After eating the mangrove grass, which causes disorientation, then crawling underground to dig a tunnel up to the surface by hand, it was truly a bizarre ritual. Soon after, he managed to dig his way back above ground. Then he looked up at the flickering light, his face showing some confusion, but his hands kept digging. Why was this heretical ritual entrusted to me? Even the priest in the asbestos suit insisted, so I couldn't refuse. He bent down and kept digging the tunnel without stopping. But it's not impossible. I just need to keep digging upward. If a skinny midwife can do it, why can't I? A beast. The pickaxe struck the ground hard, causing debris to fall. Line panted heavily. Am I still far from the surface? How long have I been digging? It's really strange. Then he looked back at the tunnel he had dug behind him, full of confusion. Not only the direction, but I don't even know how much time has passed, a few hours or many days. Then he took a handful of leaves from his bag and thought, All I have is mangrove grass. It confuses my sense of direction, but I have to eat it to keep my strength to fight. Then he grabbed a handful of soil, crushed it, and let it fall to the ground. Anyway, everything falls downward. The clump of soil lands on Line's foot. He also concludes that the soil hitting his foot means his head is pointing upward. Right after that, he frantically dug again. On the ground, clumps of dirt kept being thrown up nonstop. Line lifted his head, breathing heavily, eyes squinting to encourage himself, focusing on just one direction to keep moving forward. He grabbed a handful of dirt to confirm his position. I never changed direction, but just to be sure. Let me check. Suddenly, a layer of dirt fell straight onto his face. Line closed his eyes and cried out, "Ouch!" His face was filled with panic, eyes wide with shock. "No way! The dirt is falling right on my face!" Saying that, Layden tried to calm himself down, his hands still digging, telling himself to stay calm and definitely keep digging upwards this time. He checked again, his eyes filled with confusion. What? Line kept digging without a clear direction, his body burrowing deeper underground. His heart was filled with confusion. Why did the direction of the falling dirt keep changing? But I have been digging straight up all along. His mind was spinning, his thoughts sinking into vague doubt. Could it be that I'm actually digging down instead of up? Maybe even now. Then he raised his hand to use the soil to check his position, becoming even more confused. The dirt fell straight up into the sky. He watched it in confusion, his mind spinning. I could no longer trust any of my senses. I didn't even know if I was lying down or standing. He stood frozen in place after each attempt. If all my efforts lead me to death, then what is the meaning of my will? Then he closed his eyes and fell into despair. Is this how someone like me will die? Oh, God! Suddenly, a voice called out, making him open his eyes in confusion. "O Seeker! O Seeker!" Then he held the staff in his hand, full of confusion. "What are you?" The voice replied to him. "I have no name, but if I must say, I am the joint creation of Seokshien and Trangru." The purple light flashed like a purple moon along with that voice. From Seokshien, I received the power to connect everything. From Trangru, I carry the power to reflect illusions. He sat down on the ground, his body covered in dust and exhaustion. "What are you trying to say?" The voice from the purple light still echoed. "I will guide you. If you still have some strength, just follow my words, even if you have to give up something." Immediately after, the voice guided Ladin, and he also picked up the staff, digging forward. He dug as instructed, now digging downward. The pickaxe kept digging. The voice reminded him to step back now. Ladin gripped the pickaxe tightly. Unbelievable. Could he really escape like this? He still followed despite the confusion in his mind, wondering if it was just an echoing illusion in his ears. Ladin's eyes seemed hypnotized as he continued digging with quickened breath. But I no longer have any certainty. All I can do is trust this voice. The light ahead grew even brighter, and the voice urged Ladin, "Now kneel down and stretch your hands to the ground." He quickly knelt down on the ground before the light. In front of him, a great beam of light shone straight down. He stood on the ground, his head raised to look at the sunlight, the voice reminding him, "Do you understand now?" Tears kept falling down his face. I understand now. His hand reached out, trying to grasp the sunlight. The hatred for his mother, anger towards the king, fear of death, all are illusions born from being lost. His eyes were blurry with tears. His hands clenched as he murmured. Even his emotions and senses were illusions. Only the divine truth granted by the Lord was real. Across from him, priest Chut and those behind him clasped their hands in prayer, and he raised his fist toward them. The rat priest trembled and murmured through tears, "Oh gods." Above, Wisam and Jiangwan were still standing there, watching below. He concluded it was complete. He was also watching the situation through the system frame, sweat pouring down his face. A perfect move. Then he looked up, somewhat confused. "Do you really accept this?" "I'm content with a king who's easy to control, but this method weakens your power and can't be called an advantage." Hearing that, Jiangwan just closed his eyes and sighed, and the screen began to shut down. "Do you understand that?" Then he looked up at Wisam. "My divine level is too low to be of much help. And to create a tone collapse, the player must reach at least level 21. Jiangwan's body glowed as he stood nearby, staring at him. He reminded, "Please don't let my determination be in vain." He also nodded in agreement. "I understand." Below, Layden frantically rushed forward to attack the rat priest. He shouted, "Oh!" Those wild eyes screamed, energy surging with determination. "It is an honor, O Lullaby Moon, god of the invisible flow." Its eyes gleamed. "Please let this sacrifice not be in vain." Above him, he received the power from his embodiment. His body surged with energy. Wissam's voice still echoed in Lane's mind. "Now take it, accept this life." He smiled. Energy surged endlessly, his eyes flashing with a deadly gleam. Only moments later, he stepped forward and killed the rat priest. By the will of the Lord, sunlight shone down on the pile of rat corpses on the ground. His face was filled with a mad smile. Then Lidin lifted his head and looked toward the sun. "Your father, just wait and see." His face was full of cunning as he raised his hand to the sky and smiled. "Everything is because of the complex God. The system notifies that your disciple Ledian Biosaur's divine level has increased from 20 to 21. Ooh. On this side, Wisam also received the notifications, raising his hand to stroke his chin in thought. "You have chosen an apostle." He watched on the screen, while behind him Jang Onian looked on with suspicion. So what happened next? Are your calculations correct? Hearing that, he also turned to explain, my divine level has reached 21. Lee has met the level requirement and become an apostle. Behind him, someone reminded him, yes, my level dropped significantly after becoming the high priest. On the other side, Wissam added, but now we have a card we can use against Nebula. Jang Wan interrupted. That's enough. Suddenly he muttered, I've always been curious. He shrugged and turned with a question. Why do you hate Nebula so much? Who hates someone just because of a game like that? I want to know the reason. Hearing that, he also touched his head and closed his eyes. The reason? The mask was quickly brought out. Jang ran his fingers through his messy hair, his face somewhat haggard. It's simple. I know who Nebula really is. He glanced around. His real name is Choi Sang-gun, then remembered his brother sitting in the computer room. On this side, he also stared wide-eyed at him. By the door, Jang Onin quietly looked in. A miserable loser who only played games in his room all day. The two were separated by a door, but one side was dark and the other bright, like two different worlds. He is my cousin. Right now, he's floating in midair, and I kept thinking this was just a stupid coincidence when we came here. Wee-sung also stepped forward. He concluded that at first, I thought the selected players were random, but then I remembered the encounter with those two. But when I saw the players ranked 1 and 2 were both there, I knew something was wrong. Suddenly, he seemed a bit angry. Nebula said that before knowing us, there were only the top 1 to 32. Jang also clenched his teeth in anger. Shh, this arrogant bastard. They looked up at the birds in the sky, Wysam said, but after hearing you, I think there's another selection criterion. Everything is not a coincidence or random. He thought of the group as a chessboard, with someone carefully choosing the players for this game. Then he had tried to piece things together. When the game started, someone named Aladan let us choose whether to participate or not, and 5 out of the 32 people returned to reality during that time. You can't say their choice was wrong. Who would choose to give up reality and stay in the game? He added that those who chose to stay in the game were truly abnormal, and 27 out of 32 being abnormal was an unusually high ratio. Jang Wan's gaze grew somewhat cold. You mean they were targeting those who would join the game from the start? He concluded, I think that's just one of the conditions, because that's the case for me, and probably for you too. Wee-sung pointed at the boy lying on the ground. His hand slowly lowered, and Jang Wan also reached out, his face full of disgust. Yeah, that's true. Don't just watch the game. Then he thought of Sang-gun, and I figured if I got chosen, of course he would be chosen too. And that guy, you're obsessed with the game. If no one interferes, you'll easily secure victory. Below, the hawks began to swoop down to feast on the corpses on the ground. You confirmed that was the reason I decided to join. Her hand clenched the mask. Her face darkened with anger to ruin the game that he had sacrificed his life for. Right after that, he helped him up. It would be a bit strange if I asked any more questions. Jang also stood up and glanced over, of course. Then he reminded Wee-sung, startling him into saying something more constructive. Jang Hwan's face was full of determination, still holding his hand tightly. What was he trying to gain from me? Someone who knows Nebula in real life. Meanwhile, on a mountain, a group of players sits around attending a meeting. Grampus crossed his legs. I heard Zomion just changed kings. He frowned and announced, a son has killed his father and taken the throne. Is that really okay? Wee-sung also turned there calmly. Ah, that was something I had anticipated, so it's not a problem. Next to Jang Wan, he also crossed his arms, controlling himself, knowing there was no need to talk about losing his divine rank. The system announced divine rank 8, and in his mind, he thought speaking out would only increase the chance of Choi Sang-gun finding out. He clenched his arm tightly, knowing he was the last line of defense and wouldn't have to act directly. Then he thought of Apostle Ladin, who had become king, realizing having an apostle was far more beneficial than the harm caused by level reduction, since apostles are the core of this world. Ladin Bosur is not as famous as LCK, but can build his reputation from now on. He dwells on the fact that Ledin passed the apostle's trial and recalls the apostle LCK. Ilrak is the first apostle who can defeat multiple creatures. No, maybe even summoned players. Until the official battle begins, we need to develop Ledin to a level where he can face LCK. Then you think of him when developing comprehensively, and that's enough. Next to Wissam, full of worry. Grampus, are you okay?
You're at the border, so you'll have to face Nebula as well. All eyes are on him too.
His face twisted as he said, I have more troops and quite a bit of preparation, but honestly, I can't be confident that we can defeat Han's 10,000 soldiers with Donayum's 30,000. A 1026 also remained silent. So you are already considering the possibility of defeat, Grampus confirmed correctly. He remembered the image of Sangan and Janda and added, it sounds a bit pessimistic, but I don't want to let my guard down. You all know well what he has achieved so far. And even if I lose, while I buy time, you can all prepare the rest of the forces. With a serious look, he informed the group, we can consume Nebula's faith resources. Suddenly, the system frame appeared, startling him as well. The next day, he jumped to his feet. Whoa, what? Jan turned around in confusion. What's going on? He angrily stared at the red system board and shouted, startling everyone around. Damn it, wait, I'll be back soon. Immediately after, he teleported away. Jang Wan crossed his arms. Oh man, and Janda beside him looked on in confusion. Yes. Meanwhile, in Danium's capital, Damarit, the sky was filled with darkness. Inside, Obenem sat on the throne, surrounded by panic. The enemy was approaching. So ready the weapons and light the torches. He pointed in confusion and fear, shouting, "The cannons! Where are the cannons?" This is King Abanum of Satyros. Suddenly, a loud noise startled them. The LCK disciple stood there with divine power radiating around his body, advancing towards them. It's useless. Don't bother trying. The streams of attacking energy cut many villagers in half with each step he took. They screamed in terror while he stood before Obenem. Apostle Log is truly Apostle Log. He reached out his trembling hand. As a king, I cannot just stand by and watch the tragic state of Black Lawn, so this is why it happened. But deep down, I hold no hatred. Seeing this, Apostle Lack just grinned. I understand your feelings. He saw that you sympathized and shouted loudly. Really? But before he could finish speaking, his head was cut in half and it fell to the ground. He concluded that I have no personal defenses either. Outside the fortress, Sangun stood above watching the battle, smiling with his arms crossed. You guys are overthinking it. That night, images of the castle and events were reflected back. Elda put her hand on her chin and looked at it thoughtfully, saying, "Leaving your apostle alone in the enemy's capital. Are they using their valuable card too recklessly?" Sangun stood beside, puzzled. What are you talking about? I could only sigh and try to explain to her. What's the point of keeping him? Is an apostle some kind of bean? To ferment it for flavor or what? You're still hesitating, but it's just bean noodles. Then he frowned and looked at him, concluding that if Krampus hadn't attended today's meeting, you might have already lost everything if the player used all their creation and all their faith resources. He also realized it, then recalled the meeting of the 5 others at the volcano's edge. It was truly a gamble. I found out the meeting time thanks to you, he confirmed further. But there is still a chance that Krampus did not attend, or the meeting ended early. The two stood in the observation space, and she agreed. Exactly. Then you told her. But I gained something wonderful. Elda was also a bit surprised. Is there any other benefit we don't know about? Sangun explained. There are a few things, but more importantly, I made others feel that I have an unconventional playstyle, and that itself is an advantage. Her expression showed she didn't understand as she looked at him. Seeing this, he patiently explained further. There are 2 main playstyles in the world of destruction. He thought about those who traded blood for wealth. One way was high risk, high reward, and then the other was lower risk, lower reward. Then he propped his hand up, raised 2 fingers, and asked, which playstyle is more advantageous for the player? She crossed her arms and answered confidently. I thought low risk was better, but Sangun disagreed. A high risk, high reward playstyle is more advantageous. Why? Because safe moves are easy to predict. He added, still, everything needs balance. Elda tilted her head in confusion. So, what do you mean by level here? Sangun beside her patiently explained. That standard varies for each person and cannot be precisely defined. She also raised her hand to bite her nails, seriously thinking, what you have done. In the end, he confidently asserted, that's right, I am gradually gaining the advantageous position. He looked down at the LCK disciple below, who was holding onto Obenem's head. The next morning, at the meeting of the 5 Wissam members, Jiang Onian, Grampus, Vanda, 01026, he spoke up first, drawing everyone's attention. I didn't expect Nebula to go this far. With only one disciple, I thought he would be more cautious. We have lost to his strategy. Krampus clenched his teeth in anger, but his face darkened and sank into the shadows. The king's castle has not been completely destroyed, and a new king can still be chosen from the royal family, with up to 3,000 troops on guard. Then Krampus regained his composure, lifted his head, and asserted himself, while the others looked over at him. His goal is to put psychological pressure on us. Although there was no material loss, serious instability has occurred within. A 1026 also spoke up. Because our king is also afraid, I have placed a creator by his side as a guard. He nodded in agreement beside me. Then Krampus pointed and proposed. To prevent this situation from happening again, we should not hold regular meetings for the time being. We will only meet again if there is an incident. Hearing that, Wissam sat with his arms crossed and nodded. I agree. Next, he made the decision to closely monitor the situation of the kingdoms and their creations. Important matters will be discussed through emergency virtual meetings. Vanda sat there looking at them with suspicion. Is this really okay? Although the meetings could become a weakness to keep this alliance going, we have decided to hold regular sessions. Wisung and Grampus are still discussing. She watched them fall into thought. What we worry about most is the division of the alliance, which actually works in our favor because it means less for us to worry about. In a mountain pass, a battalion is moving through it. Above on the wall, other soldiers are also rappelling down the cliff. Yu from Dolan frowned as he walked. What are the enemy troops up to? This is General Bem Dolan of Danium. Behind Suhyun, others also followed seriously to report. All 10,000 enemy troops are moving upstream along the river. They will arrive in no more than 3 days, and as soon as 2 days. He pointed to the map inside the command tent to show Aranju. Good, they definitely want to eliminate each group in the alliance, so they won't overlook us. To defeat us, they have to enter the canyon. They are staring at the direction on the map. assuming we will block the canyon that the Hooken army must pass through and launch attacks from both sides of the canyon.
Then he stood before the army commanders. The question now is, who is the enemy commander?
The people in the tent fell silent. Seeing the quiet atmosphere, UB Dolan decisively closed the map and made his assessment. Has anyone figured out this plan yet? I don't think it matters much.
What determines victory in battle is numbers and supplies. Then he added, the supplies from our allies are sufficient, and we have 3 times the enemy's troops. Besides, our God is watching over us, so victory is certain.
Clear? The people inside shouted in unison. Understood, sir. 3 days later, a troop entered an alley while another force stood guard outside the canyon. Be cautious and probe carefully. It's the enemy. Suan beside confirms it as expected. He asked, is there any information we don't know yet? And the person beside him hesitated before confirming. No, there's nothing else. Then he smiled, clasped his hands behind his back, and gave the order. Then it's decided. Rest up and be ready to deploy. Introducing General Hooken Ben Lorzon again. With a look of surprise, Suan reminded them of this decision. But our celestial monk still hasn't made contact, and if fighting now isn't the will of the night sky. Seeing this, Basin also impatiently questioned. Do you want to sit still and wait for the night sky to do everything for us? Do you want him to wield the sword and get hit in our place? Suan hesitated. Then he looked toward the distant canyon where the troops were lying in ambush. Setting up camp outside, he explained, the moment we go into battle is the easiest time for us to win. The night sky also wants us to judge for ourselves. He looked into the windswept canyon and concluded that the enemy would think we were resting after the march, so this is the best time when they are off guard. Seeing this, you also understood and bowed your head. Got it. The prince glanced back at him to remind him. Suan quickly corrected himself. Sorry, General. The crowd below was watching them and whispering. I heard he saved the island of Dotan, so he must have some leadership skills. Why is it that in the end, the prince is the one leading us? Both General Yan Tata and His Majesty wholeheartedly recommend him. Isn't he appointed just because he's His Majesty's brother? I hope that's not the case. Above them, the two continued their discussion, ignoring the group behind. Then B couldn't help but reach up to stroke his chin, his face thoughtful. I thought I would never return to command. But on second thought, this is truly a bold move by His Majesty. His eyes are somewhat wary, of course. I have no intention of losing. He looked up at the sky and realized the truth. Right now, he was at a disadvantage in both terrain and numbers. Basa's gaze swept over the entire army. But war was not just about numbers.
The soldiers lined up waiting for orders. He told himself if we had prepared from the start, the Danium troops would have been thrown into chaos.
A lightning strike descended, and the locked disciple landed coolly and boldly. He grimaced, his body crackling with lightning as dark clouds gathered in the sky. The soldiers widened their eyes in surprise. He stood up straight, energy shooting out from his side. The lightning strike made even the enemy realize it. YUB. M. Dolan pointed and shouted urgently. I knew this moment would come, and we have a trump card too. A pack of bizarre creatures was released by them, growling fiercely as they charged forward. Above in the sky, strange birds and hybrid creatures surrounded the disciple of LCK. On Krampus, the witness also grinned eagerly. I will send all my creations. Immediately after, they charged at him from all sides. He shouted with delight, Disciple Lack will not be able to interfere in this battle. Loud explosions echoed inside the forest. Apostle Lack turned and fled from the hybrid monsters. He leapt up, dodging their attacks. Seeing that, Yubei Dolan also smiled with excitement. We did it! Lag has left the front line, now we just have to face their soldiers. This is our victory. The soldiers behind also cheered happily. Our victory, we have the advantage. On this side, Bassa smiled with satisfaction, truly relieved. Suan looked up confused from behind. Relieved, he just smiled and explained. That's right, because Lord LCK would never follow my orders. Then he looked at his troops, waving his hand cheerfully. I was troubled by having to consider that variable, so now I finally feel relieved. The person beside him looked around in confusion, but the general, the enemy, had both numbers and terrain advantage. Then he smiled confidently down. They are just a human army. I have never lost to an army made up entirely of humans. Meanwhile, the monsters were charging wildly, and the disciple LC calmly ran ahead to lure them away. He grimaced, his face scratched with a wound, then swung his hand to summon lightning. Using his weapon creation skill, he gripped his spear tightly, running while watching the strange monsters behind him, then leapt up as they looked up too. The apostle's eyes were filled with deadly intent as he swung his spear, a slash aimed straight at the monsters, but they dodged, leaving him wide-eyed in surprise. Above, the giant dinosaur opened its mouth to bite him, but he quickly leapt up, avoiding its snap. On this side, the soldiers also looked on in confusion. Suan glanced at Basin beside him, sinking into somewhat doubtful thoughts. He has never lost to an all-human army. His eyes were full of vigilance, his hand stroking his chin as he looked ahead calculating and assessing. The commander is truly an interesting character. Of course you have to be confident because you have reaped achievements on the coastal battlefield. Then he couldn't help but make a suggestion. But General, given the current situation, I think our troops must enter the pass. We cannot let their first wave get through. But the enemy has blocked the mountain pass, and the Satiro are excellent climbers. They are watching the troops coming out of the pass, so it would be very dangerous to go that way. Next to B, he still calmly smiles. The formation is still as we discussed, right? Suan is confused. Ah, yes. Then he remembered the map showing the positions of our forces and the enemy. We are moving in an encirclement formation toward the canyon entrance as the commander ordered. Of course, this is a stable formation, but it will be very difficult to attack the enemy effectively. Then he suggested, if we have to advance, shouldn't we switch to a spearhead formation? Suddenly, Basin looked down and smiled. Suan, you said the canyon is like a mouth earlier, right? He joked in a strange way. So if that's a dog, what if we nudge its nose with the ferret's tail? Suan looked a bit confused. Sorry, there's a dog peeking out from the enemy troops. Then he smiled calmly and said, just watch. He was thinking about the enemy's vanguard carrying shields. Above, the assassins are on high alert watching Ben's army. Even though their bodies are adapted for mountainous terrain and they have new weapons, they still rigidly use traditional fighting methods from the past. On the other side, the cannons were already set up and the formation would surely be the same. Then Basin raised the signal flag and shouted orders to the troops. The artillery unit heard clearly, aimed at the canyon cliff, and opened fire. Immediately after, a volley of shots was also fired toward the canyon. He shouted the next command, the cliff. The bombs kept pounding down there, causing the rock to continuously break apart and fall into the canyon. The people inside panicked as they saw large rocks falling on their heads. The cliff was collapsing. Yu from Dolan urgently shouted, pointing at the troops, "What are you doing? Our artillery must respond immediately." A subordinate reported anxiously that the infantry was packed too tightly to move the cannons, and someone else shouted in frustration, "Damn it! Then bring the cannons to the top of the canyon." The troops inside the canyon scattered as the bombardment continued relentlessly against the cliff. A wing commander warned that doing so would damage either the artillery or the men and take a lot of time. Yu Ben Dolan shouted, "Then call back a team from the west." Others also shouted, "General, the formation is breaking down. If we do this, the whole army will lose morale." Seeing the difficult situation, Yu from Dolan clenched his fists in anger and shouted, "Damn it, what?" Outside, Ba also raised the red flag to charge. The artillery fired another round, and he issued the command that if their cannons couldn't advance, we must seize the crossroads. Next to Suan, he was also surprised. So this is like poking the dog's nose? If we had cannons even inside the alley, this formation would work to our advantage. Seeing that he understood, he smiled as well. That's right, the encirclement formation will be extremely effective for concentrating firepower. Inside UB Dulan's troops, they quickly fired back, but all the shots only hit the rock walls. He concluded that it would be very difficult for those inside the narrow alley to fire out. Trying to fire cannons in such a tight space will only cause injuries. More and more rocks are falling inside. The enemy soldiers were in disarray, and he explained that it was also difficult to shoot down from the top of the ravine because the cannonballs would roll down. Then he looked at the siege situation on the map and realized they couldn't use their new weapons either. Danium shouldn't have chosen that spot from the start. Suan was still puzzled and looked up. But what if they somehow brought the cannons to the front line? Baesan just smiled. If they do that, and another volley flies toward the enemy, I'm still happy, so it's even better for us. The people inside ran in chaos. Their formation shattered, rocks and cannonballs tumbling down, while bullets kept raining down the cliff. The soldiers shouted as they pushed the cannons forward, with artillery clearing the way from behind, shield bearers and spearmen helping to move the cannons. The artillery unit advanced steadily ahead. Over here, Suan has made his move. Basan also shouted the command. Cavalry charge. The guy next to him shouted in support. Cavalry charge. His troops surrounded Yubei Dolan's soldiers in the canyon. The horsemen quickly charged forward to disrupt the enemy. A soldier noticed and shouted a warning that cavalry were coming, protecting the artillerymen, shield bearers, and spearmen. Outside, he still smiled calmly as he quickly formed a formation. The wounded soldiers could only hold off the cavalry when in formation, but in this situation, they were completely useless. Next to Suan, someone also looked on in astonishment. Yu and Dolan shouted to the people behind, "This is not good. We have to advance even if we have to force it." But that person stopped him. "No, General, we cannot give up the terrain advantage when we haven't lost many troops yet." Seeing this, he also looked at the besieged army and shouted, "Terrain advantage? What advantage is there in this situation? Even though we outnumber them many times over, we can't do anything at all." Then, Yubidolan looked at the battle ahead and assessed, "The enemy has completed their formation. If we charge out, it will only be like walking into a trap." The other person looked at the situation with suspicion. "So, you want us to retreat?" He explained further, "If we retreat now, the path back to the capital will be wide open." Yubidolan looked helplessly toward the battle. "So what do you want me to do?" His face showed a hint of panic.
We are the ones who set the trap for the enemy to walk into. So how did it come to this? The army in the canyon has been decimated, bodies lying everywhere.
In the end, we have no choice but to advance. Dude Lon clenched his hand in frustration, knowing that despite the losses, we still have the numerical advantage. He grimaced with tension, determined not to lose his bearings. Finally, he raised his sword and resolutely commanded the soldiers. Advance with the spearhead formation. We will use our numerical advantage. The soldiers quickly surged out of the canyon. On this side, the group quickly charged forward to meet the enemy. A scout looked ahead cautiously. We couldn't see the enemy's cavalry. Behind you, Bemdulan also observed the situation and concluded that they had retreated after the recent battle. We must turn this fight into a test of numbers, so we have to face them head on. Seeing them charge, Boss smiled excitedly. I can't let you do that! He rode his bird, swung his sword forward, and shouted as he charged, cutting through the enemy at the waist. Suddenly, the soldiers along with Yu Bemdolan froze in shock. What? Cavalry. A mounted unit charged in a surprise attack, horse hooves tossing soldiers into the air, while soldiers above stabbed down at the enemy from horseback. A cavalry unit cut through Ubidolan's soldiers. We've been split in two by the cavalry. The soldier below looked up to report. It was a cavalry unit. Earlier, the cavalry kept attacking, and the enemy also realized that the forces ahead were isolated, so we can no longer hold the front line. At that moment, Ubidolan looked at them with tension as the commander asked for his orders. General, please give the command. Immediately, he gestured to open the way for the allied cavalry to advance. We have to save the forces at the front. Beside a young commander who questioned it, sending cavalry forward at this time would be pointless. I think we should retreat to the canyon. But the old commander also denied that he was foolish. There's no time left. As the enemy began their assault, Ubidolan tried to explain to them that orders must be consistent for the soldiers to stay focused. We will hold the formation tightly and advance. Someone in the command team objected to him. What about those isolated on the front lines? Ubidolan's face tightened as he made the difficult decision. We will abandon them. The group hesitated, but the general cut them off with determination. Be quiet. We still hold the advantage. Boss was also standing nearby, watching the battle. He moved his mount to get a better view. Then he turned around and ordered the men. The exhausted and wounded soldiers should retreat. The units that haven't joined the battle can move forward. Suan stood by, looking puzzled. General, wouldn't it make more sense to use all the current forces first and save the new ones for later? Ordering a retreat doesn't guarantee they will recover quickly, but he looked at the battle situation and explained, I think differently. If the soldiers see that we don't use our forces until they are killed, they will feel reassured. He was confused. You frowned and wondered, that might matter on normal days. But in war, what does a stable mood mean? He heard that and looked up with a smile, knowing that only by doing so would the survivors continue to follow orders. From the cliff above, Basan looked down at his cavalry. Since the enemy's front forces had been destroyed, we would have an opening to fire the cannons. Suan behind also clearly understood. A barrage of cannon fire was quickly unleashed, the artillery shells pounding directly at Ubidolan's troops, causing them to scatter in chaos. Only then did he panic as he looked at the situation, realizing this was a repeat of the previous battle. He understood the difficult circumstances he was facing. If we pull the infantry back to bring up the artillery, the cavalry will tear through our formation. In his mind, he calculated that if we pushed the infantry forward quickly, the cavalry would cut through their flanks, turning them into prey for the enemy infantry. Yu Bemdulan's face was filled with panic, his tense mood reflecting the current situation of his troops. Maintaining the formation and advancing slowly would only lead to losses from enemy artillery. What exactly can we do now? Even the B side is assessing the situation. At first, they chose the wrong position. If it were me, even at a loss, I would still retreat. Suddenly, his expression showed a hint of surprise. Huh? On the other side, the guards standing at the alley entrance also realized it, but it seemed they had come up with a new tactic. The burly man calmly sitting on his mount realized that the tactic might be to turn their backs to the cliff to retreat, making it difficult for the cavalry to pursue sideways. Soon after, he found a solution, but this significantly increased their contact surface. Next, he shouted the charge command, and the soldiers quickly rushed toward the guards in front. Seeing this, Ubidolan frowned, looked ahead, and said to the commanders, So, they are pushing the infantry forward, but what I want is a battle between infantry units. Whoa. Immediately after, the command rang out, causing the two infantry forces to clash, the eastern side holding firm, while the heavy infantry pressed the other side. The troops charged forward with fierce determination. A commander noted that Satiro's heavy infantry is famous for its power to push back enemies. We have a chance now. The basin side quickly charged in. On the battlefield, both sides launched fierce attacks. Seeing the situation looking promising, Ubidolan smiled with joy. We did it. The heavy infantry has pushed back the enemy infantry. That's right. Then he excitedly shouted, urging the soldiers forward. The heavy infantry advanced to seize the gap. As long as the allies escape the canyon, we will win. On this side, Basa also coldly remarked on the lack of vigilance. The infantry on the other side looked in panic. Wait a minute. Right after that, his artillery also advanced forward. Following his command, continuous volleys of fire rained down. The infantry in front panicked under the bombardment, while behind them, screams echoed along with orders to retreat. Up on Zon, panic was everywhere, the voice trembling slightly. Ah, below, the guards have been wiped out. He looked down from the cliff in terror. Oh my god, there was someone sitting in the system space above, watching. The hammer and anvil tactic has been a fundamental strategy since the ancient times of Alexander the Great. The command battle formations appeared before their eyes. The version B is using is the most basic form of this tactic. holding the enemy firmly with strong infantry in front while continuously attacking from above and the two flanks with artillery and cavalry. Then continuously attack the front and both flanks with artillery and cavalry. He understood that since the enemy camped in the artillery ravine, we didn't suffer heavy losses, but it was still too early to be confident. Elsewhere, Krampus hovered amid the chaotic battle, watching the system frames, while Sang-gun assessed quietly, knowing it all depended on how they would react. On this side, Wissam called him directly. "Do you think you will lose?" He is also panicking. "Why?" "We have provided fire support." Krampus's face was full of tension, sweat pouring down like rain. A next to Wissung reminded him to focus on defeating LCK. They looked over to the other side, where the Lack disciples were fighting the hybrid monsters. Still, all it managed to do was keep the creations from being wiped out. LCK, that monster. He looked at the screen, forcing a smile. "We're not wiped out yet, but if we retreat now, we'll lose even more. I think we can still manage if we send reinforcements." Seeing that, Wissung remained silent, then responded to him. "I'm sorry, Grampus." Grampus forced a stunned smile. Why of all things? William reached out and was about to disconnect, refusing. "I can't help you." Hearing that, Grampus clenched his fists in anger. On the screen, Wissam tried to explain that support requires prior preparation. He also questioned back, but isn't the capital Damaret still standing? He had his own thoughts, but the real reason Apostle Raiden was not ready yet. Wisu thought of Line fighting fiercely, Raiden preparing for the final battle against the domestic rebels, and now he continued to win battles to build the achievements and strength of an apostle through victories and reputation. On this side, Grampus has also made a decision. "Fine, we will retreat." He sat in the chair, rubbing his forehead in frustration as he stared at the system screen. After all, Haklan couldn't take Danim with just 10,000 troops. It was better to hold time in the capital Daret. A commander ran up from behind and reported, "Sir Yab, Mujin has issued the order to retreat." Seeing this, Yu Bei Dolan also darkened his face, then turned to confirm. "All right, we retreat." The command shouted caused the soldiers to turn and flee. Retreat, return to the capital, and reorganize the camp. On this side, Suan also looked that way and shouted, "The enemy is retreating!" Ba remained calm, clasped his hands behind his back, and shouted, "Chase and eliminate the retreating enemy!" On the other side, his troops continued to advance relentlessly against Yubei Dolan's army. Only then will our next battle be easier to handle. Inside the mountain pass, the enemy flees in chaos over the bodies of our allies. Night is slowly falling. The wind blows in from the ravine. Outside lies a pile of corpses. Inside the command tent, discussions and candlelight reveal that the enemy has suffered about half of their forces. Suan held the report and added, "It seems there will be even more deserters. We suffered a loss of 1,000 soldiers." Bea also rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He smiled with satisfaction. They had 3 times the number of troops and still lost. The battle at Dinfa Gorge will go down in Dan Nim's history as a disgrace. Hearing that, he also stroked his chin and said, "Do you think there will still be a Dan Nim in the future?" Seeing this, Suan awkwardly explained, "General, Dan Nim is a great power, even if we capture the capital, that's all." And he nodded in agreement. "We cannot conquer all of Dan Nim because there are royal families and nobles in the provinces as well." Then B held up 3 fingers and made a point. "But isn't Dan Nim's 30,000 strong army a bit excessive? Raising that many troops is clearly too much." He thought about the ruler in the palace, who said that Dan Nim currently has many internal problems, and those issues will explode after a defeat in this battle. Suan sat down, clearly puzzled. A problem. What is it about? He also placed his hands on the table and stood up at that part. Then he turned his head and smiled, saying it would be better to see it with his own eyes. 7 days later, at a white castle, the Black Land Army arrived at the capital Damaret of Danim. Ben and Suhyun stood outside the city gate looking in, and soon the gate quickly opened with Aranju leading the way, understanding Ben's intention. She reached out to the two and introduced herself. "I am the daughter of General Yu Bem Dolan, Aranju Dolan." He also seemed somewhat doubtful. "Iubu BM, do you mean the commander-in-chief of this war?" She confirmed it. "Yes, that's right." Aranzu's gaze was calm as she announced further that since yesterday she had become the ruler of Dayaret's capital and the new emperor of Danim. Basin and Suhyun also felt a bit suspicious upon hearing that. She stood by the city gate, watching the two standing on the bridge make their declaration. Dan declared surrender to the black unicorn above. Krampus held his head, his face twisted with tension. "It's over." He looked at the fortress and the troops of B advancing and felt confused. "So where exactly is the problem? The goal is to buy time until the alliance gathers, but we haven't even come close to that goal." Suddenly, a system frame appeared beside him, and he looked at it helplessly, sighing. It was Sang-gun. He appeared on the system screen, already thinking about surrendering. His hand clenched tightly, resting on his lap, his head bowed, unable to look straight. Then he asked doubtfully, making him a bit surprised, "Nebula, do you think I'm playing this game now?" Seeing him so desperate, Sang-gun also comforted him. "No, I think you're doing fine." Seeing him silent, he pressed further. "So can you explain this to me? Through the system frame, you also explained, so where are you? Hearing your plan is for the prime minister to take power after the king dies, right?" Grampus recalled the Prime Minister openly admitting it. Yes, at that time I thought the Prime Minister was the most capable person. He gestured to the crowd of subjects below. Because he was ambitious, I thought he could unify the chaotic situation in the country. Sangun also recalled the bloody execution. So you falsely accused the commander of treason after he returned and had him executed because Yu Bems was the Prime Minister who couldn't share power. His expression showed a hint of reluctant justification. Yeah, I thought it was the obvious choice, but I never expected Yu Bem's daughter Aranzu to rise up for revenge. Aranzu stood in the sanctuary and killed the Chancellor, filled with doubt. She had no such potential. Could it be that my move was wrong? Hearing this, he also stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "You overlooked that an individual can break through under certain circumstances, but it's not a bad move. Calling it decent wouldn't be an exaggeration." Grampus bowed his head like that. His face darkened as he held his head and looked at him. "Suppose I have surrendered. Can I ask you one question?" "Why would I lose?" Sangun said confidently, pointing arrogantly. "Because I'm just too good." Seeing Grampus's confused expression, he pointed to his head and explained, "Just kidding. You can't win by only choosing options for the present moment. You have to consider all possible outcomes in the entire strategy." So he understood, meaning you predicted everything would happen like this? Below, Aranju is leading Banan and Suhayon along with the troops behind them into the city. He responds to him. "Just a little. To be honest, I thought the conflict between the Prime Minister and the General would last longer." But in the end, Krampus atop the fortress hung his head in deep disappointment. "So the situation is better than you expected?" The guy on the screen confirmed it the same way. He gripped the armrest quietly for a moment. The screen shows the events unfolding. Sangun reminds us, "Why surrender now? If you surrender now, I'll offer you more lenient terms." His face darkened as he sat on the throne laughing madly. Then with a very smug expression, he looked up. "There's no way I'll surrender." On this side, I also received the notification in the space. The video call has ended. Only then did Elda's seed emerge. "Do you know why Grampus refused to surrender?" He calmly assessed that he wanted to see everything through to the end. "That kind of spirit is fine too." She blushed awkwardly. "If it were me, I would have given up. It's just a bit of a shame for the fairies who believed in me." Hearing that, Sangun also turned and nodded in agreement. Acting that way isn't necessarily bad. On the screen, a vast capital city is shown from above, surrounded by tall walls, farmland, and a river. If Danim had stood up to defend, our troops would have had to prepare for heavy losses. He stood silently in the air, so Elda must be behind him. But we captured the enemy capital without shedding blood. We can't just call that luck. Everything has its own causes and effects. Over there, he was still panicking as he pressed the system device. Then the system frames kept appearing next to Krampus. His face was extremely ugly. Jang clenched his teeth, struggling to see how they would react. Below, in the main hall of the fortress, Aranju sat on the throne watching Baesan enter with Soon. She calmly reminded him, "General Vaughn, the Danim army still outnumbers yours. If I hadn't surrendered, the damage would have been much greater." Her hands rested on the armrests as she suggested we negotiate under better terms. Beneath B's calm expression, he calmly retorted, "But the Danim army had already been completely disarmed. You were the one who opened the city gates for us. Do you have any regrets?" Arandu's face showed unwavering determination. "Excessive demands will cause the people to lose faith. If the rumor spreads that the Black Wolf is too harsh, even fewer nations will want to surrender. Does the Black Link's army want to continue this tough fight?" He also looked up, his eyes scrutinizing. Inside the space, Sangun also watched the negotiation, silently admiring. Quite bold. A few days ago, even this scenario was unimaginable. He looked at the screen showing the negotiation and thought, honestly, surrender negotiations like this aren't very important. Next to her, Elda also looked on in confusion. "Huh? You say surrender negotiations aren't important. What about Krampus and his fortress?" Dared is still driven by his faith in Grampus. Right now, the most important thing is for the Blackland army to stay here safely. Then he firmly asserted, "We need to clearly understand what Grampus is ultimately pursuing. I want to know which side he is leaning toward." A few days later, the people inside the fortress stood beneath a solemn ceremony. Aranju Dolan's coronation was held with the support of the Blackland army. Aranzu held up the mirror. In front of her was a crown placed on a cushion. As a king allied with the Black Orchid army was officially crowned. Below, Bon and Soyeon stood among the crowd watching, surrounded by the gathered people. She looked at herself in the mirror, but during the coronation, the mirror quickly cracked, and her face inside it gradually shattered. The shards fell straight onto Aranju's face, and the people around anxiously stepped forward. Things were not going smoothly. Witnessing this scene, the atmosphere grew even more suffocating. The murmurs of panic and the eyes staring at the shattered sacred blessing on the throne filled the air. Someone shouted loudly, rallying everyone. Majin does not recognize Aranju Dolan as the rightful king. He stood on the platform looking down at the chaotic crowd, raising his hand and shouting, "Last night Mujin told me, even if we surrender to the Black Wolf, we must never surrender to the night sky." The crowd below raised their hands, cheering in support. "That's right, we must not surrender. The nation may surrender, but our faith will not." In space, Elda also realized it. "Don't tell me that event is already happening." He calmly furrowed his brow in confirmation. Yes, this is the beginning of the separation between the church and the crown. The split between the church and the monarchy divides power into two factions led by different leaders. Usually, the crown and religion support each other to form a unified authority. But as society develops, they tend to separate. Then Sang-gun stared intently at the screen. Her hand glided over the system frame on the globe. The split usually starts with politics cutting off religion, but in the Lost World, it's the opposite. Religion holds stronger influence here. Next to her, someone also touched the system panel and turned to look at Sang-gun, saying that the split between the church and the monarchy at this time would cause great chaos. Hearing this, he nodded in approval. Clearly, Krampus was no ordinary player in this game. His eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, the one most shocked right now must be Erenju Dolan. The chaos below was escalating. Erendu looked down at the frenzied crowd being held back by soldiers. More and more people growing angry, yet her expression remained calm as she looked around, knowing that in times like these, there was only one thing to rely on. Then, Erendu knelt before the statue of the deity, full of reverent faith. Erendu closed her eyes, bowed her head, her mind swirling with thoughts. Lord, why do you remain silent? Are you saying that I am wrong? There was still no reaction from the golden statue above. The Prime Minister was being manipulated by his brilliant greed. She frowned, tightly clenched her eyebrows, made a decision in her heart, and this was the only way to save the nation, finally opening her determined way at ease. Inside the space, he calmly watched the outcome. She was very resilient, and since the mirror broke during the ritual, her patience had only grown stronger. Elda also approached strangely, standing by the chair. But why didn't Grampus just kill Erenju? Wouldn't it be easier to kill Erenju first and then deny the throne? Hearing this, Sang-gun calmly explained, he wants Erenju to be desperate so that I am forced to step in and help. And when Erenju starts to trust me, she will become a solid heretic, easier to overthrow. Then he recalled the moment he called Grampus, who sat opposite him looking troubled. He had suggested something, and Grampus seemed to have listened. Then he also came up with the possible scenarios that could happen. Krampus had definitely prepared 4 feasible plans. A. Erenju withdraws the right to decide to surrender. B. Erenju is killed. C. Erenju submits to the night sky. And finally D. In the current state, the night sky protects Erenju. Elda frowned and gritted her teeth. A B and C will all put the Black Wolf troops at a disadvantage, he interrupted. And D. The hand reaching out toward the system screen as if to embrace Erenju's kneeling, desperate body. This is the outcome they desire most. They are trying to make us waste more resources to protect Erenju, wanting us to get stuck into Arit even after capturing it. Hearing this, Elda still didn't understand, shrugging and staring at him wide-eyed. So what should we do next? Then Sang-gun smiled, resting his chin on his hand with excitement. We have to show them that having many plans is not enough, he muttered. The second lesson is to always have more plans than the enemy. Inside Erenju's room, silence suddenly broke with a noise, while she was still lying there asleep. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in shock. In the corner of the room, a cloaked figure stared at her, and she screamed in fear. Who's there? On the other side, the woman also held a staff and removed the cloth from her head. I am Yan, and you introduce yourself. I am Erenju Dolan, the queen of Arit. Right after that, Aranu also got off the bed cautiously. Yan, are you an alchemist? But Yan smiled seductively, no longer that, now I am a sorcerer. On the other side, she cautiously reached into her shirt. Frowning. Sorcerer, isn't that just a fairy tale? She still approached calmly, so a young general has become king, yet you still have much to learn. Outside the window, the night was still shrouding everything, Yan threatened. I entered this place filled with soldiers without anyone noticing, and I could kill you and calmly walk out of here. On the bed, Erendu's body sat there motionless. How ridiculous. You are just an old, short, ancient demon, while she approaches calmly. Want to give it a try? Feeling threatened, she quickly drew her sword, ready to show no mercy. She leapt up, swinging the short sword toward her, seriously preparing to attack. The blade slashed down, stabbing straight into her neck, causing Saizo to scatter. But Yan just squinted at her. Oranju's face was full of panic. Saizo lay scattered on the ground, but she calmly stepped toward her. It seems you only believe it when you see it with your own eyes. She stepped closer, and as she fell onto the bed, she was threatened. Now do you understand, young king? Her face showed a hint of shock as she looked up at the power surrounding her. Why? Why have you come here? Immediately after, she quickly pulled the sword stuck in her neck out. The gaze looking down at Erenju from above, the floating body affirmed. Rest assured, I came here to help you. She looked up in confusion. And what is the price for this help? Yan's body floated, radiating magical power as she looked down at her and proposed a nation free from the gods' interference. Seeing Yan's determined expression, Erendu also felt confused. That is impossible. She looked up full of doubt. Could it be that you don't know the history of the races destroyed for not worshipping the gods? But facing her calm assumption, a wave of power spread. What if there was a force that could replace the gods? Aranzu broke out in a cold sweat, stunned. Impossible. Her face unreadable, but her tone firm as she said, maybe we will make magic the center of this nation. After saying that, she sat down on the ground. She was also confused. If magic was that powerful, shouldn't you be able to drive away the Black Wolf army? Her eyes were serious, the moonlight streaming through the window confirming it. No, even I can hardly stand against the Black Lin army now. She added while Aranju sat frozen on the edge of the bed. And besides, the night sky has a deep connection with the mages, so it cannot act recklessly. She probed, so what can you do? She affirmed that under the night sky shining over the castle, she could protect the people of this nation. Then she thought about the past oppression. Like our people, those who did not follow the gods had to live under oppression their whole lives. Her face was cold.
Now that another god has dominated this land, do you think you and your descendants will live in peace? Outside, the lights still shine in the night under the rule of the Black Scale Army. Even the name Dan Nim may not exist, and there is no guarantee that your freedom of belief will be preserved.
The cheerful people talk and laugh, but the only thing truly worth protecting is not the nation or the gods, but humanity itself. She insists that we do not serve the gods because we have the power to protect ourselves. Under the bed, Aranju hesitated and looked up. Yan tempted, if you accept my offer, I will give you that power. Suddenly, she lifted her head and looked toward the moonlight by the window. Unfortunately, there isn't much time left to decide, so make your choice before sunrise. On this side, she also held her head in doubt, while outside, the sun was slowly rising behind the mountains, its light shining into the room through the window. All right, I have made my decision. It also shines down on Aranju. She clasped her hands, her gaze resolute, and said, let us build a nation that depends on no god. Meanwhile, their conversation was being monitored through the system screen. Sang-gun smiled excitedly at the event, then a light shone directly down on the castle. Inside, Dynan entered holding a piece of paper. Long time no see, General Basin. Seeing that, he and Soon also looked over. Ah, Minister of Hunting, it really has been a long time. Saying that, he stepped forward with a smile and shook hands. I didn't expect you to come all the way here yourself. Beside him, Dynan also spoke with a lively smile. Because of the war, we cannot hold a feast or organize a hunt, so I had to come in person. The troops are still standing in formation, waiting for orders. He reported that I have gathered 5,000 troops and brought them with me. Suddenly, Dynan spoke up. Are you fully aware of the current military situation? Ba also looked up. Ah, I understand now. The fortress seen from above has been completely subdued. After the capital city Danim was occupied by the Black Wolf army, troops from other nations began moving very quickly. Troops from all three directions are on the move. Ya, Danim's closest ally, has deployed 2,000 soldiers, Mangan from afar sends 24,000, and German contributes 18,000 troops. All three armies are moving toward this fortress with a total of 62,000 soldiers marching to the capital Darit. He seriously estimates they will arrive within a month. And Seomyeon is still in civil war, right? Next to Dynan holding the confirmation document. That's right. And the war will end with the victory of that rebellious son. Line rides into battle on horseback with great valor. It was as if he was blessed by the gods. An unstoppable force. He swung his sword wildly at everything around him, even claiming to be an apostle of Scan. Ah, I also brought some new weapons that I think will be useful for this battle. He looked at them with suspicion. Cannons, huh? We can also get cannons from Dan Nim. Next to him, he glanced over and explained that it was a cannon, but a new model. Then pointed toward the cannon lying on the ground. One model has an upgraded barrel that is extended. It is heavier because of that, but can shoot up to 50 steps farther than a regular cannon. Hearing that, Ba's eyes widened in amazement. 50 steps? Impressive. What about the second model? Dynan Nin's expression remained calm as he turned back to look. The second model has a much more innovative design. Inside the training area, take a look. Gunshots ring out. Bayon looked up, the sound was faint. Next to Dynan, the others nodded. Yes, a sniper was holding a gun, practicing aiming. Dynan explained that it is much smaller and can be operated by just one person. They discussed the design of this gun, which has a trigger similar to the crossbow Mong gun usually uses. This is a type of cannon, but you can think of it as working like a crossbow. Over here, he's also curiously touching it. So what do we call it? He calmly watched Bond's movements. The engineers called it a handheld cannon and said it was preloaded, so just fire away. Hearing that, he also tried aiming with the barrel, muttering in anticipation. The handheld cannon fired a powerful shot, piercing through the target board. Seeing this, Basa lowered the barrel, looking amazed. This thing even pierced a hole through the target and was still smoking. He wondered, how many of these did you bring? A month later, at a military camp, his face was full of gloom as he rested his chin on his hand. She sat in the alliance negotiation, full of frustration. On the other side, the others were still discussing. What should I do? She closed her eyes, sitting on the mat with a furious frown. That Nebula guy was threatening others. That night in space, he wanted me to betray them. She looked at Sang-gun awkwardly. But I'm supposed to be allied with them. The man beside him was also doubtful. Aren't you supposed to be allied with me? Hearing that, Janda could only force a smile and explain. Well, it's kind of like that, like an alliance with you, but being labeled a traitor. He sat calmly in his chair. So that's what you think. Then he also realized and nodded. Then maybe I should help you make the decision. He opened the threat system panel and Sanda's face turned pale. Vanda, If you don't cooperate, I will make all the information you provided to me public. Suddenly, Sang-gun stood up. Of course you can deny it, but everyone will suspect you and you will be isolated. And when you are isolated, I will crush you. At this point, she became even more flustered. Wait a minute, what? San's face was full of frustration as he clenched his fists and shouted loudly, "If you do that, what do you think I will see you as?" Hearing her curse, Sang-gun remained calm, probably a rotten guy. Then he smiled evenly and added, "I believe you are someone who thinks rationally." Faced with this threat, Vanda stood there, her face darkening and going numb. Think carefully about what your life depends on and make the right choice. She ran her hands through her hair in frustration, then finally bowed her head in defeat. "What exactly do you want me to do?" He calmly pointed at her. "Good. Your mission is to silently curse that damn Nebula in your heart." Sandust's face was full of sorrow, frowning and propping his chin. "If you're going to talk, at least speak properly. Sometimes I get the gist, but when the time comes, you'll understand on your own." "What kind of talk is that?" Suddenly a voice called out, catching her attention. "Everyone look, all three are clinging to Jongwon's screen. Nebula's actions are very suspicious." Next to A1026, it was also confusing. "Really? I don't see anything." She looked at the images displayed on the screen of his army and explained.
Nebula is interfering with our operations while steadily reinforcing their forces. Since they are the minority, it's a reasonable move.
But Jang Onin seriously looked at the screen and assessed. "Yeah, makes sense. But it's too predictable. We can play that way, but Nebula has to be different." Next to A1026, it still approached strangely. Why? Because Nebula is ranked number 1, so he has to use moves that we can't understand? He rested his chin, denying that my idea was wrong. Then, Jangwon looked toward the ground troops' position. "We misjudged the first battle, but the next one will be either a siege or a battlefield attack." His expression was grim as he calculated. Siege battles usually follow a fixed formula, and the side with more troops has the advantage. Accordingly, our winning rate will be between 80 and 95%. Next, weighing Sangjun's side against ours, the scale tips clearly in their favor. Our combined god-level power is higher, and since this isn't a one-on-one fight, just a bit of resource investment will be enough to take down the entire LCK. On this side, Krampus also furrowed his brow, looking at him with confusion. So, by all logic, we should win. But if the enemy only makes moves as expected, Zhang concluded, it means they must be plotting something, right? He sat in his chair, somewhat doubtful. "Exactly, there are a few things that worry me quite a bit." Then he thought of Yan and the other two, one of whom is a mage. "We have identified Yan's location among the 3 mages, but we still don't know where Tae or Mari are." Then I thought about below. Aranju holds power with her support. Nebula must have exploited some trait of the sorcerer. Right? He placed a sorcerer beside the king, and Dan Nim was declared a religiously neutral nation. Religiously. His worried eyes looked up at the images of the 2 remaining mages, knowing there were still 2 more incidents to be found. Seeing this, Krampus also looked down with concern. "So, should we only be wary of the mages? Does he deny that?" With determined eyes, the 4 listened intently to Jang Onin. The reason Nebula was playing too predictably. Maybe he believes that much is enough to win. There might be something we overlooked. His gaze gradually sharpened. "It's just a hunch. But what if in the end, we come to a conclusion that makes all 3 of us freeze? What if there is a traitor among us?" Outside, Vanda laughed nervously while hiding behind Grampus. He was panicking. "Wait, you're just assuming that, right? There really is a traitor?" Facing him, Jang Onin remained steadfast with his arms crossed. But if it were Nebula, this kind of behavior would also make sense. "You don't think so?" Saying that, he turned to look at them. "If there is a spy for Nebula among us, who would it be?" Hearing this, Janda broke out in a cold sweat, looked up at the sky, and forced a smile, realizing things had really come to this. Her face turned pale with panic. "No way. Was he accusing me?" Then Jongwon braced his hands on the chair, stood up, and the finger pointing straight ahead surely marked the traitor. He must have matched his guess so well that all 3 were stunned, his finger pointing straight at A1026. "You? A1026? Hearing that, she looked a bit confused and tilted her head. "Huh, me?" Grampus was startled as well. "What did you say?" Beside Janda, there was also confusion. "What?" Her voice trembled with both suspicion and fear. "What did you say?" He had already lost his composure. "What did he just say?" She trembled as she stepped beside Jongwon and forced a smile. Trong Yin, do you have any proof for what you said?" But he objected. "No, I said it's just a suspicion." Facing A1026 remains calm, so what makes you think that? On what basis? Next, he opened a system window for tooth research. Here. Inside the screen, a black-skinned man was running into the city gate. He was talking to a lizard. Jangwon made the accusation. "This tennis has been going back and forth between here and HL many times. He has no notable position. Just a merchant. Grampus over here also finds it hard to believe." "Have you tried contacting him?" Jongwon insisted firmly. "We sent priests to capture him, then he added more, leaving her at a loss for words." But Nebula intervened and killed him. At that moment, A1026 remained calm with arms crossed. "So, it seems I don't need to explain any further. I don't know who that person is." On the other side, Jongwon still suspiciously questioned her while the other two looked on in confusion. So why did Nis go to meet the lizard person, and why did Nebula have to go as far as killing him? Krampus's face twisted in confusion. That part definitely needs explaining. If he was killed before we could reach him, it means Nebula had been tracking him for a long time. Suddenly, Janda rushed out to block and defend A1026, but it felt forced, and she awkwardly waved me away. It could be Nebula's scheme to divide us or part of another plan we don't know about. With a determined expression, trying to sway the two of them, Krampus was resolute, but the small doubts should be clearly addressed. She rejected. So how do you two want to explain this? That guy is already dead, Jangwon said cautiously, making a suggestion. It's simple. Just reveal all their personal data. She remains calm, but that's pretty rude. A1026's body emitted a furious energy. If you were the traitor, wouldn't this be the perfect way to frame me and take the credit? On the other side, Jiangwan also felt it and was a bit startled. Vanda smiled quietly to herself. Here it is. Her eyes were full of scheming as she understood Sanggun's words. So you'll figure it out on your own, huh? I think this is what he means. She remembered the words he had told her. Vanda, your mission is to protect the traitor. His eyes looked at her with determination, while Janda could only force a smile. When someone actively defends the accused, it becomes harder for the others to keep up the pressure. They will start talking about trust and loyalty, ultimately overlooking the need to verify the facts. Right now, she is witnessing a scene exactly like what Sanggun said about Grampus Jang-on in A1026. After that, the accusers cannot let go of their initial doubts, and others begin to see the accusers as too extreme. Vanda smiled fiercely. In a situation like that, the one attacked in the end is not the one considered a traitor. All three of them looked toward Jangwon, startling him as Sanggun's voice still echoed in her ears, accusing her. The four of them now seemed to be standing on a thin sheet of glass about to shatter, and that alone was enough to shake the alliance so no one would suspect her anymore. Meanwhile, an army was stationed outside the city walls. Jangwon's face was full of concentration, his hand propping up his chin as he sank into thought. Suspicious indeed. On the other side, Grampus and Janda were also staring at him. I thought with enough evidence, at least one person would agree with me. Could it be that I was too harsh on A? On the other hand, Wisung called directly, so there's another possibility. He explained, maybe the suspicion between us is part of Choi Sung-eun's plan, and it's all staged to divert our attention elsewhere. His expression was unreadable as he concluded that if that were true, there might already be another traitor. Hearing that, Jang Wan furrowed his brow, resting his hand on his knee with a puzzled look. Krampus, neither you nor I have that kind of ability. Vanda also didn't seem suspicious. She remained calm in front of him. So, let's try some hypotheses. If Janda is the traitor, what problems would that cause? Suddenly he seemed to realize something, springing up and looking around. Wait, the troops under Janda are moving, and she seems to be smiling wickedly. That's when he realized we're in big trouble. His hands trembled as he frantically pressed the keys on the screen. So, let's make a mathematical assumption. Lunda said he would monitor who comes and goes, so he set up camp close to them. He nervously tapped on the screen. Grampus was there too, but he only had 2,000 troops, and Lunda alone could ambush both of them. Wisom stayed calm, but it was easier said than done. He imagined the scene of the foxes panicking over the orders and choices. Every entity in the lost world has its own will. If you suddenly order a betrayal of your allies, they will fall into chaos, even if it is the word of a god. But in Weising's mind, there is another judgment. Though in extremely rare cases, exceptions do exist. Inside the space, Vanda looked at her system interface, biting her lip hesitantly, then recalled what she had read back on Earth when she played the Lost World on the globe. There was an article that caught her attention, a study on how to betray effectively in the Lost World to increase the win rate. It also explains what needs to be done to betray effectively. It's a playstyle someone wrote for fun, relying entirely on the betrayal mechanic. Her hand moved the mouse skillfully. That article was called the Betrayal Playstyle, never taken seriously and buried in silence. On the screen above, a hypothetical map is displayed. No one bothers to look back at it, but at least for me, it's extremely useful for increasing my win rate. Thanks to that, even though my skills are nothing special, I still raised my chances of winning significantly. Jonda's gaze fixed intently on them, and this time, I had carefully prepared all the core elements of that playstyle. Above, she selected the attributes for her legion. The Larace is slow and hesitant when making decisions. When faced with two choices, they always hesitate, wanting to keep both, which makes their decisions less effective. Her body hovered in the air as she looked at the system frames. Because of that trait, they were rarely chosen as the main race to play. Below the confused troops, they looked at each other and whispered. But it was that very trait that made this playstyle a reality, eyes filled with determination shouting within. But it is that very characteristic of the Li tribe that makes this possible. And this is a playstyle based on patience created specifically for those without exceptional skills, like myself. Then she thought of the purple flower she had chosen earlier. Lunda had chosen a flower as a religious symbol against the enemy. The name of that flower is Manhwa, the flower of impermanence. The fruit of the flower grows on the stem. The key feature of Manbiwa lies in its outer shell. Because only when you peel it can you tell if the fruit is ripe or not. She gave this fruit to her people, and the moment it ripens is extremely unpredictable. So it was used as the main method for divining good or bad omens, and that ritual is called Dion Moon. But now, a fox holding the manbiwa in its left hand is revealing a hint of red. The fruit has ripened. Tabi's face was filled with panic as he looked at the fruit in Manbi's left hand just now. This was Tabi Voko, the enemy general. He looked anxiously at the person next to him. "Give me your Manbi fruit." That person also awkwardly fumbled to take the fruit out from the waist pouch. "Humph. Yes." His hand trembled as he raised it. "This one is already ripe." Seeing the mistake, Tabi also squinted and understood. "Do you remember the prophecy about today's war?" The people below looked up trembling. "It says that if the fruit is not ripe, protect your allies, but if the fruit is ripe and reason breaks along with the alliance shattering, then you must betray them." Tabi grits his teeth and the dawn gradually rises within the camp. His orders of right and wrong no longer matter. Everything was decided by Manjin from the dawn of time. We only realize that will after the events unfold. His gaze turned toward the distant sky. Our foolishness and hesitation in making decisions only serve to keep us from straying from the will already set by the gods and spirits. Under the sunlight shining down on the army, they quietly regrouped. "I will follow your will." Immediately after, the army advanced toward Krampus's forces. They quickly launched an attack from within, Krampus's face filled with panic as he realized too late that the enemy had already betrayed them. They have killed the DMA and general and are attacking the camp. Jong Onian's face is filled with panic as he turns to look at him. "What about Lunda?" He didn't respond. "I don't know where he is either," he shouted anxiously over here. "Call wisdom." All three of them activated the system. "You confirm that I will call them right now." Down below, the entire army is being slaughtered. Seeing this, A1026 remained calm and watched. There was no other way to deny it. Luna beside Zhongwan also shouted angrily. Luna was the traitor, and the ambush team was in a disastrous state. He gritted his teeth and looked around, the screen still connected to Wum. The general of German had also been assassinated, sending reinforcements down to eliminate them all. But Wissam quickly stopped him. "No." Next, he added about Sangun's army. The Darat city gate just opened, and the Black Unicorn troops are pouring in. This battle was destined to happen. Jang Wan's expression was grave. "I'm also sending all our troops at full speed if we face them head-on," Wai-sung quickly shouted, interrupting. "We will lose. If you intervene as gods, they will do the same. Do you think you can win?" Seeing this, the three of them also calmed down and looked towards him. Wissam slammed his hand on the table, deciding to turn the troops around. "We have to retreat." Below, Sangun's army was quickly mounting their flying beasts to join the battle. He still firmly advised them, "This is not the end. We still have a chance with the second expedition." This proves one clear thing: Nebula wants a short war, so the longer time passes, the more disadvantageous it is for him. The group calmed down. Wysam spoke more softly, reporting that the German troops were rushing straight to the border. Suddenly, A1026 appeared behind them, drawing everyone's attention to her. "No, if I want my soldiers to survive, I have to intervene personally." Seeing this, Grampus also furrowed his brow and made his decision. "Sorry, but I have to join the fight too. Those two vanguard troops are all the forces I have left, so it's better to take a risk than lose everything." Below, the soldiers were running desperately, their wounded bodies piling up. "If Maris falls like this, I will have to abandon the battle based on the sand axis. I can accept defeat, but I cannot sit idly and take it." Then, they looked at Zhengwan, questioning him. "Zhengwan, what are you planning to do? Will you help me?" Seeing that, he also clenched his teeth hesitantly. I was also conflicted about my current level of divine power. He made a decision that left the other two speechless. I thought I couldn't be of any help. But Krampus just closed his eyes and sighed. "There was no other way. Your reason was also valid." Jang Onian's eyes averted. He thought about how he had created a new disciple, Ledin, from the ritual. "I can't reveal why I didn't intervene now. Because I once suspected an ally member of betrayal, I chose a different path on my own, quietly creating a disciple, and my divine power dropped to level 8. Jang Onian's gaze is filled with regret. I will have to reveal that it has diminished because of him. I caused a misunderstanding by accusing Ara of being a traitor. If I decided to keep it secret, I should have kept it to the end." Below, the soldiers also began to pour into the battle. "If I turn the troops back, the Black-Scale Cavalry will hunt me down. At least I should minimize the losses. Whoever it is, you should leave the troops behind and retreat." Zheng Huan's expression was serious. In front of him was the battle surveillance situation. He reminded them, "Even if you use your faith now, you know it won't have any effect in the next battle, right?" Seeing this, she also moved her lips. In the end, Zhang calmly concluded that the current situation in German was unstable, with some internal nobles even beginning to side with Ayachin. Perhaps it was due to Lord Nebula's schemes. Then A1026 recalled that German is a country with a very weak monarchy. "If we lose this battle, there's no guarantee there will be a second expedition." Seeing this, Zhangwan also felt a bit doubtful. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" She's so calm. "I'm sorry for not speaking up sooner. I didn't want to be a burden." A 1026 added that others seemed to endure Lord Nebula's schemes well. Krampus's stunned expression made me feel embarrassed for being the only one faltering. She stood facing Jiangwan while he was still stunned, and if these internal issues were exposed, I feared I would be suspected. The veil over her face trembled, so his eyes looked up in surprise, and finally she lifted the veil, her gaze filled with sorrow. Just one more time, can't you reconsider? Right after that, the space fell silent. Zhang lowered his head in helplessness. I'm sorry. Seeing that, A1026 reluctantly bowed his head. I understand. Then they left, leaving him alone with his own thoughts. Each person has their own problems, but cannot share them with each other. Their bodies full of conflict. Beside Wissam's screen, Grampus could only turn back and look. Ahead, A1026 had decisively walked away, outwardly seeming like an alliance without issues. But in the end, there was still distance. He grimaced helplessly, not just me, but also Wisdom and that bastard. On the other side, A1026 still smiled as he opened the reminder system frame. It's already happened, so be careful, don't make stupid mistakes like I did. She tilted her head and added, Thank you for everything. We will meet again if fate allows. Seeing this, Grampus also widened his eyes in confusion. Jiangwan next to her was also astonished. Then, she clicked the confirmation on the system screen and finally left, leaving them in shock. Krampus looked terrified and Jiangwan stared in shock. Could it be? The two quickly looked down to where A1026 had moved. Her dress burned full of holes, her body releasing a massive amount of energy. They were doubtful. Was she a star now? Her eyes glowed with a fierce red anger. The soldiers below saw this and shouted excitedly. It's a shadow clone. The shadow clone has appeared. Zhang Onin looked down in panic and shouted. Are you crazy? While the German army is being completely annihilated, he screams in agony in his manifested state, but she still doesn't listen. A dense, murderous aura spread all around. It could seal the soul. Grampus also panicked and opened the system frame. That was A's last resort when backed into a corner. Let's stay calm and do our jobs. He ordered the people below. Zhang Yan withdrew the troops, looking confused beside him. If I retreat, what will you do? Then a shockwave rang out, making them look up in panic. As the lightning strikes down and dark clouds gather, in the end, what must happen will happen. Krampus's face twisted, he gritted his teeth and smiled. I don't intend to manifest, but I have to give my all to help. Above, the golden thunder grew louder and louder, and Nebula had to be dealt a powerful blow at all cost. Meanwhile, Vanda covered her face in panic. She nervously pointed at the screen and looked at Sang-gun. A has manifested. What should we do now? He saw her get noisy and remind him, if you're winning, why make a fuss? The screen showed the rank and profile of A1026. Indeed, harder to deal with if it's the avatar. But A's current god level is 18, not much different from Treogubi. Hearing that, Janda was still panicked, her face pale as she looked at him and shouted, How could he be sounding with A? He doesn't even know how to play the game properly. He stared at the system screen, lost in thought. Doesn't know how to play the game? It's not that simple, but I understand what you mean. Over there, A1026 is still raging with his dark energy, and just looking at the dimensions of his embodiment shows it's more effective than Yogubi. What ultimately determines the power of the final embodiment skill is the player's faith level and territory. He thought again about the giant monster she summoned, but its appearance as an embodiment with any abilities entirely depends on the player's style. It crazily stuffed laughter into its mouth. Yogubi's manifestation is the type that maximizes physical power. But that was not the path favored by players because it consumed too many faith resources. Below, she frantically pointed and controlled it, so most players would minimize physical power. The A1026 hand curled its index finger up and invested the remaining resources into other stats while two shouted commands to the army in terror. Retreat, quickly retreat. But it was too late. The strike landed, throwing the soldiers into chaos. Immediately after, the system on Janda's side also announced, enemy forces minus 300. She panicked and shouted loudly, making a big deal out of it. Then she hit him and angrily grabbed his clothes. Nebula next to Sang-gun remained calm, sitting in his chair, his body shaking from being pulled, eyes fixed on the screen reminding him to stay calm. His gaze was full of amusement. It's not too late yet. Then he gave the order. The LCK followers have been defeated. Below, a surge of divine power struck the ground, causing tremors all around. Raga raised his spear and looked at the situation. A1026's eyes glared fiercely down at him, and he was startled as he looked up at her. A1026's finger came down, pointing straight at his body. Seeing this, RCK was startled, gritting his teeth as he felt something rising from the ground. He quickly jumped aside to avoid the object that thrust up from below. Her gaze grew even more fierce. The relentless attacks weaved through to strike RCK, but he quickly leapt to dodge them all. Inside the space, his face full of panic, shouted, Is he going to be okay alone? I calmly replied, He definitely needs help. He pointed at her, and she looked at him in confusion. He suggested that she should merge with the wizard and draw their attention. Seeing that, Janda waved her hand in panic. No, why me? You can go down yourself anytime. Hearing that, he grimaced. Now he wanted to kill someone more than the two of them, and she could only helplessly retort. That's why I don't want to ask anyone else. Down below, A1026 is wildly destroying everything around, but it's launching spikes at the soldiers. Rag ran while observing. He saw the soldiers impaled by the sharp thorns and realized that these weren't ordinary thorns. Touching them would drain their life force. The sharp spikes kept growing rapidly, stabbing toward Drag. He quickly dodged just in time. It seems like he intends to turn the ground into a field of thorns. Saying that, he let out a roar. Then this is where it ends. Hearing the call, Annex also manifested, summoning the otherworld. Then he jumped on its back, urging it to run Annex. It quickly dashed away. His spear pierced a 1026's body, but her form seemed to dissolve and stretch away to dodge the spear. RC's eyes widened in shock. Where did it go? This is dangerous. Immediately after, he bent his body to dodge the sharp spike coming at him. Above, a 1026 still looked down gloomily. Did he just teleport? Rag's face twisted as he gritted his teeth. This ability is really troublesome. Her gaze is full of death. The giant monsters around were also summoned. She hovered in the air while the monsters stared straight at him. Above, the Spo. Krampus grinned, controlling the monsters through the screen, chuckling, "I will definitely catch you." Then, the huge beasts roared wildly. On this side, Roger skillfully maneuvered his mount to dodge. Their hands kept lunging, but he quickly evaded them. Suddenly, a huge dinosaur opened its mouth, ready to bite them, but then a strike knocked it down. The scorpion looked at him and said, "Go ahead, disciple. I'll clear the way for you." With support, RCK quickly rushed through the monsters, but another hand reached out, startling him. Immediately after, the mount was knocked down, but he landed calmly on the ground. His face was full of panic as he looked up, knowing that touching the ground would trigger the chicken attack. He stood upright, and suddenly the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Jack's face was full of confusion as he looked up, the attack having stopped. Above, A1026 turned his face away in some direction, looking puzzled. What is that? What is the black book looking at? Elsewhere, Mangion was running deeper into the forest. He also realized he had been exposed. Her eyes filled with rage stared at him, her mouth biting out each word. "Vanda, you traitor!" Meanwhile, R also mounted a beast, spotting an opportunity. Immediately after, she rushed quickly towards Manjin. Below, he also quickly gave chase. Seeing that, she also turned her head, glaring fiercely with contempt. How dare a mere disciple? Immediately after, a black barrier rose up, causing him to pause. Jack's face was full of panic as he looked up. This is inside the space where he also watched the battle through the system screen. The greatest advantage of the manifestation skill is not its size, but the ability to turn territories into skills. On the other side, the power wrapped around A1026's body like cards. If a disciple gains skills through reputation, the player or god can transform the territories they own into manifestation-type skills. Her hand holds powerful cards. These skills can be played and configured at will. The shape, range, and power can all be customized to optimize performance and conserve resources. On the other side, A1026 continued to swing her hands, unleashing her abilities into the surrounding environment. Sangan also realized that the spikes were probably a combination of metal territory and small roots. She had set teleportation as her mode of movement, so a crowd control move like that just now made perfect sense. His expression remained calm as he assessed, but that move was too cliché. She was still wildly unleashing her energy. He thought confidently to himself, did he forget that LCK once killed a demon body? On the other side, Sang-gun gripped the spear tightly, his determined face gathering energy, ready to throw it. He assessed the situation, wondering what that meant for a disciple. The spear swiftly slashed toward A1026's body at close range. When the target is an immortal, any negative effects from the attack are resisted, and his expression remained confident as he sat in the space. A disciple gains skills based on their reputation, so a mind control technique like that would never work on him. She was pierced through the stomach by the spear. R's gaze looked somewhat contemptuous, his brows furrowed in narrow-minded disdain. Immediately after, she quickly used teleportation to escape. Seeing this, he narrowed his eyes in irritation. The figure on the other side had vanished. She didn't strike immediately. Then he cautiously scanned the surroundings again. Perhaps she is stalling to recover her wounds, but I can predict her next move. Meanwhile, Mangion is still perched on a tree branch, looking around. Black Thu is angry about being betrayed, so she will target the disciple. Ragar is still riding the beast searching. However, if she uses the Blackthorn to attack, I will know Haktu's location. His eyes were cold as he thought to himself. "All right, where are you?" Suddenly, a voice called out, making him widen his eyes in surprise. "Leg." Then Rugger looked up at the sky in confusion. "Nice sky, are you calling me?" Hearing him so empty, I was a bit surprised too. "Why do you talk like that? Did you learn it from Voan? Then let it go. After all, there's no need to chase after Miss Black anymore." He listened while lost in thought, but every decision would become dangerous. He relayed the message below through the screen, saying what happens to me isn't that important. R blinked in confusion. "So are we just going to leave her behind? Do you deny that?" Then gave the order. "We need to do something different for her." Elsewhere, A1026 sat under a tree with a bleeding wound in the middle of her abdomen. She looked at it and assessed that the wound was quite large. It would heal, but then quickly flew around the forest frame. We should change the plan. Suddenly, she seemed to see something. On the other side, Manjin was leaning against a tree, watching the situation. She muttered, "That's right." Then, ignoring her wound, she surged forward, energy bursting out. You think you can stand against me? Nebula, I will make you regret that decision. Realizing he was being chased, Manjin quickly rushed forward. A sharp stake rose up, causing him to fall. His face panicked as he gritted his teeth. Why are they only chasing me? More and more sharp stakes rise from the ground, and all he can do is struggle to jump and dodge them. Finally impaled by a sharp stake and collapsing to the ground, he cried out in pain. Manjin pulled the sharp thorn embedded in his shoulder, while A1026 approached from behind, looking down at him, startling him. In front of him was a wave of murderous intent with no mercy at all. Her hand tightened around his throat, making him cough violently. She lifted Manjin's body as he struggled painfully, his face full of panic. Why don't we make peace? Seeing that, she still growled angrily. Are you kidding me? Then he threw him straight to the ground. Her eyes seemed to want to tear him into 1,000 pieces as she hissed each word. I will kill you. She glared down at Manjin with anger while he lay on the ground clutching his throat, coughing violently. Then A1026's foot pressed against his chest, his face full of panic. She stomped hard down, and Manjin cried out in pain, his face full of panic as he grabbed her foot, forcing a strained smile and gasping for breath. Who is that? Wouldn't it be better if you aimed for LCK instead of me? Above, she looked down angrily, her eyes bloodshot. Honestly, this is beyond my ability. Manjin is still trying to justify himself. Don't you think you made a mistake? Why do you think LRC isn't chasing you because I'm useless? Her foot was still pressing down. Well, my creatures and Grampuses are probably blocking his way. Below, Manjin laughed wickedly. Is that really true? Hearing that, she also turned around to look back. What do you mean by that? Behind, there was no one in sight, when suddenly a divine lightning bolt appeared atop the mountain. Both quickly shielded their faces from its powerful strike. Everyone below was swept away. Rak opened his smoky mouth. He stood atop the pile of monster corpses, radiating powerful energy all around. A player must reach a certain divine level to use skills. His face was determined, his body covered in blood, and to maintain that level, he could not afford to lose his summoned creature. Beneath the immobilized monsters, the summoned creature meant to give you an advantage has instead become a weakness. Suddenly, the system interface appeared before A1026, causing her to panic. If you lose a creature, you will lose experience. A message appeared above. Your creature has died, you lost experience, and your level dropped from 19 to 13. Inside the system, he also determined that the manifestation skill had become useless, then shouted a command. Immediately after, he quickly charged toward A1026. She raised her hand to block, then turned to run away, but she couldn't. Her eyes blazed with fire, ready to charge. Her hand raised in midair froze, then slowly realized Rak was swinging his spear above, preparing to attack. The faith source was too low to activate. A1026's body was quickly cut in half. She fell down. Seizo scattered all around. His foot stepped on the body. Finally, he raised his spear, ready to plunge it down. A great source of power was also drawn out. After finishing, he lifted his head and exhaled, then turned to Manjin leaning against the tree and asked Han, Are you okay, Manjin? He replied, I'm fine. RCK reached out his hand to pull him up, but he just let it be. Thank you. Immediately after, the system announced that player A1026 had been sealed in soul form. The player who contributed the most to defeating RE026 was Nebula with 64.3%. Manjin looked at the screen, furrowed his brow, and saw who had been sealed as a soul. He remembered the body trapped inside the chains, and Nebula's contribution rate below 70% meant that he had also played a part in this outcome. On the other side, Ragrong raised his hand to look, suddenly startled by the system frame that appeared. On the screen was Sang-gun, reminding them to stop standing there and move quickly. His face was full of confusion as he explained. You're losing faith. Do you plan to stay in this state forever? We have confirmed A is dead, but the war is not over. Seeing this, he also stood up and smiled, looking out at Crack. Oh god, we should go. He smiled and nodded helplessly. The two of them quickly left the forest, and the surroundings gradually fell silent again. At Thanchi, a month and a half passed, and with Ao's death and Lunda's betrayal, the war entered a completely new phase, with the soldiers fleeing rapidly. Zheng and Wanin, through desperate efforts, managed to rescue as many Mongol and Joma soldiers as possible. They quickly withdrew from Did, and then the main front shifted toward enemy Guna territory. On the other side, a fierce war rages as Wisdom summons all the Asbestos soldiers, who had previously been unable to fight due to internal conflict, to seize and destroy the enemy's mining farms and trade routes. Inside the system space, Sang-gun stares at the screen showing the battle, lost in thought. Because Lunda betrayed them, this action could be seen as revenge. But if viewed only that way, the purpose becomes unclear. His expression showed some doubt. Could it be that they want to prolong the war? Then, you furrow your brow as the system displays a video call notification from Zheng 1, and he looks at it with confusion. On the screen, he announced a surrender offer. They will hand over Danium. Hearing this, Sang-gun remained silent, while he continued. Bruce has already agreed. Surrender means they won't use any special measures to reclaim it. He added that they will also return Territory A, which is 1/3 of the man. They will also return the land seized from the enemy. Hearing this, he interrupted. Wait, hear all the conditions first. Zhang Wan's expression showed some confusion. There's more? Keep going, then reach out your hand to confirm. Ceasefire and no retaliation. Seal A's soul, and they are also considering war reparations. He calmly clasped his hands together. Then what? But on this side, he was full of arrogance, shaking his head and refusing to leave. Seeing that, he also looked at him somewhat panicked. What? You haven't heard all the conditions yet. Then Sang Gun asserted. We already know each other's situation, no need to waste time. Why is Zhang Quan sweating and panicking? Then he shouted after he had ended the call. Hey, wait a minute. A voice echoed from behind. Hey, why are you refusing? Sounds like this is the best deal. Sang Gun replied, the conversation is over, feel free to ask. Then Yu finally peeked out from the chair, her face showing some doubt as she looked at him. Shouldn't we accept that surrender? They're willing to give up everything they can. But above him, he still smiled excitedly. To be honest, that's not a bad offer. And if we accept those conditions, we'll have a great advantage in any upcoming battle. Her face still full of confusion, she stepped forward to look at him. Wait, the upcoming war, if we accept surrender, doesn't that mean we've already won? She concluded there was no need to be obsessed with unifying the continent at all costs. At this point, Sang Gun also looked up at the confusing image of the globe and asked, why are you acting like this? Then, he looked at the other system screens and explained, it's not about absolute victory or complete unification. If it's beneficial and a ceasefire is possible, I would choose that too. She heard this and looked on in confusion, but Jang Onin clearly said he was ready to surrender, right? And he requested to unseal the souls of those who died, but Sangun exposed them with a puppet and a magic circle. They want to resurrect Aiza. His expression remained calm as he added that if the soul seal is removed, they can maintain their numbers, and once revived, Ai-Ra will retain her level. Of course, the unsealing ritual is very costly and time-consuming. San's face went blank. Saying that, Sang-Gun looked back at the system screens, but one thing was certain. They wanted to continue the war without adding unnecessary variables. That night, inside a room in German City, Koa's face was full of wrinkles. She sat silently by the candle. This is Prime Minister Juma Kalo Latte. Above the lamp still burning brightly, the three birds grew suspicious. It had been a long time since the gods had responded. Could the rumor be true that Amon has really died? Then I remembered when Rakrak attacked, and the one who killed the evil god was Log. Inside the Forbidden Palace, the doors are tightly shut, and many people are engulfed in sorrow over this news. The king has not left his room for months. Then she looked toward the window with all her worry. Nothing surprising at all. A nation no longer blessed by the gods from outside. When darkness spreads all around, there is no future left. Below, the lizard god's army is occupying the streets. Domestic factions supporting the Black Scale are calling to side with them. And the Mongol alliance demands to be annexed into Mongolia. Her face showed some helplessness, eyebrows furrowed. Which side should we choose? Ambon, what should we do now? Suddenly, a noise at the door made her turn her head to look at someone. A step forward, his face full of panic. Who are you? And despite his confusion, he calmly opened the door and stepped inside. Prime Minister Man, I am a sorcerer, he said calmly, looking at her as he made the offer. And I think I can solve your problem.